Dragon God Supreme Chapter 3758 to Chapter 3841. Commander Supreme? Demon Soul Prime was slightly surprised and sneered, "No wonder you have such powerful bloodline power and divine power. It seems like your status in Dragon Soul is not low." Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen did not come out. "It seems like he has not killed enough. You are indeed not simple. Although your cultivation is only at the titled ancient god level, you have very powerful divine power. The cultivators in Pangu world do not have such powerful divine power and bloodline. It seems like you are very important to Feng Wuchen. This is too much. I can't take it anymore. Rather than being killed by him one by one, I would rather die in battle." "That's right. I would rather die in battle. Let's fight with that old thing." The anger of Dragon Soul's people was completely ignited. They were so angry that they lost their minds. They knew that they were no match for Demon Soul Prime, but they would rather die in battle than be killed standing there. "Since we are going to die anyway, let's fight with him." Ling Xiaoxiao shouted angrily and took the lead to rush forward. Lu Qingyang and the others roared and rushed out. Even Long Shishan and clan leader Qian Yo rushed out angrily. Even a rabbit would be merciful when it was forced into a corner. Moreover, they were humans. If they were forced into a corner, death was nothing. Even if they died, they would die with dignity. Powerful movement skills were used one after another. Their speed was terrifying, making it difficult to catch their real bodies. The silhouettes of hundreds of people flickered and disappeared without a sound. It was a dazzling sight. The experts of the Supreme Main Shrine and the other forces were extremely shocked. If these people were to become strong, they would definitely be very terrifying. "Since all of you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. I have never thought of letting you Dragon Soul go." Demon Soul Prime sneered. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Boom boom boom. As he spoke, Demon Soul Supremacy raised his arm and pointed his index finger rapidly. Streams of terrifying purple energy transformed into terrifying flashes of light and shot out. Wherever the flashes of light passed, the people that were rushing toward him were blown into a bloody mist. Crimson Emperor, Luan Shen, Gue Su, and the others were turned into blood mist one by one. Everyone had powerful movement skills, but in front of Demon Soul Prime, it was like nothing. Devil Soul Supreme was like a machine gun that was mercilessly shooting at ordinary people. He could even accurately predict where everyone would appear. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 100 people had already turned into ashes. The severely wounded Emperor Yi Jun and the others couldn't even save themselves, so they could only watch on in grief. "Old Devil Soul, stop right there." Patriarch Xianxia roared in grief. "This is the so-called undying body?" Demon Soul Supremacy's face was full of disdain as he ignored Patriarch Xianxia. "Feng Wuchen, if you don't come out now, they're all going to die. You really don't want to see all of them get killed by me, do you?" Demon Soul Supremacy sneered in a mocking manner. What Demon Soul Supremacy did not know was that Feng Wuchen was not in Pangu realm at all. The 7th level of the dimensional space. The tranquil immortal mountain emitted an extremely powerful and domineering energy. This was Feng Wuchen's energy. "Feng Wuchen, the reincarnation pagoda is very powerful. If not for your strong physical body and mysterious energy, I wouldn't dare to let you control it by force." Pangashi smiled faintly. Huff. Feng Wuchen exhaled as his body glowed with golden light. He looked like a god of war from the 9th heaven. "Thank you, Senior Pangashi." Feng Wuchen thanked him gratefully as an excited smile appeared on his face. The 6th book. Pangashi had recovered his physical body and was reborn. After millions of years, Pangashi's cultivation had also improved a lot. Feng Wuchen had also merged the soul of the reincarnation pagoda with his original body. With Pangashi's help, Feng Wuchen had successfully controlled the reincarnation pagoda and become its true master. The reincarnation pagoda had terrifying power. After successfully controlling the reincarnation pagoda, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had already broken through to the gold-titled ancient god realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of the gold-titled ancient god realm. He was not far from breaking through to the white-titled ancient god realm. The dozens of primordial spirit avatars were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the Pangu immortal grass to cultivate. In a short time, Feng Wuchen would definitely be able to step into the white-titled ancient god realm. Just a little bit more to break through to the white-titled ancient god realm. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. The terrifying improvement made Feng Wuchen completely unable to believe it. Pangashi smiled faintly. You should be content. Others might not be able to improve so much. Since the reincarnation pagoda chose you, it will naturally help you improve your cultivation as much as possible. I didn't expect the reincarnation pagoda to be so powerful. No wonder old devil soul wants it. It is indeed the supreme Panga divine weapon of the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. He was looking forward to the terrifying power of the reincarnation pagoda. Feng Wuchen, the reincarnation pagoda's power has not fully recovered. After all, it has been separated for millions of years. It needs some time. Pangashi smiled faintly. I know. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, Senior Pangashi, let's hurry back. I have an ominous feeling. It is very strong. Let's go. Pangashi nodded. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the immortal mountain suddenly shook violently. Countless terrifying cracks appeared in the huge desert. An extremely terrifying dimensional power spread out with the power to destroy everything. In the dark dimensional space, there was a huge black energy storm that was millions of feet long. It was sweeping over at an extremely terrifying speed. It was truly devouring everything. Wherever the terrifying energy storm passed, nothing was left behind. What a terrifying power. Are there other experts in the 7th level of the dimensional space? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. This is a dimensional storm. It is the most terrifying existence in the 7th level. The dimensional storm will spread throughout the entire 7th level. Pangashi frowned. Obviously, he was somewhat afraid of the dimensional storm in the 7th level. Dimensional storm? Feng Wuchen's face changed again. Feng Wuchen had heard about the dimensional storm from Emperor Yuanchi. It was the most terrifying existence in the dimensional space. The deeper the dimensional space, the more terrifying the dimensional storm. The 7th level was undoubtedly the most terrifying existence. Senior Pangashi, let's hurry up and leave. Feng Wuchen said anxiously. It's too late. Pangashi shook his head and said, even I can't hold on for long against the dimensional storm. The power contained in the dimensional storm can devour divine power. The more it devours, the more terrifying the dimensional storm will be. There's still time. I have spatial divine power. But I need Senior Pangashi's help. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. If they did not leave now, once they were trapped by the dimensional storm, they did not know when they would be able to return. Spatial divine power? Pangashi was stunned. He quickly channeled his power into Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen immediately channeled his spatial divine power and pulled Pangashi into the immortal mountain. In the next second, Feng Wuchen had already brought Pangashi far away from the original immortal mountain. As soon as they came out of the ceiling array, Feng Wuchen immediately felt the dimensional storm in the 7th level. Its speed was terrifying. It was already right in front of him. The enormity of it scared Feng Wuchen silly. The immeasurable power was enough to rival Demon Soul Sovereign. This is bad. My space divine power is being suppressed. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. The space divine power he activated was instantly crushed by the dimensional storm. Even with Pangashi's power, he was unable to resist this terrifying dimensional power. The dimensional storm's power is far above mine. Pangashi's expression changed drastically. Feng Wuchen did not expect the dimensional storm's speed to be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had already approached. The original immortal mountain, without Demon Soul Sovereign overseeing it, had already been swallowed by the dimensional storm, leaving nothing behind. It's over. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He quickly transmitted his voice and roared, Chaos Xian Fire Beast, hurry up and help. In front of the huge energy storm, Feng Wuchen was like a tiny grain of sand. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen and Pangashi were swallowed by the dimensional storm. But just when Feng Wuchen and Pangashi thought it was over, something strange happened. White wind appeared on the surface of Feng Wuchen and Pangashi's bodies. The two of them were deep in the dimensional storm, they did not feel any pressure, the dimensional storm's power was completely blocked outside. This is the mysterious power in my body. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The dimensional storm's power is actually being suppressed by your mysterious power. Peng Geshi's face was filled with shock, he was dumbfounded. Eh? Feng Wuchen was shocked, a light flashed in his mind, he thought in his heart, soul essence. There was still an expert in the 7th layer, Feng Wuchen was very sure, there was no mistake about the soul essence. Who is it? Is the dimensional storm's existence related to him? Feng Wuchen was shocked. If not for the mysterious power blocking the dimensional storm, Feng Wuchen would not have been able to detect the existence of the soul essence. After all, the dimensional storm's power was too terrifying. Moments later, the dimensional storm suddenly disappeared. The dimensional storm disappeared. Peng Geshi was stunned again. Peng Geshi had been in the 7th level of the dimensional space for millions of years. She had seen many dimensional storms, but this was the first time she saw one that suddenly disappeared. Feng Wuchen, don't just stand there. If you don't go back, your wife and the others won't be able to hold on. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast's voice transmitted over. What did you say? Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. The war has already begun. The ancient god pavilion and the dragon's soul have suffered heavy casualties. The Panga shrine has also intervened. The chaotic mysterious fire beast transmitted its voice again. Senior Pangushi, the battle has already begun, let's go back. Feng Wuchen said anxiously, he didn't have time to think about who that person was. After Feng Wuchen and Pangushi left, a black shadow appeared at the spot where the dimensional storm disappeared. What a mysterious energy. This brat seems to have sensed it. This is the immortality energy of the longevity immortal emperor, the shadow mumbled. On the battlefield above the ancient god pavilion, the space emperor continued to expend his godly power and finally couldn't hold on any longer. Facing the terrifying Xianxia, the space emperor and ancestor Xianxia had completely lost their resistance. Space emperor, I could have killed you from the beginning. Do you know why I waited until now? Xianxia asked with a cold smile. The space emperor's pale face was extremely ferocious. This palace master wants to see the look of your final struggle. You want to live, but no one will come to save you. Haha. Xianxia laughed loudly, looking very happy. Xianxia. Kill us if you want, why do you have to humiliate us? Ancestor Xianxia shouted angrily. Xianxia condensed a strange godly power and sneered, then be on your way. At the same time, under the merciless slaughter of Demon Soul Prime, only a dozen people from the Dragon Soul were left. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and more than a dozen people went completely crazy. Even with powerful movement techniques, they couldn't get close to Demon Soul Prime. Every time they seized an opportunity, they would be sent flying before they could get close. And those who were hit were all turned into ashes. No one could be revived. The difference in cultivation was too great. All of their movements were under the control of Demon Soul Prime. Feng Wuchen, Feng Wuchen, you have really disappointed me. Back in the Supreme Divine Palace, you weren't so cowardly. Everyone is about to die, but you still don't dare to come out. Demon Soul Prime shook his head and sneered. Lord Demon Soul Prime, that woman is Feng Wuchen's wife. Suddenly, someone shouted. Feng Wuchen's wife? Demon Soul Prime was stunned and immediately looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen's wife? Fu Tianjun and the others also looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in shock. Feng Wuchen actually has such a beautiful wife. What a pity. Young Master Nanhua sneered in a low voice. If Feng Wuchen knows that his wife has been killed, we probably won't have to do anything. He will be angered to death. Young Master Xingyun sneered. Only now did they know that Feng Wuchen actually had a wife. Did Feng Wuchen not care about the life and death of his wife? What time was it now? Feng Wuchen still hadn't appeared. You are Feng Wuchen's wife? Demon Soul Prime looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and asked. His terrifying divine power locked onto Ling Xiaoxiao, suppressing Ling Xiaoxiao until she couldn't move. Demon Soul Prime's body swayed, and he was already in front of Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen is really lucky to have married such a beautiful wife. Demon Soul Prime sneered. Xiaoxiao. Lu Qingyang and the others rushed over crazily, but they were all sent flying by Demon Soul Prime's terrifying energy and were seriously injured. You want to use me to threaten my husband to seize the mysterious power? Don't even think about it. I won't let you succeed even if I die. Ling Xiaoxiao said fiercely, staring at Demon Soul Prime with cold eyes. Threaten? Demon Soul Prime sneered disdainfully. I don't need to threaten a puny Feng Wuchen, and I don't care to do so. He's not qualified and even more unworthy. No one can stop me from getting what I want. In my eyes, Feng Wuchen is just an ant. You're Feng Wuchen's wife. Killing you will definitely provoke him. Perhaps he'll appear sooner, and I'll be able to kill him sooner. I'll let all the practitioners in the Pengu world know the consequences of going against the Supreme Divine Hall. Demon Soul Prime had already used his terrifying divine power on Ling Xiaoxiao. He didn't show any mercy. If he said he wanted to kill Ling Xiaoxiao, he would kill Ling Xiaoxiao. Demon Soul Prime waved his hand, and Ling Xiaoxiao floated up. A terrifying divine power was injected into Ling Xiaoxiao's body. Feng Wuchen, do you see this? Your wife is going to die for your cowardice. Demon Soul Prime sneered. Then, he bent his hand and was about to kill Ling Xiaoxiao. Whoosh! At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao disappeared. Demon Soul Prime's face changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, this aura is, he's here. Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong's expressions changed drastically. Demon Soul Old Ghost, I, Feng Wuchen, am here. Feng Wuchen's extremely cold voice sounded with supreme dominance. Old Devil Soul, I, Feng Wuchen, am here. The domineering words resounded in everyone's mind. It was Feng Wuchen's voice. Feng Wuchen really came, and it was not just Feng Wuchen. Ling Xiaoxiao was saved instantly, and it was not Feng Wuchen's aura. Space Emperor and Ancestor Xianxia were also saved instantly, and it was not Feng Wuchen's aura either. This is... Shueisha's old face was filled with shock and disbelief. This aura... Fu Tianjun and Emperor Tianyang's old faces were filled with disbelief and shock. The great emperors of 10 directions, great ancient emperors, and even the great emperors and the black-titled ancient god were all shocked. They were dumbfounded. They were in disbelief. Pangashi. All the experts could not help but exclaim at the same time. That's right. At that moment, they all felt a very familiar aura. It was Pangashi's aura. It was because it was Pangashi's aura that they were so shocked and in disbelief. After all, they all knew that Pangashi had been sealed by Devil Soul Sovereign for millions of years, and there was no way she could escape the seal. But why did she suddenly appear? And she appeared together with Feng Wuchen. What was going on in there? This was also why Devil Soul Sovereign was in disbelief. Devil Soul Sovereign knew better than anyone how powerful the seal on the 7th level of the dimensional space was. There was no one in Panga realm who could break the seal, not even the Xuanzhen Great Emperor. But why did Pangashi appear? If she broke the seal, why did Devil Soul Sovereign not notice it at all? Devil Soul Sovereign could not figure out what was going on. Pangashi was now in the ancient god pavilion square. Not only was Ling Xiaoxiao saved, but the power in her body had also been neutralized. Everyone's eyes fell on Pangashi. It really is Pangashi. Feng Wuchen succeeded. Ancestor Xianxia was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Feng Wuchen really saved Pangashi, and Pangashi's body has recovered. Space Emperor and Time Emperor were dumbfounded. Pangushi said with a deep voice, it was indeed Feng Wuchen who saved me, but sadly, he came back too late. Feng Wuchen saved you? Demon Soul Sovereign frowned deeply. He didn't believe that Feng Wuchen had the ability to do so. However, Demon Soul Sovereign quickly guessed the mysterious power within Feng Wuchen's body. All of a sudden, Pangashi burst out a torrential killing intent and a tyrannical ancient divine power. His wrinkled face twisted as he gnashed his teeth and growled, "Old monster soul." Meanwhile, with a flash of golden light, Feng Wuchen appeared above the ancient god pavilion. He did not hide his overbearing and terrifying aura. The bloodthirsty and cold killing intent turned into a bloody storm. The murderous aura was soul-stirring. Everyone was shocked. Almost all the experts from the Ancient God Pavilion, Dragon Soul, Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall, and Divine Pill Pavilion were killed. Ancient Shaman Emperor and the rest were dead. Pill Wind Emperor and the rest were also dead. The Dragon Soul Battle God, Sovereign Soul Battle God, and Mysterious Soul Battle God suffered heavy casualties. Even if they were still alive, they were already in a half-dead state. Long Shirhun, Qianyou, and the rest were also turned into ashes. His brothers and soldiers who had ascended together with him were all dead. This was the worst casualty since Feng Wuchen established the Dragon Soul. It could be said that they were all wiped out. Feng Wuchen's heart was bleeding, and his rage was burning. Big brother Feng is back. My lord is back. Husband. The heavily injured Lu Qingyang and the rest were overjoyed. They cried tears of joy. They finally saw hope in their despairing eyes. After the battle of life and death, they saw many experts being mercilessly slaughtered. They saw the members of the Dragon Soul die one by one. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest felt as if their hearts were being twisted by knives. Their last shred of hope was shattered. They did not expect Feng Wuchen to return at the last moment. Peak Gold titled Ancient God. Fu Tianjuan's expression changed. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen has broken through to the Peak Gold titled Ancient God. The experts of the various factions were shocked. Feng Wuchen has already grown to such a level? Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong were also dumbfounded. A Peak Gold level titled Ancient God. Ancient God Blood Zen and Ancient God Wind Mark were so scared that they were as dumb as wooden chickens. Before Feng Wuchen ascended, they had already become red and gold titled Ancient Gods. Now that Feng Wuchen had reached the Peak Gold titled Ancient God, he had completely surpassed them. Their cultivation bases were still in the same place. Feng Wuchen stood proudly in the air, facing the experts of the Paragon Main Temple and the other factions alone. He was domineering. Feng Wuchen, you finally dare to show yourself. However, you're only here to die. Young Master Nanhua sneered. Pangashi is no match for Lord Demon Soul Supreme. Even if he attacks, he will end up like Patriarch Xianzhan. You won't be able to escape death either. Protector Qing said fiercely. Buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. His bloodline power and the power of the eternal life realm burst out crazily. Dazzling golden light shot into the sky and formed a whirlpool of clouds. With a thought, the Dragon God Sword, the Pangu Armor, and the Sun Eye appeared at the same time. Feng Wuchen's combat power sword and he instantly broke through the white titled Ancient God realm. The Sun Eye increased his combat power several times. Feng Wuchen's combat power continued to soar. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Feng Wuchen's combat power soared to the black titled Ancient God realm. This was the limit of the Sun Eye that Feng Wuchen could withstand. It raised Feng Wuchen's titled Ancient God realm by a whole level. Domineering power and towering rage erupted. Feng Wuchen's hands turned red, and he looked extremely crazy and terrifying. The mysterious power in his body was activated automatically because of Feng Wuchen's rage. The golden light on Feng Wuchen's body was covered with a layer of faint white light. The mysterious power did not have any aura, but Feng Wuchen's combat power instantly broke through the Great Emperor realm. This was the terror of the mysterious power. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fly out. They had never seen such a terrifying increase in strength. Even Demon Soul Supremacy, Xue Sha, and the others were dumbfounded. Young Master Nanhua and the others were so frightened that their hearts were pounding. He was AF** King Monster. Those who killed my friend deserve to die. Those who killed my dragon soul deserve to die. Those who killed my brother deserve to die. Feng Wuchen's rage erupted. He roared at the sky, and the murderous aura of the blood-red storm multiplied again. All of you deserve to die. Feng Wuchen roared. The veins on his face bulged, and he looked extremely ferocious. With a thought, hundreds of golden lights burst out from Feng Wuchen's divine ring. The 300 soul puppets all had the combat power of the Great Emperor realm. The bloodline of the Demon Emperor realm was activated. Feng Wuchen roared loudly, all the ancient beasts in Panga realm, listen up. I, Feng Wuchen, order you with the bloodline of the Demon Emperor realm. Come to the Ancient God Pavilion immediately, or I will make your bloodline disappear completely. End of chapter. The bloodline of the Demon Emperor. The faces of the experts from the Supreme Main Shrine and the other forces changed drastically. The bloodline of the Demon Emperor could suppress any bloodline of the mutated beasts. There were many mutated beasts in Pangu world, and many of them were powerful. The ancient mutated beasts were even more powerful. If they were all summoned by Feng Wuchen, the consequences would be unimaginable. The bloodline of the demon emperor? Bloodshaw was shocked. He thought to himself, Big Elder said that this kid has the Flame King's ancestor of all fires. If the Blood Karen's bloodline can become so strong, it must have something to do with the Demon King Emperor's bloodline. But they died millions of years ago. Where did this kid get their power? Not only was Shueisha confused, but the other experts were also very confused. The bloodline of the Demon Emperor can indeed command all the mutated beasts in Pangu world, including the ancient mutated beasts. I'm curious how you got the bloodline power of the Demon Emperor. Demon Soul Supreme looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise and asked. Feng Wuchen ignored Demon Soul Supreme and focused on sensing the movements of the mutated beasts in Pangu world. The Demon Emperor was the Nine Heavens Nether One, the ancestor of all beasts. Feng Wuchen believed that he could command many powerful ancient mutated beasts. With Feng Wuchen's command, no matter what kind of mutated beast it was, no matter how powerful they were, they had to obey. Roar. Buzz. With that order, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the 36th heaven. An ancient and violent aura swept out with earth-shattering power. The destructive power shook the entire 36th heaven. An ancient mutated beast of the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. I'm willing to serve. A deep, hoarse, and majestic voice came. An ancient Kuanping beast. Fu Tianjun and the others' faces changed dramatically. Roar. Another earth-shattering roar came. An ancient mutated beast woke up from a deep sleep in a deep valley in the 36th heaven. Many experts were shocked once again. A vast and surging ancient aura swept through the 36 levels of heaven. It shook one's soul and caused one to feel extreme fear. An ancient mutated beast of the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. This lord is willing to serve. A voice filled with majesty and anger rang out, bringing with it boundless oppressive force. An ancient chaotic beast. The experts were shocked again, and the fear on their faces grew stronger. Roar. The 36th heaven roared angrily once again. An extremely tyrannical and terrifying ancient power directly rushed into the 9 heavens, condensing into an energy vortex that was hundreds of thousands of feet large. An ancient mutated beast of the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. I'm willing to serve. A hoarse and majestic voice rang out. Ancient Demon King. All the experts were terrified. They broke out in cold sweat as if they had seen a ghost. Roar. Another roar came from the 36 layers of heaven. It was sharp and ear-piercing. An extremely terrifying ancient ice attribute divine power swept out and instantly froze the void of the 36 layers of heaven, forming a thick layer of ice. The terrifying cold air made everyone feel a bone-chilling cold. An ancient 10 realm. Ancestor of icy abyss divine one. The experts exclaimed again. Many of them were scared out of their wits. If Hongji was still alive, she would definitely be so emotional that she would cry. Icy Abyss Divine One was destroyed, but her ancestor was still alive. The 4 ancient mutated beasts were the most loyal subordinates of the Demon Emperor. They were the top experts during the 100 Emperors era. The entire Emperor Ape Royal clan is willing to serve. An aged yet dignified voice rang out. A vast, destructive aura rushed to the 36th heaven. It was domineering. Ancestor of the Ape King tribe. The experts from the Supreme Main Shrine and other forces were shocked. Ancestor. The entire Ape King tribe was shocked. The ancestor of the Ape King tribe was still alive. Everyone, listen up. Those above the Ancient God realm, head to the Ancient God Pavilion immediately. The Ape King tribe leader ordered. As soon as the order was given, the experts of the Ape Emperor clan immediately moved out. At the same time, the powerful mutated beasts of the 35th and 34th heaven moved out. Panga Sacred Realm. All. The exotic beasts above the Ancient God realm rushed out from the depths as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Feng Wuchen's order was answered like an emperor who commanded the world. All the powerful mutated beasts and ancient mutated beasts in the Pangu world responded. Many powerful ancient mutated beasts were rushing to the 36th Heaven Ancient God Pavilion at full speed. Terrifying bloodline power exploded. This was their response to Feng Wuchen. The experts from the Supreme Main Shrine and other forces did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so powerful. Feng Wuchen dared to go against the Supreme Main Shrine. It was not without reason. His domineering aura was enough to make them feel fearful. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the four ancient mutated beasts appeared instantly. Their terrifying aura suppressed the entire place. They bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. Greetings, Emperor. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the Ape King tribe ancestor and all the experts, as well as the ancient mutated beasts in the sacred realm, appeared above the ancient god pavilion. Greetings, Emperor. Thousands of powerful mutated beasts knelt respectfully. Their expressions were full of respect and even fear. Because Feng Wuchen's bloodline was even more terrifying than the demon emperors, they could feel Feng Wuchen's monstrous anger from the terrifying bloodline power that erupted from Feng Wuchen. This magnificent scene made many experts feel suffocated. Everyone, including Xianxia, was stunned. Emperor Tianyong and the others were also stunned. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were even more stunned. They never knew that Feng Wuchen's bloodline could command all the ancient mutated beasts in the Pengu world. Too domineering, Feng Wuchen's domineering aura was not inferior to the demon emperors in the past. In fact, it was even more domineering. Very good. You have the spirit of the demon emperors in the past. Demon Soul Prime smiled faintly as his old eyes swept across the ancient mutated beasts. Demon Soul Old Ghost. The Kuanping mutated beasts and the chaotic beasts looked at him fiercely. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered, Feng Wuchen, do you really think you can go against the Supreme Main Shrine with these trash? What do you think they can do? Those below the Panga realm were all ants. Demon Soul Prime didn't care about the Kuanping mutated beasts or the chaotic beasts. After all, the gap between the 10 Directions Great Emperors and the Panga realm was too big. Otherwise, the 100 Emperors wouldn't have all fallen into Demon Soul Prime's hands. Trash? Feng Wuchen glanced at Demon Soul Prime fiercely and said coldly, you will soon know whether they are trash or not. You will soon know what will happen to your people. The terrifying dragon god's bloodline and the power of the eternal realm erupted, and the two forces instantly spread out. Feng Wuchen shouted, I, Feng Wuchen, will use the bloodline of the dragon gods to increase your bloodline power and cultivation. What you need to do is to kill them all. This is an order. Yes, Master. The 4 10 Direction Great Emperors and thousands of other ancient mutant beasts roared respectfully. Their majestic aura soared into the sky. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. No one dared to look directly at them. Buzz buzz, in the next second, the bloodline power of thousands of mutant beasts increased tremendously at the same time. Waves of horrifying and domineering bloodline power swept out like a tsunami. The horrifying increase caused the cultivation of thousands of mutant beasts to break through one after another. The 4 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm ancient demonic beasts had reached the peak of the 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm. The 3 ancient mutant beasts also broke through to the 10 Direction Great Emperor Realm, and their cultivation levels were still increasing. The ancient god and titled Ancient God Realm mutant beasts' cultivation levels were even more horrifying. Seeing this, the experts from the Supreme Main Shrine and other forces were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with fear. It was too horrifying, forcefully increasing the bloodline power to help thousands of mutant beasts increase their cultivation levels. This was the first time they had seen such a spectacular scene. Demon Soul Prime placed his hands behind his back and sneered arrogantly. Feng Wuchen, how much trouble do you think they can cause? They don't even have a chance to attack before me. Feng Wuchen glared at Demon Soul Prime fiercely. No one dares to say that they don't have a chance to attack before me. Including you. Super domineering retort, everyone was dumbfounded. What right did Feng Wuchen have to be so domineering? Feng Wuchen had only reached the Great Emperor realm by relying on his own strength. In front of Demon Soul Prime, he was just an ant. Feng Wuchen, no one can be arrogant in front of me. Demon Soul Prime said coldly. His face darkened. Now there is. That's me, Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen replied domineeringly. After Feng Wuchen said that, what happened next scared everyone into a vegetative state. The power of the Eternal Realm started to spread. It instantly locked onto Patriarch Xianxia, the Space Emperor, and the Time Emperor. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Patriarch Xianxia and the other two's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He's fully recovered. Patriarch Xianxia and the other two were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The feeling of being filled with power made Patriarch Xianxia feel like he had been reborn. Ancestor Xianxia and the others have fully recovered. Fu Tianjun and the other elders exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. How is this possible? How could such a serious injury recover in the blink of an eye? What's going on? Did Feng Wuchen do it? He instantly healed Patriarch Xianxia? This can't be real, right? What kind of power is this? How could Feng Wuchen have such a miraculous power? The experts of the various major forces were all scared out of their wits, and their eyeballs were about to fly out. In addition to Panga Shi and the thousands of beasts, there were 7 ancient beasts that had reached the 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm and 4 peaked 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm. How could they resist such terrifying power? How is this possible? Such a serious injury, how can it be healed in an instant? Bloodfiend was stunned. He could not believe it at all. Patriarch Xianxia was a Panga realm expert. No one knew how many years it would take for him to fully recover from such a serious injury. However, Feng Wuchen had healed him in an instant. How could such a terrifying and miraculous divine power be possessed by Feng Wuchen? This is... Demon Soul Prime's old face finally changed. He said in shock, the strongest body. This kid is only a peak gold-titled ancient god. How can his body be the strongest? Demon Soul Prime was extremely shocked. Demon Soul Prime had cultivated for so many years, but he had not been able to achieve the perfect strongest body. Feng Wuchen, a gold-titled ancient god, had achieved the strongest body that he could not achieve. How could Demon Soul Prime accept this? Demon Soul Prime was very clear about the strength of the strongest body. The strongest body? The experts of the Paragon Main Temple and the other major forces were stunned again. You're right. It is the strongest body in the Panga realm. I, Feng Wuchen, have the strongest immortal body in the world. Do you think you can kill me? Feng Wuchen shouted fiercely, Old Demon Soul Prime, do you still dare to say that they don't have a chance to attack? Senior Panga Shi, Ancestor Xianxia, Space Emperor, Time Emperor, I will support you with the strongest body. I will grant you an immortal body. Beat that old bastard until his mother can't recognize him. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. Old Demon Soul Prime, it's time to end the grudge of millions of years. Panga Shi shouted angrily. The 4 top experts flashed into the void at the same time, and their terrifying auras locked onto Demon Soul Prime. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered, with your strength, this seat doesn't even care about you. Old Demon Soul Prime, don't you think you're great? Don't you think you're the strongest in the Panga realm? How much divine power do you have to use? Feng Wuchen said fiercely. Feng Wuchen, I have to say, you've given me a lot of surprises. However, my strength is not something you can understand. Demon Soul Prime sneered. He was very confident in his strength. I don't know how strong you are, but I know that they will all die today. You can't protect anyone. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. Panga Shi, Ancestor Xianxia, you two deal with Old Demon Soul Prime. Leave Xianxia to us. Space Emperor said fiercely, and his overbearing space divine power burst out. Panga Shi and Ancestor Xianxia joined forces, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Old Demon Soul Prime. Old John. Panga Shi shouted, and his terrifying divine power burst out without hesitation. Humph. Ancestor Xianxia snorted and shot out. Space Emperor and Time Emperor also launched their attacks on Xianxia. Emperor. Give the order. The ancient Kunpeng beast said respectfully. Feng Wuchen looked at Fu Tianjun and the others fiercely, and asked coldly, do you want to know what despair is? Today, I will show you. Those who met Feng Wuchen's terrifying gaze could not help but tremble. Fu Tianjun, don't you want the Ancestor of Soul Force? Do you have the qualifications? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully, and the Ancestor of Soul Force was also activated. Fu Tianjun was scared out of his wits, his body trembled violently, and he was terrified to the extreme. the alchemists present were also scared out of their wits. In front of the ancestor of soul force, they were powerless to resist, and could only wait for death. Teacher wants to revive the dead, Zhang Junlan said with great hope. Great! There is nothing Big Brother Feng can't do, Lu Qingyang said excitedly. Bang! Feng Wuchen suddenly put his palms together, and the terrifying ancestor of soul force erupted with full power, and then he roared, life and death. Control reincarnation. Ancient heaven defying reincarnation. What? Ancient heaven defying reincarnation. Fu Tianjun and the other alchemists were stunned. Ancient heaven defying reincarnation? Demon soul supremacy, Xianxia, and ancestor Xianzhan exclaimed in unison. At the same time, they looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Controlling life and death, controlling reincarnation. This is indeed heaven-defying reincarnation. The supreme ability of an alchemist. Demon soul supremacy exclaimed inwardly. Feng Wuchen has actually comprehended the heaven-defying reincarnation. Pangushi's heart trembled, and his old face was stupefied. Ancient heaven-defying reincarnation. Kuanping Beast, Chaos Beast, and Emperor Ape King Ancestor exclaimed in shock. A nightmare-inducing scene appeared. Feng Wuchen roared. With the help of heaven-defying reincarnation, the souls of Emperor Yi Jun, Blood Qilin, Elder Xiangang, and the other 10 Direction Great Emperors were resurrected. Emperor Yi Jun and the others are resurrected. It really is heaven-defying reincarnation. It really is heaven-defying reincarnation. The 11 10 Direction Great Emperors are resurrected. Monster. Feng Wuchen is a monster. He resurrected the 11 10 Direction Great Emperors in an instant. The experts of the Paragon Main Shrine and the other factions were scared out of their wits. The fear in their hearts was indescribable. It's true. Demon Soul Supremacy and Xianxia were shocked to see Emperor Yi Jun and the others come back to life. Ancestor Xianzhan and Pangushi were dumbfounded. Resurrected? What's going on? Blood Qilin was shocked and confused. How is this possible? I'm clearly dead. Elder Xiangang and the others were also shocked and confused. Feng Wuchen used heaven-defying reincarnation to resurrect you. Ancestor Xianzhan's shocked and excited voice came from the void. My lord? Emperor Yi Jun looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Emperor Yi Jun never knew that Feng Wuchen was so powerful that he could resurrect them. However, it wasn't over yet. Then Emperor Gu Wu, Duke Nalin, Emperor Dan Feng, Emperor Wanshi, Emperor Tian Qilin, and the other top experts were resurrected. The Dragon Soul God of War, Emperor Soul God of War, and Mystic Soul God of War were resurrected one after another. Because the corpses of the experts from the 4 great forces were not destroyed, they were instantly revived. What shocked them even more was that Long Shirhan and the others, who had been reduced to ashes, not only had their soul bodies instantly reformed, even their physical bodies had recovered in an instant. One by one, the dead were resurrected. They've all revived. The person who was annihilated by Lord Demon Soul Sovereign was actually revived in an instant. The heaven-defying reincarnation is too terrifying. The experts of the Supreme Main Shrine and the other forces were so scared that they almost lost their minds. Tens of thousands of people from the 4 great forces had all been revived. Feng Wuchen had used up all of his soul power to revive tens of thousands of people. The scene was too shocking. This was simply a nightmare of nightmares. The impossible had happened. The experts of the Supreme Main Shrine and the other forces were terrified. Demon Soul Supreme, Pangushi, and the others were shocked. This was definitely their first time seeing such a terrifying scene. In less than 5 minutes, tens of thousands of people had been resurrected, all of the ancient beasts and emperor apes were dumbfounded. This was a terrifying scene that they had never seen in their entire lives. He's revived. They're all revived. Haha. Lu Qingyang and the others laughed and cheered excitedly. We're revived. We're all revived. Our Lord must be back. Sure enough, Feng Brat is back. Everyone in the Dragon Soul cheered excitedly and shouted at the top of their lungs. Dragon Soul War God was shocked and excited. It turned out that his lord was so horrifying. We're revived? What's going on? Great Emperor Danfeng and the others were shocked and puzzled. they couldn't believe it. We can be revived after dying? Many of the experts did not understand what was going on, but to be able to come back from the dead made them feel incomparably blessed and happy. Ancestor. Hong Ji's expression changed drastically. She sensed a familiar aura, and the moment she looked up, she was stunned. Ancestor is still alive. Hong Ji's tears fell instantly. She immediately transformed into her true form and flew up. Hong Ji, it's been hard on you all these years. The Ice Phoenix ancestor smiled gently. It's not hard at all. Hong Ji shook her head and cried tears of joy. She was extremely happy. Why are so many people revived? Is it the heaven-defying reincarnation? Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer suddenly guessed in shock. He immediately looked at Feng Wuchen. That's right. In the current Panga realm, only Feng Wuchen could do it. It's Feng Wuchen who revived you with the heaven-defying reincarnation. Great Ancestor Xianxia laughed excitedly again. It's really the heaven-defying reincarnation. Senior brother really comprehended the heaven-defying reincarnation. Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer and the others were extremely excited. So it's true. Great Emperor Heavenly Qilin was shocked. Obviously, he had also guessed it. The legendary heaven-defying reincarnation. The experts who were revived exclaimed in shock. Great Guardian, thank you for saving our lives. The experts of the ancient God Pavilion shouted respectfully. They finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Thank you, Lord Feng, for saving our lives. Thank you, Master, for saving our lives. The experts of the Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall and Divine Pill Pavilion also shouted respectfully. Feng Wuchen's position in their hearts had undoubtedly risen to a whole new level. Fu Tianjun, how is it? Do you feel despair? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He slowly raised the Dragon God sword and pointed it at the Paragon Main Shrine and the other major forces. Fu Tianjun and the others did not dare to answer. They were all scared silly. Demon Soul Sovereign was held back by Panga Shi and Great Ancestor Xianzhan. Shueisha was also held back by the Space Emperor and Time Emperor. There was no way he could save them, this was despair. Mysterious Heaven Battle God Formation. Open. Shadowless Storm Formation. Open. Ancient Divine Sky Formation. Open. Feng Wuchen formed a seal with one hand and shouted. The three formations were activated one after another. The three formations were so huge that they covered all the experts of the Ancient God Pavilion, Dragon Soul, Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall, and Divine Pill Pavilion. Their strength and speed were all raised. The lineup was already terrifying enough, but Feng Wuchen still raised their strength and speed. Listen to my command. Ancient God Pavilion, Dragon Soul, Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall, Divine Pill Pavilion, all the ancient beasts, use all your trump cards. Kill without mercy. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. A domineering aura that was above all things erupted. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was the supreme leader of all of them. Kill. The experts of the four major forces roared at the same time and unleashed their full strength. The ancient beasts roared, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Feng Wuchen's eternal realm strength was protecting them. After seeing how powerful defying reincarnation was, they were completely at ease leaving their lives in Feng Wuchen's hands. The surging aura of the army frightened the experts of the Paragon Main Shrine and the other major forces. Feng Wuchen waved the Dragon God sword and shouted angrily, enjoy the slaughter to your heart's content. Unleash your strength to your heart's content. I'll use my strongest physical strength to ensure that you won't die. Kill. Kill. The four forces, the Emperor Ape Royal family, and the ancient demonic beasts roared as the army charged forward. Feng Wuchen's 300 Great Emperor puppets locked onto the enemy Great Emperors. A terrifying lineup swept over from all directions. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb and their bodies turn cold. The soul-stirring murderous aura, the power and aura that made one despair, attacked the enemy's psychological defense mercilessly. The cowardly ones were completely scared out of their wits. Especially young Master Nanhua and the others. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. If they had known that Feng Wuchen was so terrifying, they wouldn't have dared to attack him even if they had 10,000 guts. It wasn't until today that the major forces truly understood how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. A great battle was about to break out. The five forces and the ancient demonic beasts attacked crazily. The experts of the Supreme Divine Hall and the other major forces were completely stunned and panicked. The experts of the major forces were all scared out of their wits and ran for their lives. If they stayed, they would definitely die. Unfortunately, it was all too late. It was impossible for them to escape. Feng Wuchen had 18 10-direction Great Emperors on his side. The Supreme Divine Hall only had 11. After the previous battle, they had used up a lot of their strength. How could they fight against Emperor Yijun and the others? In less than a minute, the experts of the Supreme Divine Hall and the other forces had suffered heavy casualties, and cries of agony could be heard everywhere. Proud Sky Divine Hall, 10,000 Tao Divine Sect, Nebulous Sacred Hall, I gave you a chance, but there won't be a second time. If you don't cherish it, then disappear completely today. Feng Wuchen's cold voice reached the ears of the major forces experts. The cold and murderous words had already sentenced them to death. The mysterious South Arch and the 10,000 Tao Divine Sect Master were in complete despair. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Even if they knelt down and begged for mercy, they wouldn't be able to live. Whoosh, whoosh, the 1,000 illusion technique was used. In a flash, young Master Nanhua's head was separated from his body. Young Master Nanhua didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Whoosh! Whoosh, chi! 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 The young masters of the myriad Tao Divine Sect, Nebula Divine Palace, Profound Wind Pavilion, and Heaven Underworld Immortal Palace were all slashed in the throat by Feng Wuchen. Ling Tian, Divine Snow, Heaven's Gate, destroy Proud Heaven Divine Palace's 5 forces. Feng Wuchen ordered. Understood. Ling Tian Great Emperor and the others acknowledged respectfully. Ancient Sorcerer Great Emperor, leave Fu Tianjun to me, Feng Wuchen said coldly and walked over with the Dragon God sword in his hand. Yes. Senior Martial Brother. Ancient Shaman Great Emperor and the other 3 said respectfully. Seeing Feng Wuchen walking over, Fu Tianjun was terrified to the extreme. The ancestor of soul force was an existence he could not contend against. Even if he was the great emperor of 10 directions, he could only feel fear when facing Feng Wuchen. Kill him. Quickly kill him. Fu Tianjun cried out in fear. He was extremely panicked. Unfortunately, no one dared to touch Feng Wuchen. None of the experts from the various forces dared to approach him. Protector Poliu and Protector Qing were held back by the Blood Qilin, Suyang Tian was held back by Great Emperor Yijun, and the other elders were held back by the Xingang elders. No one could stop Feng Wuchen. Fu Tianjun, no one can save you today. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Even though the ancestor of soul force consumed a lot of energy, it was enough to deal with Fu Tianjun. Fu Tianjun's face contorted in fear. Since his soul force was no match for Feng Wuchen, he released a terrifying amount of energy. But before Fu Tianjun could do anything, the domineering ancestor of soul force landed on him. Pfft, Fu Tianjun spat out a mouthful of blood and was injured on the spot. Grand Elder. The upper echelons of the Sovereign Divine Palace panicked. In front of the ancestor of soul force, the soul force of a great emperor of 10 directions was completely useless. With a thought, the 1,000 Illusions Emperor unleashed his soul force, and Feng Wuchen silently appeared in front of Fu Tianjun. When Fu Tianjun saw Feng Wuchen, he instinctively retreated in fear. The Grand Elder of the Sovereign Divine Palace is scared to such an extent. The longer you live, the more you fear death. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen, if you kill me, Lord Demon Soul Sovereign won't let you off. Fu Tianjun threatened. Do you think threatening me will work? I'll be honest with you. I've never placed Demon Soul Sovereign in my eyes. Feng Wuchen said arrogantly as he activated the ancestor of soul force again. No. Feng Wuchen, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Fu Tianjun immediately begged for mercy. Don't kill you? Feng Wuchen's face contorted as he roared, if I didn't go against the heavens, would they have been able to revive? You deserve to die. Killing you 10,000 times will be enough. The tyrannical ancestor of soul force attacked Fu Tianjuan's soul. PFFF. Pfff, Fu Tianjun spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his soul was severely injured. Grand Elder. The experts of the Sovereign Divine Palace panicked, and their hearts burned with anxiety. Unfortunately, they couldn't even protect themselves, so they couldn't help. Demon Soul Sovereign, do you want to save Fu Tianjun? Feng Wuchen looked at Demon Soul Sovereign in the air and asked. Feng Wuchen. Demon Soul Sovereign's face contorted in anger. Pangashi and Black War Ancestor attacked crazily, and they didn't care about the consequences. All kinds of powerful ancient Pangu arts appeared one after another. Even though they knew they couldn't harm Demon Soul Sovereign, they only needed to delay him. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign, save me! Fu Tianjun cried for help. He was truly afraid of death. It seems like even he can't save you. Feng Wuchen sneered as he gathered the ancestor of soul force in his palm and attacked Fu Tianjun mercilessly. Feng Wuchen, stop! Demon Soul Sovereign shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen, stop! The elders of the Sovereign Divine Palace shouted. Ancient Shaman Great Emperor, Pale Wind Great Emperor, and the others looked over. Feng Wuchen didn't disappoint them. Boom! Pfff. Feng Wuchen's palm landed on Fu Tianjun's head, and a loud explosion sounded. Fu Tianjun spat out a mouthful of blood, and his soul shattered. He died on the spot. Good kill. Great Emperor Myriad Era and the others shouted excitedly when they saw this scene. Feng Wuchen. I won't forgive you. Demon Soul Sovereign was enraged, and he roared at the sky. I'll wait for you to kill me. Feng Wuchen sneered. Little brother Feng, Panga Divine Palace's Emperor Tianyong is Xianxia. That old ghost with white hair and black robes is him. The Blood Chelan's voice sounded. Feng Wuchen's gaze quickly locked onto Emperor Tianyong, but he only glanced at him. Emperor Tianyong also looked at Feng Wuchen. The Panga Divine Palace shouldn't have interfered. Since they did, they should disappear. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he looked at Xianxia in the sky. This person's life aura is the same as the one I sensed at the back mountain of the Panga Divine Palace. It seems like I guessed correctly. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Kuanping Beast, Primal Chaos Beast, Ancient Demon King, Ice Abyss Divine Yuan Ancestor, Xianxia Beast, Emperor Ape King Ancestor, kill the 6 elders of the Panga Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. Emperor. The 6 ancient beasts bowed respectfully. End of chapter. The 6 ancient beasts were all top ancient beasts from the 100 Emperors era. They already had super strong physical bodies, and now that their bloodline power had been greatly enhanced, they were definitely not inferior to the 6 elders of the Panga Shrine. Feng Wuchen gave the order, and the 6 elders of the Panga Shrine changed their expressions. They were obviously afraid of the Kuanping Beast. After all, the Kuanping Beast was the most loyal subordinate of the Demon Emperor. Emperor Tianyong and the rest knew how strong they were. Xianxia, I'm afraid the 6 elders won't be able to last long. Feng Wuchen glanced at Xianxia coldly. Feng Wuchen, how long do you think the Space Emperor and Time Emperor can last? Xianxia asked coldly. It's good that you can't kill them. I dare to guarantee it with my life. Feng Wuchen sneered. He was very confident in the power of the Eternal Realm. I don't need to defeat them, Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia, don't underestimate us. The Space Emperor roared, his face hideous. Xianxia sneered disdainfully, those below the Panga realm are all ants. Although that was the case, the Space Emperor and Time Emperor had special divine powers and were not easy to deal with. Moreover, they had the power of the Eternal Realm and could recover from their injuries instantly. Is that so? I hope you can do it quickly. Feng Wuchen sneered and shot out with the Dragon God sword in his hand. Feng Wuchen used the 1,000 illusions technique consecutively. Everywhere he passed, dozens of experts were slashed by his sword. His methods were ruthless and merciless. Feng Wuchen never showed mercy when killing his enemies. With Feng Wuchen as the leader, the 5 major forces and the ancient beasts started a crazy massacre. Emperor Tianyong, back then, the Panga Shrine swept through the major forces of the Panga realm. It was very impressive. I also want to test your strength. The Kuanping Beast roared. Surging battle intent burst out as he shot out ruthlessly. Come, let me fight to my heart's content. The primal chaos beast roared excitedly. The 6 ancient beasts shot out at the same time. Heavenly Emperor Tianyong's face was extremely solemn. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. The Kuanping beast's strength had already reached the peak of the 10 Directions Emperor realm, far surpassing Emperor Tianyong. Emperor Tianyong, be careful. The Kuanping beast arrived in the blink of an eye. With a slight sneer, it viciously smashed down with its gigantic claws. Heavenly Emperor Tianyong unleashed his full strength and met the attack with a palm. Boom. Buzz. A ferocious collision caused an earth-shaking explosion. The destructive power of the collision carried with it the power to destroy all things, causing the 36-layered heavens to violently explode and shake. What a heavy force. Heavenly Emperor Tianyong's heart skipped a beat as he felt a sharp pain in his arm, causing his old face to contort. This terrifying and tyrannical energy was filled with penetrative power. It mercilessly attacked Emperor Tianyong's limbs and bones, causing him to feel the sensation of being torn apart. Heavenly Emperor Tianyong, you seem to be in a lot of pain. The Kuanping beast sneered as he continued to increase his strength. Great Emperor Tianyong gnashed his teeth, his old face extremely sinister. Seeing that he couldn't hold on any longer, Emperor Tianyong immediately borrowed the strength of the Kuanping beast to retreat. Obviously, he was no match for the Kuanping. Do you think you can escape? The Kuanping beast sneered. Its gigantic body arrived in front of Heavenly Emperor Tianyong in the blink of an eye and viciously smashed down with its claws. What? Heavenly Emperor Tianyong's face changed drastically. He didn't expect the gigantic Kuanping beast to be so fast. Divine energy protection. Heavenly Emperor Tianyong roared. Boom. Book room. The terrifying claw smashed down, and with a loud boom, the terrifying force sent Heavenly Emperor Tianyong flying. The blood in his body churned violently. What tyrannical strength! Hall Master's black demon is completely unable to resist it. Heavenly Emperor Tianyong was extremely shocked. Furthermore, he felt that the Kuanping beast hadn't used its full strength. After all, the strength of a peak 10 Directions Great Emperor was much stronger than him. At the same time, the primal chaos beast and the ancient demon king had also unleashed their strongest attacks. The 5 grand elders of the Pengu shrine attacked with all their might, but they were still suppressed. Not only did the ancient mutated beasts possess tyrannical strength, but they also had extremely strong physical bodies. The Paragon Divine Hall and the other major powers were forced to retreat. Their experts were killed one after another, and they suffered heavy casualties. The 8 10 Directions Great Emperors on the Dragon Soul's side were unstoppable. Not to mention the 8 10 Directions Great Emperors, just one of them was enough to wipe out the experts of the Paragon Divine Hall and the other major powers. It was a crazy and merciless massacre, just like how the Paragon Divine Hall had massacred the Dragon Soul and the Ancient God Pavilion. The tide of the battle had turned. The experts of the Dragon Soul and the other major powers were in a frenzy. The crazy massacre made everyone feel endless satisfaction and satisfaction. 5 minutes later, the Proud Sky Divine Hall, the Myriad Tao Divine Sect, the Nebula Divine Hall, the Profound Wind Pavilion, and the Heavenly Underworld Immortal Palace were destroyed. 10 minutes later, the Ancient Emperor Divine Hall was destroyed. Half an hour later, the overwhelming Sky Great Emperor was killed by the Proud Wind Great Emperor. The 6 Grand Elders of the Pengu Shrine were severely injured and couldn't hold on for much longer. As for the Blood Fiend, he had yet to deal with the Space Great Emperor and the Time Great Emperor. Pengu Shi and Ancestor Xianxia fought the Demon Soul Supreme with their lives on the line and successfully stalled him. That was why the major powers suffered heavy casualties. An hour later, Protector Palu and Protector Qing were severely injured by the Blood Qilin. The two of them couldn't defeat the Blood Qilin whose bloodline had been upgraded for the second time. In just an hour, the major powers were destroyed one after another. The army of tens of thousands was almost wiped out. Only the elders of the Paragon Divine Hall and some great emperors were left. The Ancient God Pavilion, the Dragon Soul, and the exotic beasts were in a frenzy. Fu Tianjun had been killed by Feng Wuchen. The Paragon Divine Hall couldn't revive everyone like Feng Wuchen. The Paragon Divine Hall had suffered a great loss in this battle. The 4 grand elders were severely injured and couldn't hold on for much longer. My lord, only the 10 directions great emperor and the 7 great ancient great emperors are left in the Paragon Divine Hall. The rest have been killed. The major powers, including those who fled, were all killed by us. Xianxia reported respectfully. Haha. How delightful. Lu Qingyang, Lin Yu, and the others laughed excitedly, feeling extremely satisfied. The 5 major powers cheered excitedly. Old Devil Soul, Shuasha, your people can't hold on for much longer. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. It was only a matter of time before the remaining people died. Shuasha's face was ferocious. He wanted to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Kuan-Pung beast, kill them. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, my lord. Kuan-Pung beast and the other great ancient beasts replied respectfully. They unleashed even more terrifying and domineering power. The faces of the 6 elders of the Panga Divine Palace changed dramatically, and they were so frightened that their hearts were pounding. No need to show mercy. I said, all of them must die. Not even the old devil soul can protect them. Feng Wuchen looked at the experts of the Paragon Divine Hall coldly and fiercely. Great Elder Xiangang, kill them. Great Emperor Wanxi roared. Kill them. The 5 forces of the Dragon Soul and the ancient beasts roared in response. The 4 elders and the protectors of the Supreme Divine Palace were severely injured. They were gradually at a disadvantage under the fierce attacks of Emperor Yi Jun and Elder Xiangang. Their injuries were getting worse. On the other hand, Emperor Yi Jun and the others were not injured at all with the support of the Eternal Life Realm. This was the weakest moment for the Supreme Divine Palace and Panga Divine Palace. They had to take this opportunity to destroy them. Second Elder, go to hell, Elder Xiangang said fiercely. He formed a seal with both hands and performed the powerful ancient Panga technique. The second Elder's expression was filled with panic and fear. He was not Elder Xuangang's opponent at all. Ancient Panga technique. Instant shadow sword. Elder Xiangang roared and condensed an energy sword that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, Elder Xiangang waved his hand, and the terrifying energy sword shot out with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. It was invincible. The second elder of the Supreme Divine Palace was pale and terrified. He could feel the aura of death. He wanted to shout for help, but he couldn't. Perhaps it was because of his identity. Xianxia, I'll kill you with the most powerful sword Dao. Emperor Yi Jun shouted, and a powerful sword intent burst out. Xianxia's pale face was extremely ferocious. If Emperor Yi Jun didn't have the support of the Eternal Life Realm, Xianxia wouldn't have been injured so badly. Ancient Panga technique. Sorrowful Soul Destroyer sword. Emperor Yi Jun roared and swung his sword. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, an extremely domineering sword light that was hundreds of thousands of feet long tore through the air and rushed towards Xianxia with a destructive might. The terrifying sword light directly scared Xianxia silly. How could he resist it? You 2 brats schemed against me. Today, I'll turn you into ashes. The Blood Kirin shouted and shot out fiercely. Its terrifying murderous aura locked onto Protector Poliu and Protector Qing. Gulp, Protector Poliu and Protector Qing were terrified. Their eyes were filled with despair. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign, please come and save us. Protector Qing couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Unfortunately, Demon Soul Sovereign was powerless to help them. Dragon Soul, Ancient God Pavilion, and the rest of the 5 forces cheered excitedly. However, at this moment, a black figure suddenly shot over from the distance at an extremely terrifying speed. It's the aura of the old monster soul. Feng Wuchen frowned, as if he had thought of something. Emperor Yi Jun and Elder Xuangang's expressions changed drastically. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. In the blink of an eye, the purple light disappeared, and the terrifying power sent Emperor Yi Jun and the others flying like cannonballs, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. So fast. There's no time to dodge. Emperor Yi Jun's heart jolted with shock. This is the power of the old devil. A clone? Elder Xiangang and the others were also extremely shocked. Panga Realm. Kuan-Pung Beast and Chaos Beast exclaimed at the same time. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the Kuan-Pung beast and the other ancient beasts were hit by the overbearing and terrifying divine power until they vomited blood. Their huge bodies were sent flying. Yuanling divine power. This is the clone of the old monster soul sovereign. The ancestor of the Ape King clan exclaimed in shock. As expected of the strongest divine power in the Panga realm. My ancient power is completely suppressed. Ancient Xianxia beast was also frightened. The purple lightning was extremely fast and powerful. Kuan-Pung beast and the others couldn't withstand it at all. The powerhouses of Dragon Soul's 5 major forces were instantly stunned. More than a dozen 10 great emperors were sent flying in an instant. Sure enough, those below the Panga realm were ants. Fortunately, Emperor Yijun and the others were supported by the power of the Eternal Realm. Even if they were seriously injured, their injuries were quickly recovering. Feng Wuchen, you can't destroy the Paragon main temple just because you want to. You'll soon know how strong I am. Demon Soul Sovereign's clone said coldly as he glared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. He didn't expect Demon Soul Sovereign's clone to not return to his main body. Old Monster Soul Sovereign's clone. Space Emperor's expression changed drastically. This is the clone that returned. Ancestor Xianxia frowned deeply. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. That's right. This clone of mine has been cultivating all this time and has taken up a lot of my power. Do you really think this is all I've got? Thank you, Lord Demon Soul Sovereign. Second Elder and the others thanked him gratefully. Old Monster Soul Sovereign is indeed terrifying. Xianxia frowned as a hint of wariness flashed through his old eyes. Pangashi frowned deeply and said fiercely, I've been wondering why you'd rather watch the experts of the Paragon main temple get killed than fight to the death. So part of your power is in your clone. Pangashi knew Demon Soul Sovereign's strength from his battle with him in the past. After millions of years, Demon Soul Sovereign's strength had become even stronger. Even if the two of them attacked together, they couldn't completely suppress Demon Soul Sovereign. It turned out that part of Demon Soul Sovereign's power was in his clone. Pangashi, Ancestor Xianxia, the real battle begins now. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered arrogantly. My lord, we can't move. Emperor Yijun's voice came at this moment. My lord. We can't move either. Yuanling's divine power has sealed our power. Chaos Beast hurriedly said. Although Emperor Yijun and the others had the power of the Eternal Realm to heal their injuries, they couldn't move because of Demon Soul Sovereign's divine power. What? Our power is sealed? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Emperor Yijun and the others' divine power was sealed, which meant that they couldn't fight anymore. Feng Wuchen's expression turned grave. This was something that Feng Wuchen hadn't expected. Demon Soul Sovereign wasn't so easy to deal with. Feng Wuchen, your strongest body can indeed heal their injuries, but my power can completely seal their divine power. My Yuanling divine power is the strongest existence in Panga realm. If they can't move, they're no different from trash. Demon Soul Sovereign's clone sneered. As he spoke, the clone flashed in front of the main body. Now, I'll show you my true power. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered arrogantly. His clone immediately merged with the main body. Buzz. As the clone's power merged with the main body, Demon Soul Sovereign's aura began to erupt wildly. Unimaginably terrifying divine power surged wildly. All the experts present, except for Feng Wuchen, felt an overwhelming pressure. This was the suppression of the Yuanling divine power. Pft. 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 Under the merciless suppression of the Yuanling divine power, the 5 forces and the ancient beasts all vomited blood. End of chapter. The unimaginably terrifying aura made the 5 forces and the ancient beasts unable to move. The merciless suppression made them vomit blood again, and their injuries worsened. Space Emperor and Time Emperor were no exception. Demon Soul Sovereign's aura avoided the Sovereign Main Shrine's experts and Xianxia. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to injure the 5 forces and thousands of beasts. How terrifying was that? Old Demon Soul Sovereign's strength has become so terrifying. Pangashi exclaimed in disbelief. Back then, Pangashi still had the strength to fight Demon Soul Sovereign, but after millions of years, Demon Soul Sovereign's strength had far surpassed Pangashi's. Patriarch Xianxia and the Space Emperor were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Xianxia didn't expect Demon Soul Sovereign to be able to injure him so easily without using his true strength. Buzz. Demon Soul Sovereign's power seemed to be limitless as it erupted continuously. The terrifying power had spread from Panga Realm to the 7th level of the dimensional space. A black shadow appeared in the 7th level of the dimensional space and said, "After millions of years in seclusion, Demon Soul Sovereign's strength has indeed become stronger. It can even spread to the 7th level of the dimensional space. It seems like he can resist the dimensional power now. Yinglong, it's time for you to show yourself. Sai, can't you just cultivate properly? Why must you fight to the death?" An old and helpless voice sounded. "Feng Wuchen's dragon gods might be different from yours, but his bloodline is above yours. To be able to surpass the Demon Emperor's bloodline, this Feng Wuchen is indeed not simple. Moreover, the dragon gods are related to your Yinglong clan," the Black Shadow said. 36th Heaven. Is this the true power of the Demon Soul Sovereign? Shueisha was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. It's ridiculously strong. Emperor Tianyong and the others were terrified, and the depths of their souls were trembling. "Feng Wuchen, you can ignore my aura. It must be because of some mysterious power, right?" Demon Soul Sovereign sneered and glanced at Feng Wuchen fiercely. "The peak of the Panga realm?" Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. He didn't expect Demon Soul supremacy to be so powerful. "Almost there, but this old thing is indeed very strong. Pangashi and old ancestor Xianxia are no match for him." The chaotic Xian fire beast said. "What terrifying power! Isn't this old monster too terrifying?" Lu Qingyang and the others were scared out of their wits. The destructive power of Demon Soul Sovereign was something they had never felt before. They could not understand it at all. "Have you felt my true power?" Demon Soul Sovereign's arrogant sneer rang out. The dazzling purple light dissipated, and Demon Soul Sovereign appeared in front of everyone. His strength and aura were much, much stronger than before. The experts of the Supreme Main Shrine were extremely excited. It was the happiness of returning to heaven from hell. "Pangashi, old ancestor Xianxia, now you know why I'm not afraid of you. It's because my strength is far above yours." Demon Soul Sovereign said proudly, "The strongest physical body can heal your injuries, but my divine power is stronger than the strongest physical body. In front of my divine power, any power is like a decoration." Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Demon Soul Sovereign instantly turned into a bright purple light and shot out at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Boom! With a flash of purple light, Pangashi and old ancestor Xianxia were sent flying without any time to react. What terrifying speed! I couldn't react in time. Pangashi was shocked. The difference in strength was too great. Boom, poof, in the next second, Demon Soul Sovereign was already in front of old ancestor Xianxia. His fist, which was covered in purple light, hit old ancestor Xianxia's chest. The domineering power sent old ancestor Xianxia flying and severely injured him. "Just one punch can injure me so much." Old ancestor Xianxia was shocked again. The punch made him feel like his bones were about to shatter. It was domineering and filled with penetrating power, as if it could penetrate all defenses. Not only did Demon Soul Sovereign's punch severely injure old ancestor Xianxia, but Feng Wuchen's eternal realm power could no longer heal old ancestor Xianxia's injuries. Old ancestor Xianxia! Eternal Realm Great Emperor and the others shouted in panic. How is this possible? One punch can injure old ancestor Xianxia. Long Xiaofeng and the others were stunned. Just how powerful was the Demon Soul Sovereign? Old Devil Soul Sovereign's divine power is indeed very strong. It's not that the Eternal Realm is weak, but that his cultivation realm is much higher than mine. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. After injuring old ancestor Xianxia with one punch, Demon Soul Sovereign had already appeared in front of Pangashi. His speed exceeded everyone's reflexes. His speed was incomprehensible. Pangashi's expression changed drastically, and his body stiffened. Too terrifying, they were not on the same level at all. Pangashi, you've been sealed by me for millions of years. Even if your cultivation has improved, you can't compare to me. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. Boom, Puff, Demon Soul Sovereign threw out a simple punch, and Pangashi spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew out like a cannonball. The overbearing power was simply invincible. How did old Devil Soul Sovereign become so strong? Wasn't he in seclusion for millions of years to heal his injuries? In the battle back then, I joined forces with the 100 Emperors to injure him. How did his cultivation improve so much? Pangashi was shocked and puzzled. That punch had also destroyed Pangashi's eternal realm power. Senior Pangashi is also injured. Everyone was shocked and panicked. Who would be able to fight against such a powerful existence? Lord Demon Soul Sovereign, kill them. Second Elder and the others shouted excitedly. Xianxia, you can kill them now. You can also take away the space and time divine power. Demon Soul Sovereign glanced at Xianxia and sneered. Before his voice died away, Demon Soul Sovereign had already appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. Husband, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao's face changed drastically. Big brother Feng. Sovereign. Young master. Dragon Soul's people were shocked, and their hearts were about to jump out of their bodies. After Demon Soul Sovereign appeared for a few seconds, Dragon Soul's people finally reacted. Great Emperor Ao Feng and the others immediately tried to save Feng Wuchen, but they were sent flying before they could even get close. It's so fast that even Ancestor of Soul Power can't catch it. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Feng Wuchen, no matter what I want, I will definitely get it. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered. Instantly, he grabbed Feng Wuchen by the throat and lifted him up. I let you go not because my doppelganger was weaker than old ancestor Xianxia, but because I know that no one can take away this mysterious power. Only I can. Husband. My lord. Master. Everyone was so worried that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Feng Wuchen was no match for Demon Soul Prime's power. Demon Soul Prime was too strong. Pangashi and Black War Ancestor were like ants in front of him. They did not even have the chance to attack. That kind of power was beyond imagination. Feng Wuchen, do you know how strong I am now? Even if you have the bloodline of the Demon Emperor, you're still trash in my eyes. Do you regret making me your enemy now? Demon Soul Prime sneered. In Demon Soul Prime's eyes, Feng Wuchen was not simple, but he was still an ant. Feng Wuchen was expressionless as he said coldly, you're indeed very strong, but I don't regret it. Besides, you may not be able to take my power. Demon Soul Prime is digging his own grave. The Time Emperor shook his head. Others might not know, but the Time Emperor knew very well. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Demon Soul Prime said coldly, I'd like to see what makes you so stubborn. Demon Soul Prime's overbearing origin spirit divine power exploded as he tried to take Feng Wuchen's mysterious power by force. Feng Wuchen sneered, not afraid at all. Chaos Mystical Fire Beast, you're not going to help in this situation? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast was speechless. What? You're not going to resist? Seeing Feng Wuchen not moving at all, Demon Soul Prime asked disdainfully, Feng Wuchen, do you think I won't do anything to you because of my reputation? Aren't you too naive? Chaos Mystical Fire Beast, speak. Feng Wuchen scolded telepathically. Don't worry. The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast replied. However, at this moment, a voice rang out in the void. Demon Soul, stop. An old voice rang out. The sudden old voice caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Someone dared to call Demon Soul Prime that. Yinglong? Demon Soul Sovereign's old face was filled with surprise. Soon after, he frowned deeply. Emperor Yinglong. Patriarch Xianzhan's face was filled with shock. Emperor Yinglong. All the experts exclaimed as they looked at the void at the same time. Fear flashed across the eyes of the experts from the Supreme Main Divine Hall. Emperor Yinglong is here. The thousands of mutant beasts grew excited. This is the power of the Panga realm. Xianxia exclaimed, Yinglong has also broken into the Panga realm. Is this the aura of Winged Dragon? It really is similar to the bloodline of the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He did not expect Winged Dragon to appear now. After the 100 Emperors, the strongest emperor has already broken through to the Panga realm. Emperor Myriad Era was extremely shocked. Emperor Yinglong, no, I should call him Supreme Yinglong. His aura has already surpassed that of ancestor Xianxia. He's almost on par with senior Pangashi, Emperor Yijun said in shock. What a terrifying ancient aura! Great Emperor Ao Feng exclaimed. Above the void, an old man in a white robe appeared. There was no fluctuation in the air. The white-haired, white-robed old man was none other than Winged Dragon. Everyone's eyes fell on Winged Dragon. Most of them had never seen him before. Winged Dragon, I didn't expect you to have also broken through to the Panga realm. No wonder you're the strongest emperor after the 100 emperors, Supreme Demon Soul said with a faint smile. Demon Soul, your power has already spread to the 7th level of the dimensional space and triggered a dimensional storm. Let's stop here, Winged Dragon said. I'll take care of everything soon. I won't disturb your cultivation, Supreme Demon Soul said with a faint smile. Winged Dragon ignored him and took a step forward. In the next second, he silently appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. He also silently saved Feng Wuchen from the hands of Supreme Demon Soul. Of course, it was not because Winged Dragon was stronger than Supreme Demon Soul, but because Supreme Demon Soul did not stop him. However, Demon Soul Supremacy's old face had already turned somewhat gloomy. Feng Wuchen, I'm also a member of the dragon race. I'm a member of the Winged Dragon race. I'm somewhat similar to the dragon gods, Supreme Yinglong said with a faint smile. Hearing Yinglong's words, Demon Soul Sovereign's face darkened even more. Feng Wuchen looked at Winged Dragon and said, I've heard about you from the Blood Kirin. I know about the Winged Dragon race. It's a blessing for the dragon race to have a top genius like you, Supreme Yinglong said with a happy smile. Winged Dragon, what do you mean? Are you going to interfere with my business? Supreme Demon Soul asked in a cold voice. Didn't I just say it? You can stop now, Winged Dragon said aggressively. It was obvious that he wanted to interfere. You. Supreme Demon Soul was furious, but he did not attack. Winged Dragon is not as strong as Old Demon Soul, but Old Demon Soul is afraid of him. Feng Wuchen was shocked. It wasn't just Feng Wuchen. Everyone present could see it. Supreme Demon Soul was so powerful that he should not be afraid of anyone in Panga Realm. But Winged Dragon's appearance made Supreme Demon Soul not dare to attack. The experts from the Supreme Main Divine Hall and Xianxia saw this too. They were also confused. Old Demon Soul is afraid of Winged Dragon? Pangashi was very surprised. He was curious why Supreme Demon Soul was afraid of Winged Dragon. What was the reason that Supreme Demon Soul did not dare to attack Winged Dragon? No one could guess the reason. Xianxia, you guys should leave as well. The war has already caused too many deaths. Many innocent people in the 36 heavenly layers have also been implicated. Winged Dragon looked at Xianxia and said. Although his words seemed calm, it gave people the feeling that he was giving an order. Xianxia wanted to kill Space Emperor and Time Emperor, but he had to stop now. Although he did not want to, he did not dare to ignore Winged Dragon. Since Supreme Demon Soul did not dare to attack, Xianxia did not dare to act rashly. Go. Xianxia said coldly. He turned into a strange black substance and disappeared. Emperor Tianyong and the others also turned into a black substance and disappeared. Demon Soul, give me some face. Feng Wuchen is similar to my Winged Dragon clan. Besides, look at what you have done to Panga World. Do you not care about the lives of the cultivators in Panga World? Stop. Winged Dragon looked at Demon Soul and said helplessly. How could Supreme Demon Soul let Feng Wuchen go when he saw that the mysterious energy was about to be in his hands? Feng Wuchen openly went against me and killed many of the Supreme Main Shrine's cultivators. He deserves to die. How can I let him go? You can protect him once, but how many times can you protect him? Supreme Demon Soul asked fiercely. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to give me face or not? Supreme Demon Soul asked in a bad mood. You. Supreme Demon Soul was about to go crazy. Supreme Demon Soul did not give him face in front of so many people. There won't be a next time. Supreme Demon Soul said fiercely, if you dare to interfere in my affairs again, don't blame me for turning hostile. Feng Wuchen, you won't be so lucky next time. Winged Dragon won't be able to protect you a second time. Let's go. Sovereign Demon Soul shouted furiously at Feng Wuchen, and then he transformed and left. End of chapter. Supreme Demon Soul had really left. In this battle, the Supreme Divine Palace had suffered heavy casualties. Many of their experts had fallen, and their subordinate forces had been annihilated. Even Fu Tianjun had been killed by Feng Wuchen. Just because of Supreme Ying Long's appearance, Supreme Demon Soul had actually given up on such a huge grudge. Feng Wuchen and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Everyone was curious as to what kind of trump card Sovereign Ying Long had to actually cause Sovereign Demon Soul to be so afraid of him. However, one thing was for sure, Supreme Ying Long was not an enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out to stop Supreme Demon Soul. Ying Long, if you dare to interfere in my matters again, don't blame me for being impolite. Supreme Demon Soul's vicious threat resounded. Supreme Ying Long shook his head slightly and did not answer. Many thanks, Senior Ying Long. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Even though he was curious, he didn't ask anything. Supreme Demon Soul gave me face this time, but I can't say for sure next time. Supreme Ying Long smiled faintly, I can only fight for this one chance for you. Supreme Demon Soul's strength is above mine. I know. Feng Wuchen nodded. Ying Long, why is that old ghost so wary of you? Pangashi couldn't help asking. Senior Pangashi. Supreme Ying Long cupped his fists respectfully and said politely, maybe it's because of the Ying Dragon clan's bloodline. Supreme Ying Long's answer was uncertain. Clearly, he didn't want to answer too much. Although the Ying Dragon clan's bloodline was strong, Feng Wuchen, the Dragon Gods, and the Rakshasa Divine clan's bloodline were even stronger. Why wasn't Supreme Demon Soul afraid of them? With Feng Wuchen's help, the Kuanping Beast, Chaos Beast, Xianxia Beast, and Ancient Beast King's bloodline had already surpassed Supreme Ying Long's. Why wasn't Supreme Demon Soul afraid of them? Clearly, Supreme Ying Long's answer wasn't true. In short, everyone could see that Supreme Demon Soul was wary of Supreme Ying Long. The Supreme Divine Palace has suffered great losses this time. Supreme Demon Soul won't let this matter rest. Everyone, be careful. Supreme Ying Long reminded them. Thank you, Senior Winged Dragon. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists in thanks. Alright, it's time for me to leave. You must be careful. Ying Long said with a faint smile. He cupped his fists at Pangashi and Ancestor Xianzhan, then disappeared. Senior Pangashi, Ancestor Xianzhan, are you alright? Feng Wuchen hurriedly asked. Pangashi shook his head and said, this injury is nothing. Old Demon Soul's divine power is too terrifying. It can even suppress our divine power, Ancestor Xianzhan said helplessly. This alone made it difficult for them to fight against Demon Soul Supreme. Feng Wuchen activated the mysterious power and the power of the Eternal Realm, dispelling the Monster Soul Supreme's godly power for Pangashi and Xianzhan forefather. Even the strongest physical strength can't do anything to old Monster Soul's divine power. Pangashi sighed helplessly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, it's not that I can't. It's just that my cultivation is too weak, and the gap between our realms is too big. In less than a minute, Pangashi and Ancestor Xianzhan had fully recovered from their injuries. Old Devil Demon Soul's strength is far above ours. It won't be long before he strikes again. Ying Long won't interfere again. Even if he does, we won't be able to defeat Old Devil Demon Soul. Ancestor Xianzhan frowned deeply, feeling extremely worried. Nothing is absolute in this world. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Nyo Chinese Network Time Emperor smiled and said, Feng Wuchen is right. Nothing is absolute in this world. Don't worry too much. Pangashi nodded slightly. This wasn't the time for them to truly despair. They still had a chance. Feng Wuchen, if you break through to the Panga realm, you can definitely fight Old Monster Soul. Ancestor Xianzhan was very confident in Feng Wuchen's strength. Feng Wuchen looked at the white energy in his hand and smiled bitterly. Breaking through to the Panga realm is easier said than done. Moreover, I'm only a gold-titled ancient god. You're the first gold-titled ancient god in the history of the Panga realm to be able to unleash the power of a great emperor. Space Emperor said. Feng Wuchen, this great emperor can provide you with enough time to cultivate. Time Emperor said. Then, with a flick of his finger, a light blue energy entered Feng Wuchen's body. This is... Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. This is the origin of this great emperor's time divine power. Your time divine power is only a small part of it. Refine this great emperor's time divine power and you'll have 10 times more time to cultivate. I hope it can help you improve your cultivation. Time Emperor smiled. As soon as the Time Emperor said this, everyone was shocked. 10 times the cultivation time, or even more, how terrifying was that? Thank you, Time Emperor. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. With the powerful time divine power, it would be much easier for Feng Wuchen to refine a space ring 10 times more than before. Feng Wuchen, hurry up. Old monster soul won't give us much time. Pangashi reminded and disappeared. Feng Wuchen naturally understood what Pangashi meant. Xianxia, pass down the order. Lead the dragon soul to conquer the 35th heaven. Feng Wuchen immediately ordered. Yes. Xianxia said respectfully and passed down the order. Everyone has worked hard in this battle. Let's disperse and go back to cultivate. Feng Wuchen looked at everyone and smiled. The Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Alchemy Sacred Palace, and Divine Pill Pavilion all left. Emperor, you have the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline, and the Emperor's bloodline is stronger. We are willing to follow the Emperor. Kuan-Pun Beast said respectfully. We are willing to follow the Emperor. Primal Chaos Beast, Xianxia Beast, and thousands of other beasts said respectfully. Wild Leopard, you are the commander of the Dragon Soul Beasts. They are under your command. Bring them to the Green-Black Tortoise. Feng Wuchen looked at Wild Leopard and said. Me? Wild Leopard was stunned and quickly said, Feng Wuchen, are you joking? You want me, a blue-titled ancient god, to take care of them? Brother Leopard, didn't the Honorable Lord ask me to take care of a group of experts? It's fine. Xianxia smiled happily. Let's go back to the Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Supreme Main Divine Palace. In the main hall, Supreme Monster Soul's face was extremely gloomy. The entire hall was filled with terrifying anger and killing intent. The pale faces of the 5 elders, Custodian Xianxia, and the others were filled with anger. They were about to destroy the Dragon God and Ancient God Pavilion, but Supreme Ying Long appeared and interrupted. Ying Long is really despicable. If it wasn't for him, Feng Wuchen and the others would all be dead today. Second elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. Pangashi and old ancestor Xianzhan are no match for Supreme Monster Soul. Killing them is as easy as flipping my hand. Xianxia said fiercely and clenched his fists. Ying Long is not as strong as Pangashi, but I really don't dare to touch him. Supreme Monster Soul said gloomily. If Supreme Monster Soul dared to touch Ying Long, he could easily injure him with a palm strike. Supreme Monster Soul, why is that? Everyone was puzzled. Demon Soul Supreme did not dare to touch Ying Long. The reason must be terrifying. Demon Soul Supreme was the strongest overlord in Panga Realm. What else was he afraid of? Demon Soul Supreme frowned and said in a deep voice, I don't dare to touch Ying Long. It has nothing to do with him. It has something to do with the person behind him. The person behind him? Second elder and the others were shocked. There was someone behind Ying Long, and it was someone that Demon Soul Supreme was afraid of. Was there anyone stronger than Demon Soul Supreme in Panga Realm? Demon Soul Supreme, no one has been stronger than you in Panga Realm for millions of years, right? Even Pangashi was no match for you, let alone the 100 emperors, Xianxia said in shock. Indeed, no one in Panga Realm is my match. Demon Soul Supreme nodded. He was very confident about this. However, Demon Soul Sovereign's next words scared the second elder and the others silly. Demon Soul Supreme said solemnly, the person behind Ying Long is from the chaotic realm. What? Primal Chaos Realm? Second elder, Xianxia, and the others' eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. To them, the chaotic realm was a legendary existence. No one in Panga Realm had ever stepped into the chaotic realm. Moreover, very few people knew about the existence of the chaotic realm. In their eyes, Panga Realm was the strongest existence in the world. That's right. Demon Soul Supreme said solemnly, the existence of the chaotic realm has always been a legend. No one in Panga realm has ever been there, not even Supreme Pangu. However, the chaotic realm does exist. The person behind Yinglong is from the chaotic realm. His strength is terrifying. This is why I don't dare to touch Yinglong this time. I gave Yinglong face because of the person behind him. If Yinglong dares to interfere again, I will not forgive him. Demon Soul Supreme, if we touch Yinglong, will the person behind him let us go? Third Elder asked worriedly. They were not worried at first. However, now that they knew there was someone behind Yinglong from the chaotic realm, they were afraid. I would rather die in the hands of the person behind him than allow anyone in Panga realm to challenge my authority. However, it's not like I'm out of ideas, the Supreme Demon Soul said viciously. His eyes squinted as they flickered with a terrifying murderous intent. As the most powerful overlord of the Panga realm, how could Demon Soul Supreme allow others to provoke him? Lord Demon Soul Sovereign, we have suffered great losses this time. The Great Elder was killed by Feng Wuchen and his subordinate forces were also destroyed. We cannot let Dragon Soul and the others off so easily. Protector Qin gritted his teeth and said furiously. Supreme Demon Soul said fiercely, before I take action, I need to find Yinglong. As long as I trap him, he won't interfere. This way, I won't offend the person behind him. By then, destroying Dragon Soul and the ancient god pavilion will be a piece of cake. Winged Dragon has already left. I will find him as soon as possible. He must be on the 7th level of the dimensional space. Even after reaching the Panga realm, only the 6th and 7th levels of the dimensional space were suitable for cultivation. Yinglong was definitely there. Sovereign Demon Soul had wanted to trap the Winged Dragon before attacking. However, the Winged Dragon had already interfered. After hesitating for a while, Sovereign Demon Soul gave up on that idea. Panga Shrine. In the main hall, Xianxia and the 6 great elders had solemn expressions. Old man, I really don't understand. Yinglong is not as strong as Panga Shi. Why is Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign so afraid of him? Emperor Tianyong was puzzled. Xianxia shook his head slightly and said coldly, I also don't understand. Old Demon Soul Sovereign has always been arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. However, today, he chose to give up because of Yinglong. This is not his style. Could it be that there is an expert behind Yinglong? The second elder guessed. Apart from this, there was no other possibility. Interesting reading. Impossible. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign is already the strongest in the Panga realm. There can't be anyone stronger than him. Even if there is, it shouldn't be enough to make Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign so afraid. Moreover, we should be able to guess who it is, but we can't. The third elder shook his head and said. Other than Panga Shi, Yinglong, Ancestor Xianxia, and the 100 Emperors, there are no other experts in the Panga realm. An elder shook his head and said. No matter what the reason is, Old Demon Soul Sovereign will definitely attack again. He can't afford to lose face like this. At that time, we might know the reason. Xianxia said solemnly. Although they were curious, they couldn't figure out the reason. Let the disciples who were sent to spy on him come back. They don't have the strength to kill Feng Wuchen. Xianxia continued. Fortunately, the disciples who were sent out didn't have the chance. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Black Demon still needs more power to merge with my power. During this period of time, I need to go into seclusion again. Send all the power of the blood cave over. Xianxia said. Yes. The 6 elders replied respectfully. 33 levels of Heaven Dragon Soul. After returning to the Dragon Soul, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others went into seclusion to cultivate. Feng Wuchen also went into the Divine Ring immediately. In the Divine Ring, Feng Wuchen's 10 primordial spirit avatars were refining the Time God power. The other primordial spirit avatars were still cultivating. After all, he wasn't far from breaking through to white-titled Ancient God. Feng Wuchen also hoped to refine the Time God power as soon as possible. Then, he would be able to create a space ring that was 10 times bigger. It would increase his cultivation even faster. Feng Wuchen took out the Reincarnation Pagoda and used the spiritual chi of Pangu Immortal Grass to help the Reincarnation Pagoda recover. Only when the reincarnation pagoda was fully recovered could Feng Wuchen save the 100 emperors. The spiritual chi of Pangu immortal grass can indeed help the reincarnation pagoda recover. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. This way, saving the 100 emperors would be much faster. Emperor Xianxia, I will be able to do what I promised you very soon. Unfortunately, old Devil Soul is very powerful. You might not be his match. Back then, Panga Shi and the 100 emperors might have been able to fight Devil Soul Prime. However, after millions of years, Panga Shi and the 100 emperors were sealed. Other than Panga Shi's cultivation increasing, the 100 emperors couldn't improve at all. Feng Wuchen sighed and shook his head helplessly. He then went into cultivation mode. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to white-titled ancient god realm. The time god power had been completely refined. Feng Wuchen immediately created a space ring that was 10 times bigger. Once successfully created, the space ring would definitely allow Feng Wuchen to break through to black-titled ancient god realm in a short time. With the help of the time god power, creating a space ring that was 10 times bigger was not difficult. 7th level of the dimensional space. Just as Yinglong appeared, a mysterious black shadow appeared. Devil Soul seems to be afraid of you. The Supreme God Palace's vitality is greatly damaged, but he doesn't dare to touch you. The black shadow smiled faintly. Yinglong frowned and said, you should have seen it too. Devil Soul won't let this go. The next time he attacks, I won't be able to stop him. Devil Soul is here. The black shadow suddenly said. Why is Demon Soul here all of a sudden? Yinglong was rather surprised, wondering why Demon Soul Supreme had suddenly come to the 7th level of the dimensional space. Could it be that he had come back to cultivate? That didn't make sense. Demon Soul Supreme was already the strongest existence in Panga realm. There was no need for him to return to the 7th level of the dimensional space to cultivate. Furthermore, Demon Soul Supreme had just come out of seclusion. It was impossible for him to come back for seclusion. Since he didn't come back to cultivate, what was he doing here? Seems like he's here for you. I wonder if he'll attack you. The black figure smiled faintly before disappearing silently. Yinglong shook his head slightly before disappearing as well. As soon as Demon Soul Supreme entered the 7th level of the dimensional space, a terrifying aura spread out wildly. His divine sense also spread out rapidly. Having secluded himself in the 7th level of the dimensional space for millions of years, Demon Soul Supreme was very familiar with the 7th level. I'll turn the entire 7th level of the dimensional space upside down. I don't believe that I can't find you. Demon Soul Supreme said fiercely. Instantly, countless doppelgangers shot out in all directions like lightning. However, to Demon Soul Supreme's disappointment, he couldn't sense Yinglong's aura at all. His doppelgangers were scattered all over the 7th level of the dimensional space, but they couldn't find anything either. Yinglong, get out here. Demon Soul Supreme roared as his original spirit divine power burst out. Demon Soul Supreme seemed to be planning to use his divine power to suppress Yinglong and force him out. The terrifying original spirit divine power crazily attacked the 7th level of the dimensional space, causing it to shake violently. Wherever the divine power passed, a large number of mountains collapsed one after another. Yinglong, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but show a painful expression under the suppression of the original spirit divine power. Humph. Creating your own dimension? Do you really think I can't find you? Demon Soul Supreme said fiercely. He had already sensed the location of the resistance. Crack. The terrifying original spirit divine power crazily attacked for a moment, and the independent dimension where Yinglong was completely shattered. Demon Soul Supreme appeared, his old face extremely gloomy. Resisting the huge pressure, Demon Soul Supreme asked in a gloomy voice, Demon Soul, why are you looking for me? The terrifying original spirit divine power directly locked onto Demon Soul Supreme. Demon Soul, you dare to touch me? The old face of Supreme Yinglong turned malevolent and incomparably ferocious. Instantly, a terrifyingly tyrannical primordial god power burst out. Humph. Demon Soul Supremacy snorted disdainfully and slapped out. In the instant he struck out with his palm, an enormous violet palm strike that was hundreds of thousands of meters long smashed towards Autark Rain Dragon. Ancient Panga Mantra. Rage of the Winged Dragon. Ying Long let out a thunderous roar as he fully activated his bloodline power and cast the Panga mantra. Next, a gigantic golden energy dragon soared into the sky, illuminating the dim dimensional space. Crack! However, in the face of Demon Soul Sovereign's power, the energy golden dragon was directly smashed into pieces, unable to withstand a single blow. The energy palm suddenly transformed into a claw, and in the blink of an eye, it trapped Sovereign Ying Long Supremacy Winged Dragon was simply unable to struggle free from this tyrannical power. Although Supreme Ying Long was also a Panga Realm expert, he was far weaker than Supreme Demon Soul, who was a Panga Realm expert who had lived for millions of years. I don't dare to touch you, Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy said coldly. Demon Soul Supremacy said coldly, but I still dare to trap you, so that you won't interfere with my affairs again. I don't want to kill you, but I can't guarantee that I won't kill you when I'm angry. Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy's goal was to trap Supreme Ying Long. Ancient Soul Seal. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign formed a seal with one hand and sealed Supreme Ying Long. You dare to seal me? Supreme Ying Long exploded with rage. The powerful seal not only sealed Supreme Ying Long's divine power, but also his body, making him unable to move. If you hadn't interfered, I would have already killed Panga Shi and old ancestor Xianxia, as well as destroyed the Dragon Soul and the ancient God Pavilion. I gave you face because of the person behind you. In my eyes, you are nothing more than an ant, Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy said disdainfully. Demon Soul, you just want to seize Feng Wuchen's power. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't seek your own death, Supreme Ying Long roared furiously. Seek my own death? Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy said arrogantly, no one in the Panga realm is my match. In the Panga realm, I have the final say. If the person behind you didn't come from the chaotic realm, your corpse would have already turned cold. Stay in the 7th level. If you dare to interfere again and push me too far, I will kill you too. Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy's old face suddenly turned ferocious, and he said coldly, I have been in the 7th level of the dimensional space for millions of years. I didn't know that you have been cultivating in the 7th level all this time. Perhaps there are other experts in the 7th level of the dimensional space. However, if anyone dares to interfere, go ahead and try. Demon Soul Supremacy left after leaving behind some vicious words. In the end, Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy still didn't dare to touch Supreme Ying Long. After all, the person behind Supreme Ying Long was from the chaotic realm. Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy couldn't afford to offend him. As soon as Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy left, the mysterious person appeared. For so many years, other than Supreme Pangu and me, you are the first one to reach this level. You are indeed amazing, the black figure said with a faint smile. He waved his hand gently and directly dissolved Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy's divine power. Easily dissolving Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy's divine power, one could see that the black figure's strength wasn't below Supreme Demon Soul Supremacy's. Supreme Ying Long frowned and said, Demon Soul Supremacy can't wait to seize Feng Wuchen's power. I'm afraid he will strike again soon. The black figure nodded slightly and said, Panga Shi used the reincarnation pagoda to save the 100 emperors. This time, you might be able to buy some time for Feng Wuchen. To be honest, I don't know how mysterious the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body is. I am really curious. Why? Do you think that by saving the 100 emperors, they can fight against Demon Soul Supremacy? Are you not going to do anything? Supreme Ying Long asked. Ying Long, don't forget that I am in charge of the dimensional space. I am not allowed to interfere with anything in the Pangu domain. It is up to you whether you want to interfere or not. The black figure shook his head and disappeared. Supreme Ying Long frowned and fell into deep thought. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Feng Wuchen had already refined a large number of 10-time space rings. He had also upgraded the quality of the divine rings to 9-star Pangu weapons. They were also 10-time space rings. After passing the 10-time space rings to Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest, Feng Wuchen went into seclusion again. Feng Wuchen needed to break through to the black-titled ancient god realm. Without the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl, Feng Wuchen could only rely on the spiritual energy of the Pangu Immortal Grass and the Pangu Immortal Stone to cultivate. When I break through to the black-titled ancient god realm, I will rely on Master's elixir to break through to the great emperor realm. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The primeval heaven-defying technique was activated, and Feng Wuchen quickly entered a state of cultivation. Dozens of primordial spirit doppelgangers were also madly absorbing the pure spiritual energy of the Pangu Immortal Grass and the Pangu Immortal Stone to cultivate. Feng Wuchen's cultivation rose rapidly. 10 times space rings. In half a month, I will break through to the black-titled ancient god realm. Feng Wuchen was full of confidence. 10 times space ring. According to the time in the outside world, Feng Wuchen only needed to cultivate in seclusion for slightly more than 10 days. With the help of the Pangu Immortal Grass, Pangu Immortal Stone, and Thousand Spirits Pool, Feng Wuchen was absolutely confident that he could break through to the black-titled ancient god realm. Besides his original body, he also had dozens of primordial spirit clones to help him. His cultivation speed was terrifying. If he couldn't break through after cultivating in seclusion for 3 months, how could Feng Wuchen be considered a top genius? With the 3 most powerful cultivation resources in the Panga realm, if Feng Wuchen couldn't break through after cultivating in seclusion for 3 months, he might as well die. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Under the crazy cultivation, Feng Wuchen's cultivation increased at an alarming rate. Just as Feng Wuchen had expected, he would break through to the black-titled ancient god realm within half a month. With such crazy training, my cultivation has increased much faster than I expected. I'm about to reach the peak of the white-titled ancient god realm. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. Besides Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others also broke through with the help of the 10 times space ring. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. In the divine ring, Feng Wuchen cultivated for more than 3 months. With the help of dozens of primordial spirit clones and 3 top cultivation resources, Feng Wuchen finally broke through to the black-titled ancient god realm. In the outside world, only 10 days had passed, and Feng Wuchen had broken through to the black-titled ancient god realm. If others knew about this, their jaws would drop to the ground. The top geniuses in the Panga realm definitely didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. To be able to break through to the black-titled ancient god realm within hundreds of thousands of years was already a miracle. The Pangu Immortal Grass, Pangu Immortal Stone, and Thousand Spirits Pool didn't disappoint me. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. The breakthrough in cultivation made Feng Wuchen ecstatic. Master, don't waste time. Quickly consume your master's pill and break through to Emperor Realm. Long Xinjian said anxiously. He seemed to be even more anxious than Feng Wuchen. The medicinal pills left behind by Master are very powerful and of very high quality. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. With a flip of his hand, 2 medicinal pills appeared in his palm. This blue elixir is for breaking through to the Great Emperor Realm. This green elixir is for helping a black-colored titled ancient god break through to the Great Emperor Realm. Master Apothecary has prepared both elixirs for me. Feng Wuchen could not wait to break through to the Great Emperor Realm. Emperor Peerless pills were incredibly effective. Feng Wuchen never doubted it. After 3 months of seclusion, the reincarnation pagoda has recovered quite a bit. Its aura is getting stronger and stronger. It's all thanks to the Pangu Immortal Grass. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Feng Wuchen swallowed 2 pills in one go. He began to break through to the Great Emperor Realm. As soon as the pills entered his mouth, they turned into an enormous wave of heat that flowed through Feng Wuchen's body. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's body swelled up as the energy from the pills exploded. His meridians were filled with enormous energy. The intense pain almost made Feng Wuchen faint. His Yuan spirit avatar absorbed the energy crazily. Feng Wuchen fully activated his bloodline power and eternal realm energy. At the same time, he controlled the enormous energy with the primeval heaven-defying art. Boom! Enduring the intense pain, he controlled the terrifying energy to attack the Great Emperor barrier. With a loud explosion, the domineering energy dissipated instantly. Breaking through to the Great Emperor realm was not an easy task. Boom! Pfft! Once again, the Great Emperor barrier rebounded all the energy, causing Feng Wuchen to vomit blood. The Eternal Realm energy could quickly heal Feng Wuchen's injuries. For this reason, Feng Wuchen did not care about his injuries at all. He focused on breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. The energy from the pills was enormous. Feng Wuchen had to break through to the Great Emperor realm before the energy weakened. Boom. Boom. Boom, again and again, he crazily attacked the barrier. While enduring the pain, he kept attacking. After an unknown period of time, Feng Wuchen's injuries worsened. No matter how fast the Eternal Realm recovered, it was not as fast as Feng Wuchen's injuries. Finally, the heavens didn't disappoint those who persevered. Under Feng Wuchen's relentless attacks, the Great Emperor's barrier shattered. Success! Haha! I finally succeeded. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He had the urge to roar to the sky. Feng Wuchen did not know how much time he had spent. Just as his energy was about to be exhausted, he actually broke through. After enduring so much pain and almost losing his life, the pain was finally over. Great Emperor Realm, with the help of the powerful pills, Feng Wuchen broke through to the Great Emperor Realm. In more than 3 months, he broke through to the black-titled Ancient God Realm and then the Great Emperor Realm. There was no other person with such terrifying speed in the entire Pangu domain. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the Great Emperor Realm. Dragon God Sword, Divine Eye, and other weapon souls cheered excitedly. His injuries were recovering rapidly. Feng Wuchen's aura was soaring at a terrifying speed. His strength and body were undergoing tremendous changes. His meridians were also expanding. After breaking through to the Great Emperor Realm, the mysterious energy in Feng Wuchen's body also underwent tremendous changes. It actually started to spread out an extremely overbearing and terrifying aura. It was a terrifying power that was above all things. Feng Wuchen could clearly feel the power of the Great Emperor Realm and his body that had become stronger. The overbearing power made Feng Wuchen extremely excited. This is the true power of a great emperor. The mysterious energy has also become stronger. What a terrifying aura. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. He was extremely excited. With a thought, Feng Wuchen entered the chaotic realm. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, come and fight with me. I want to consolidate my Great Emperor realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He could not wait to fight with all his strength. Just as the excited Feng Wuchen finished speaking, he discovered that the chaotic Xian Fire Beast was lying on the void, trembling all over. Its expression was filled with pain. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, what happened to you? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Quickly withdraw your mysterious energy. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast said strenuously. Mysterious energy? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Although he did not know what was going on, he immediately withdrew his mysterious energy. After the white energy disappeared, the chaotic Xian Fire Beast finally recovered. Feng Wuchen finally found a clue. The same thing happened to the chaotic Xian Fire Beast last time. Moreover, it happened every time when this mysterious energy erupted. This is definitely not a coincidence. Feng Wuchen frowned and said to himself. Immediately, he activated the mysterious energy again. The white energy erupted and the chaotic Xian Fire Beast's expression changed greatly. It was immediately suppressed and lay on the void again. This is bad. This brat found out. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast was alarmed. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, shouldn't you tell me something now? Feng Wuchen asked expressionlessly. Withdraw your power first. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast said painfully. Feng Wuchen withdrew his power and stared at the chaotic Xian Fire Beast and said, this energy should not be the real reason why you were suppressed. Am I right? The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast looked at Feng Wuchen helplessly. It didn't expect Feng Wuchen to suddenly want to compete with it. Now that it was discovered by Feng Wuchen, it was impossible for it not to say. You are right. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said helplessly, it is indeed not your mysterious power that is suppressing me, but the Chaos Blood Eye. As expected, I also guessed that it was related to the Chaos Blood Eye. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, indicating for it to continue. Comprehending the Chaos Realm can activate the Chaos Blood Eye. I came from the Chaos Realm, and it can be said that I was born from the Chaos Blood Eye. The Chaos Blood Eye can control me. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said. The Chaos Blood Eye can control you? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He thought it was just suppression, but he did not expect it to be control. In other words, Feng Wuchen could use the Chaos Blood Eye to control the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast. Seeing Feng Wuchen's shocked expression, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast quickly said, "Feng Wuchen, I am warning you. Although you know that the Chaos Blood Eye can control me, you better not use my power recklessly. This is also the Chaos Ancestors test for you." "Oh? It can control your Chaos Divine Power?" "If you didn't say it, I wouldn't know." Feng Wuchen grinned and said. "You." The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was furious. "Feng Wuchen. If you use my power recklessly, you can forget about passing the Chaos Ancestors test." The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said angrily. It was Feng Wuchen's first time seeing the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast anxious. "Chaos Blood Eye." Feng Wuchen grinned and suddenly shouted. "Activate the Chaos Blood Eye." "Feng Wuchen. You bastard." The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was shocked and could not help scolding. "Lie down, 4 feet in the air." Feng Wuchen ordered. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast immediately lay down obediently with 4 feet in the air. Even if it was unwilling, it had no choice. "Roll twice." Feng Wuchen ordered again. The Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast rolled 2 times on the ground obediently. It was extremely obedient. Haha. Dragon God's Sword, God's Eye, and the other weapon souls couldn't help but laugh. This was a terrifying beast from the Chaos Realm. "Feng Wuchen. You." The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast still wanted to curse. "Shut up." Feng Wuchen ordered. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was so angry that its internal organs were rolling. "Call me Master." Feng Wuchen grinned. "Master," the Chaotic Mystical Fire Beast said with a ferocious face, wishing it could swallow Feng Wuchen alive. "How obedient." Feng Wuchen smiled and released the Chaos Blood Eye. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast stared at Feng Wuchen ferociously. It wished it could tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Unfortunately, it couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen could control it at any time. "Don't worry, I won't use your power recklessly. I just wanted to see if the Chaos Blood Eye could control you. I'm sure now." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Come, you can use the power of a peak Great Emperor to fight with me and vent your dissatisfaction with me." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he activated his bloodline power and eternal life realm power. Buzz buzz. A domineering power burst out with an earth-shattering power. The Pangu armor, boxing glove and sun eye were activated at the same time. His combat strength soared again and the divine ring shook violently. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's combat strength soared to the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Peak of the Great Emperor realm? What's going on? Bloodline power and eternal life realm power have become so much stronger? Feng Wuchen opened his eyes wide in shock. Peak of the Great Emperor realm? The Chaotic Mysterious Fire Beast also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen had not consolidated his Great Emperor realm, nor did he activate his mysterious power. He also did not take out the Dragon God Sword. Yet, his combat strength had reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm. What Feng Wuchen did not know was that after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, the physical body of the Eternal Life realm had been enhanced tremendously. Naturally, his strength was very powerful and his bloodline power could be unleashed. Most importantly, Feng Wuchen had not used his full strength yet. If he used his full strength, wouldn't he be able to fight with an ancient Great Emperor? Chaotic Mysterious Fire Beast, control your strength to the early ancient Great Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen quickly said as he activated his bloodline power and eternal life realm power. As expected, Feng Wuchen's combat strength had broken through to the ancient Great Emperor realm when he activated his mysterious power and took out the Dragon God Sword. His strength had increased by a whole realm. Ancient Great Emperor realm power. Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock as his eyes widened. Feng Wuchen could not believe it himself. Feng Wuchen, now that you've broken through to the Great Emperor realm, your bloodline power and eternal life realm power are able to unleash their true power. You were too weak before, so you restrained their power, the Chaotic Mysterious Fire Beast said. I think so too. Otherwise, my combat strength would not have increased so much. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Feng Wuchen did not expect that after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, he would be able to unleash the true power of his bloodline and eternal life realm, allowing him to unleash his combat strength to the maximum. Chaotic mysterious fire beast, come, use your early ancient Great Emperor realm power and fight with me. Feng Wuchen shouted as an intense battle intent erupted. Early ancient Great Emperor realm power? Are you sure? The chaotic mysterious fire beast sneered. Yes. I'm sure. Feng Wuchen replied with certainty. He was very confident in his own strength. Roar. The chaotic mysterious fire beast roared furiously and unleashed an overbearing and terrifying power. Its huge body instantly turned into a flash of light and shot out. So fast. It can instantly control its power to the early ancient Great Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Boom. Its huge body rushed over at a speed that exceeded Feng Wuchen's reaction time. With a loud explosion, Feng Wuchen was sent flying. What overbearing divine power! The physical strength of the chaotic mysterious fire beast is much stronger than mine. Its combat strength must have reached the middle. Ancient Great Emperor realm. It is even more terrifying. Feng Wuchen was shocked again. He already regretted asking the chaotic mysterious fire beast to control its power to the early ancient Great Emperor realm. With just a collision, Feng Wuchen felt as if his body was smashed into pieces. Such overbearing and terrifying power made Feng Wuchen extremely fearful. Swoosh! Before Feng Wuchen's body could stop, the chaotic mysterious fire beast had already arrived behind Feng Wuchen in an instant. Feng Wuchen's face changed again. The chaotic mysterious fire beast did not hesitate to slap down with its claws. Thousand Illusion Technique. Feng Wuchen shouted hastily as he broke out in cold sweat. The chaotic mysterious fire beast forcefully stopped its attack and shot to the right at lightning speed. Its speed was even faster than before. The direction that the chaotic mysterious fire beast shot to was actually the direction where Feng Wuchen appeared. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen opened his eyes wide as he was about to have a heart attack. End of chapter. Boom. Puff. Feng Wuchen had just appeared, but it was already too late to dodge. With a loud explosion, he was once again hit by the chaos mysterious fire beast. The impact caused Feng Wuchen to spit out blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball. He would not know if he did not fight, but he was shocked when he was hit. The chaos mysterious fire beast's strength was too terrifying. The chaos mysterious fire beast saw through all of Feng Wuchen's movements. This was simply a godly prediction, although its strength was controlled to the early stage of the ancient Great Emperor. The chaos mysterious fire beast was still a terrifying expert from the chaos realm. It surpassed Feng Wuchen in all aspects by too much. The chaos mysterious fire beast saw through my movements. Feng Wuchen was shocked. That's not right. The Thousand Illusions technique can completely hide my aura, and it's completely under my control. It can't see through my thoughts. This is its battle awareness and experience. Feng Wuchen quickly deduced. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would not be able to get up now. The Eternal Realm physical body was also quickly recovering Feng Wuchen's injuries. Feng Wuchen, are you regretting it now? The chaos mysterious fire beast sneered and asked. Feng Wuchen burst out with an even stronger battle intent and said excitedly, it's rare to meet such a powerful opponent. I'm so excited. Why would I regret it? A domineering sword intent burst out. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely. He held the dragon god sword and shot out, directly turning into a golden flash. Humph. The chaos mysterious fire beast snorted and shot out without fear. The moment the chaos mysterious fire beast attacked, Feng Wuchen's thoughts moved, condensing countless domineering sword intent energy swords and condensing them into a giant dragon. It was incomparably gorgeous and spectacular. Feng Wuchen, no matter how strong your sword intent is, it can't do anything to me. The chaos mysterious fire beast sneered, completely ignoring the giant dragon condensed by the sword intent energy swords. Boom! The fierce collision, with a loud explosion, instantly disintegrated the giant dragon, unable to withstand a single blow. Swish, right at this moment, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly appeared behind the chaotic mysterious flame beast, and his sword swept out across the sky. Feng Wuchen, do you think I don't know? The chaotic mysterious fire beast sneered and swept its huge tail over. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was in a state of sweeping with his sword. However, when the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's tail swept over, Feng Wuchen disappeared. What? The chaos mysterious fire beast's expression changed greatly. Swish. Rumble. At the same time, an overbearing golden sword radiance suddenly burst out from the right side of the chaotic Xian fire beast. It was very sudden and directly bombarded the chaotic Xian fire beast. The overbearing power sent the chaotic Xian fire beast flying. Unfortunately, the chaos mysterious fire beast's fleshy body was very terrifying. Feng Wuchen's attack was completely ineffective. Good lad, detected it so quickly? The chaotic mysterious fire beast said in surprise. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and said, Thousand Illusions grand art can conceal aura. Furthermore, it's controlled by my thoughts. You can't rely on aura to predict where I appear. It's entirely relying on your combat awareness and experience. I just need to change slightly and I can avoid it. Rumble. While talking, Feng Wuchen suddenly stepped on the void, charging towards the chaotic mysterious fire beast with an intense ear-piercing rumble. Come on! The chaotic mysterious fire beast yelled, battle intent erupting. Swish! 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 Thousand Illusions grand art was displayed. Feng Wuchen's figure flickered irregularly, making the chaotic mysterious fire beast unable to lock onto him. Feng Wuchen, my movement technique is stronger than your Thousand Illusions great emperor. The chaotic mysterious fire beast said with a smug smile. Its massive body instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Rumble. Rumble, buzz. Buzz, in the massive chaotic realm, Feng Wuchen and the chaotic mysterious fire beast engaged in a high-intensity battle. Their speed was extremely fast and their figures could not be seen at all. Every move was a head-on collision, causing continuous explosions. The overbearing and terrifying Panga technique was displayed consecutively. However, no matter how hard they clashed, Feng Wuchen was always at a disadvantage. His power and speed were completely suppressed by the chaotic mysterious fire beast. However, in the intense high-intensity battle, Feng Wuchen's great emperor realm was gradually stabilized and his combat power increased by a lot. In a short 6 hours, Feng Wuchen's great emperor realm was already stabilized. With his realm stabilized, Feng Wuchen's combat power became stronger and stronger. He was no longer suppressed by the chaotic mysterious fire beast. However, what shocked the chaotic mysterious fire beast was that Feng Wuchen became stronger the more he fought. What's going on? Feng Wuchen's cultivation is actually increasing continuously in the battle. The chaotic mysterious fire beast was shocked as it had never seen such a situation before. Although fighting was the best shortcut to increase one's cultivation, Feng Wuchen's improvement was too fast. Feng Wuchen's mysterious power is getting stronger and stronger. He has completely adapted to this mysterious power and unleashed the true power of the mysterious power. Could the increase in cultivation be related to this power? The chaotic mysterious fire beast guessed. In the high-intensity head-on collision, the chaotic mysterious fire beast was gradually at a disadvantage. His speed and power were suppressed by Feng Wuchen. Chaotic mysterious fire beast, what are you thinking about? Feng Wuchen's cold laughter suddenly came from behind. Feng Wuchen, stop! The chaotic mysterious fire beast shouted. However, it was too late. Feng Wuchen had already swept out with his sword. Boom! The overbearing golden sword light sent the chaotic mysterious fire beast flying. What's wrong? Feng Wuchen stopped and asked. Your combat strength has already surpassed the early ancient emperor realm. There's no need to fight anymore. I've fought with you for a few hours. It's enough, said the chaotic mysterious fire beast. Glancing at his fist, Feng Wuchen smiled. I also feel that this mysterious power seems to have unleashed its true power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have emitted such a terrifying aura. I also feel that my cultivation is constantly increasing. Yes, it should be related to this mysterious power, said the chaotic mysterious fire beast. Feng Wuchen put away the dragon god sword and smiled faintly. Although I don't know what kind of power this is, it will definitely be able to defeat that old devil. Feng Wuchen, that old devil's true power is even greater than you think. Even if you break through to the Panga realm, this mysterious power might not be able to defeat him. He stepped into the Panga realm millions of years ago. His power isn't something you can compare to, said the chaotic mysterious fire beast gravely. I know. Unfortunately, that old devil won't give me time to cultivate. Feng Wuchen shrugged with a smile. Although he was helpless, there was nothing he could do. However, Feng Wuchen was already very satisfied that his cultivation base had reached the Emperor realm so quickly. His dozens of Yuan spirit clones were still crazily cultivating. They wanted to improve as much as possible. If it really doesn't work, I'll borrow your power to kill that old devil. It'll be as easy as crushing an ant. Feng Wuchen grinned. With a thought, he withdrew from the chaotic mysterious fire beast. I didn't promise you that, muttered the chaotic mysterious fire beast. However, when he thought about how Feng Wuchen could control him at any time, he became frantic. End of chapter. On the steps of the Dragon Soul Palace, Feng Wuchen appeared. The Dragon Soul Palace was relatively quiet. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had not come out of seclusion. I have been in seclusion for a few months. Only 10 days have passed outside. I wonder if the Supreme Main Temple has made any moves, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Greetings, my lord. The Dragon Soul Honorables bowed respectfully. My lord, the 35th heaven is under the control of the Dragon Soul. Emperor Yi Jun is personally overseeing it, Jian Chou appeared and reported respectfully. Jian Chou's cultivation had successfully broken through to the indigo-titled Ancient God Realm. Indigo-titled Ancient God Realm. Not bad. It seems that the others have also broken through. Feng Wuchen glanced at Jian Chou and asked, is there any movement from the Supreme Main Temple? No, Jian Chou replied respectfully. What about the Pangu Shrine? Feng Wuchen asked. The Pangu Shrine has a strange black thing that can hide its aura. We won't know if there is any movement. Jian Chou shook his head and said seriously, however, the 36th heaven has been completely sealed. We can't break through the power of the barrier. Is it the power of Old Devil's soul? Feng Wuchen frowned and looked up at the void. If the 36th heaven was sealed by a powerful barrier, wouldn't the ancient god pavilion be in danger? It is Old Devil's soul's power. However, there is no movement from the 36th heaven. The ancient god pavilion shouldn't be in danger, Jian Chou said respectfully. Old Devil's soul knows that I have space divine power. No matter how powerful the barrier is, it can't stop us from going to the 36th heaven. Why did he set up such a powerful barrier? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. My lord, can the barrier block space divine power? Since Old Devil's soul's divine power is so terrifying, it might be able to block space divine power as well, Jian Chou guessed. Block space divine power? Feng Wuchen frowned again. He waved his hand and disappeared with Jian Chou. When the two reappeared, they were already in the 35th heaven. Activating his spatial god force, Feng Wuchen attempted to head to the 36th layer of heaven. As expected, Jian Chou had guessed correctly. With his spatial divine power blocked, Feng Wuchen was unable to enter the 36th heaven. After cutting off the dragon soul from the ancient god pavilion, it would be a piece of cake for sovereign demon soul to deal with the ancient god pavilion. Swish! Swish! Emperor Yi Jun, the Kuan-Pung beast, and the chaos beast appeared one after another. High Lord! Emperor! Emperor Yi Jun and the Kuan-Pung beast bowed respectfully. The enchantment set up by old ghost Yao Hun is very powerful. We can't break it, Emperor Yi Jun said with a frown. Apparently, he had already tried. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, this is not a simple enchantment. Inside the enchantment set up by old devil Yao Hun, there is also a powerful ancient sealing formation. It is equivalent to sealing the 36 layered heavens. Sealing the 36 heavens? Emperor Yi Jun and the Kuan-Pung beast were shocked. They thought it was just a barrier. Just as I thought. Jian Chou frowned and said worriedly, High Lord, we can't go to the 36 layered heavens. If old devil Yao Hun attacks the ancient god pavilion now, Dragon Soul won't be able to help. Sealing? Xianxia suddenly realized something and said in a panic, "High Lord, could something have happened to the ancient god pavilion? Old Devil Yaohun is so powerful that the ceiling formation can completely block the power of the 36-layered heavens. Naturally, we can't sense anything. No, if Old Devil Yaohun attacks, Senior Panga Shi and Forefather Xianzhan will definitely send me a message." Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, "But what you said makes sense. Maybe Old Devil Yaohun wants to destroy the ancient god pavilion first before attacking Dragon Soul. Or maybe he wants to deal with us first before dealing with the ancient god pavilion. He hasn't done anything yet. Maybe he is waiting for the elders and protectors of the Supreme Divine Palace to recover from their injuries." After all, the elders and protectors of the Supreme Divine Palace had been severely injured in the previous battle. They had almost died. Even with powerful healing pills, they would need a lot of time to recover. "High Lord, if Supreme Yinglong doesn't intervene this time, how are we going to fight Old Devil Yaohun? Pangashi and Forefather Xianzhan are no match for Old Devil Yaohun." Emperor Yijun frowned. He was very worried. "Wait and see. There will be a way," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. "Old Devil Yaohun, you didn't expect me to be able to ignore any formation or boundary, did you? No matter how powerful your ancient ceiling formation is, it can't stop me." Feng Wuchen sneered inwardly. In front of a chaotic realm, any formation or boundary could be ignored. "Go back and cultivate. I will go to the 36-layered heavens to take a look." Feng Wuchen continued. "High Lord can go to the 36-layered heavens?" Jianzhou asked in shock. How was Feng Wuchen going to the 36-layered heavens when his spatial divine power was blocked? "No formation or seal in the world can stop me." Feng Wuchen grinned and entered the formation. Emperor Yijun and the others were all dumbfounded. Without breaking the seal, Feng Wuchen could still go to the 36-layered heavens. How did Feng Wuchen do it? That was probably an ancient ceiling formation set up by Old Devil Yaohun. How was Feng Wuchen going in when his spatial divine power was blocked? Emperor Yijun and the others were shocked and confused. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he was already at the 36-layered heavens. After the previous battle, the 36-layered heavens had been destroyed. Many of the majestic mountains and mountain ranges had disappeared. As expected, the 36-layered heavens were sealed. The dimensional space is also cut off. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, "There is no movement in the Supreme Main Shrine. I can't sense Old Devil Yaohun's aura. Is he cultivating in seclusion? There are many unfamiliar auras in the Supreme Main Shrine. They are all 10-direction Great Emperors. Are there so many 10-direction Great Emperors in Panga Realm?" Feng Wuchen didn't think too much about it. He wanted to go to the ancient god pavilion. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared and blocked Feng Wuchen's path. "Feng Wuchen? It's really you. You actually managed to enter the 36th layer of heaven, and you even dared to come here alone." A great emperor sneered in surprise and mockery. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, "Why? Can't I come alone? Seems like Old Devil Yaohun doesn't need to do anything. The few of us are enough to kill you." Another great emperor sneered in disdain. "Old Devil Yaohun ordered us to guard this place. I didn't expect you to come. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance." Another late-stage great emperor sneered. His terrifying aura had already locked onto Feng Wuchen. "So you are from the Supreme Main Shrine. You want to kill me with just the three of you? What a joke." Feng Wuchen sneered as his murderous aura spread out. "So what if I join you?" A cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Feng Wuchen didn't even look at him. He sneered, "You will still die. Shameless boasting. Feng Wuchen, you are just a gold-titled ancient god. Even if you have the fighting power of a great emperor, you will only be an early-stage great emperor. I am a late-stage great emperor. Not to mention the great ancient emperors, the three of us can kill you as easily as squashing an ant if we work together." The three great emperors were filled with disdain. Even though Feng Wuchen had the fighting power of a great emperor, the three of them did not take him seriously. In the previous battle, if it wasn't for the Dragon Soul and the ancient god pavilion stopping them, they believed that any great emperor would be able to kill Feng Wuchen. They did not believe that he could become a great emperor by increasing his fighting power. Feng Wuchen, you are courting death by coming to the 36th heaven at this time. An ancient great emperor appeared in the void and stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely like a poisonous snake. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered and was not threatened at all. Feng Wuchen, you don't know? The ancient god pavilion has been sealed by Lord Demon Soul Supreme with an ancient seal. The entire 36th heaven is under the control of our supreme main shrine. No one in the ancient god pavilion can save you. It is also impossible for Panga Shi and the rest to come to the 36th heaven. A great emperor gloated. The 36th heaven was sealed by a powerful seal. Panga Shi and the space emperor could not step into it. The ancient god pavilion was also sealed by a powerful seal. No one could help Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was courting death by coming to the 36th heaven alone. The ancient god pavilion is sealed? Feng Wuchen furrowed his brows slightly. After sensing carefully, he really sensed that the ancient god pavilion was sealed by a powerful sealing array. Feng Wuchen, today is the day you die. Lord Demon Soul Supreme said that even if we kill you, Lord Demon Soul Supreme has ways to take your power. Another great emperor shouted coldly. Terrifying power burst out and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. Die. The other two great emperors rushed towards Jian Wushuang ferociously. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up slightly. He reached out and took out the Dragon God sword. His bloodline power and eternal life realm power burst out instantly. Then, he stepped into the void and shot out. What? Great Emperor Realm. The great ancient great emperor's face changed drastically and he hastily shouted, "Be careful. Great Emperor Realm. How is this possible?" The three great emperors' expressions changed drastically. They were so scared that their bodies were trembling, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. More than 10 days ago, Feng Wuchen was clearly a gold-titled ancient god. How could he become a great emperor realm, only ancient god? How could he break through to the great emperor realm from the golden-titled ancient god realm, monsters? They could not imagine it at all. They could not understand it. The face of the great emperor who was at the front turned green instantly. He had already sensed a strong aura of death. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. He arrived in the blink of an eye, and a sword light flashed, followed by a spray of blood. Feng Wuchen slit the throat of an Emperor Realm expert with a single slash. Am I, Feng Wuchen, so easy to kill? Feng Wuchen smirked and looked at the two great emperors who were scared out of their wits. The late-stage Emperor Realm experts were instantly killed by Feng Wuchen. They were no match for Feng Wuchen. What terrifying speed! He's not any slower than me. The ancient great emperor exclaimed in shock as cold sweat dripped down his back. He was an ancient great emperor. Feng Wuchen was only a great emperor, but his speed was actually faster than him. What kind of terrifying monster was this? Old Jiao Hun sealed the ancient god pavilion. Are you planning to destroy the ancient god pavilion first? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as his killing intent locked onto the two great emperors. The terrifying killing intent terrified the two great emperors as though they knew they were going to die. Boom, Feng Wuchen shot out with the dragon god sword in his hand. With an ear-piercing boom, he disappeared in a flash of golden light. Be careful. The ancient great emperor's face changed as he shot out at the same time. TSK, the ancient great emperor could not help in time as the golden flash was faster than him. As the sword light flashed, 2 streams of blood spurted out. The two great emperors' throats were instantly slit. They did not even have a chance to react. The 3 great emperors did not even have a chance to retaliate. They were killed by Feng Wuchen in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen's speed is even faster than before. The ancient great emperor was scared out of his wits. His face was pale and his body was trembling. He did not know why, but he felt that Feng Wuchen was extremely terrifying. He did not lose to the ancient great emperor at all. The intense fear in his heart was unmistakable. When Feng Wuchen was still a gold-titled ancient god, he could already unleash the power of a great emperor. Now that he had broken through to the great emperor realm, his strength must have reached the ancient great emperor realm. You are the only one left. Feng Wuchen looked at the ancient great emperor coldly. The ancient great emperor did not dare to make a move. When he came to his senses, he immediately used his movement skill to escape. There are not many people who can escape from me. However, you are definitely not one of them. Feng Wuchen sneered as he activated his space divine power. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the space changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, the ancient great emperor, who had disappeared, was trapped in a space by Feng Wuchen's space divine power. The ancient great emperor was unable to break free from the domineering divine power. Feng Wuchen, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The ancient great emperor begged for mercy. His eyes were filled with despair. I can't think of any reason not to kill you. Feng Wuchen sneered. Pissed, Feng Wuchen pierced the void with his sword. In the next second, the tip of the sword pierced through the ancient great emperor's back. The domineering power of the sword destroyed the ancient great emperor's soul. Feng Wuchen, if you kill me, you won't be able to live either. The ancient great emperor roared in despair. I will definitely live. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to see it. Feng Wuchen sneered as he slowly pulled out the dragon god sword. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the independent space disappeared with the ancient great emperor. Feng Wuchen did not stop. With a thought, he disappeared into the space. Supreme Main Hall. In the hall, the four great elders' faces were extremely gloomy. Cold killing intent filled the hall. Great Emperor Realm. I didn't expect Feng Wuchen to have reached the Great Emperor Realm. Great Emperor Flowing Water and the others couldn't even fight back. How did Feng Wuchen cultivate? It must have something to do with his mysterious power. Otherwise, no one can do it. The four great elders were furious and shocked. It's just as I have guessed. Feng Wuchen can ignore my seal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save Pangushi. Demon Soul Sovereign said coldly, however, since Feng Wuchen has come to the 36th heaven, he can forget about leaving alive. I won't miss a second chance. The 36 levels of heaven were sealed by Demon Soul Supreme. The terrifying origin spirit divine power was enough to stop anyone from entering the 36 levels of heaven. Feng Wuchen entering the 36 levels of heaven alone was undoubtedly seeking his own death. Since he was here, it would be difficult for him to leave. How could Demon Soul Supreme miss such a great opportunity? 10 Direction Great Emperors, heed my order. Seal the 36 levels of heaven and do not let Feng Wuchen return alive. Second Elder immediately ordered. Yes. Xianxia and the other 10 Direction Great Emperors moved out. Heartless Shrine, Sky Shadow Shrine, Sky Martial Shrine, send people to kill Feng Wuchen immediately. Second Elder immediately ordered. After the order was given, the experts of the 36 levels of heaven immediately sent out experts to kill Feng Wuchen. The 36 levels of heaven were already under the control of the Supreme Main Shrine. Even if they were not under the Supreme Main Shrine, they had to obey the order or die. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived above the ancient god pavilion. The huge palace of the ancient god pavilion was sealed by a powerful purple seal formation. The seal formation was filled with overbearing and terrifying divine power. It was Demon Soul Supreme's origin spirit divine power. Ancestor Xianxia and Elder Xiangang were trapped in the seal. Due to the terrifying divine power, they could not break the seal at all. This seal is the same as sealing Senior Pangushi. I'm afraid we can't get any information out. Demon Soul Supreme is really confident that he did not destroy the ancient god pavilion when he had such an opportunity. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Is Demon Soul Supreme that stupid? Can't you revive them after killing them? The chaotic mysterious fire beast's voice sounded. Haha. That's true. Feng Wuchen immediately laughed. The chaotic mysterious fire beast's words made sense. If they destroyed the ancient god pavilion, Feng Wuchen could revive them. Trapping the ancient god pavilion was definitely a better way. Ancestor Xianxia, it's the Great Guardian. The Great Guardian is here. In the palace, Guardian Guangfeng saw Feng Wuchen's figure and immediately flashed into the main hall to report. The Great Guardian is here. Everyone in the ancient god pavilion cheered excitedly, as if they had seen their savior. Feng Wuchen is here? Patriarch Xianxia and the others were overjoyed. The Myriad World's Great Emperor exclaimed excitedly, that stinky brat is finally here. Old Ghost Xiaohun's seal can't do anything to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved Panga Shi. Master is here. Great Emperor Danfeng was overjoyed. They had been trapped for several days, and Feng Wuchen had finally arrived. Patriarch Xianzhan and Elder Xiangang immediately flashed out of the hall. Feng Wuchen, there are many great ancient emperors and great emperors coming to the ancient god pavilion. They must be coming for you, the chaotic mysterious fire beast said. I know. Feng Wuchen nodded. He had already sensed something. Feng Wuchen. Hurry up and get us out of here. Emperor Myriad Era shouted excitedly. There's no need to shout. With such a powerful seal, Feng Wuchen won't be able to hear us. It's useless to send him a message. Elder Xiangang shook his head. In the next second, Feng Wuchen entered the ancient god pavilion, under the shocked gazes of Patriarch Xianzhan and the others. He wasn't affected by the seal at all. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. This was an ancient sealing array set up by the Demon Soul Sovereign. How could Feng Wuchen just walk in like that? Feng Wuchen can actually ignore old Ghost Xiaohun's seal. Elder Xiangang was dumbfounded, and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Is this how Feng Wuchen saved Panga Shi? Great Emperor Myriad Era was scared out of his wits. Master, isn't this too terrifying? Great Emperor Danfeng was dumbfounded. Even Patriarch Xianzhan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Patriarch Xianzhan, elders, are you all right? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile as he floated down slowly. Feng Wuchen, how did you do it? Was it so easy for you to save Panga Shi? Great Emperor Myriad Era asked in a daze. My mysterious power can ignore these seals. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. So it's the mysterious power. No wonder. Patriarch Xianzhan nodded. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Feng Wuchen had some terrifying divine ability. However, the fact that his mysterious power could ignore such a terrifying seal was already very scary. Feng Wuchen, old Ghost Xiaohun sealed the ancient god pavilion to deal with your dragon soul. He'll probably make his move soon. Hurry up and bring us out. Patriarch Xianzhan hurriedly said. Old Ghost Xiaohun didn't want to deal with dragon soul but me. I should have fallen into his trap. Feng Wuchen shrugged with a smile. However, Feng Wuchen didn't seem worried at all. Fallen into his trap? Great Emperor Xianzhan and the others were stunned. Did old Ghost Xiaohun lure you to the 36th heaven? Patriarch Xianzhan's expression changed drastically. That should be the case. Feng Wuchen nodded with a smile. I just guessed it. He must have expected me to come because he already guessed that I was the one who saved Senior Panga Shi. That means old Ghost Xiaohun must have known that you're here. Patriarch Xianzhan's expression changed again. That's right. He already knows. There are many great emperors and ancient great emperors chasing after us. I'll go out and deal with them. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he flashed out of the seal. Brat. How can you deal with them alone? Hurry up and bring us out. Great Emperor Wanshi roared in exasperation. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen couldn't hear him. Don't worry. If we can't defeat Feng Wuchen, he'll come in. Patriarch Xianzhan wasn't worried at all. Shoo shoo shoo. Above the ancient god pavilion, dozens of experts flashed over. There were 13 great emperors and 22 great emperors. There are quite a number of experts here. Feng Wuchen smiled. However, Feng Wuchen didn't recognize any of them. Feng Wuchen, are you alone? One of the great emperors asked coldly. That's right. I'm alone. Feng Wuchen replied with a smile. No one in the ancient god pavilion can save you. You won't be able to escape today. Another great emperor said fiercely. That's hard to say. Feng Wuchen grinned. Feng Wuchen, I've heard that your fighting strength has reached the great emperor realm. I wonder if I can challenge you. A voice came from above the void. It's best if you don't challenge me. It's best if you don't make a move. This is a kind reminder. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. A kind reminder? A figure appeared in the void. It was the Sky Shadow St. Palace's young master, Bai Qi young master Bai Qi, I'm afraid that Feng Wuchen won't dare to fight you. He's just a gold-titled ancient god. His fighting strength has reached the great emperor realm. He won't be able to display the true strength of an emperor realm expert. One of the great emperors said disdainfully. Young master Bai Qi, any one of us can kill him. One of the great emperors sneered arrogantly. Bai Qi's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, Feng Wuchen, I don't need your kind reminder. You killed Nan, Hua and the others. I must challenge you. So you want to take revenge for them? Feng Wuchen smiled and looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi was a great emperor and was definitely a top genius in the 36 levels of heaven. How is your strength compared to young master Di Tian? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. He suddenly appeared on Bai Qi's right side. Bai Qi was shocked. Not simple indeed. His movement technique is like a ghost. I can't sense any aura when he moves. So fast. What kind of movement technique is that? I didn't even notice it. Feng Wuchen is probably the only golden-titled ancient god who has the strength and speed of a great emperor in the entire Pangu domain. The dozens of experts were shocked. Most of the great emperors couldn't react in time. Such a powerful movement technique. Has Feng Wuchen's strength increased again? An ancient great emperor frowned. He almost didn't notice it. On the square of the ancient god pavilion, ancestor Xianxia and the others were also shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed. Such terrifying speed. He has already reached the great emperor realm. It can't be wrong. No wonder he dares to face so many experts alone. He has already broken through to the great emperor realm. Great Emperor Wanshur was shocked. Did this lad really break through to the great emperor realm? How long has it been? Ancestor Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be because of the time divine power? Elder Xiangang guessed. However, even with the time divine power, it was impossible to break through from the golden-titled ancient god to the great emperor realm in less than 10 days. The most shocked people were the black-colored titled ancient gods and great emperors in the ancient god pavilion. When they first saw Feng Wuchen was only an ancient king. Now, their cultivations were still stagnant. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had already caught up and surpassed them. This kind of existence that was even more terrifying than a monster was beyond their understanding. Bai Qi turned and looked at Feng Wuchen. He frowned and said, Of course. Big brother Feng Wuchen is stronger than me. How long has it been since you last saw him? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Bai Qi was shocked again. His eyes widened. What did Feng Wuchen mean? What do you mean? Bai Qi asked in shock. She seemed to have guessed it, but she didn't want to believe it. Haven't you guessed it already? Feng Wuchen smiled. Impossible. This was impossible. It's impossible for you to kill young Lord Di Tian. Bai Qi exclaimed in shock. He didn't dare to believe it. Young Lord Di Tian had broken through to the great emperor realm earlier than Bai Qi, so he was much stronger than Bai Qi. How could Feng Wuchen possibly kill young Lord Di Tian? One of the great ancient emperors frowned and said, Young Master Bai Qi, if you want to make a move, do it quickly. Young Master, this is an order from the Paragon Main Divine Palace. Don't waste your breath on him. Kill him. One of the great emperors urged. Kill me? Feng Wuchen sneered, with just the two of you? Buzz. His bloodline power and eternal life realm power burst out at the same time. The mysterious power was activated as well. Extremely domineering and terrifying power surged out like a volcanic eruption. The airwaves were powerful enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. With a thought, the battle armor, sun eye, and dragon god sword appeared at the same time. Feng Wuchen's combat strength rose rapidly. Great Emperor Realm. How is this possible? Isn't he a gold-titled ancient god? Bai Qi's face changed drastically. His eyes widened in shock. Feng Wuchen has broken through to the Great Emperor Realm. Middle stage Great Emperor Realm. Late stage Great Emperor Realm. And it's still increasing. How is this possible? When did he break through to the Great Emperor Realm? This power has already reached the Great Ancient Emperor Realm. Feeling the terrifying power that Feng Wuchen released, the dozens of experts were scared out of their wits. They all looked at Feng Wuchen as though they had seen a ghost. Bai Qi felt his head buzzing. He was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen's power had already reached the great ancient emperor realm. He and great emperor dared to challenge Feng Wuchen. He was simply courting death. What a joke, one of the great ancient emperors said in shock. Feng Wuchen's strength has reached the great ancient emperor realm. Let's attack together. Let's attack together and kill him. Another great ancient emperor shouted as a terrifying murderous aura burst out. Buzz. The dozens of experts roared. Surging auras swept out wildly. Terrifying power burst out one after another, causing the space to shake violently. The dozens of experts charged toward Feng Wuchen crazily. They might not be Feng Wuchen's match one-on-one. However, it was a different story when dozens of them attacked together. They were confident that they could kill Feng Wuchen together. That's right. Let's attack together. Feng Wuchen sneered without any fear. A domineering and terrifying sword intent burst out. Under Feng Wuchen's control, it instantly condensed into tens of thousands of terrifying energy swords, exuding a destructive aura. Swish. Swish. Buzz. Feng Wuchen swung the Dragon God sword. Tens of thousands of domineering sword intent energy swords burst out at the same time. The sharp, ear-piercing sound of explosions shook one's soul. It felt invincible. This is sword intent manifestation? That's right. Sword intent manifestation. Feng Wuchen has actually comprehended the manifestation of sword intent. How is this possible? Isn't Great Emperor Yijun the only one who knows sword intent manifestation? How can Feng Wuchen know it as well? The dozens of experts were shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. Sword intent manifestation. Great Emperor Wancher exclaimed. This was the realm of sword Dao that he had dreamed of reaching. This was the first time the experts of the ancient God Pavilion had seen Feng Wuchen use sword intent manifestation. They were all shocked. Get out of the way. One of the great ancient emperors shouted in panic. Tens of thousands of terrifying sword intent energy swords forced the dozens of experts to scatter. They didn't dare to fight head-on. Feng Wuchen formed sword fingers with his left hand and controlled the sword intent energy swords to chase after them. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the weaker great emperors were severely injured one after another. They couldn't withstand the power of an ancient emperor. Thousand Illusions Technique. Taking advantage of the sword intent energy sword's interference, Feng Wuchen roared and shot out with the Dragon God sword in his hand. His figure disappeared mysteriously. Chi. Chi, chi. Wherever Feng Wuchen passed, sword light flashed and blood spurted out. The great emperors were all slashed by his sword. Even the great ancient emperors couldn't withstand a single blow from this unstoppable attack. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen had killed dozens of experts. The divine power of time was activated, and the remaining dozen or so experts were instantly trapped, their movements becoming incomparably slow. Everything happened too quickly. They were in a mess. Chi. 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 In the next second, streaks of sword light flashed as Feng Wuchen's sword slit their throats. The dozens of experts were like ants in front of Feng Wuchen. They couldn't resist at all. In less than 2 minutes, this terrifying massacre had scared Bai Qi into a vegetative state. Bai Qi didn't dare to move. He even held his breath. He wanted to challenge such a terrifying existence. This was a joke. Dozens of great ancient emperors and great emperors died in the blink of an eye. The rest of the people in the ancient God Pavilion were all dumbstruck. Their faces were filled with fear and shock. Even old ancestor Xianxia was shocked by the scene. This can't be real, right? 13 great ancient emperors and 22 great emperors were killed in the blink of an eye. Protector Wild Wind was dumbfounded. His mouth was so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Feng Wuchen's strength has become so terrifying? Killing more than 30 great emperors is as easy as squashing ants. Great Emperor Wanxi was dumbfounded. His old face was stiff. I can't believe. Feng Wuchen has improved so much in just 10 days. Elder Shangang and the others were shocked beyond belief. Besides the great emperors of 10 directions, who else in the Pengu world could do this? Even if they could, it wouldn't be as easy as cutting tofu. Of course, Feng Wuchen was able to kill dozens of great emperors so easily. He mainly relied on the Thousand Illusions grand art and the Time divine power. He could only kill great emperors with the sword will manifestation. The great ancient emperors wouldn't be killed by the sword will energy sword. After all, the great ancient emperors weren't weak. However, when they encountered a monster like Feng Wuchen, they were unable to resist under the effects of the god of time. Swish! In a flash, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face was pale with fear. He was petrified. Since you didn't attack, I won't kill you. You can leave. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the frightened Bai Qi. Bai Qi trembled and came to his senses. He flew away in a daze. This was King close shave with his life. If the force behind you wants to exist forever, it's best that you don't provoke me, Feng Wuchen added. Bai Qi couldn't help but tremble when he heard Feng Wuchen's words. To be able to step into the great emperor realm in slightly more than 10 days, that was King terrifying. Have you seen enough? Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted at the void with an overbearing aura. As expected of the Dragon Soul Exalt Lord. You are indeed very powerful. It seems that you have already sensed my existence. A faint laughter suddenly rang out in the void. A handsome man in white brocade appeared. Feng Wuchen looked at the man in white clothes. He was a stranger. He had never seen him before. However, the white-clothed man's cultivation was extremely terrifying. The aura he emitted gave people a feeling of invincibility. Great Ancient Emperor, he was half a step into the Great Emperor realm. He was definitely the Pengu world's Great Emperor's eyes. Seeing the white-robed man appear, Ancestor Xianxia, Elder Xiangang, and the others in the ancient god pavilion were shocked. On the other hand, the Emperor of all ages' face was dark as he exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Apparently, everyone of God Emperor is of his. Master, this man is very powerful. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. Dragon Godsword said. Great Ancient Emperor Realm. His strength is probably close to that of a Great Emperor Realm. He should be on par with Great Emperor Yi Jun or even stronger. Divine Eyes thought highly of the man in white. The man in white in front of them was completely different from the experts they had met before. Just his aura alone was different. Great Ancient Emperor Realm. Seems like he is the strongest genius in Pengu world. Feng Wuchen grinned. The white-robed man smiled faintly and said, speaking of geniuses, I feel ashamed of my inferiority in front of the Dragon Soul Exalt Lord. I heard that the Dragon Soul Exalt Lord was only a peak golden titled ancient god 10 days ago. Now, he has broken through to the Emperor realm. In the entire Pengu world, only Dragon Soul Supreme Lord can make such incomprehensible progress in 10 days. The strongest genius should be Dragon Soul Supreme Lord. Who are you? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The man in white smiled faintly. I am afraid Dragon Soul Supreme Lord doesn't like my identity. Goody Divine Hall is a transcendent force in the 36 levels of heaven. Young Master Di Tian is only a Great Emperor Realm expert. Since you have reached the Great Ancient Emperor Realm, you should be from Supreme Divine Hall. Feng Wuchen looked at the man in white and guessed. Dragon Soul Supreme Lord is indeed smart. You guessed right. The man in white smiled faintly. Then, he bent his hand and condensed an overbearing divine power. This overbearing divine power was exactly the same as Demon Soul Supreme Lord's divine power. Yuan Ling divine power. Demon Soul Supreme Lord's divine power. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. My name is Yao Zhan, the young master of Supreme Divine Hall. I have just returned from the 6th level of the dimensional space. I have just heard about Dragon Soul Supreme Lord. Out of curiosity, I wanted to see the real face of Dragon Soul Supreme Lord. Yao Zhan smiled faintly. Yao Zhan didn't show any arrogance, but whether it was his words or his actions, they all carried a strong sense of self-confidence. Yao Zhan was the strongest genius in the 36 levels of heaven in Pengu realm. Yao Zhan possessed the Yuan Ling divine power. His strength was unimaginable. Back when Yao Zhan had just broken through to the Great Ancient Emperor realm, he had defeated 5 Great Ancient Emperors, including Great Emperor Mitian, and became the most powerful genius in Panga realm. For so many years, no genius could surpass Yao Zhan. See? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "Why? Aren't you here to deal with me?" "Of course not. With my current cultivation, wouldn't I be bullying the weak if I were to deal with you? Although the second elder has given the order, I hope you can survive. There is no other opponent as strong as you in Panga realm." Yao Zhan smiled faintly. "Are you that confident?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. "To be honest, I'm very confident in my own strength. Although you're very strong now, not only do you have sword intent in your domain, but you also have space and time divine energy. There aren't many great ancient emperors who can rival you, but you're still not my match." Yao Zhan smiled confidently and said, "I am not looking down on you, but I want to fight you with my strongest strength. With your cultivation speed, I don't think I will have to wait for too long. Let me remind you, there are more than a dozen great emperors guarding the boundary between the 36th heaven and the 35th heaven. They might come to deal with you personally." After saying that, Yao Zhan disappeared. Yao Zhan's strength is indeed terrifying. With my current strength, even if I go all out, I am still not his opponent. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen didn't think too much about it. He went through the seal and landed on the square of the ancient god pavilion. "Feng Wuchen, why is Yao Zhan looking for you? Has he reached the great ancient emperor realm?" Great Emperor Wanxi quickly asked. "Not yet." Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "But he should be soon. He has reached the peak of the great ancient emperor realm and is very strong. He is here to challenge me." "Feng Wuchen, this person is very dangerous. You must be careful," Ancestor Xianxia warned. "Master, Yao Zhan is the grandson of old ghost Yao Hun. He's extremely ruthless and no one has ever survived after going against him. He was the one who killed the young pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion." Great Emperor Danfeng said solemnly. "Young pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion?" Feng Wuchen looked at Great Emperor Danfeng in shock. "My grandson." Initially, it was just a simple battle. Who would have thought that the demon war would kill him? That man's ruthlessness is even more terrifying than the demon war. The Emperor Myriad Era spoke in a grim voice. He clenched his fists tightly as a trace of pain flashed through his eyes. This was the pain in Great Emperor Wanxi's heart. And he had never been able to take revenge. "I see." Feng Wuchen furrowed his brows. He now had a basic understanding of Yao Zhan. Feng Wuchen looked at Great Emperor Wanxi and smiled, "Pavilion Master, if there's a chance, I'll take revenge for your grandson. Feng Wuchen, don't provoke him for the time being. He has the same Yuan spirit god force as old ghost Yao Hun. You're not his opponent now. Don't be rash." Great Emperor Wanxi shook his head. Although he wanted to kill Yao Zhan, he knew that he couldn't act rashly. "Don't worry," Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled, "I won't do something I'm not confident in." Yao Zhan might be strong, but he hadn't entered the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm, so Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid. "Master, this is something that happened many years ago. Ancient God Pavilion and Supreme Main Temple started their feud at that time," Jian Wushuang said. Great Emperor Danfeng said solemnly, "Since Yao Zhan is back, his father Yao Feng should be back too. His father is stronger than Fu Tianjun. He's on the same level as Ying Long. The reason why Yao Zhan is so strong is because Yao Feng brought him to the 6th level of the dimensional space to cultivate." "Oh? Stronger than Fu Tianjun?" Feng Wuchen was shocked. He didn't expect the Supreme Divine Hall to have so many experts. Elder Xiangang nodded and said solemnly, "That's right. Yao Feng is very strong. He's the Supreme Divine Hall's palace master." Ancestor Xianzhan said solemnly, "Yao Feng and Yao Zhan didn't show up in the previous battle. Yao Feng might have entered the Panga realm since he hasn't appeared for millions of years. If Yao Feng is in the Panga realm, Xianzhan's his way." The more Patriarch Xianzhan thought about it, the more worried he became. After all, Yao Feng also had primordial spirit divine power and could suppress Patriarch Xianzhan. Yao Zhan. Was Yao Zhan. But I Yao Feng's. But Yao Feng. But Yao Feng's. Yao Feng's. And there's twos as Zhan. Yao 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 yaos. Yao yao to find tu. Even though he had never seen Yao Feng before, Feng Wuchen could imagine how ferocious Yao Feng was. Yao Feng's return is extremely disadvantageous for us. That old ghost Yao Hun hasn't made a move yet. Instead, he has trapped us here. I'm afraid he's waiting for Yao Feng to return. An ancient elder said solemnly. He was extremely worried. Elder Xiangang solemnly said, most likely. A single demon soul sovereign was already terrifying enough. If Yao Feng also broke into the Panga realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Patriarch Xianxia suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Feng Wuchen, old devil soul lured you to the 36th heaven, and you've killed the experts of the three major forces. They'll be here soon. Leave quickly. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled helplessly, I can't leave. Yao Hun just said that the 10 great emperors of the Supreme Divine Palace are at the barrier entrance to the 35th heaven. That old ghost Yao Hun's divine power is blocking the space divine power, so I can't use space teleportation. If I want to leave, they'll definitely notice me. The moment Feng Wuchen entered the 36th heaven, it was destined that he wouldn't be able to return. An ancient elder said solemnly. Elder Xiangang sighed and said, the 36th heaven is already under their control. With such a powerful sealing formation, Panga Shi and the Space Emperor won't be able to support us. This time, I'm afraid the ancient god pavilion won't be able to hold on. They had undoubtedly fallen into a desperate situation. Actually, it's not that I don't have a way to leave. That old ghost Yao Hun sealing formation can't stop me. I don't have to leave through the barrier entrance. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, however, it doesn't seem to change anything whether I leave or not. Even if I return, it won't be long before they make a move on the dragon soul. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, everyone fell silent. Feng Wuchen's words weren't without reason. Even if Feng Wuchen left, it wouldn't change anything. Yao Hun Supreme would still lead the experts of the Supreme Main Temple to the 33rd heaven. Even without the sealing formation, all the experts of the ancient god pavilion wouldn't be able to deal with the old ghost Yao Hun. In the face of such a terrifying existence, they felt nothing but despair. For a moment, the ancient god pavilion square was filled with despair. Everyone began to worry. The fear and despair that came from the depths of their souls made them lose their will to fight and the will to resist. Even with the powerful sealing formation, they could still feel that the experts of the Supreme Main Temple had made a move. Feng Wuchen could feel the despair and unwillingness in the hearts of the ancient god pavilion's experts. However, Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. After all, it was normal for anyone to feel despair when facing such a terrifying existence. We can only fight our way out. No matter what the outcome is, we won't bow down to the Supreme Main Temple. After a long silence, Ancestor Xianxia suddenly gritted his teeth and said angrily. He seemed to have made up his mind, and a surging aura burst out. Ancestor Xianxia was determined to fight to the death. As the strongest expert of the ancient god pavilion, the more desperate the situation was, the more he couldn't back down. Feng Wuchen, bring us out. Leave the sealing formation for now. At least it can protect the rest of the ancient god pavilion, Elder Xiangang said solemnly. Since there was no way out, they could only fight to the death. Great Guardian, we want to fight too. We want to fight to the death with the ancient god pavilion. Fierce Wind and the other great emperors said. Let's go. Feng Wuchen nodded and brought Ancestor Xianxia and Elder Xiangang out of the sealing formation. At the same time, Feng Wuchen formed a doppelganger and disappeared into the void. He rushed to the 35th heaven. They are already here. Feng Wuchen frowned. He had already sensed a few terrifying auras in the dark. Ancestor Xianxia frowned and said fiercely, come out. Feng Wuchen, Lord Demon Soul Supreme Sealing Formation can't trap you, Guardian Qing sneered. Feng Wuchen, Lord Demon Soul Supreme was right. You will definitely come to the 36th heaven. Ancestor Xianxia, you have no hope. Give up, Guardian Polio said with a cold smile and appeared. End of chapter. The ancient god pavilion won't give up. I'd rather die in battle than bow down to old devil soul. Ancestor Xianxia's terrifying aura burst out, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Feng Wuchen, even if your doppelganger went back to get reinforcements, you're just going to die. Lord Devil's soul has already given the order. Even if Supreme Yinglong intervenes today, he'll still die. Protector Poliu sneered. Of course, Supreme Yinglong won't be able to come. All of you are destined to die today. Swish. 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 Just then, Xianxia and a dozen other great ancient emperors appeared. They were nothing compared to the experts of the ancient god pavilion, but they weren't afraid at all. That might not be the case, Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, if you surrender obediently and hand over the mysterious power, you might be able to save the people of the Dragon Soul. If you resist, the people of the Dragon Soul will definitely die. Protector Qing sneered. Feng Wuchen laughed and said with disdain, Old Devil Soul isn't qualified to take my power. Did Old Devil Soul send you to die? Ancestor Xianxia asked fiercely. His terrifying murderous aura had already locked on to Protector Poliu and the others. Ancestor Xianxia, it's been a while. You're still so angry. Just then, a voice filled with majestic laughter came from the void. The surging and vast aura was breathtaking. A huge illusory figure with the upper body appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged man. He was the hall master of the supreme main shrine, Yao Feng. Yao Feng, you're back. Ancestor Xianxia frowned and looked at the figure in the void. An even more terrifying aura burst out. Panga realm. Feng Wuchen frowned and sized up Yao Feng. He thought to himself, although this person's aura isn't as strong as Ancestor Xianxia's, he has the origin spirit divine power and can suppress Ancestor Xianxia's divine power. He's strong enough to fight Ancestor Xianxia. Feng Wuchen was right. Yao Feng had the origin spirit divine power. Even if his cultivation wasn't as strong as Ancestor Xianxia's, he could definitely fight Ancestor Xianxia. He has indeed stepped into the Panga realm. The faces of Elder Shengang and the others became more and more unsightly. Yao Feng, show yourself. Patriarch Xianxia roared angrily. His murderous aura exploded, and a terrifying qi wave condensed into a tornado of death. Protector Qing, Protector Poliu, Xianxia, and the others all retreated in fear. They had been seriously injured in the previous battle, and their injuries had yet to fully recover. If Yao Feng hadn't returned, would they have dared to be so arrogant in front of Patriarch Xianxia? Ancestor Xianxia, I've just broken through to the Panga realm, and it's a good opportunity for me to try out the power of the Panga realm. Ancestor Xianxia, please enlighten me. Yao Feng's domineering voice was heard. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the 36 heavens suddenly shook violently. In the direction of the supreme main divine palace, an unimaginably terrifying power suddenly erupted. Domineering divine power soared into the heavens, forming a massive energy vortex that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. All the powerhouses of the 36 heavens were scared out of their wits. Evil wind. Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong's expressions changed drastically. Yao Feng has broken through to the Panga realm. Di Qianyan couldn't help but exclaim. His face was filled with terror. Di Wuyun frowned and said solemnly, I'm afraid the ancient god pavilion and dragon soul won't be able to turn the tables this time. Even if Feng Wuchen has a mysterious power, I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat Supreme Demon Soul and Yao Feng. Yao Feng had stepped into the Panga realm, and his strength was absolutely terrifying. After all, he had the divine power of the Yuan spirit. Palace Master Yao Feng has broken through to the Panga realm. The Palace Master of Sky Shadow Saint Palace was shocked. Did Supreme Demon Soul not attack because he was waiting for Palace Master Yao Feng to return? The Palace Master of Heartless Divine Palace was scared out of his wits. Panga realm. Palace Master Yao Feng has also broken through to the Panga realm. The Palace Master of Sky Martial Divine Palace was so shocked that he froze on the spot. The Supreme Main Divine Palace had 2 Panga realm powerhouses. Who else in the Panga realm could compete with them? Even Panga Shi and Patriarch Xianxia together couldn't defeat Supreme Demon Soul. Now, there was Yao Feng. How could the ancient god pavilion and dragon soul compete with them? At the same time, Feng Wuchen's clone had arrived at the green mystic tortoise's territory. The great emperors, great ancient emperors, and great emperors were all ready. The dragon soul battle god, monarch soul battle god, ancient alchemy divine palace, and divine pill pavilion's great ancient emperors and great emperors had also gathered. Supreme Lord. They've all gathered. Emperor Yijun said respectfully. Those below the Great Emperor realm don't need to go, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. This battle is very important. I need you to buy me some time. Buy you some time? Great Ancient Shaman and the others were confused. They didn't understand what he meant. Your Majesty, are you going to cultivate in seclusion? The Chaos Beast asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, there's no time to cultivate now. No matter how fast I improve, I can't break through to the Panga realm. Yao Feng has already broken through to the Panga realm and returned to the Panga realm. What? Yao Feng has broken through to the Panga realm? Emperor Yijun and the others were shocked. The battle will break out at any time. Everyone, get ready, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. At this moment, Yao Feng appeared silently in the sky above the ancient god pavilion. His domineering aura swept out with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Under the domineering divine power, even Patriarch Xianxia looked like he was having a hard time. Yao Feng hasn't stabilized his cultivation level yet. He's planning to use Patriarch Xianxia to practice. This is an insult to Patriarch Xianxia. Feng Wuchen frowned. Yao Feng glanced at Patriarch Xianxia, then looked at Feng Wuchen. You're able to withstand my aura. Feng Wuchen, your mysterious power is indeed powerful, Yao Feng said with a smile. Only then did he retract his aura. Feng Wuchen was expressionless. He didn't say anything. Above the void, Yao Zhan's figure also appeared. He glanced at Feng Wuchen and nodded politely. Yao Zhan was here to watch the battle. Bring it on, Patriarch Xianxia. Yao Feng smiled confidently. His domineering divine power erupted. Boom! Patriarch Xianxia shot into the sky while unleashing his divine power. He turned into a streak of blue light and charged at Yao Feng. His domineering aura was suffocating. Yao Feng swooped down fearlessly. He clenched his right fist and gathered his domineering divine power. He yelled, Panga technique. Wrath of Wind Fist. Boom, boom, boom. Yao Feng seemed to be throwing a punch, but there were tens of thousands of energy fists stacked on top of each other. The attacks were fierce and merciless. They were filled with invincible pressure. With the help of the Origin Spirit divine power, even an ordinary Panga technique could unleash terrifying power. Is that all you've got? You're far weaker than your father. Patriarch Xianxia said viciously. He threw out a palm with a terrifying aura. The fierce divine power formed a palm print that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. It crushed Yao Feng's fierce attack. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Tens of thousands of terrifying fist shadows were shattered by Black War Ancestor's palm, and Yao Feng was sent flying. Black War Ancestor is indeed impressive. Such powerful godly power is perfect for me to adapt to the power of the Panga realm. Yao Feng was excited. Whoosh. Rumble. After sending Yao Feng flying, Black War Ancestor turned into a terrifying flash of light and slammed his palm on Yao Feng's chest. With a loud explosion, the violent and terrifying power sent Yao Feng flying like a cannonball. Black War Ancestor's palm was full of impact, and it was frightening. However, even such a terrifying palm strike was unable to injure Yao Feng. Rumble. Black War Ancestor stepped into the air, and with an ear-piercing boom, he turned into a green flash of light and shot out again. His attack was extremely terrifying. This palm is awesome. How delightful. Yao Feng shouted, extremely excited. Yao Feng forcefully removed Black War Ancestor's godly power, and his feet slid back in the air. Yuan Ling godly power exploded, and his aura and power surged again. Whoosh. However, Black War Ancestor suddenly appeared and slammed his palm on Yao Feng again. The domineering palm was even stronger than before, and the 36 layers of sky quickly collapsed. This palm has a domineering aura. I can't move at all. Yao Feng was shocked. Yuan Ling godly power couldn't suppress Black War Ancestor's godly power. Black War Ancestor's immortal godly power is indeed second only to Yuan Ling godly power. Even though Father has Yuan Ling godly power, the difference in power is too great. I'm afraid he's no match for Black War Ancestor, Yao Zhan said indifferently. Yao Feng hasn't used his full strength yet, Feng Wuchen said, frowning slightly. Plus, he has Wind Elemental Divine Power and Yuan Spirit Divine Power. Xianzhan's palm couldn't hurt him at all. His physical body is quite strong. Yao Feng had just broken through to the Panga realm, but he could take Black War Ancestor's palm without being hurt. Panga Technique. Wind God breaks the sky. Yao Feng roared and slammed his palm across the air, forming a destructive white storm that swallowed Black War Ancestor. Break! Black War Ancestor roared and unleashed his undying energy, forcefully destroying the wind attribute God power storm. Even the power of Panga Technique couldn't withstand Xianzhan's undying power. My undying energy is formed from Panga's essence. You think your wind-attributed energy can match my undying energy? You underestimate me too much. Patriarch Xianzhan shouted angrily. I know my wind-attribute undying energy is no match for the ancestor's undying energy. I was just dispersing his attack. Didn't the ancestor's palm not land? Even if you attack me, at least I will have a chance to avoid it. Yao Feng laughed excitedly. Patriarch Xianzhan frowned slightly and said coldly, It seems that you are very confident in fighting against me. Patriarch Xianzhan, I'm going to go all out. Yao Feng shouted excitedly. His Yuan spirit god power erupted like a volcano. Yao Feng's power and aura soared crazily. Yao Feng then took out the 9-star Pengu artifact, the mysterious pendant, and his battle prowess soared again. Monstrous waves of qi rolled out. The entire 36 levels of sky collapsed. In the darkness, it was as though they had arrived in hell. It was filled with terror and despair. In an instant, Yao Feng's combat power had reached its peak. He was extremely domineering and ferocious. Yao Feng's aura is catching up to the ancestors. Elder Shan Gang frowned. He was secretly shocked by Yao Feng's power. Yuan spirit god power can suppress the ancestor's undying energy. I'm worried that the ancestor won't be able to defeat Yao Feng, Emperor Wan Sha said worriedly. Don't worry. Yao Feng may be strong, but he can't threaten the ancestor unless he improves further. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said. Yao Feng had just broken through to the Panga realm. Even with the suppression of his godly power, he couldn't make up for the difference between him and Patriarch Xianzhan. Hong, he glared fiercely at the old ancestor. Suddenly, a demonic wind burst forth, and with a loud bang, his body transformed into a purple flash of light with a majestic aura. Not to be outdone, Patriarch Xianzhan shot out as well. Hong, Weng, in the blink of an eye, the two palms collided, and a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. Destructive energy ripples swept out without restraint. Yao Feng used all his strength. With his Yuan spirit god power suppressing his undying energy, he managed to block the palm. Your power has increased a lot. Unfortunately, your Yuan spirit god power can't do anything to me, Patriarch Xianzhan said in a low voice. Yao Feng sneered excitedly. Patriarch Xianzhan, why don't you use all your strength? Otherwise, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Is that so? Patriarch Xianzhan squinted his eyes. Hong, Weng, Yao Feng laughed excitedly and suddenly launched a fierce attack. An intense hand-to-hand combat ensued. Terrifying energy ripples covered the entire sky. The two figures flickered continuously in the sky, perfectly displaying their strength and speed. In this intense physical combat, Yao Feng's power and speed were on par with Patriarch Xianzhan's. They were evenly matched. Of course, Patriarch Xianzhan hadn't used all his strength yet. Yao Feng is indeed powerful. With the help of this intense battle, his combat power is getting stronger and stronger, Feng Wuchen thought with a frown. As the battle went on, Patriarch Xianzhan gradually increased his power. Yao Feng was at a disadvantage. Pung. In this intense physical combat, Patriarch Xianzhan's fierce fists landed on Yao Feng's body. Every time they collided, the space would shake violently. The impact was intense and shocking. Hong, the fierce and overbearing punch and the overbearing godly power instantly penetrated Yao Feng's body and sent him flying. Patriarch, you are indeed powerful. Yao Feng laughed excitedly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Pa. Yao Feng put his palms together and gathered godly power. A powerful aura burst out again. Ancient Panga Technique. Thunder Spear. Yao Feng roared and formed a purple energy spear that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. He waved his hand and threw it out. Xiao, Weng Weng, the thunder spear shot out like lightning with the power to pierce through everything. It gave off an invincible sense of fear. Limitless Dharma image. Patriarch Xianxia shouted and turned into a giant. He clenched his right hand and gathered godly power to punch out. Instantly, a huge energy fist was formed. The terrifying power of this fist seemed to be able to destroy the entire 30 miles of sky. Hong, Weng Weng, the massive energy fist collided with the Thunder God Spear. With a loud explosion, the Thunder God Spear, which was hundreds of thousands of zhang long, cracked instantly. The immeasurable impact carried an unstoppable momentum, crazily rolling out. The 36 heavens shook violently. What a shocking defensive power! The power of the Thunder God Spear has been shattered. Yao Feng was shocked. Hong! Crack! Pooh! Black War Ancestor snorted and punched again. The overbearing power shattered the Thunder Spear, and Yao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. I can't suppress it with my Yuan Spirit godly power. Yao Feng was shocked. At the moment of collision, Yao Feng felt an overwhelming pressure. Even though Yuan Spirit godly power could suppress immortal godly power, it was far from enough. Even though Yao Feng had an extremely strong body, he couldn't withstand Black War Ancestor's overbearing godly power. Black War Ancestor roared, Yao Feng. You've lost. Huh. Yao Feng roared and unleashed all his godly power. The shattered Thunder Spear reformed, and its power was even more terrifying. Humph. Black War Ancestor snorted angrily. His immortal godly power increased again, and his overbearing aura skyrocketed. Crack. Pooh. The reformed Thunder Spear shattered again. The overbearing godly power penetrated the Thunder Spear and shattered it. Yao Feng spat out another mouthful of blood. The overbearing shockwave of the immortal godly power sent Yao Feng flying. The immortal godly power has completely penetrated Yuan Spirit godly power. It's so strong that I can't suppress it anymore. No wonder he's the strongest in Ancient God Pavilion. This is my limit. Yao Feng thought. He tried his best, but he still couldn't defeat Black War Ancestor. Hong. Pooh. Black War Ancestor's huge palm slapped over. With a loud explosion, Yao Feng spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This terrifying palm instantly worsened Yao Feng's injuries. Even with his strong body, Yao Feng felt like his body was about to fall apart. I still can't defeat Black War Ancestor. My godly power can't make up for the difference. Yao Feng shook his head. Yao Feng lost, Feng Wuchen said. Calmly. It was just as he expected. None of Elder Shan Gang and the others were happy. Defeating Yao Feng didn't mean defeating Yao Soul Supreme. After severely injuring Yao Feng, Black War Ancestor deactivated Sun Luo Dharma Idol, and his body returned to normal. As expected of Ancestor Xianzhan. You are indeed powerful. I have just stepped into the Panga realm, and I am indeed no match for you. Yao Feng flashed over with serious injuries. A smile appeared on his pale face. Patriarch Xianzhan, aren't you going to kill him? Yao Zhan suddenly asked. I'm not as despicable as you. Patriarch Xianzhan glared at Yao Zhan. Yao Zhan shrugged and smiled faintly. This has nothing to do with being despicable. A loss is a loss. He has no right to live, even if he is my father. If you miss this chance, there won't be a second chance. As soon as Yao Zhan said this, Feng Wuchen's eyes turned cold. Yao Zhan's fallacious logic really made Feng Wuchen feel uncomfortable listening to it. Sensing the change in Feng Wuchen's eyes, Yao Zhan asked with a smile, High Lord of Dragon Soul, do you think I'm wrong? I don't want to listen to your twisted logic, Feng Wuchen replied coldly. 139 Reading Network Twisted Logic? Yao Zhan smiled and didn't care at all. However, what made Feng Wuchen even more incredulous was that Yao Feng's expression didn't change at all, as if he agreed with Yao Zhan's words. Old devil soul, show yourself. Even if I die today, I will have no regrets. Old devil Xianzhan said fiercely. He had already made up his mind to fight to the death. As the strongest person in the ancient god pavilion, he couldn't bow down to the evil forces. No matter what the outcome was, even if he died in battle, he wouldn't regret it. Old devil Xianxia, are you sure you're ready? Even if you and Pangashi joined forces, you were still no match for me. Killing you alone is as easy as crushing an ant for me. The old ghost Yao Hun's cold laughter resounded as his figure appeared. Greetings, Lord Devil Soul. Protector Poliu, Protector Qing, and the others all knelt down respectfully. The appearance of the demonic soul supremacy caused Patriarch Xianxia to be extremely shocked and feel extremely pressured. Old Devil Soul's cultivation has increased. Feng Wuchen frowned and was secretly shocked. At this level, he could still increase his cultivation in such a short period of time. What's going on? This old thing's cultivation seems to have increased. Patriarch Xianxia was shocked. Facing Lord Devil Soul's aura alone, Patriarch Xianxia found it hard to move. Elder Xiangang and Emperor Wan Sha felt like their bodies were about to be torn apart. The earth-shattering aura made them feel suffocated and weak. They couldn't move at all. Only Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. He wasn't affected by the aura at all. Old Devil Xianxia, you can't even attack in front of me. How are you going to fight me? Lord Devil Soul sneered disdainfully. Before he finished speaking, Lord Devil Soul had already appeared in front of Patriarch Xianxia. The terrifying aura locked onto Patriarch Xianxia and intimidated him. The overbearing godly power mercilessly suppressed Patriarch Xianxia's immortal godly power. They both had godly power, but Lord Devil Soul was much stronger than Yao Feng. Pooh! Under the aura and godly power, Patriarch Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. There was no need for Lord Devil Soul to attack. Patriarch Xianxia had already lost. Patriarch! Elder Xiangang and Emperor Wan Sha's expressions changed drastically. You can't even withstand my godly power. How are you going to fight me? Lord Devil Soul was even more disdainful. Patriarch Xianxia's old face twisted in pain. Lord Devil Soul's palm struck out, causing Patriarch Xianxia to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. Patriarch Xianxia, although Yao Feng lost to you, you're no different from an ant in front of me. You're not worthy of my attention. However, before I kill you, I'll kill Feng Wuchen first. Feng Wuchen, my guess was right. He couldn't break the ancient seal that sealed Pangashi for millions of years. Only you can break it. This must be related to your mysterious power. Lord Devil Soul looked at Feng Wuchen. The reason why I sealed the ancient god pavilion, other than luring you here, was to confirm my conjecture. You sealed the 36 heavens not to stop the dragon soul or me. You were worried that Supreme Ming Long would interfere. Feng Wuchen guessed. Although the dragon soul was strong, Lord Devil Soul didn't care about it. There was no need for the seal to stop the dragon soul. In Feng Wuchen's opinion, it was to stop Supreme Ming Long. You're wrong. Lord Devil Soul sneered. Supreme Ming Long has been sealed in the 7th level of the dimensional space. With his godly power, he won't be able to break the seal. Even if he wants to interfere, he won't have the chance. It's not to stop Pangashi and Space Emperor. With their strength, I don't care about them. What? Supreme Ming Long has been sealed? Patriarch Xianxia and Elder Xiangang were shocked. Then why? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. Because Grandpa wants to know who else in the Panga realm wants to be his enemy and who else can break the seal. It's that simple. Yao Zhan smiled. When I was in the 7th level of the dimensional space, I sensed soul essence. Does old demon soul know of other experts? Feng Wuchen frowned. He thought of the soul essence he sensed when he encountered the dimensional storm on the 7th level of the dimensional space. Feng Wuchen was very sure that the soul essence really existed. In other words, there was another terrifying expert on the 7th level of the dimensional space. Feng Wuchen, you managed to break through to the Great Emperor realm in such a short period of time. You really surprised me. A 5-time spatial ring definitely wouldn't allow you to break through so quickly, Sovereign Demon Soul said with a smile. I'm also shocked that you can improve in such a short time with your Panga realm cultivation. Feng Wuchen frowned. Then, he flashed to Ancestor Xianxia. With the help of the Eternal Realm power, Ancestor Xianxia quickly recovered. Is this the strongest fleshly body? It's really terrifying. He can recover from a Panga realm injury so quickly. Yao Zhan frowned. It was his first time seeing such a power. Oh right, Feng Wuchen also has the heaven-defying samsara that can revive the dead. Yao Zhan continued. Because of this, Yao Zhan was very interested in Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, are you going to obediently hand over your power or let me do it? Demon Soul Supreme sneered. The reincarnation pagoda hasn't fully recovered. It still needs time. Feng Wuchen frowned. His expression was very serious. At the same time, Feng Wuchen's clone took Emperor Yi Jun and the others to the 35th layer of heaven. Space divine power couldn't enter the 36th layer of heaven, but with the help of the chaotic realm, Feng Wuchen's clone easily took Emperor Yi Jun and the others into the 36th layer of heaven. After entering the 36th layer of heaven, Feng Wuchen's clone immediately disappeared into the void. They're here. A 10 Directions Great Emperor in the Supreme Divine Palace suddenly opened his eyes. Another 10 Directions Great Emperor exclaimed, "Peak 10 Directions Great Emperor. The auras of the Kuan-Pung Beast and the Chaos Beast. Stop them." The leader of the 10 Directions Great Emperor ordered coldly. The 10 Great Emperors guarding the 36th heaven sensed the terrifying aura the moment the Kuan-Pung Beast and the Primal Chaos Beast stepped into the barrier. The Kuan-Pung Beast and Emperor Yi Jun naturally sensed the presence of the 10 Direction Great Emperors. 14 10 Directions Great Emperors, said the ancestor of the Ice Sea God Luan. The Xianxia beast's face was ferocious, its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it said, "They're here. Ignore them." First, he had to buy time for the Lord. "Let's go," Emperor Yi Jun said solemnly. He immediately activated his spatial divine power and disappeared. The Dragon Soul War God and the ancient mutated beasts disappeared one after another. This was Feng Wuchen's spatial god force. Emperor Yi Jun and the others had already disappeared by the time the experts from the Supreme Main Divine Palace appeared. The aura of spatial divine power. Their auras have disappeared. A 10 Directions Great Emperor said with a frown. They must have gone to the ancient god pavilion. Lord Supreme is already there. Let's go, the leader of the 10 Directions Great Emperor said coldly. Before long, Emperor Yi Jun and the others appeared above the ancient god pavilion. Lord. Emperor. Emperor Yi Jun and the mutated beasts bowed respectfully. Then, they looked at Supreme Demon Soul, Yao Feng, and the others with grave expressions. Oh? There are so many experts here. There are also the ancient mutated beasts Kuan-Pung, Han Dun, Xianxia, and the King Ape, Yao Zhan said in surprise. Young Lord, it must be Feng Wuchen's clone that brought them to the 36th heaven, Protector Qing said respectfully. Yao Zhan sneered. Unfortunately, the strongest is only a peak 10 Directions Great Emperor. I want to know how Feng Wuchen will deal with the upcoming situation. Young Lord, Feng Wuchen and the others will die for sure. Even Supreme Yinglong won't be able to save them, Protector Poliu said respectfully with a smile. It's hard to say. Feng Wuchen doesn't look worried or anxious at all. It's definitely not an act. Yao Zhan shook his head slightly. Soon, the 10 Directions Great Emperors from the Supreme Divine Palace appeared. Lord Supreme Demon Soul, they used spatial divine power to come here. I couldn't stop them, the leader reported respectfully. It's fine. As long as Feng Wuchen doesn't escape, you didn't fail in your duty. Besides, I didn't plan to stop them. Besides, you can't stop the spatial divine power of the Space Great Emperor, Supreme Demon Soul said with a smile. Supreme Demon Soul didn't take the Kuan-Pung and the others seriously at all. Those below the Panga realm were all ants. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Panga Shi, the Space Great Emperor, and the Time Great Emperor appeared. Terrifying aura swept over with the momentum of a raging sea. Yao Feng glanced at them and smiled. Old friends that I haven't seen in years are here. Panga Shi, Space Great Emperor, and Time Great Emperor, the three seniors are here too. This is getting more and more interesting. Yao Zhan smiled happily. Junior Yao Zhan greets Senior Panga Shi, Senior Space Great Emperor, and Senior Time Great Emperor. Yao Zhan immediately bowed respectfully. Yao Zhan, you're very polite, but you're too cruel. Panga Shi glanced at Yao Zhan. Yao Zhan smiled and didn't say anything. Pangashi, are you here to die? Supreme Demon Soul sneered disdainfully. If you didn't come, I wouldn't have planned to kill you. As he spoke, a domineering and terrifying aura locked onto Pangashi and the others. If Ying Long didn't intervene last time, you would have been dead. It's rare for you to survive, but you still dare to come here to die. Supreme Demon Soul sneered and exuded a chilling murderous aura. This time, Supreme Demon Soul wouldn't let them go so easily. This old thing's strength has increased again. The Space Great Emperor frowned. The Time Great Emperor was puzzled. It's very difficult for a Panga Realm cultivator to improve his cultivation. How did this old monster improve his cultivation? I didn't even have a chance to attack just now. Even if we join forces, we have no chance of winning. Ancestor Xianxia frowned and said. He didn't know how to deal with Supreme Demon Soul. Feng Wuchen, how much longer do you need? Pangashi asked in a low voice. 1 day. Feng Wuchen frowned. What? 1 day? Pangashi's old face changed drastically. How could they last a day against Supreme Demon Soul, let alone a day? They might not even last 2 hours. Feng Wuchen frowned. Senior Pangashi, do you think Emperor Xianxia and the others can deal with old monster soul after they revive? Millions of years ago, they couldn't even deal with Supreme Demon Soul, let alone after millions of years. Supreme Demon Soul had reached an unimaginable level. This? Pangashi fell silent. In their opinion, there was no chance of winning. Try to buy as much time as possible. I hope my mysterious power can help. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. The power of the Eternal Realm was unleashed and covered Pangashi and the others. Feng Wuchen, my divine power can suppress your strongest physical strength. They won't be able to recover from their injuries. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. Feng Wuchen did not say anything. Instead, he unleashed a mysterious power to support Pangashi, Old Ancestor Xianxia, Space Emperor, and Time Emperor. Pangashi and the others glowed with white light. The white mysterious power exuded a terrifying and domineering aura. It gave people the feeling that it was above any other power. Demon Soul Sovereign's face turned gloomy when he saw the mysterious power supporting Pangashi and the others. Just a second ago, he said that he could suppress their strongest physical strength. In the next second, Feng Wuchen slapped him in the face mercilessly. The white mysterious power completely ignored Demon Soul Sovereign's divine power. What kind of power is this? I feel like it can suppress Yuan Ling's divine power. Yao Feng frowned as fear flashed through his eyes. Is this Feng Wuchen's mysterious power? I can feel a strong threat from it. Demon Soul Sovereign frowned as his face turned serious for the first time. My cultivation is too weak. This power can't increase your combat strength. However, it will not be suppressed by Demon Soul Sovereign's divine power. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. It's enough. Pangashi sneered as he felt more confident. Without the suppression of the Eternal Realm's power, they would be able to recover from their injuries. Even if they died, they would be able to revive instantly. Feng Wuchen used Xianxia Emperor's divine power as he formed a mysterious seal with his hands. This is Xianxia Emperor's divine power. Demon Soul Sovereign frowned. Yao Feng said in shock, Xianxia Emperor's divine power. How is this possible? How could Feng Wuchen have so much divine power from the 100 emperors? Ancient God of War Array. Open! Feng Wuchen shouted as a huge golden array was formed. In the next second, Pangashi and the others' combat strength increased tremendously. Xianxia said in shock, it can increase combat strength by so much. As expected of Xianxia Emperor's God of War Array. Space Emperor and Time Emperor were also shocked. God of War Array. Demon Soul Sovereign and Yao Feng were shocked at the same time. God of War Array. The 4 elders of the Supreme Divine Palace's 4 elders were shocked. This is a formation created by the power of an ancient god. It's even more powerful than the mystic Heaven Battle God formation. Emperor Yi Jun and the others were also shocked. Feng Wuchen immediately changed his seal and shouted again, Ancient Supreme Big Dipper formation. Open! Another huge blue array formation was formed, and everyone could clearly feel that the defensive power had increased by several times. God of Xianxia, Emperor Emperors, God of Emperors Zhen Emperors Xian Emperors. He actually knows how to use such a powerful formation. T-S to be God of SS. Of. Open. Feng Wuchen changed the seal again and yelled. Another erase formation was formed. Pangashi and the others could clearly feel a strong wind attribute energy on their bodies. Wind soul array. Yao Feng and the four elders were shocked again. The three powerful arrays helped Pangashi and the others to improve their strength. Especially the 10 direction great emperors, their combat strength was close to the Panga realm. Their strength has improved a lot. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered, Feng Wuchen, I didn't expect you to have Xianxia Emperor's divine power. You've even learned his array. What a surprise. But I'm curious. Xianxia Emperor has been dead for millions of years. How did you obtain his divine power? Is it the energy he left behind before he died? What does that have to do with you? Feng Wuchen replied coldly. 918 Demon Soul Sovereign sneered, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. Pangashi, Xianzhan, come on. Let's see how long you can last. Humph. Pangashi snorted angrily and took the lead to attack. Xianzhan, Space Emperor, and Time Emperor also attacked without hesitation. They were not suppressed by Demon Soul Sovereign's divine power and had Eternal Life Realm experts to support them. They were not afraid at all. The moment they attacked, they unleashed their full strength and took out all kinds of powerful Panga weapons. Kuanpung Beast, Chaos Beast, Xiongqi Beast, Ancient Beast King, help Senior Pangashi and buy time. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Yes, Emperor. The 6 beasts replied respectfully. Then, they roared angrily and rushed out. The battle was about to start. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Demon Soul Sovereign fought alone against the 6 beasts. Loud sounds of battle echoed throughout the 36 heavens. Terrifying divine power covered the entire space. The entire 36 heavens was filled with fear and death. Blood Qilin, Elder Xian Gang, keep an eye on them. Feng Wuchen ordered. Okay. Blood Qilin nodded. Kill Feng Wuchen. Yao Feng ordered. Yes. The 4 elders and a dozen 10 direction great emperors immediately attacked. Roar. Blood Qilin roared angrily and took the lead. Terrifying bloodline power and killing intent burst out. Su Yangtian, let's fight to the death. Emperor Yijun roared angrily. He used bloodthirsty eyes to increase his combat strength and condensed domineering sword intent. Humph. Su Yangtian snorted fiercely and rushed out fearlessly. The 9 ancient elders and 7 10 direction great emperors of the ancient god pavilion fought with all their might. Obviously, the ancient god pavilion and dragon soul had more experts. There were less than 30 people from the supreme main shrine. Yao Feng, who was severely injured, was about to attack when Yao Zhan stopped him. You should focus on healing. Yao Zhan smiled faintly. Brat, don't underestimate your opponent. Yao Feng warned. Qin Yufeng, you deal with the others. Leave out Yen Great Dao and Divine Snow Great Emperor to me. Yao Zhan suddenly said. He was already in front of Su Yangtian. Yes. Qin Yufeng replied respectfully. Yao Zhan. Emperor Alfeng and the others frowned. You're no match for me one-on-one. All 8 of you can come at me together. I'm bored anyway. It's good to exercise. Yao Zhan smiled faintly and took out an ancient ice sword. 1 against 8? How confident was he? Emperor Alfeng said fiercely, 1 against 8. Yao Zhan, you're courting death. Attack. Divine Snow Great Emperor shouted coldly. The 5 of them attacked without hesitation. They also had Eternal Life Realm strength, so they weren't afraid of Yao Zhan at all. Qin Yufeng, go deal with Feng Wuchen. Don't let him be idle. If you can kill him, it'll prove that he's not qualified to fight me. Yao Zhan smiled. I'll kill him. Qin Yufeng replied respectfully. Kill me? Even old Ghost Yao Hun didn't dare to say that. You want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Feng Wuchen smirked as he activated his Eternal Realm strength and bloodline power along with his mysterious energy. At the same time, he summoned his armor, Sun Eye, and Dragon God Sword. His overbearing combat strength instantly soared to the great ancient emperor realm. Feng Wuchen, you have the immortal body. You can't be killed, but I have my ways. Qin Yufeng said fiercely as he charged forward with his spear. After the previous battle, Qin Yufeng was not weak as he was able to survive. Qin Yufeng was stronger than Great Emperor Mi Tian. Terrifying divine power was injected into the spear as it glowed with a dazzling green light. Qin Yufeng was filled with a dangerous aura. Oh? Underestimating my immortal body, you will end up in a miserable state. Feng Wuchen grinned as he charged forward with the Dragon God Sword. Cold and bloodthirsty killing intent formed a blood-red storm. Feng Wuchen, your cultivation has indeed increased by a lot under the mysterious energy. However, this person is a peak great ancient emperor. With your current combat strength, you can only fight against a middle great ancient emperor, the chaotic Xian fire beast said. Feng Wuchen's battle with the chaotic Xian fire beast in the chaotic realm had strengthened his great emperor realm cultivation. With the help of the mysterious energy, his cultivation had increased a little. That was why he could suppress the chaotic Xian fire beast. In other words, Feng Wuchen's strongest combat strength could only reach the middle great ancient emperor realm. He was far from a peak great ancient emperor realm. Chaotic Xian fire beast, don't forget that my son I can increase my combat strength, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He was confident in the Sun Eye. Feng Wuchen did not use the Sun Eye to increase his combat strength during the battle with the chaotic Xian fire beast. The Sun Eye had an extremely strong boost. Feng Wuchen had not used more than 10 times his combat strength. Back then, his body could not withstand it. Now that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the Great Emperor realm, he could withstand the power of the Sun Eye. Sun's Eye? The chaos mysterious fire beast was stunned for a moment before it remembered. Feng Wuchen, your Sun Eye is very powerful. I have never seen such a terrifying existence in the primal chaos realm. It probably came from the primal chaos realm. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast transmitted. I guess so. After all, no such powerful magic treasure has been found in Panga realm, and the memory of the Eye of the Sun has been sealed, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. Buzz. The domineering power poured into the Sun Eye, and Feng Wuchen's combat power instantly tripled. His aura soared as well. This was the most basic upgrade of the Sun Eye. The power of the Dragon God Sword aura instantly increased by 3 times, becoming even more tyrannical and ferocious. What? His battle prowess could still be improved. It has increased by 3 times. Qin Yufeng's complexion changed slightly. He secretly cursed Feng Wuchen for being a monster. What a powerful Pangu artifact. It actually tripled my combat power. I have never seen such a powerful magic treasure in the Panga realm. Above the void, Demon Zhan, who was fighting against 8 enemies by himself, was also surprised. Ding! Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the spear and the sword fiercely clashed. Sparks flew everywhere, and the destructive power of the collision swept across without restraint. In the face of Qin Yufeng's terrifying power, Feng Wuchen blocked it and did not even take half a step back. On the other hand, Qin Yufeng felt a domineering suppression from his bloodline power. How is this possible? My strength has increased by 4 times. Qin Yufeng's expression changed again. His full-powered attack was actually blocked by Feng Wuchen. What made Qin Yufeng even more incredulous was that Feng Wuchen's strength had increased by 2 times at the moment of collision. 4 times? Demon. Zhan was stunned. Peak great ancient emperors are nothing more than this. This should be your strongest combat power, right? Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. His pitch-black eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent. Qin Yufeng, who was extremely shocked, suddenly became extremely gloomy. The corners of his mouth twitched violently, and his heart surged with monstrous anger. Okay, composition network as a peak great ancient emperor, how could Qin Yufeng tolerate being looked down upon by a junior from the main hall? The furious Qin Yufeng's killing intent instantly multiplied. Once again, he swept out with his spear, bringing along an extremely terrifying spear light. 5 times. Feng Wuchen sneered. His strength soared again, and he channeled it into the Dragon God Sword. Feng Wuchen held the dragon god sword tightly with both hands and swept it out fiercely. What? 5 times? Qin Yufeng was so shocked that his eyeballs almost flew out. Feng Wuchen's combat power had increased by 5 times. 5 times. Demon Zhan and many other experts also looked at him with shocked eyes. Demon Zhan said in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can Feng Wuchen burst out with 5 times the strength? What kind of treasure is this? I can't believe it. Has Lord's strength become so terrifying? Such a domineering strength has already caught up with us. Lord is too scary. When did senior brother become so strong? Is this master's true strength?" Great Emperor Yi Jun, Great Emperor Gu Wu, and Great Emperor Wanshi were also shocked. They all looked at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. They never knew that Feng Wuchen was this abnormal. A treasure that can increase one's strength by 5 times? Is this a joke? Demon Zhan was also shocked. This was unheard of in the Panga realm for millions of years. This brat's strength can increase as he pleases? Demon Soul Supremacy was astonished. Feng Wuchen's combat power had soared from the Great Emperor realm to the Great Ancient Emperor realm. This was already frightening enough. However, Feng Wuchen could still burst out with 5 times the strength after reaching the Great Ancient Emperor realm. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Qin Yufeng was scared out of his wits when he sensed that it was really 5 times the strength. His face was pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body trembled. Feng Wuchen's strength had reached Qin Yufeng's strongest combat power by 4 times. How could Qin Yufeng withstand the strength of 5 times the strength? Qin Yufeng had already thrust his spear. It was too late for him to dodge. Boom, puff, buzz. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, the sword and spear collided again. The sword and spear radiance exploded. With a deafening explosion, Qin Yufeng spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a super cannonball. How can he have such strength? With my strength, I can't even defeat a junior great emperor. Qin Yufeng was terrified and could not accept it. The strength that Qin Yufeng had gathered was instantly scattered. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. The fierce and overbearing sword severely injured Qin Yufeng on the spot. Kill me? You can't even block one of my attacks. Do you think you can kill me? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. You are not qualified. Feng Wuchen, I didn't expect you to be able to burst out with such powerful strength. It seems that I have underestimated you. Demon Zhan laughed and a strong fighting spirit spread out. A domineering sword intent burst out and condensed into a sword intent energy sword. Qi. Under Feng Wuchen's control, a domineering sword intent energy sword turned into a golden flash and penetrated Qin Yufeng's chest. Qin Yufeng did not even have the chance to use his own territory, he was killed mercilessly by Feng Wuchen. This brat has also comprehended the manifestation of sword intent. Yao Feng, the elders, and experts of the Supreme Divine Hall looked at Jiangchen in shock again. Manifestation of sword intent? Yao Zhan was shocked again. He could not believe it. They had cultivated for millions of years, but they had never comprehended it. How old was Feng Wuchen? He was only at the Great Monarch realm, yet he had already comprehended the Supreme Sword Dao, which was the manifestation of sword intent. Feng Wuchen, I didn't expect you to have comprehended the Supreme Sword Dao. You're not simple, Yao Zhan praised. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yao Zhan and said coldly, mind your own business. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered, Feng Wuchen, don't underestimate my strength. Even with your strongest physical strength, they won't be able to do anything to me with this little bit of ability. Yao Zhan, you'll run out of energy one day. Pangashi shouted angrily and attacked even more ruthlessly. Old Ancestor Xianxia shouted, you'll die then. Die? Yao Zhan couldn't help but laugh, haha. Did you see how much energy I used? Your Panguard is no threat to me. Pangashi, Ancestor Xianxia, and the others launched a frenzied attack with the help of the 6 ancient beasts. They were doing their best, casting all kinds of powerful ancient Panga tactics, but they couldn't hurt Monster Soul Sovereign at all. Even though their combat strength and speed had increased, they still couldn't do anything to Yao Zhan. Yao Zhan did not use any energy at all. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Pangashi, Old Ancestor Xianxia, and the others used the Pangu art continuously. Terrifying energy shot out continuously, and the 36 heavens exploded. Yao Zhan put his hands behind his back and dodged continuously without any change in expression. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Yao Zhan suddenly released a terrifying power. He swung the Pangu sword horizontally and released a strong sword power, forcing Emperor Aofeng and the other emperors back. With a flash, Yao Zhan arrived a few meters away from Feng Wuchen with an excited expression. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Yao Zhan pointed the Pangu sword at the sky and laughed. Feng Wuchen, with that sword move of yours, you defeated Qin Yufeng easily without using the Pangu spell. You are already powerful enough to fight against me. Moreover, you have the qualifications to do so. Feng Wuchen, let's make a bet. If I defeat you, your transcendent artifact will belong to me. I've never seen such a powerful magical treasure. Of course, if I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. How about that? Yao Zhan couldn't wait to fight with Feng Wuchen. Of course, more importantly, Yao Zhan had taken a fancy to Feng Wuchen's Sun Eye. Feng Wuchen's power was 5 times stronger than before, and he had also comprehended the sword intent. He was already qualified to fight Yao Zhan. Do whatever I want with you? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He sneered and asked, Yao Zhan, are you sure? Very sure. Yao Zhan said excitedly. He released his Yuanling divine power and was ready to fight with Feng Wuchen. Then let's fight. Feng Wuchen sneered and fully activated his mysterious power. Yao Zhan was very powerful. Feng Wuchen had to go all out. Master, you must be careful. Yao Zhan is very powerful. He's much stronger than Qin Yufeng. The 8 of us together couldn't suppress him. Emperor Aofeng said respectfully. Chapter 110 Literature I know. There aren't many powerful beings left in the Supreme Divine Palace. Get rid of them as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen said, staring at Yao Zhan fiercely. Yes. Emperor Aofeng answered respectfully. The 4 elders of the Supreme Divine Palace had yet to recover from their injuries. Under the fierce attacks of the Xiangang elder and the others, they couldn't withstand it. The 10 great emperors were also pinned down by Emperor Yijun and the others. They couldn't help. At all. The other great ancient emperors and great emperors were killed by the Dragon Soul Battle God and the Sovereign Soul Battle God. Feng Wuchen, you must be careful. The Emperor of Myriad Worlds reminded Feng Wuchen through voice transmission. Emperor Wangshi and the others knew how powerful Yao Zhan was. Even if Feng Wuchen unleashed 5 times his power, they were still worried that Feng Wuchen would lose. Boom, the corner of Yao Zhan's mouth was slightly lifted. His feet stepped on the empty air and an intense bang sounded. His body transformed into a purple flash that shot forward. His overbearing strength and aura swept wildly in a destructive manner. Yao Zhan had never used such a terrifying power when he fought with Emperor Aofeng and the others. Moreover, it was enough to fight against Emperor Aofeng and the others. One could see how powerful Yao Zhan was. Whoosh, Yao Zhan appeared in the blink of an eye and slashed down with his sword. The attack seemed simple, but it was overbearing. Clang, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen met the attack with the Dragon God sword. With a crisp clang, the overbearing sword radiance spread out and the collapsed space shook violently. After a fierce clash, Feng Wuchen was sent flying. What a domineering power! Feng Wuchen was shocked. With just one clash, Feng Wuchen felt a piercing pain in his arm. This power was indeed not something Qin Yufeng could compare with. The origin spirit divine power can't suppress Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. And this isn't his strongest combat power. Yao Zhan thought to himself and chased after Jian Wushuang again. Feng Wuchen, be careful. The chaotic mysterious fire beast reminded him. Feng Wuchen frowned and looked very serious. Yao Zhan was the most terrifying opponent Feng Wuchen had ever encountered. Feng Wuchen, the power of your sword just now was more than this. Yao Zhan yelled and fiercely thrust his sword at Jian Wushuang. Feng Wuchen unleashed 5 times his strength and met the attack with his sword. That's right. That's it. Yao Zhan said excitedly. Clang. Clang. Clang, buzz. Buzz, a fierce battle broke out. All kinds of powerful sword moves were performed. Sword light flashed, and waves of terrifying sword energy spread out. The sword radiance rolled wave after wave. Displaying their movement techniques, coupled with their exquisite sword moves, the two of them engaged in a high-intensity battle. One had to admit that Yao Zhan was at a very high level in the field of sword Dao. Even though he didn't understand the manifestation of sword intent, he didn't lose to Feng Wuchen at all with his powerful strength and the 9-star Panga sword. In the high-intensity battle, Yao Zhan suppressed Feng Wuchen all the way. Even when Feng Wuchen used the manifestation of sword intent and condensed sword intent to attack, he was shattered by Yao Zhan. This person's strength is indeed terrifying. Even if I use the ancient Panga technique, I might not be able to defeat him. I have to use 6 times my strength. Feng Wuchen frowned and said to himself. His combat power was increased by 6 times. Buzz. Buzz, an extremely domineering aura erupted, forcing the demon warrior who was chasing after him to retreat. Extremely terrifying and domineering bloodline divine power and mysterious power surged out endlessly like a primordial explosion. 6 times. Yao Zhan's eyes widened in shock. Yao Zhan didn't know if Feng Wuchen could increase his combat strength any further. If he could increase his combat strength by 7 times, Yao Zhan would be able to kill him instantly. 6 times. Demon Soul Prime and everyone else looked at Yao Zhan in shock. What kind of divine weapon is this? It's even bigger than a golden core. Can it increase its strength without limit? Demon Soul Prime was shocked again. How is this possible? Supremacy is scarier than a monster. Emperor Yijun was stunned. This is fake, right? How can a great emperor withstand the power of a peak ancient great emperor? Su Yangtian was in disbelief. Supremacy, what kind of Dharma treasure is this? It can increase his combat strength by 6 times. Emperor Ao Feng was scared out of his wits. 6 times the strength. I've never seen such a terrifying Dharma treasure. Even Master can't make such a terrifying Dharma treasure, right? Emperor Gu Wu and the others were also shocked. Feng Wuchen's combat strength has caught up with Yao Zhan's. Emperor Wanxi exclaimed. His old eyes were bulging, and his heart was in turmoil. This terrifying power had completely surpassed that of every great ancient emperor present. Feng Wuchen increased his combat strength by 6 times. His overbearing power and aura didn't lose to Yao Zhan at all. Terrifying divine power and mysterious power surged into the sky. Gold and white energy merged and formed a huge energy vortex in the dark void. It was extremely dazzling in the dark. Countless cultivators in the 36 heavens looked at the energy vortex in horror. Their pale faces were filled with fear. 6 times the strength. It's easy to control. Feng Wuchen grinned. He didn't feel any pressure at all. Master, it's mainly because your cultivation has become stronger. Plus, you already have a strong physical body. Naturally, you can control the eye of the sun 6 times the strength, Divine I said. Feng Wuchen gripped the dragon god sword tightly as a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, he swung the dragon god sword in the air. Swish. Buzz. With a casual swing, a golden sword chi swept out. The collapsed space distorted violently. The domineering sword chi shook the space and formed a terrifying storm of death. Just a single strand of sword chi was enough to shake one's soul. This degree of power left everyone dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen raised his eyes slightly, his intimidating gaze sweeping over Yao Zhan as he sneered, "You just said that if you lost, you'd be at my mercy, right?" Yao Zhan, whose face was filled with shock, turned serious. "Zhaner, be careful. Feng Wuchen's strength is probably not below yours," Yao Feng said with a serious face. "Myriad soul black heavenly armor." The demon warrior shouted and took out his armor. Pengu's 9 stars armor. Not only did it have a super strong defense, but it could also increase combat power. At the same time, Yao Zhan also completely unleashed his godly power without holding back. Feng Wuchen, who was like a god of war descending to the mortal world, had a great impact on the mentality of the demon fighters. Yao Zhan dared not underestimate his opponent. He had to give it his all. "Feng Wuchen, don't you have the Pengu's 9 stars ancient artifact?" Yao Zhan asked with a frown. Although he was excited, he was overwhelmed by the shock brought by Feng Wuchen. "That's easy. Feng Wuchen grinned. Boom. With a thought, the ancestor of all fires was activated. White flames burned in his palm, and an extremely domineering aura swept out like a tsunami. 127-inch. This is the Flame Emperors. Yao Zhan was stunned again. The ancestor of all fires. Demon Soul Prime, Yao Feng, and the other supreme main temple experts exclaimed at the same time. They were shocked again, the ancestor of all fires of the Flame Emperor. Feng Wuchen actually has the ancestor of all fires of the Flame Emperor. Where did he get so much godly power of the 100 Emperors? What's going on? The second elder was shocked and confused. The ancestor of all fires. The flames of the Flame Emperor. Kuanping Beast, Chaos Beast, and Emperor Yi Jun exclaimed. The domineering heat of the flames seemed to have spread across the entire 36 levels of heaven. Demon Soul Prime frowned, and found it even stranger. Feng Wuchen was just a junior. If he had the godly power of one of the 100 Emperors, it could only mean that he was lucky to have found the remains of the 100 Emperors. However, the godly power that erupted from Feng Wuchen's body came from one of the 100 Emperors, and quite a lot of them. No one would believe that he was lucky. Pangashi, do you know something? Demon Soul Prime frowned and asked. The 100 Emperors were killed by me, but they disappeared later. Feng Wuchen must have something to do with you for him to have so much godly power. Who knows? Pangashi said coldly. Reincarnation Pagoda. Demon Soul Prime suddenly thought of something and thought, could it be the Reincarnation Pagoda? The 100 Emperors were killed by me, and then they disappeared suddenly. Their remains must be in the Reincarnation Pagoda, and the godly power of the 100 Emperors must also be in the Reincarnation Pagoda. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have gotten it. But Pangashi has been sealed by me for millions of years. How could he give the godly power of the 100 Emperors to Feng Wuchen? It seems like Pangashi still has a trick up his sleeve. Demon Soul Prime never thought that the 100 Emperors were still alive. With a thought, Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of Soul Force and took out all kinds of precious smithing materials from the Pangu world. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Feng Wuchen upgraded the Dragon God sword and armor. That's right. He upgraded it in front of a strong enemy. Mysterious imprints were quickly formed, and the smithing materials melted instantly and merged with the ancestor of Soul Force. The aura of the Dragon God sword and armor suddenly rose crazily. 8-star Pangu weapon, 9-star Pangu weapon. In 10 seconds, Feng Wuchen upgraded the Dragon God sword and armor to 9-star grade. Everyone was dumbfounded by the super strong smithing process. Refining a 9-star Pangu weapon in 10 seconds. How terrifying was that? This was like the reincarnation of Emperor Peerless. No. He had even surpassed Emperor Peerless. Yao Zhan was so shocked that he could not say a word. The battle of life and death was stopped because of Feng Wuchen's super strong smithing process. The entire place suddenly fell into a dead silence, as if the air had frozen. With the appearance of the 9-star Pangu weapon, Feng Wuchen's combat power and aura increased by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's super strong combat power was already half a step into the realm of 10 great emperors. He had already surpassed Yao Zhan. The 9-star Pangu weapon that Feng Wuchen had refined definitely surpassed Yao Zhan's 9-star Pangu weapon. Alright. Come. Feng Wuchen pointed his sword at Yao Zhan, and the corner of his lips curled into an evil smile. An even more domineering aura swept out, bringing with it a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and shook the entire place. Feng Wuchen, is this your strongest combat power? Yao Zhan asked with a frown, and his expression was extremely solemn. The strongest combat strength? Feng Wuchen paused for a moment before he smiled evilly and said, I don't know about that. It's already not easy for me to unleash my current strength. Don't forget that I'm only a great emperor now. Feng Wuchen's answer made Yao Zhan uncertain if Feng Wuchen could unleash 7 times his combat strength. It was Yao Zhan's first time encountering such an insane opponent. Yao Zhan already thought that he was a monster in the Pangu domain. However, he didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be even more monstrous than him. Yao Zhan, are you ready? Feng Wuchen asked with an evil smile as he injected his domineering strength into the Dragon God sword. Humph. Yao Zhan frowned and snorted fiercely. Swish, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen suddenly swung his sword. An extremely domineering golden sword light burst out, giving people a feeling of invincibility. This was just a casual swing of the sword by Feng Wuchen. He can indeed unleash such terrifying strength. Yao Zhan was secretly shocked. He thought that Feng Wuchen couldn't control this strength. Swish, at this moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared behind Yao Zhan. What? Yao Zhan's expression changed drastically. Not only did Feng Wuchen's strength increase, but so did his speed. The domineering sword light had just been unleashed, and Feng Wuchen had already appeared behind Yao Zhan. Was the sword light a feint? At the same time, Feng Wuchen and Yao Zhan started fighting. Everyone continued to fight. Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate as he swung his sword. Swish, Feng Wuchen's sword swept over, and Yao Zhan's figure suddenly disappeared. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. After the sword missed, Feng Wuchen also disappeared mysteriously. When Yao Zhan appeared again, Feng Wuchen also appeared behind him. He was still swinging his sword. He can actually lock onto my position. Yao Zhan was shocked. He immediately turned around and swung his sword. Since Feng Wuchen was able to lock onto his position, Yao Zhan knew that even if he dodged, Feng Wuchen would be able to lock onto his position again. But just as Demon War turned around and swept out with his sword, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly turned illusory. Swish, boom. Just as Yao Zhan drew his sword, a domineering ray of light suddenly shot out from behind him. Without giving him any chance to react, it blasted Yao Zhan away with a boom. This is the power of space. He transferred the sword beam over. Yao Zhan's face darkened. Yao Zhan was very clear that the sword ray just now could not possibly be on this line. Feng Wuchen, your cultivation is increasing. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast's voice suddenly came. Oh? He improved again? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He carefully sensed that his cultivation had indeed increased. Coupled with the crazy cultivation of his dozens of primal spirit avatars, he was about to break through to the mid-stage of the Great Emperor realm. After all, Feng Wuchen's divine ring had 10 times the space. What's going on? Feng Wuchen's cultivation seems to have increased. Yao Zhan's expression suddenly changed. He could feel that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was increasing. My lord's cultivation is increasing. Emperor Yijun looked at Yao Zhan in shock again. The emperor's cultivation has increased. The Ice Dragon Phoenix ancestor exclaimed. 33 Demon Soul Prime could not help but glance at Feng Wuchen. He was shocked. What's going on? How can he improve so quickly in the middle of a battle? Good lad, he can improve even in such a situation. No wonder his cultivation base is breaking through so quickly. The Space Emperor took a deep breath. He had never heard of such a terrifying increase in cultivation base. Is this lad a monster? He can improve his cultivation base while fighting? Yao Zhan's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. Not only did he improve, but it was also so obvious, Feng Wuchen's combat strength had already surpassed Yao Zhan's. Now that his cultivation base had suddenly increased, Yao Zhan was even less of a match for him. Yao Zhan, are you regretting it now? Feng Wuchen smiled evilly. Yao Zhan, who was dumbfounded, suddenly came to his senses. When he saw Feng Wuchen's evil smile, he was instantly enraged. The battle has just begun. It's hard to tell who will win and who will lose. Yao Zhan said fiercely. A terrifying murderous aura spread out. Then show me what you're really capable of. Feng Wuchen sneered. The Dragon God sword once again emitted a domineering sword radiance. A terrifying sword intent also erupted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without any warning, hundreds of sword intent energy swords instantly condensed and shot toward Yao Zhan like lightning. However, Yao Zhan's figure mysteriously disappeared. Feng Wuchen, no matter how fast your sword intent is, it can't be faster than my speed. Yao Zhan's ethereal voice sounded. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen grinned. The domineering sword intent swept out with the momentum of a raging sea. The air was dispersed and replaced by the sword intent. In the next second, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Wherever the domineering sword intent passed, energy swords condensed. The entire void was densely packed with sword intent energy swords as far as the eye could see. They seemed to have covered the entire void of the 36 levels of heaven. The darkness was completely illuminated by the light of the sword intent energy swords. The sheer number was enough to scare people to death. My Lord's sword intent has covered the entire 36 levels of heaven. Great Emperor Yijun was dumbfounded. Even though Great Emperor Yijun had also comprehended sword intent manifestation, he had not reached the terrifying level of Feng Wuchen. Yao Zhan, you said that your speed is faster than my sword intent manifestation, right? Feng Wuchen asked with an evil smile. He formed a sword finger with his left hand and controlled the sword intent energy swords. Yao Zhan was completely speechless. Swish, 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 under Feng Wuchen's control, the sword intent energy sword suddenly launched an attack and instantly locked onto Yao Zhan's position. What? Yao Zhan sensed something and his expression changed drastically. He immediately used his movement technique. But what happened next shocked Yao Zhan. Boom, 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 no matter how fast Xianxia was, no matter how powerful his movement technique was, every time he appeared, several terrifying sword intent energy swords would bombard his body. The sword intent energy swords seemed to know where he would appear in advance. They would be bombarded as soon as they appeared. TSK, what a mess. Didn't you say that my sword intent manifestation couldn't catch up with you? But now my sword intent manifestation is waiting for you to appear. Feng Wuchen smiled evilly. Scram. Yao Zhan's aura exploded as he suddenly roared. Extremely domineering origin spirit divine power erupted and condensed into a terrifying storm that swept all the sword intent energy swords into the storm. Terrifying divine power and mysterious energy were injected into the Dragon God sword. Feng Wuchen held the Dragon God sword and shot toward the storm. Swish, as if he had become one with the sword, he completely turned into a dazzling golden flash and charged forward with the might of heaven and earth. Boom, buzz, buzz, the domineering energy bombarded the storm and forcefully shattered Yao Zhan's energy, sending him flying. What's going on? My original spirit divine power is being suppressed. Yao Zhan was shocked. He couldn't believe it. Original spirit divine power was second only to Panga divine power. How could it be suppressed by Feng Wuchen's power? The reason was simple, mysterious power. Swish. Swish, swish. Time didn't allow Yao Zhan to think. The dense and terrifying sword intent energy swords once again shot over like lightning. Yao Zhan forcibly stabilized his body and was about to use the Panga spell to counterattack. But at this moment, the countless sword intent energy swords that had shot over suddenly disappeared into thin air. They were replaced by Feng Wuchen himself. What? Yao Zhan's expression changed drastically. For a moment, Yao Zhan felt his heart trembling. That's right. His heart was trembling. This was the first time he felt this way. Was he afraid? Yes. Yao Zhan was afraid. This feeling infuriated Yao Zhan. As the top genius of Panga realm, how could he allow this feeling of fear to appear? Absolutely not. Countless sword intent energy swords suddenly turned into Feng Wuchen. Yao Zhan didn't notice it immediately. He didn't even know what was going on. Clang. Feng Wuchen swept out his sword. With a crisp clang, the domineering power sent Yao Zhan flying. It was a completely overwhelming power. His fighting capacity has surpassed mine. He also has the strongest physical body. Close combat is disadvantageous for me. Yao Zhan's feet rubbed against the void as he slowly stopped. He stared at Feng Wuchen with a gloomy face. Yao Zhan, I have made up my mind. If you lose, I will kill you directly. Feng Wuchen's cold laughter came. Is that so? Yao Zhan narrowed his eyes. Buzz. A surging aura burst out. Yao Zhan crazily activated his original spirit divine power. Violent airwaves rolled out, shaking the space violently. Yao Zhan's fighting capacity instantly rose to the peak. Ancient Panga spell. Sky-burning sword of 9 heavens. Yao Zhan suddenly roared. The 9-star Panga sword burst out with a terrifying sword light. It was earth-shattering and breathtaking. As the top genius of Panga realm, Yao Zhan naturally had a powerful trump card. Swish. Buzz. Zhan Yao swept out with his sword, and a huge purple sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long shot out. Its power was so strong that it could destroy the world. Countless experts of the 36 heavens were scared out of their wits. Great Emperor Alfeng and the others finally understood how powerful Yao Zhan was. Not to mention the 8 of them working together, even if there were 20 of them, unless they combined their powers, they would definitely not be able to defeat Yao Zhan. Come on! Feng Wuchen bellowed, his tyrannical aura erupted as Feng Wuchen brandished his dragon god sword. Chaotic AO sword skill. Primal chaos, open the heavens! Feng Wuchen shouted and swept out with his sword. The overbearing power of the sword broke through the air with an unparalleled overbearing might. In that instant, the experts in the bloody battle all felt an enormous pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The Sword Spirit Emperor sword technique. How is this possible? Yao Zhan's expression changed greatly, and his heart began to beat wildly. No matter how powerful Yao Zhan's sword technique was, it was far inferior to the Sword Soul Emperor sword technique. Chaotic AO sword skill. This is the Sword Soul Emperor's strongest sword technique. Yao Feng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Sovereign Yao Zhan and the 4 elders, who were severely injured, looked at Yao Zhan in shock once again. Rumble. Pfft. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sword rays collided and exploded. The deafening explosion caused pain in the ears of countless cultivators. The terrifying energy ripples were filled with penetrating power. Yao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. As expected of the Sword Soul Emperor sword technique. It's so powerful. Yao Zhan was extremely shocked. Zhan. Yao Feng became more and more worried. Yao Zhan originally wanted to use the powerful ancient Panga technique to make up for the difference, but he didn't expect Feng Wuchen's sword technique to be even more terrifying. Yao Zhan was injured by the sovereign. Great Emperor Yi Jun and Great Emperor Alfeng were shocked once again. Pavilion Master, did you see that? Master injured Yao Zhan. Great Emperor Dan Feng exclaimed, his face filled with shock and ecstasy. Yao Zhan, can you still hold on? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. The domineering energy sword was released again. Ao Jian, God of Gods. Feng Wuchen roared and condensed his sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the energy sword was tens of thousands of feet long. Swish. Buzz. Feng Wuchen wielded the dragon god sword, and the energy sword shot out like a missile launcher. It was unstoppable. This huge energy sword was even more terrifying than the sword light from before. Sword Soul Emperor sword intent. Yao Zhan was stunned once again. This is the Sword Soul Emperor's ultimate skill. Sovereign Yao Zhan exclaimed. Feng Wuchen actually knew the Sword Soul Emperor's sword technique. The elders and experts of the Supreme Divine Palace were completely dumbfounded. How could Yao Zhan defeat such a powerful being? Zhan, watch out! Yao Feng shouted. Ancient Panga technique. Slaughter the heavens and destroy the gods. Shocked and frightened, Yao Zhan hurriedly boosted up his divine power, then gave a thunderous roar and fiercely wielded the pan. Gu sword. Rumble. Puff. Buzz. The 2 domineering forces clashed again. Yao Zhan vomited blood again, and his sword light was shattered. He couldn't stop the Ao Jian, God of Gods. Swish. Buzz. The sword will energy sword was still shooting toward him with an unstoppable force. This is impossible. This is impossible. Yao Zhan was dumbfounded. The ancient Panga technique that he used with all his might couldn't stop Feng Wuchen's God of Gods. Yao Zhan is completely suppressed by Master. Divine Snow Emperor exclaimed. He's too powerful. I can't believe it. Emperor of Heaven Gate was stunned. Just by using the proud sword to kill gods, he was able to severely injure Demon War. How powerful was he? Divine Power Protection. Ancient Panga technique. Yao Zhan panicked. Rumble. Buzz. In the next second, the domineering God of Gods slammed into Yao Zhan like a meteor crashing into earth. The destructive energy devoured Yao Zhan. Zhan. Yao Feng panicked. Even Demon Soul Supremacy was starting to worry. After all, Feng Wuchen's sword was too powerful. Can't stop it? Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Feng Wuchen. Kill him. Emperor Peerless roared with red eyes. He had been waiting for this day for hundreds of thousands of years. Don't worry, Pavilion Master. He has already lost. He said that I can do whatever I want with him, unless Yao Feng and Old Devil Soul interfere. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled, then glanced at Demon Soul Supreme and Yao Feng. Feng Wuchen. Don't be too happy. I haven't lost yet. Yao Zhan's angry roar suddenly came from the terrifying energy ripples. An extremely terrifying power spread out from within. God of Destruction Domain. Yao Zhan roared. The terrifying power of the domain burst out and dispersed the energy of the explosion. Domain? Feng Wuchen smiled evilly without any change in his expression. The powerful god-slaying domain quickly sealed Feng Wuchen within. Within the god-slaying domain, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was extremely terrifying. Within the domain, there was an extremely terrifying energy aura. However, the stench of blood was also unbearable. Looking at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Feng Wuchen frowned and said, "This is a domain? Feng Wuchen, are you satisfied with my god-slaying domain?" Yao Zhan's voice carried a hint of madness. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Yao Zhan, are you telling me that this domain represents the ugliness and evil in your heart?" No, the reason why the god-slaying domain turned into a mountain of corpses and seas of blood is because too many people died in the god-slaying domain. That's why it created such a beautiful domain. Yao Zhan's figure floated up from the blood pool. From Yao Zhan's words, one could tell that he was definitely an evil person who killed without batting an eyelid. Beautiful? Feng Wuchen frowned again and said coldly, "I think you're a madman." Feng Wuchen, I thought that you and I were the same kind of people. You're ruthless and merciless when dealing with your enemies. Yao Zhan said coldly, only now do I realize that you don't have the qualifications to become a strong person. The so-called strong person is a strong person who survives. Dignity, conscience, they're all jokes. Strength is everything. I don't want to listen to your twisted logic. Feng Wuchen said coldly, but I agree with your last sentence. Strength is everything. However, you don't even have the qualifications to be a human. You're not worthy. Humans are the lowest existence. As early as 1,000,000 years ago, I had already abandoned my disgusting human body. Yao Zhan sneered. Abandoned your human body? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and then shouted, ancient demonic eyes. He didn't know if he didn't see it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Feng Wuchen saw the beast's true body. Feng Wuchen also sensed the bloodline power hidden deep within Yao Zhan's body. That's right. I'll let you see my true body. Yao Zhan sneered and his body began to change. Yao Zhan's body instantly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a huge and terrifying beast, a huge python. It was a black python that was thousands of feet long. Feng Wuchen, I'm not afraid to tell you that this ancient demonic python has already fused with my soul, and it is controlled by my soul. This is my true body. Yao Zhan sneered, and transformed into his true body, and the violent power of his bloodline erupted. An extremely terrifying might condensed into a storm that swept out. After transforming into its true form, Yao Zhan's power has increased by quite a bit. Feng Wuchen frowned. This was the first time Feng Wuchen had encountered an ancient variant beast. Activating his bloodline power, Feng Wuchen attempted to suppress Yao Zhan. But what shocked Feng Wuchen was that the huge fiendish python did not have any reaction. The fiendish python's bloodline is actually not suppressed by my bloodline. Feng Wuchen was secretly astonished. Sensing Feng Wuchen's bloodline suppression, Yao Zhan sneered, Feng Wuchen, the ancestor of the ancient demonic python is the same as the demon emperor Great Emperor. They are both the most ancient variant beasts that existed since the creation of the world. Although their bloodline is not as good as the demon emperor Great Emperor's bloodline, they are not suppressed by it, and they also have a super strong physical body. This is why I like the fiendish python. In my god-slaying domain, the domain can suppress your power. When I transform into my true body, my power will increase. When the bloodline power and Yuan spirit divine power merge, your mysterious power will not be able to stop it. Feng Wuchen, you are destined to lose to me. Destined? Feng Wuchen said coldly, Yao Zhan, it's too early for you to be happy. Even if my bloodline cannot suppress yours, my bloodline power is still above yours. Nonsense, young master. Feng Wuchen, even if you burst out 6 times your combat power, you still can't beat me. Yao Zhan shouted. With a roar, the fiendish python suddenly opened its blood basin and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Is that so? Feng Wuchen smiled evilly. Green Lotus Sky-Burning Sword. Feng Wuchen shouted and swept out his sword. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. An extremely domineering and terrifying sword light burst out with the power to destroy everything. The domain space shook violently. This is the sword technique of the great Emperor Ziqing. Yao Zhan was shocked and said in horror, why is Feng Wuchen's power not suppressed by the domain? What's going on? Yao Zhan did not have time to think. He quickly opened his blood basin and spat out a terrifying energy. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The two terrifying forces collided and exploded. The huge fiendish python was sent flying a few hundred meters away. The domain space shook violently and the mountain of corpses collapsed. Even though the fiendish python had an extremely strong physical body, it was still unable to withstand Feng Wuchen's terrifying power. What's going on? Feng Wuchen's power is not suppressed by the domain at all. Yao Zhan was puzzled and shocked. If it was suppressed, Feng Wuchen would not be able to burst out with such powerful power. Mara Sky Splitter. Feng Wuchen shouted and swept out his sword again. Another domineering and terrifying sword light rushed towards the fiendish python with an unstoppable force. What? Great Emperor Mara's sword technique. Yao Zhan was shocked again and said in disbelief, why does Feng Wuchen have the Panga technique of so many hundred emperors? No matter how strong Yao Zhan's Panga technique was, it was not stronger than the Panga technique of the 100 emperors. Ancient Panga technique. Fiendish python swallows the sky. Yao Zhan shouted in panic. Rumble. Weng weng. The destructive forces collided again and the destructive energy ripples sent the fiendish python flying again. Its body was covered in wounds and blood was gushing out continuously. The fiendish python's strong physical body could no longer withstand the fierce head-on collision. Yao Zhan was already severely injured. After 2 consecutive head-on collisions, he had exceeded his limit and his aura was weakened by more than half. You can't take it anymore? Feng Wuchen sneered and said, Yao Zhan, your domain can't suppress my power. How can this be? Why can't my domain suppress your power? Is it because of the mysterious power? Yao Zhan was enraged and roared to the sky. Heaven-destroying roaring sword. The dragon god sword gathered terrifying power again. Feng Wuchen shouted and swept out his sword again. Swish. Weng weng. Another terrifying sword light burst out, and the domain space shook violently. His power is not depleted at all. Can his strongest physical body recover his power? This is the Sword Soul Emperor's strongest sword technique. How can he be so strong? Yao Zhan was dumbfounded. Yao Zhan was severely injured and could no longer withstand Feng Wuchen's sword. Rumble. Weng weng. The domineering and terrifying sword light bombarded the fiendish python mercilessly and exploded. The destructive energy ripples destroyed Yao Zhan's god-slaying domain. The fiendish python real body disappeared and the severely injured Yao Zhan appeared in front of everyone again. Yao Zhan, I said that if you lose, I will kill you. Feng Wuchen rushed over. Feng Wuchen, how dare you? Yao Feng shouted angrily. I don't dare? Feng Wuchen sneered and grabbed Yao Zhan's throat with his right hand. Young master was actually defeated. The 4 elders and Su Yongtian were all stunned. Yao Zhan lost. He can't defeat Sovereign Lord even with his domain. Sovereign Lord is unharmed and his strength hasn't weakened at all. Too powerful. Not only did he defeat Yao Zhan unharmed, he even broke through Yao Zhan's domain. This must be the strength of a great emperor. Great Emperor Yi Jun and Great Emperor Ao Feng were shocked beyond words. Feng Wuchen. Kill Yao Zhan. Great Emperor Wan Si roared. Great Guardian. Kill him. The ancient god pavilion's experts roared. Feng Wuchen, stop. Sovereign Demon Soul roared and released a terrifying aura that sent Panga Shi, old ancestor Xianxia, and the others flying. Feng Wuchen glanced at the anxious Sovereign Demon Soul and sneered, Old Demon Soul, are you worried? Feng Wuchen, how dare you kill Zhan Er? Even if you have an immortal body, this Hall Master will make you regret it. Yao Zhan roared and his pale face twisted. Feng Wuchen, why can't my domain suppress your strength? Yao Zhan asked weakly. Feng Wuchen looked at the injured Yao Zhan and sneered, because I can ignore all domains. Yao Zhan, you can go on your way. Do it. Yao Zhan squeezed out a smile. Feng Wuchen placed his left palm on Yao Zhan's chest. Feng Wuchen, stop. Sovereign Demon Soul roared. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. Shoo, shoo. In the next second, a tyrannical energy sword pierced through Yao Zhan's chest and blood spurted out. The tyrannical energy sword forcefully destroyed Yao Zhan's soul. Yao Zhan, these are the sword intents that disappeared earlier. I hid them in the space. To die under the sword intents is worthy of your status. Feng Wuchen sneered. You can still explode 7 times, power. Yao Zhan asked before he died. However, Yao Zhan would never get the answer. Yao Zhan's aura had completely disappeared. Feng Wuchen didn't answer and let go of Yao Zhan's body. Zhaner! Yao Zhan's roared and immediately dashed out. Young Lord is dead. The 4 elders and the others were shocked once again. They didn't expect that Feng Wuchen would dare to kill Yao Zhan's. Yao Zhan was killed. Di Wuyun, Great Emperor Tianzong, and the others were dumbfounded. After hundreds of thousands of years, he had finally avenged his grandson. How dare you kill my grandson? You're courting death. Yao Zhan's eyes flashed red as killing intent burst out of him. All of you must die. Yao Zhan's roar was filled with a terrifying god power. Pangashi, old ancestor Xianxia, and the others were once again sent flying by the tyrannical power. Buzz. Crack. The 36 heavens shook violently, and the seal on the 36 heavens was instantly shattered. The seal on the ancient god pavilion also collapsed. The terrifying god power seemed like it was going to destroy the 36 heavens. The seal is broken. Yao Zhan's power has indeed started the battle. Shueisha suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared. Pass down the order. Panga's experts are to head to the 36 heavens immediately. Emperor Tianyong ordered. After the order was given, the 6 elders also disappeared. The seal is broken. Qin Xian Turtle suddenly said. Pass down the order. Dragon Soul conferred Ancient God, head to the 36th heaven immediately. Ling Xiaoxiao immediately ordered. Big Brother Feng. We're coming. Lu Qingyang shouted. Dragon Souls titled Ancient Gods were all mobilized and rushed to the 36 heavens without fear of death. Feeling the power of the raging Yao Zhan, Pangashi was shocked. Is this the power of Yao Zhan's ghost? To be able to reach such a level. What a terrifying god power. Old ancestor Xianxia frowned as his body trembled. Endless power burst out like a bottomless pit. This old monster is really terrifying. The Time Emperor tried his best to resist the terrifying pressure, his face pale. Yao Zhan's death has completely enraged this old monster. This terrifying pressure is not something we can withstand. The Space Emperor's face was twisted in pain. I can't move my body. The Kuanping Beast and Primal Chaos Beast were scared witless. An incomparably domineering aura and pressure swept out unbridled. Emperor Wanshi, Emperor Gu Wu, and the others couldn't withstand Sovereign Demon Soul's terrifying aura, and they vomited blood. The weaker Emperor Realm experts died on the spot. Just the aura alone had such terrifying power. This showed how terrifying Yao Zhan's power was. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had the support of the Eternal Realm. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The heavily injured people were recovering quickly. The experts who were killed were reviving one after another. Feng Wuchen. Die. The raging Yao Zhan roared at Feng Wuchen. His terrifying killing intent had already locked onto Feng Wuchen as he swooped down. Feng Wuchen, be careful. The Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast warned. The raging Yao Zhan wanted to attack Feng Wuchen first. This old monster's power is really terrifying. This should be his true power. He's much stronger than Pangashi and the others. Feng Wuchen frowned as he was shocked. Stop him. Pangashi roared. Old Ancestor Xianxia and the others shot out. Pangashi. Do you really think I can't kill you? Yao Zhan roared. He was in a frenzied state. Yao Zhan's speed was terrifying. It completely exceeded Pangashi and the others' reactions. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Pangashi, Old Ancestor Xianxia and the others vomited blood at the same time. Their bodies were shot out like cannonballs. Both Pangashi and Old Ancestor Xianxia were severely injured. In front of Yao Zhan, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Boom boom boom. Demon Soul Sovereign suddenly waved his hand, and a destructive divine power that could topple mountains and overturn seas blasted toward the Kunpun beast and the others. The 6 ancient beasts were all sent flying and were severely injured on the spot. The tyrannical divine force spread out crazily, trapping the severely injured Pangashi and the others. None of them could move and resist Yao Zhan's terrifying power. In front of my divine force, you are no different from ants. Yao Zhan said fiercely. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Pangashi. Boom. Yao Zhan slammed his palm forward. The tyrannical power blasted Pangashi into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. That's right. It was just a palm, everyone was dumbfounded. End of chapter. How terrifying was his divine power to turn Pangashi into a bloody mist with one palm. Everyone's scalp went numb and they were all in a vegetative state. Ancestor Xianxia and Space Emperor were so shocked that they could not move at all. Who could be a match for such terrifying power? That palm from Demon Soul Prime was undoubtedly a symbol of despair. Everyone fell into a state of intense fear and despair. Too powerful, invincible, even Feng Wuchen was stunned. That was the true power of Demon Soul Prime. Pangashi was so powerful, but he could not even block a single palm from Demon Soul Prime. Pangashi! Ancestor Xianxia roared. Demon Soul Prime's divine power has sealed Senior Pangashi's shattered flesh and soul. Eternal Realm power cannot revive him. Feng Wuchen's face turned gloomy. Master, what do we do now? Long Xinjian asked. The strength of Old Devil Demon Soul is not something that you can deal with. Feng Wuchen, even if you save the 100 emperors, there is nothing you can do. The chaotic celestial fire beast said. Feng Wuchen's face turned ghastly. He could not think of a solution. My divine power can definitely dissolve Feng Wuchen's strongest physical strength. Demon Soul Prime said fiercely. He appeared in front of Ancestor Xianxia in the blink of an eye. In front of my divine power, Feng Wuchen's strongest physical strength cannot revive Pangashi. The immortal body is nothing in front of me. Demon Soul Prime said fiercely. He was going to kill Ancestor Xianxia with one palm. Demon Soul Prime, leave Ancestor Xianxia to me. Xuexia's voice was suddenly heard. A strange black substance appeared out of nowhere and turned into Xuexia. Xuexia! Ancestor Xianxia and the others were shocked. The seal was broken. Xuexia was here. Demon Soul Prime's scarlet eyes looked at him and said coldly, if you can't kill Ancestor Xianxia, I will kill you. Demon Soul Prime, don't worry. Xuexia smiled confidently and looked at Ancestor Xianxia. Boom boom boom. Demon Soul Sovereign's figure suddenly disappeared. Almost instantly, the Space Emperor, Time Emperor, and the 6 ancient mutated beasts turned into blood mist. The speed was too terrifying. The Space Emperor and the others didn't even notice it. He was instantly killed. Dragon Soul and Ancient God Pavilion's strongest forces had all fallen. Di Wuyun, Great Emperor Tianzong, and the others almost fainted from shock. The Space Emperor and the Kunpun beast have all been killed. Emperor Yi Jun and the others were terrified. Ancestor. Hong Ji's tears fell like rain. Space Emperor. The Time Emperor. Patriarch Xianxia roared in grief and indignation. Patriarch Xianxia, don't be sad. You'll be able to see them soon. Xuexia sneered. His terrifying killing intent locked onto Patriarch Xianxia. The Dragon Soul and the Ancient God Pavilion were completely flustered. Feng Wuchen's eternal life realm power was also powerless. Even if Demon Soul Sovereign's divine power couldn't be suppressed, its terrifying level wasn't something an eternal life realm power could resist. After all, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base was too weak. After killing the Space Emperor and the others, Demon Soul Sovereign appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and stared at Feng Wuchen with bloodshot eyes. 3-2-inch my lord. Master. Emperor Yi Jun and the others were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, there was no way he could fight against Demon Soul Sovereign. And Feng Wuchen definitely wouldn't have a chance to attack. Feng Wuchen, I'll give you 2 choices. 1 is to revive Xianxia and let you save Pangashi. 2 is to refine all of them and you won't be able to save them. My divine power still seals their flesh and souls. Refining them will be a piece of cake for me. Demon Soul Sovereign said fiercely. His terrifying divine power had already sealed Feng Wuchen. Master, don't trust him. Even if you save Yao Zhan, he won't let you go. Plus, he can kill Pangashi and the others at any time. Divine Eyes said. That's right. Only you can save Yao Zhan now. He won't dare to do anything to you. Dragon Xinjian said. If Master doesn't save Yao Zhan, Pangashi and the others won't be able to be revived. Just like Demon Soul Sovereign said, once he refines Pangashi and the others, Master's heaven-defying reincarnation won't be able to revive them. Nian Luan said. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely gloomy. He couldn't make a choice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the 6 elders of Panga Divine Palace appeared at the same time. The other great ancient emperors and great emperors also appeared one after another. 6 elders, go and support Elder Shui Han and the others. The rest of you, destroy Dragon Soul and the ancient god pavilion. Shueisha ordered. Yes. The 6 elders and the experts of Panga Divine Palace respectfully accepted the order. The 6 elders and the experts of Panga Divine Palace immediately took action. They can't be revived, and the old ancestor still has to face Shueisha. This is troublesome. With Panga Divine Palace interfering, how are we going to buy time for the sovereign? Great Emperor Peerless frowned, his heart burning with anxiety. We can't care so much. Shui Han and the others are already heavily injured. Let's deal with Great Emperor Tianyong first. We still have the sovereign's strength to support us. Great Emperor Yi Jun said fiercely. There's no way out. We can only fight to the death. Attack. Elder Xian Gang roared, his terrifying aura locked onto Great Emperor Tianyong. Kill. Great Emperor Peerless roared. The experts of Ancient God Pavilion, Dragon Soul, and Ancient Alchemy Divine Palace all rushed out. A great battle was about to break out. Husband. Big Brother Feng. Sovereign. At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the rest of Dragon Soul rushed over. Madam Sovereign and the others are here. Great Emperor Yi Jun and the others were shocked. Wife. Feng Wuchen's expression changed. He immediately transmitted, Wife, leave quickly. Husband, we won't leave. If we die together. Ling Xiaoxiao replied firmly. Swish. Swish. Swish, in the Ancient God Pavilion, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the rest of the Dragon Soul experts appeared in a flash. Thousands of titled ancient gods. Feng Wuchen, is this your wife? Since you killed my son, I'll kill your wife and the members of your Dragon Soul. Yao Feng asked ferociously. His expression was extremely sinister. Feng Wuchen's expression changed again, and he glared at Yao Feng fiercely. Although Yao Feng was heavily injured, he had recovered a little after healing himself. Dealing with a titled ancient god was not a problem. Feng Wuchen, the people of the Dragon Soul have come to die. If I refine them as well, you'll never see them again in this lifetime. Have you thought it through? Demon Soul Sovereign asked coldly. Feng Wuchen's face turned ferocious. He was furious. At this moment, Yao Feng had already reached the Ancient God Pavilion. His terrifying aura threatened Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. The thousands of titled ancient gods and the Ancient God Pavilion's titled ancient gods were suppressed. No one could move. They fell to the ground, their pale faces filled with pain. Feng Wuchen. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to save them or not? Yao Feng roared. What a terrifying divine power. We are powerless to resist. We can't hold on any longer. He is also a Panga realm expert. PFFF. In just a few moments, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others vomited blood as they could no longer withstand Yao Feng's terrifying aura. Even Qing Xian Turtle and Great Emperor Yuan Hong were powerless. Brother! Chaos Xian Fire Beast was enraged. We can't help at all. Instead, we are a burden to Feng Wuchen. Long Shihun said with a pale face. The enemy's strength is too terrifying. Xiongyo gritted his teeth and said with a pained expression. Thousands of titled ancient gods were all severely injured. Feng Wuchen, it seems like you are determined not to save Zhan'er. Demon Soul Sovereign said coldly. His tyrannical divine power surged as he tried to refine Panga Shi and the others' flesh and soul fragments. Feng Wuchen. Collect your wife's corpses. Yao Feng roared and unleashed his terrifying divine power, trying to kill Dragon Soul and the others. Wait. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted and glared at Demon Soul Sovereign fiercely. He activated his eternal life realm power and said coldly, withdraw your divine power first. Demon Soul Sovereign did not hesitate to withdraw the divine power that sealed Panga Shi and the others. Demon Soul Sovereign was not worried that Feng Wuchen would play any tricks. At most, he would kill Panga Shi and the others again. Without the divine power sealing them, the eternal life realm power came into play. Panga Shi, the Space Emperor, and the 6 ancient mutated beasts were instantly revived. As expected of the strongest body. Demon Soul Sovereign praised. Feng Wuchen. Emperor. Panga Shi and the others looked at Feng Wuchen worriedly. Can we save them now? Demon Soul Sovereign asked coldly. Senior Panga Shi, Space Emperor, Time Emperor, worked together to injure Xianxia. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice while activating the Ancestor of Soul Force. All right. Panga Shi replied. Heaven-defying reincarnation. Feng Wuchen shouted and summoned Yao Zhan's soul. Not long after, the demon war revived. Not only did Yao Zhan revive, he even regained his peak strength. Zhan'er. Demon Soul Sovereign and Yao Feng immediately relaxed. How did I revive? Yao Zhan's face was filled with shock and confusion. Little Zhan, it was Feng Wuchen who used the heaven-defying reincarnation to revive you. Yao Feng exclaimed in joy. He had already retracted his terrifying aura. Feng Wuchen? Yao Zhan looked at Feng Wuchen. Seeing Demon Soul Sovereign right in front of Feng Wuchen and the injured Dragon Soul, Demon War guessed that Feng Wuchen was being threatened. Otherwise, why would Feng Wuchen revive the enemy? At the same time, Panga Shi, Space Emperor, and the others charged towards Xianxia who was fighting Xianzhan. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly and fiercely. He had already noticed it at the first moment. A terrifying divine power suddenly burst out, and Panga Shi and the others who had just approached were all sent flying. What kind of power is this? Xianzhan's expression changed drastically. I can't even block this power. Panga Shi's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Fresh, seeing this, Feng Wuchen's expression turned gloomy. This was something that Feng Wuchen did not expect at all. Xianxia is actually so powerful, and his divine power is extremely strange. I don't know what this black thing is either. Demon Soul Sovereign also looked at it in shock. Xianxia was actually hiding his strength. Yao Feng also did not dare to believe it. Panga Shi, good plan. Xianxia sneered. If I didn't hold back, I would have been seriously injured by you. Do you think you can defeat Demon Soul Sovereign just by injuring me? Dream on. Panga Shi and Xianzhan's expressions were extremely gloomy. They did not expect Xianxia's strength to have become so terrifying. His terrifying power was able to push Panga Shi back, which meant that he was already stronger than Panga Shi. Xianxia, just focus on killing Xianzhan. Leave them to me. Demon Soul Sovereign said coldly as he glanced at Feng Wuchen. Xianxia attacked again with an even more terrifying power. Xianzhan's power was even more terrifying than Panga Shi's. Demon Soul Sovereign. Panga Shi gritted her teeth in anger. She could not forget the scene of her being killed by Demon Soul Sovereign. Panga Shi, it's useless even if you are resurrected. It's too easy for me to kill you. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. Senior Panga Shi, Do you still remember the formation that Xianxia Heavenly Emperor set up when you were fighting Demon Soul Sovereign? Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly transmitted. 100 Emperor's Seal? Pengashi was stunned. She then asked, Feng Wuchen, didn't you say you needed a day? We can't wait. Demon Soul Sovereign is too strong. I'm afraid it's impossible to kill him. I hope we can seal him. Feng Wuchen replied. All right. I understand. Pengashi replied. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already flashed into the ancient god pavilion. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others have a mortal body. Their injuries have already recovered. Husband, are you all right? Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said solemnly, you shouldn't have come. Demon Soul Sovereign is too strong. Senior Pengashi and the others are not his match. Big brother Feng, if we die together. When we came, we were already prepared to die in battle. We won't live in shame. Lu Qingyang said firmly. Husband, we ascended from the mortal world to Pangu world. We have experienced countless life and death situations. We don't care about this time. Ling Xiaoxiao said. Feng Wuchen smiled helplessly. A warm current surged in his heart. Even in the face of death, these people still did not abandon him. Feng Wuchen, is there no other way? Long Shirtian asked. Let's wait and see. Feng Wuchen smiled and flicked his finger. A golden light drilled into Ling Xiaoxiao's forehead and said, Wife, if there is danger in a while, take everyone and hide inside. With that, Feng Wuchen flashed to Pengashi's side. Feng Wuchen, are you still planning to resist? You have no chance of winning. My grandfather is too strong for you to contend with. Demon Soul Sovereign glanced at Feng Wuchen. If you still want to interfere, I will kill you. Feng Wuchen coldly swept his gaze over Demon Soul Sovereign. Feng Wuchen, I admire your courage. Unfortunately, you don't understand what it means to strike a stone with an egg. I didn't touch you just now because I wanted you to feel despair. Otherwise, it would be easy for me to seize your power. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. Withdraw. Feng Wuchen shouted. Dozens of Yuan spirit avatars disappeared from the divine ring. Buzz buzz. Dozens of Yuan spirit avatars returned to his body. Feng Wuchen's cultivation instantly soared and directly broke through the mid-stage Great Emperor realm. Cultivation breakthrough. Demon Soul Sovereign was shocked. Suddenly, Demon Soul Sovereign, Yao Feng and the others were also shocked. Mid-stage Great Emperor realm. Lord has broken through. Emperor Yi Jun and the others looked at him in shock. Husband's cultivation is still rising. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others widened their eyes. Feng Wuchen, are you crazy? You refined the Pangu Immortal Grass. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast shouted, the Pangu Immortal Grass is the key to your breakthrough. Without the help of the Pangu Immortal Grass, it will be difficult for you to break through to the 10 Great Emperors. The Reincarnation Pagoda also needs the Pangu Immortal Grass spiritual energy. If you refine the Pangu Immortal Grass, how can the Reincarnation Pagoda recover? I don't care. The only thing that can help me improve my cultivation is the Pangu Immortal Grass. I must break through to the Great Ancient Emperor realm, Feng Wuchen said. What's the use of breaking through to the Great Ancient Emperor realm? Can you defeat that old thing? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast said angrily. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, you will know in a while, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen's cultivation increased suddenly because his dozens of primordial spirit clones had completely refined the Pangu Immortal Grass. Feng Wuchen wanted to refine the Pangu Immortal Grass so that he could break through and unleash a stronger mysterious power. Because Feng Wuchen's mysterious power was constantly supplied to the Reincarnation Pagoda. To be precise, it was supplied to the 100 Emperors. The power refined by the Pangu Immortal Grass increased Feng Wuchen's cultivation rapidly. Great Emperor Realm Advanced Stage. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in shock as if they were looking at a monster. Ling Xiaoxiao said in shock, my husband broke through again. So fast. How is this possible? Lu Qingyang trembled as he watched. Can the Great Emperor Realm increase so quickly? Did the Lord forge the Great Emperor Realm Divine Pearl? Qiu Tian and the others were stunned. They could not imagine. So fast. What's going on? Where did Feng Wuchen get the increase in power from? Even the mysterious power can't be so terrifying, right? Demon Warrior's eyeballs were about to fly out. Feng Wuchen has completely refined the pure power in his body. He can directly absorb it to increase his cultivation. Is his clone cultivating in the space treasure? Demon Soul Prime guessed. Great Emperor Realm Advanced Stage. Demon Wind, the four elders, and the Panga Temple experts all gasped. They were shocked and in disbelief. Such a terrifying increase was unheard of. It still hasn't stopped. Feng Wuchen is about to break through to the great ancient emperor realm. Yao Zhan was even more shocked as cold sweat poured down his back. As expected. In less than a minute, Feng Wuchen broke through to the great emperor realm. Everyone was shocked. This was the great ancient emperor realm. Feng Wuchen could break through just because he wanted to, from great emperor realm ancient great ancient emperor? Such a terrifying increase was beyond their comprehension. Had the great ancient emperor realm become so worthless? Everyone's cultivators in their hearts. Pagoda cultivators, this is great. It's just enough for me to break through to the great emperor realm. My divine power and mysterious power have increased tremendously. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. With continuous breakthroughs, Feng Wuchen's various divine powers had increased tremendously. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, his cultivation stopped increasing. Although he had refined the Panga celestial grass, Feng Wuchen didn't regret it. Feng Wuchen, Panga Shi, Space Emperor, and the others stared at Feng Wuchen in shock. The scene was too shocking. It had overturned their understanding. Which great emperor realm didn't take millions of years to break through? Wonderful, Feng Wuchen only needed less than 2 minutes. Feng Wuchen, you've broken through to the great ancient emperor realm and relied on powerful treasures to increase your battle prowess. You won't be able to change anything. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for me. Sovereign Demon Soul said coldly as his terrifying killing intent spread out once more. It's easy for you to kill me, but I'm not sure if it can change anything. Feng Wuchen sneered. He immediately provided the huge amount of mysterious power to the Reincarnation Pagoda. The Reincarnation Pagoda was also absorbing Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. Where did Feng Wuchen get the confidence to fight grandfather? Even Panga Shi couldn't do anything, let alone in great emperor. Demon Warrior was very confused. Feng Wuchen, how much longer do you need? Old Demon Soul Prime is too powerful. We can't hold on for a day. Panga Shi asked. Don't worry. I don't need a day. Feng Wuchen replied. From your tone, you seem to be very confident. Demon Soul Prime sneered. I'll trap you first. Without the help of the strongest physical strength, how long can you hold on with the power you gave them? Without your power, they will all die. Is that so? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Let's see if you have the chance. Boom. Demon Soul Prime didn't waste any more words. He suddenly shot out with an ear-piercing sound. His aura was surging. He was completely invincible. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was filled with worry, and her palms were sweating. Long Shushan and the others were also very nervous. They stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. Humph. Panga Shi snorted and immediately shot out. His terrifying divine power launched a series of terrifying attacks. The Space Great Emperor and Time Great Emperor also unleashed their divine power to stop Demon Soul Prime. The 6 ancient demonic beasts unleashed their divine power and used all their divine skills. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. Streaks of terrifying divine skill power charged toward Demon Soul Sovereign with the power to destroy heaven and earth. The 36 heavens shook violently once again. You think you can stop me with your divine power? Demon Soul Prime said disdainfully. He ignored the trio's power and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. The attacks of Panga Shi and the 6 ancient demonic beasts were blocked by an energy barrier before they could even get close to Demon Soul Prime. The divine power of the Space Great Emperor and Time Great Emperor couldn't stop it at all. Boom boom boom. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Demon Soul Prime flashed past. His domineering divine power sent Panga Shi, Time Great Emperor and the 6 ancient demonic beasts flying back while vomiting blood. At the same time, the instant Demon Soul Sovereign attacked, Feng Wuchen immediately used his movement technique to retreat. Ancient Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen roared and immediately summoned the Reincarnation Pagoda. Dazzling golden light exploded. A huge golden pagoda appeared above Feng Wuchen's head, emitting dazzling golden light. It was like the light of Buddha, illuminating the entire dark world. The huge golden pagoda was emitting an immeasurable ancient energy. What kind of treasure is that? Universe Pagoda? Lu Qingyang widened his eyes in shock. It's not the Universe Pagoda. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head in shock. They had never seen the dragon's soul before. What? The ancient Reincarnation Pagoda? Demon Soul Prime was shocked and he stared at the huge golden pagoda. Pangxishi's Reincarnation Pagoda? Yao Feng and Yao Zhan were also shocked. Demon Soul Prime glared at Pangxishi and shouted, Pangxishi, you gave the Reincarnation Pagoda to Feng Wuchen. Demon Soul Sovereign had sealed Pangxishi for millions of years just to obtain the ancient Reincarnation Pagoda. However, he had waited for millions of years and never obtained the ancient Reincarnation Pagoda. Now, Pangxishi had given the Reincarnation Pagoda to Feng Wuchen. How could Demon Soul Sovereign not be angry? With the Reincarnation Pagoda, Feng Wuchen's battle prowess and aura soared once again. The Reincarnation Pagoda's ancient power is indeed extraordinary. I feel like my body is filled with power. It's a wonderful feeling. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. This was the first time he felt the terrifying power of the Reincarnation Pagoda. Master, with your current battle prowess and 6 times the power of the Sun Eye, you should be able to fight against the 10 Directions Great Emperor. The Divine Eye said respectfully. 10 Directions Great Emperor? Feng Wuchen glanced at Emperor Tianyong, who was fighting, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Breaking through to the ancient Great Emperor realm meant that Feng Wuchen could withstand more power from the Sun Eye. Feng Wuchen was absolutely confident that he could fight against the 10 Directions Great Emperor. What a powerful Reincarnation Pagoda. Such terrifying light energy, what kind of treasure is that? I feel that the Reincarnation Pagoda's treasure is very pure. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at the Xianxia tortoise curiously. Everyone also looked at the Xianxia tortoise. That's the Panga divine weapon formed by Panga Sovereign's essence. It's the strongest divine weapon in the Panga realm. It's as strong as the Panga Divine X. The Xianxia tortoise explained. A very ancient power, very terrifying. It's much stronger than our 7-star Panga divine weapon. Patriarch Qianyao said solemnly. The strongest Panga divine weapon? Senior Pangxishi actually gave it to Big Brother Feng? Lu Qingyang widened his eyes in shock. Miao Qingqing said solemnly, why didn't Senior Pangxishi use such a powerful Panga divine weapon himself? This way, he might be able to fight against Demon Soul Sovereign. Senior Pangxishi must have his reasons for doing so. We can't guess. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. They couldn't guess and couldn't figure it out. Above the void, Pangxishi glared at Demon Soul Supreme and sneered, I can give my treasure to whoever I want. I won't give it to you anyway. You don't have the right to control the Reincarnation Tower. I am the god of Pangu world. I am qualified to control any magic treasure in Pangu world or even in this world. Supreme Demon Soul roared furiously, wishing he could slap Pangxishi to death again. He glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and bellowed, only I am qualified to control the Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen, it's easy for me to seize the Reincarnation Pagoda. Why don't you give it a try? Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. There was a trace of a sinister plot in his voice, and he was not afraid at all. The reason why Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all was because he already had confidence. Feng Wuchen's confidence came from the 100 martial emperors in the Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had broken through to the great ancient emperor realm, and his mysterious power had increased tremendously. At the same time, he had also provided power to the 100 martial emperors in the Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen was now the owner of the Reincarnation Pagoda. Everything in the Reincarnation Pagoda was under Feng Wuchen's control. Feng Wuchen, you're the first person who dares to be arrogant in front of me in millions of years. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme said coldly. Before he finished his words, his body had turned into a purple flash and shot out at a terrifying speed. The moment his terrifying divine power erupted, a monstrous aura surged as if it was above all things. Space Emperor and Time Emperor were about to take action, but they were stopped by Panga Shi. Old demon soul, do you know what the power of the reincarnation pagoda is used for? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. With a thought, he executed the thousand illusion technique and disappeared into thin air. Feng Wuchen, the thousand illusion technique of the thousand illusion emperor is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme said disdainfully. He had already locked onto Feng Wuchen's position in an instant. Feng Wuchen appeared silently and sneered, the reincarnation pagoda is formed by Supreme Panga's essence. Other than the ability to revive, the reincarnation pagoda's power is also used to purify the evil power in the world. Your origin spirit divine power has already been invaded by your evil heart. The power of the reincarnation pagoda can suppress your divine power. It's a pity that you're not Supreme Pangu. Ants like you want to suppress my divine power? Wishful thinking. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme shouted angrily. His terrifying divine power locked onto Feng Wuchen, and Supreme Demon Soul Supreme shot out again. Feng Wuchen sneered, Old Demon Soul, I'll give you a surprise. Ancient Reincarnation Pagoda. Eternal Reincarnation. Feng Wuchen roared and unleashed the terrifying ancient power of the Reincarnation Pagoda. Eternal Reincarnation? Supreme Demon Soul Supreme frowned deeply. It's finally here. Panga Shi was looking forward to it. Buzz buzz. Just as Feng Wuchen's roar fell, the reincarnation pagoda suddenly flashed with bright golden light again. An extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted, and monstrous air waves condensed into a storm of death that swept wildly. It was incomparably domineering. Panga Realm. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme was shocked. Not only did Supreme Demon Soul Supreme sense the powerful Panga Realm aura, but he was also very familiar with this aura. Panga Realm. The experts of the major forces immediately cast shocked gazes. The fierce battle of life and death actually stopped temporarily. The aura is actually above mine. Ancestor Xianxia was extremely shocked, and his old face was dumbfounded. This aura. Shuaisha also cast a shocked gaze. That's right. The terrifying aura they sensed was the aura of the Panga Realm. There was a Panga Realm expert in the reincarnation pagoda. They were all familiar with this terrifying aura. Emperor Yuanshi. The top experts of the major forces exclaimed almost simultaneously after recovering from their shock. That's right. That was the aura of the Panga Realm. It was Emperor Yuanshi's aura. Pangu was the ancient expert who created the world, the leader of the 100 emperors. This is Emperor Yuanshi's aura. It can't be wrong. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he froze on the spot. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme did not believe that it was Emperor Yuanshi's aura, but the truth was right in front of him, and he had to believe it. In the battle back then, I killed them with my own hands. How could they still be alive? Could it be the reincarnation pagoda? Supreme Demon Soul Supreme immediately guessed. Not long after, a white-haired old man in a white robe appeared. An extremely terrifying and domineering aura spread out from the white-robed old man. The person who came was Emperor Yuanshi. He should be called Supreme Primeval now. Seeing Supreme Primeval appear, Supreme Demon Soul Supreme and the experts of the major forces were shocked again. Especially the great emperors of the 10 directions, who were petrified on the spot, and their heads buzzed. It really is Emperor Yuanshi. Emperor Yuanshi has been resurrected. The leader of the 100 emperors. Emperor Yuanshi. The experts of the major forces could not help but exclaim. They were extremely shocked. Emperor Yuanshi had been resurrected, and he had broken through to the Panga realm. It has been millions of years. He has finally been resurrected. Supreme Primeval smiled faintly. His deep old eyes swept across everyone present, and finally landed on Supreme Demon Soul Supreme. Old Demon Soul, do you still remember me? Primeval Lord of Origin smiled faintly as he looked at Demon Soul Supreme. The seemingly calm and gentle smile on his face was replaced by the monstrous aura of the Supreme Primeval Lord, which became even more terrifying and soul-stirring. A roar that could shake 1,000 mountains. All the experts present were greatly intimidated by this scene. That's right. He's Emperor Yuanshi. His aura and voice are the same. Elder Shui Han exclaimed. The more certain they were that it was Emperor Yuanshi, the more shocked they were. Feng Wuchen used the reincarnation pagoda to revive Emperor Yuanshi. Emperor Tianyong and the others couldn't believe it. Emperor Yuanshi not only revived, but he also broke through to the Panga realm. Elder Shangang and the others were both shocked and excited. If the primeval emperor can come back to life, then Master can come back to life as well. Emperor Yi Jun was extremely excited. The leader of the 100 emperors, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others all looked at primeval Lord of Origin with shocked eyes. Master is going to revive. Haha. Demon Soul was very excited and looked forward to it. Emperor Yuanshi's strength is above Patriarch Xianzhan's. No wonder he's the leader of the 100 emperors. Demon Soul frowned. Even though he had Yuan Ling's divine power, he was still wary of primeval Lord of Origin. The leader of the 100 emperors was not self-proclaimed. Emperor Yuanshi, it's really you. Demon Soul Supreme recovered from his shock. Primeval Lord of Origin smiled. What? Is my revival very shocking to you? I'm indeed very shocked. Demon Soul Supreme narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I finally understand why Feng Wuchen has your divine power and the Panga technique. I guessed right. Your corpses were sealed in the reincarnation pagoda by Panga Shi. Apart from the corpses, there's also your soul. Feng Wuchen smiled. Soul? Demon Soul Supreme's expression changed instantly. The corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth rose slightly, and he shouted, all of you, revive. Reincarnation. Buzz. As Feng Wuchen shouted, the reincarnation pagoda once again flashed with a dazzling golden light. An extremely terrifying aura swept out like a tsunami. The aura of a Panga realm expert, everyone's attention was once again attracted to it. This aura is the Martial Soul Emperor. Yao Feng's expression changed drastically. Martial Soul Emperor. Yao Zhan and Elder Shui Han exclaimed at the same time. A Panga realm expert. This is the aura of the Martial Soul Emperor. The Martial Soul Emperor has also been reborn. Feeling this domineering and terrifying ancient aura, the experts of the various factions were shocked once again. Once again, he was intimidated by the terrifying aura, shocking, it was too shocking. Not long after, a black-robed elder appeared, and a terrifying wave of air swept out with the force of a raging sea. It was the Martial Soul Emperor. Among the 100 emperors, his strength was second only to Emperor Yuanshi. Martial Soul Emperor. Demon Soul Prime frowned as he recognized the Martial Soul Emperor at first glance. Feng Wuchen, thank you. The Martial Soul Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen and thanked him with a smile. Martial Soul Emperor, you are too kind. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and smiled. Demon Soul Old Ghost. The Martial Soul Emperor looked at Demon Soul Prime with a fierce and murderous look in his eyes. Buzz. As soon as the Martial Soul Emperor was reborn, the reincarnation pagoda unleashed the terrifying aura of a Panga realm expert, and the 36 levels of heaven was once again in a state of destruction. Another Panga realm expert, in the blink of an eye, another 100 emperors appeared, and a vast aura enveloped the 36 levels of heaven. Great Emperor Tai. The experts from the various factions cried out in alarm. Their terrified gazes fell upon Great Emperor Tai. Yao Feng and Yao Zhan were dumbfounded. It has been millions of years. I have finally been reborn. Haha. Emperor Tai laughed proudly as a terrifying divine power burst out from him. 186th Chinese Network Buzz. The reincarnation pagoda unleashed its terrifying power again, and it was on par with Emperor Tai's. Divine Tomb Emperor. The experts of the various factions exclaimed in horror again. Buzz. The reincarnation pagoda unleashed its terrifying ancient divine power once again, and the 100 emperors were reborn one after another. Thousand Illusions Emperor. Peerless Emperor. Chongqing Emperor. Sword Soul Emperor. Monster Emperor Emperor. Mo Luo Emperor. Xianxia Emperor. Poison Emperor. The 100 emperors were reborn one after another, and their destructive aura spread from the 36 levels of heaven to the first level of heaven. Countless cultivators in the Panga realm were shocked by the power of the 100 emperors. The 100 levels of reincarnation pagoda sealed the ancient 10 directions great emperors were all reborn, Every great emperor had broken through to the Panga realm. The rebirth of every ancient 10 directions great emperor was a huge blow to everyone's heart. 100 Panga realm supremes, 100 supremes were reborn, and this scene was too shocking. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. This was definitely the most shocking scene they had ever seen in their lives. After millions of years, the 100 emperors were reborn. Monster Emperor, Sword Soul Emperor, and Peerless Emperor and the others, they are all reborn. Yao Zhan was completely dumbfounded, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Huang Yan Emperor, Fengxian Emperor, Ghost Emperor, Xianxia Emperor, Emperor Hades. Yao Feng looked at the familiar faces in shock. The 100 emperors were reborn, and every great emperor's strength was above his. Chongqing Emperor, Poison Emperor, Ice Emperor, Xianzhen Emperor, Shuaisha and Tianyong Emperor were also dumbfounded. How is this possible? The 4 elders were also shocked. 100 Supremes. 100 Supremes. Emperor Wanshi and the others cheered excitedly. Dragon Soul and the others were speechless. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were also dumbfounded. They were as still as statues. 100 Supremes, this was the most terrifying lineup they had ever seen. Disciple greets Master. Feng Wuchen was extremely happy to see Emperor Peerless. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Good disciple. You did not disappoint me. It was all thanks to your mysterious power that we were able to break through to the Panga realm. Emperor Peerless laughed happily. Disciple greets Master. Emperor Gu Wu, Nalan Gong, and the others cried and quickly knelt down respectfully. Good. Good. Haha. Emperor Peerless was very happy. Master. Emperor Yijun and Emperor Do Hun also knelt down respectfully. They were indescribably excited. Sword Soul Emperor glanced at them and smiled happily. Very good. You did not disappoint me, and you did not embarrass me. Greetings Demon Emperor. The 6 ancient beasts and the rest of the beasts knelt down respectfully. Greetings Primeval Supreme. Greetings Martial Soul Supreme. Greetings Primeval Supreme. Greetings Primeval Supreme. Greetings Primeval Supreme Mo Luo. Greetings Primeval Supreme. Greetings Primeval Supreme. Wave after wave of loud voices reverberated in the 36 heavens. 100 Supremes. Even Demon Soul Sovereign was stunned by such a terrifying lineup. Demon Soul Sovereign had never thought that the 100 emperors could be resurrected. He had never thought that the 100 emperors would become Supremes. 100 Supremes, their terrifying strength was completely unimaginable. They were the first batch of 10 directions great emperors from Pangu's creation, and each of them was a powerful existence. In the battle back then, they relied on their 10 directions great emperor realm and joined forces with Panga Shi to severely injure Demon Soul Sovereign. Millions of years later, the 100 emperors had broken through to Panga realm, and the 100 Supremes had joined forces. How terrifying was that? The battle of the 100 emperors had almost destroyed the entire Panga realm, and countless cultivators had died because of it. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. Now that the 100 emperors had become the 100 Supremes, Panga realm would be completely destroyed once a war broke out. The 7th level of the dimensional space. The 100 emperors have been resurrected, and they have all broken through to Panga realm. Feng Wuchen is in a hurry to break through to ancient great emperor realm, and it seems that he used his mysterious power to help the 100 emperors break through. This kid is really not simple. The Black Shadow was surprised. I'll go take a look. They are all seniors of mine, you know. Paragoning Long laughed out happily before disappearing. At the same time, the legendary 100 emperors. There's no mistaking it. They have all broken through to Panga realm. Emperor Yuanshi, no, Primeval Supreme and the rest have all been resurrected. The experts from the 33rd to the 35th level of heaven were shocked, and they immediately rushed to the 36th level of heaven. The resurrection of the 100 emperors was definitely the most shocking thing in the history of Panga realm. I have been waiting for you all to be resurrected. Panga Shi smiled happily, and he was relieved. Senior Panga Shi. The 100 Supremes cupped their fists and bowed. After all, Panga Shi was the descendant of primeval Pangu, And his seniority was higher than the 100 emperors, so they naturally had to bow. Pangashi nodded and said solemnly, Demon Soul Sovereign's strength is stronger than before, don't underestimate him. Pangashi knew how terrifying Demon Soul Sovereign's strength was. Millions of years later, I didn't expect that other than ancestor Xianxia and Ying Long, there would be someone who could step into primeval supreme realm. Emperor Xianxia said lightly and glanced at Xianxia. Who are you? Sword Spirit Emperor asked. Junior Xianxia greets Primeval Lord and all the other Primeval Lords. Xianxia cupped his fists politely. This was his respect for his seniors. Old monster soul, it's been millions of years. You're getting stronger and stronger. You're only half a step away from the peak of the supreme ancient realm. The martial spirit emperor said coldly, staring at old monster soul. Fu Tianjun is already dead? I can't sense his soul presence. Emperor Peerless smiled faintly as he looked at the 4 elders of the sovereign divine palace. Master, Fu Tianjun has already been killed by this disciple using the ancestor of soul power, Feng Wuchen said respectfully. I see. Emperor Peerless nodded. Old demon soul, in the battle back then, the 100 emperors were killed by you. Now that we have been reborn, we must fight you to the death. Tai Prime shouted angrily. His terrifying murderous aura locked onto Demon Soul Prime. I have been waiting for this day for millions of years. Old Demon Soul. Let's fight. The Demon Emperor roared madly. His monstrous bloodline divine power burst out without holding back. The 100 emperors unleashed their destructive divine power. Their murderous aura devoured the air in the 36 heavens. The entire Pangu world was in a state of collapse. Countless immortal mountains collapsed. Every heavens was on the verge of collapsing. The fury that the 100 emperors had accumulated over millions of years was unimaginable. Junior Ying Long pays his respects to the various supremes. Supremacy Ying Long's respectful voice rang out. Soon after, he materialized and cupped his fists towards the 100 supremes and bowed. Ying Long, you're really something. It seems like you've already broken through the supreme ancient realm. The Sword Spirit Emperor smiled. It's a pity that your bloodline isn't strong. The Demon Emperor glanced at Ying Long primeval origin smiled faintly, you're not much weaker than us old fellows since you're able to break through to the Pangu realm. Ying Long smiled respectfully, how can this junior be compared to the Supremes? The Supremes were already qualified to break through to the Pangu realm millions of years ago. Ying Long, we'll talk after the battle. There's no need for you to interfere. This is the business of the 100 emperors. Primeval Origin said. Yes. Ying Long replied respectfully. He then retreated to Feng Wuchen's side. Feng Wuchen, tell us your opinion. Ying Long looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen glanced at Ying Long and shook his head, I don't know. If you don't know, it means you're not competent. Actually, you already have the answer in your heart. Ying Long whispered. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. He did have the answer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of sealing Demon Soul Supremes. Demon Soul Old Ghost. Let's fight. Martial Soul Supremes roared. 100 Supremes. Demon Soul Supreme smiled, in my eyes, you're still ants. I could kill you millions of years ago. I can still kill you millions of years later. Although the 100 emperors had broken through to the Pangu realm, Demon Soul Supremes wasn't afraid. Because he had the strength to crush 100 Supremes. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Soul Supremes unleashed his Yuan Spirit Divine Energy. It was extremely violent and domineering, ruthlessly suppressing the 100 Supremes. Divine Energy suppression, unfortunately, it was useless. Demon Soul Old Ghost, we only managed to break through to the Pangu realm because of Feng Wuchen's mysterious energy. No matter how strong your divine energy is, you won't be able to suppress us. Emperor Xianxia sneered. My cultivation has indeed improved a lot. I haven't fought for millions of years. Let's get some exercise. Martial Soul Supreme's battle intent surged. The 100 Supremes were ready for battle. Master, you stay here. Feng Wuchen hurriedly transmitted. Disciple, what's the matter? Sovereign Peerless asked. Master, I'll teach you how to refine something. Feng Wuchen whispered in Emperor Peerless' ear. With Pangashi as the leader, the 100 Supremes shot out at the same time. Every one of them was extremely fierce and domineering. Demon Soul Old Ghost. Show me your true strength. Sword Soul Emperor shouted angrily. Humph. Let me see how much your strength has improved. Demon Soul Supreme said fiercely. He didn't want to be outdone. Demon Soul Supreme showed no fear in the face of 100 Supremes. A great battle was about to break out. As the 100 Supremes clashed, the other experts all retreated. Boom boom boom. Buzz. The 100 Supremes unleashed their ferocious attacks. With the 100 Supremes working together, their terrifying attacks rained down on Demon Soul Supremes like a storm. Demon Soul Supremes fought against the 100 Supremes alone. Unimaginable destructive energy swept out with a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. It was truly the end of the world. End of chapter. As soon as the battle broke out, the powerful boundary of the 36th heaven and 35th heaven collapsed instantly. Jian Chou, Protector Kuang Feng, Yi Ling Tian, Protector Feng Tianma, Clan Leader Emperor Ape Wang, order them to evacuate to the 35th heaven immediately. Feng Wuchen immediately ordered. Yes, sir. The 5 of them replied respectfully and immediately ordered the evacuation. Husband, what about you? Ling Xiaoxiao asked hurriedly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and fear. Don't worry, my wife. I'll be fine. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen had the chaotic Xian fire beast in his body, so he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Chaotic Xian fire beast, fight with my primordial spirit avatar. I need to consolidate my ancient great emperor realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen immediately sent a message to the chaotic Xian fire beast. Dozens of primordial spirit avatars had already been formed, erupting with extremely domineering and terrifying power. Feng Wuchen, are you crazy? Your cultivation has increased so quickly. Even if you can break through to the Panga realm, it will greatly affect your ascension to the chaotic realm. To tell you the truth, even if Old Monster Soul reaches the peak of the Panga realm, he can't ascend to the chaotic realm. If you don't help, do I have a choice? Feng Wuchen asked in reply. Space Monarch, help the forces of the 36th heaven to move to the 35th heaven. Feng Wuchen immediately shouted to Space Monarch. Okay. Space Monarch immediately used his space divine power. The experts who had just arrived from the other heavens were so frightened that they immediately evacuated. Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong immediately returned to the Goody Divine Palace and led the others to evacuate. The experts of the Supreme Divine Palace and the Panga Divine Palace evacuated to the dimensional space. The 36th heaven had become a battlefield. The destructive power of the 100 Supremes and Monster Soul would definitely spread to every corner of the 36th heaven. Any people and beasts who remained would definitely be destroyed. Is Feng Wuchen's head kicked by a donkey? At this time, he still cares about the forces of the 36th heaven? Yao Zhan looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was an idiot. Sovereign Yinglong, set up a barrier to stop their power. Feng Wuchen immediately sent a mental message to Sovereign Yinglong. Don't worry. I won't let their power reach the 35th heavenly layer. Paragon Raindragon replied via voice transmission, then immediately flashed over to the shattered barrier of the 36th heavenly layer. With my current strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Supreme Winged Dragon said to himself. However, he did not hesitate in the slightest. Pa! Supreme Yinglong put his palms together and unleashed his full power, activating the powerful Panga divine artifact. Then, he roared, Yinglong's enchantment. Open! A huge golden energy barrier instantly sealed off the passage leading to the 35th layer of heaven. Buzz! As soon as the barrier was formed, it was immediately attacked by a terrifying force. At first, it wasn't a big deal, but as the barrier withstood the terrifying power, wave after wave of impact came crashing down. Paragon Yinglong immediately felt an enormous pressure bearing down on him, and large cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. This is bad. I'm afraid Sovereign Yinglong won't be able to hold on for much longer. Elder Shangang and the others who had retreated to the 35th layer of heaven cried out in alarm. The Kuanping said solemnly, Supreme Yinglong's strength can't hold on at all. Don't just stand there. Let's attack together. The blood Qilin roared and immediately shot over. Emperor Yi Jun, Elder Shangang, the 6 ancient beasts, and the other great emperors all made their moves. Everyone, let's help together. Ling Xiaoxiao roared and took the lead in rushing over. The experts of the Dragon Soul, Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Alchemy Shrine, and Divine Pill Pavilion all made their moves. All titled Ancient Gods of the Myriad Flower Valley, attack. Queen Myriad Flower ordered. Emperor Ape King Clan, listen up. Everyone, attack with all your strength. The Emperor Ape King Clan leader ordered. Goody Shrine, listen up. All titled Ancient Gods and above, attack. Di Wuyun ordered. Sky Shadow Shrine, listen up. All titled Ancient Gods and above, support Supreme Yinglong. Bai Qi ordered. One after another, the major forces gave their orders. This concerned their lives and deaths. They had to help Supreme Yinglong maintain the barrier with all their strength. Second Elder, should we join in? Su Yongtian asked. Recuperate. Elder Shui Han said solemnly. They were all heavily injured. Now that they had a chance, they had to recover as soon as possible. Shuasha. The grudge between us. We'll settle it later. The barrier of the 36 heavens has already been destroyed. If we can't stop their power, everyone in the Panga Shrine will die. Ancestor Xianxia shouted angrily. Shuasha frowned, but he stopped attacking. Ancestor Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately appeared behind Supreme Yinglong and injected energy into his body. Supreme Yinglong's strength alone wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Even with the help of the experts of the major forces, they were too weak and couldn't help much. With Ancestor Xianxia's help, the barrier would at least be stronger and last longer with another Panga realm expert. Palace Master, should we join in? Emperor Tianyong asked. Let's watch the battle, Shuasha replied coldly. In the 36 heavens. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, 100 Supremes surrounded the Demon Soul and launched a frenzied attack. Their speed was extremely fast, and each of them displayed their abilities. It was a head-on collision of terrifying power. The power that erupted from each collision was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The 100 Supremes were the first batch of peak experts since the creation of the world. They were existences that had reached the peak of the martial path. Whether it was their fists, legs, or Panga technique, they could unleash their power to the extreme. Back then, with the strength of the great emperors of the 10 directions, they were able to severely injure the Panga realm Demon Soul. This was enough to prove the terrifying strength of the 100 Supremes. The great emperors of the 10 directions were ants in front of them, an unprecedented destructive power ruthlessly attacked the 36 heavens. Everywhere in the 36 heavens, countless immortal mountains and palaces collapsed. They were all in a state of disintegration and could be destroyed at any time. The scene was shocking. However, all of this was just a warm-up battle between the 100 Supremes and the Demon Soul. Emperor Yuanzhi, have you warmed up enough? The Demon Soul was very calm in the face of the 100 Supremes' ferocious attacks. He even sneered. Old Demon Soul, I haven't seen you for several million years. I didn't expect your strength to have reached such a level. You can actually withstand the combined attacks of 100 Supremes, Primeval Lord said fiercely. I just said that I could kill you several million years ago. I can still kill you several million years later. Demon Soul Supreme sneered calmly. Then let's fight with everything we have. Sword Soul Emperor shouted angrily. His powerful sword intent instantly filled the 36 heavens. Proud sword slays gods. 10 times. Sword Soul Emperor shouted angrily. Unimaginable destructive sword intent gathered crazily. Demon Soul Supreme said in surprise, oh? 10 times? I didn't experience it back then. Ancient Panga technique. Primeval world destroying. Emperor Yuanzhi shouted angrily. Ancestor of all flames. Incinerate the heavens. Desolate Flame Emperor shouted angrily. Ancient Panga technique. Mo Luo slaughters all life. Mo Luo Emperor unleashed his full power. End of chapter. Wind Spirit Ancestor. Wind Spirit Extermination. Ice Spirit Ancestor. Ice Seal all ages. Thunder Spirit Ancestor. Thunder shocking the 9 heavens. Ancient Panga technique. Purple and green samsara. Ancient Panga technique. Earth-shattering ghost god. The 100 Supremes roared one after another as they performed various powerful ancient Panga technique. The 100 Supremes performed the Panga technique, and the 100 destructive forces spread wildly. The power was indescribable. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Buzz. The 100 immeasurable forces blasted towards Demon Soul Prime mercilessly. The collapsed void of the 36 levels of heaven had already cracked. The dark 36 levels of heaven was completely covered by various colored forces. The scene was spectacular and visually shocking. This was definitely the most terrifying scene in the history of Panga world. The 100 Supremes performed the Panga technique. I wonder if this unimaginable destructive force can hurt Demon Soul Prime. Feng Wuchen frowned. While he was amazed by the strength of the 100 Supremes, he was also worried that they might not be able to defeat Demon Soul Prime. They are indeed the 100 Emperors. In the entire Panga world, they might be the only ones who can fight against Demon Soul Prime. Emperor Tianyong said in shock. Even though he was just watching the battle, his heart was beating wildly. What a terrifying force. It has already spread to the dimensional space. Second Elder said in shock, his face pale. No matter how strong the 100 Emperors are, they are still powerless in front of Demon Soul Prime. They will just die again if they are resurrected. Su Yangtian sneered. Elder Shui Han sneered, Demon Soul Prime's strength is not something the 100 Emperors can compare to. To be honest, the 100 Supremes are strong, but the gap between them and my grandfather is too big. Yao Zhan shook his head slightly, as if he was not optimistic about the 100 Supremes. They were full of confidence in Demon Soul Prime's strength. Demon Soul Prime was able to fight against 100 Supremes alone. This was already very impressive. He was definitely a legendary existence in Panga world. He was definitely an existence that no one could surpass. The 100 Supremes are very strong. If they fight to the death, they might be able to suppress Demon Soul Prime. In the past, they were able to severely injure Demon Soul Prime. It might not be impossible this time. Shuaisha frowned slightly. Facing the terrifying Panga technique of 100 Supremes, Supremacy Demon Soul's expression didn't change at all. Is that all you've got? Only the Sword Soul Emperor Sword Intent manifestation had some power. 10 times the attack power is indeed not simple, but it still can't do anything to me. Demon Soul Supremacy smiled faintly as Yuan Spirit Divine Power erupted from his body. The God Force and aura of more than 109 Heavens Supreme surged out continuously. What terrifying power! Supreme Primeval Lord frowned. My God-slaying proud sword is 10 times stronger than this old man. The Sword Spirit Emperor was shocked. The Sword Soul Emperor had condensed his tenfold sword intent to test the strength of Demon Soul Sovereign. However, he did not expect Demon Soul Sovereign to be stronger than he had imagined. Is this the power of old devil Demon Soul? Indeed powerful. Demon Emperor Great Emperor said fiercely, his face incomparably ferocious, murderous aura overflowing the sky. Martial Spirit Emperor frowned and said seriously, this old monster is only half a step away from the peak of the Panga realm. This is not his real strength. Preposterous. How dare this old man look down on us? Supreme Primeval Lord was enraged. Pangashi, aren't you going to do anything? Demon Soul Supremacy glanced at Pangashi and formed a seal with one hand, gathering a domineering and terrifying god force. Pangashi ignored him and was preparing the sealing array. Ancient Pangu art. Yin Yang universe. Demon Soul Supremacy shouted coldly as a destructive power burst out and swept in all directions to meet the Pangu art of the 109 Heavens Supremes. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, wherever the destructive power of Demon Soul Supremacy passed, it collided with the Pangu art of the 109 Heavens Supremes. Deafening explosions sounded one after another as unimaginable energy ripples with the power to destroy everything mercilessly destroyed the 36 heavens. The dimensional space was also shaking violently. In the blink of an eye, the Pangu art of the 109 Heavens Supremes was destroyed by Demon Soul Supremacy's god force. Even the Sword Soul Emperor's tenfold god-slaying proud sword only lasted for a few seconds before it was destroyed. The 109 Heaven Supremes were pushed back by the destructive God force at the same time. Seeing this scene, Feng Wuchen, Xianxia, and the others were shocked beyond words. Demon Soul Supremacy easily destroyed the Pengu art of the 109 Heaven Supremes. How terrifying was that? Extremely destructive energy ripples spread to every corner of the 36 heavens in the blink of an eye. Ying Long, old ancestor Xianxia, and the others who were supporting the barrier with all their might felt the impact increase by a few times. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Yuan Ling's God force is really terrifying. It directly penetrated my God force. Martial Soul Supremacy was shocked. Demon Soul Supremacy, your strength is indeed terrifying. You easily destroyed the attacks of the 109 Heaven Supremes. Primeval Supremacy said coldly. His old eyes narrowed and became more ferocious. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered, you can't hold on when I use a little bit of my true strength? Swoosh. Primeval God-slaying palm. Emperor Xianxia suddenly flashed above Demon Soul Supremacy. With a loud roar, he slammed his palm down. The attack was incomparably ferocious, with an aura that could destroy everything. Primeval Supremacy, with your strength, you can't hurt a single hair of mine. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered and casually slammed his palm forward. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the two palms collided with a loud bang. The destructive energy swept out unscrupulously. Primeval Supremacy was forcefully sent flying. Swoosh. Swoosh, the 109 Heaven Supremes rushed over and launched another ferocious attack. Boom. Boom. Boom, Demon Soul Supremacy suddenly attacked. His speed was terrifying to the extreme. The 109 Heaven Supremes were sent flying one after another. In a one-on-one fight, no one could compete with Demon Soul Supremacy's strength. In less than a minute, the 109 Heaven Supremes were all sent flying. Whether it was strength or speed, he crushed the 109 Heaven Supremes. Seeing this scene, the spectators were all dumbfounded. How about it? Do you still think you can compete with me now? In my eyes, all of you are really ants. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered proudly. Demon Soul Supremacy, don't be so smug. Tai Supremacy shouted angrily. His old face was terrifyingly ferocious. He couldn't wait to swallow Demon Soul Supremacy alive. Primeval Supremacy, use the seal. Feng Wuchen sent a telepathic message. It's still too early to use the seal. Let's deplete Demon Soul Supremacy's strength first. Primeval Supremacy replied. Xuanzhen, activate. Martial Soul Supremacy shouted. The 109 Heaven Supremes immediately flashed behind Xuanzhen Supremacy. Smack, Xuanzhen Supremacy suddenly put his palms together and activated his divine power. Finally, he shouted, Ancient God of War Formation. Activate. Supreme Sky Dipper Formation. Activate. Ancient Wind Soul Formation. Activate. End of chapter. Autarch Xianxia activated 3 formations in a row. The 100 Supremes' battle prowess rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 formations boosted the 100 Supremes' battle prowess. When Autarch Xianxia activated the 3 formations, the battle prowess was even more terrifying than when Feng Wuchen activated them. After all, the formations were created by Autarch Xianxia himself. Naturally, they were more powerful than Feng Wuchen's. The battle prowess of the 100 Supremes' battle prowess increased more than 2-fold. The battle prowess of the 100 Supremes has increased. What a powerful formation! Xianxia frowned deeply. Emperor Tianyong exclaimed, their battle prowess has increased by so much. The formations can increase the battle prowess of the Pengu realm cultivators? Emperor Yijun and the others were shocked. I can't believe it. Autarch Xianxia is too powerful. Emperor Myriad Era and the others were stunned. How terrifying was it to have their battle prowess increased by 2-fold? As expected of Autarch Xianxia. Feng Wuchen exclaimed inwardly. Even with 2-fold battle prowess, they still can't defeat Old Monster Soul. Once he goes all out, the 100 Supremes won't be able to do anything. The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast's voice sounded. Feng Wuchen believed the Chaos Mystical Fire Beast's words. Since the Chaos Mystical Fire Beast said so, it was certain that they couldn't defeat Autarch Demon Soul. Master, you have to hurry. Feng Wuchen said in his heart and glanced at Pangashi in the distance. Emperor Peerless was refining the heaven-defying divine orb for Feng Wuchen's divine ring. Pangashi was preparing a sealing formation. Autarch Xianxia, I have to say that no one in the Panga realm can surpass you in the field of formations. Back then, you also fought me like this, but what was the result? Autarch Demon Soul glanced at Autarch Xianxia with disdain. Autarch Xianxia sneered at Autarch Demon Soul's disdain, old monster soul, I know you're very strong, and this isn't your full strength. But what if it's a tenfold increase? A tenfold increase? Autarch Demon Soul was shocked, his old face was a little dumbfounded. Yao Zhan was stunned. Is Supremacy Xianxia bluffing? How can it be 10 times stronger? A tenfold increase? Autarch Raindragon and Patriarch Arcane War were both stunned. A tenfold increase in array formation? Feng Wuchen was so shocked that his eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. What did Supreme Xianxia say? 10 times? Shuaisha and the others were also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Was Supremacy Xianxia joking? How terrifying would the battle prowess of 100 supreme martial artists be boosted by a tenfold? Huh. Buzz. Xianxia Prime suddenly shouted, and a terrifying divine power burst out. Moreover, it was on top of his peak strength, and it caused the 36 heavens to shake violently. In the next second, a horrifying scene appeared. All of a sudden, the 3 formations activated by Xianxia Prime unleashed a terrifying power. Furthermore, the power of the formations was increasing at a terrifying speed. The battle prowess of the 100 supreme beings also soared crazily at this moment. The battle prowess of the 100 supreme martial artists has increased. Oh my god! He had really improved. Could it be that Xianxia Supreme was telling the truth? It can really increase the power of the array by tenfold. The battle prowess of the 100 supreme martial artists has increased so quickly. The experts of the major forces who were watching the battle exclaimed with their eyes wide open. The power of the array formation had increased by 5 times and was rapidly increasing to 6 times. The battle prowess of the 100 supreme martial artists was also increasing crazily. It was getting more and more terrifying, and it had already reached 3 times the combat prowess. As Xianxia Supreme increased the power of the array formation by tenfold, the battle prowess of the 100 supreme martial artists had increased by 6 times. The enhancement of the 3 formations did not increase the battle prowess of the 100 supreme martial artists by tenfold. After all, it was very difficult to increase one's battle prowess when one's cultivation had reached the Panga realm. 6 times was already the limit of the tenfold array formation. 6 times the battle prowess. Feeling the terrifying power of the 100 supreme martial artists, the experts of the major forces who were watching the battle were all scared out of their wits. 6 times the battle prowess was absolutely terrifying for the 100 supreme martial artists. Old devil soul, you can put away your disdainful look. Xianxia Supreme sneered. Old devil soul, Xianxia's array formation has increased our battle prowess by 6 times. It's time for you to show your true strength. Primeval Beginning Supreme said coldly. He had already unleashed all of his battle prowess by 6 times. Old devil soul, the real battle has only just begun. In the next battle, we will unleash all of our strength. Martial Soul Supreme sneered fiercely. Primeval Demon Soul's old face turned grave. The battle prowess of the 100 supreme martial artists had increased by 6 times. It was so terrifying that he could not afford to underestimate it. Buzz buzz. Buzz. The 100 supreme martial artists unleashed all of their strength. This was 6 times the battle prowess of the original battle prowess. The aura that emanated from each of the supreme martial artists had reached the pinnacle level. Old devil soul, in today's battle, either you die or we die. Primeval Beginning Supreme shouted angrily. He immediately took out the 9-star Pangu artifact and the battle prowess sword again. Buzz buzz. The 100 supreme martial artists took out their powerful 9-star Pangu artifact. Immeasurable destructive power crazily attacked the 36 levels of heaven. 6 times the battle prowess is indeed not easy. I will do my best to kill all of you. Primeval Demon Soul Supreme frowned and his old face turned grave. Apparently, the battle prowess of the 100 supreme martial artists had increased by 6 times, which made Primeval Demon Soul Supreme feel threatened. Then come. Sword Soul Emperor shouted angrily. Buzz buzz. Primeval Demon Soul Supreme's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His surging and vast divine power of the Yuan spirit was unleashed. Among the dazzling purple light, a huge energy whirlpool was formed. Primeval Demon Soul Supreme's strength had reached the pinnacle. It was far more terrifying than any one of the 100 supreme martial artists. For millions of years, only the 100 supreme martial emperors could make me use all of my strength. Primeval Demon Soul Supreme said coldly. His terrifying aura began to erupt. Primeval Demon Soul Supreme reached out his hand and grabbed the air. A blood-red Panga sword appeared. With a thought, the 9-star Panga armor was activated. Primeval Demon Soul Supreme's battle prowess was further enhanced. It will be your nightmare to witness my true strength. Primeval Demon Soul Supreme said fiercely. He pointed the blood-red sword in his hand at the void. Old Demon Soul, I hope you can still say such arrogant words later. We will kill you at all costs. Primeval Demon Soul Supreme sneered. Primeval Heaven defying art. Primeval Heaven slash. 10 times. Primeval Demon Soul Supreme roared furiously. He crazily gathered his terrifying divine power. Emo Luo Soul Annihilation. 10 times. Emo Luo Supreme roared furiously. Green Lotus Heaven Burning Sword. 10 times. Sorrowful Soul Destroying Sword. 10 times. Boundless Beasts Quake. 10 times. Divine Brilliance of Light. 10 times. The 100 supreme martial artists successively displayed their most terrifying trump cards. Moreover, each of them had 10 times the power. 10 times the power of the Panga technique, even 100 supremes could do it. 10 times the power. Demon Soul Sovereign's gaze swept across each of the 100 supreme beings. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. How is this possible? 100 supremes can gather 10 times the power. Shueisha's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. 10 times the power of the Panga technique. 100 supremes can do it. Yao Feng, Yao Zhan, and the others widened their eyes. 10 times the power of the Panga technique. Supreme Ming Long, Ancestor Xianxia, and the others were stunned. They can gather 10 times the power. Panga Shi was also stunned. Oh? They have such a powerful trump card. The chaotic mysterious fire beast said in surprise. 10 times the power? The power of the Panga technique is increasing rapidly. So powerful. Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock, and his eyes widened. Dragon Soul, Ancient God Pavilion, and the other experts, including the 10 Directions Emperor, were all shocked by the destructive power. No one had seen 10 times the power of the Panga technique. It was everyone's first time seeing it. The scene was too shocking. At the same time, the powerful barrier was already filled with cracks and could collapse at any time. My barrier won't be able to withstand a 10-fold increase in power. We can't stop it with our strength. Supreme Ming Long, Ancestor Xianxia, and the others were scared out of their wits. The Panga technique of 100 supremes had increased by 10 times, and the barrier had reached its limit. Moreover, this was the most powerful force Supreme Ming Long and Ancestor Xianxia had. Once the barrier was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Wuchen, our strength can't support the barrier. Think of a way. Ancestor Xianxia shouted anxiously. Space Emperor, gather the power of the spatial transfer attack. Feng Wuchen hurriedly sent a message to Space Emperor. Okay. Space Emperor immediately flashed away. Gathering the power of the Panga technique to transfer 100 supremes was as easy as flipping his hand for Space Emperor. Old Ghost Demon Soul, I'm not the only one who can condense 10 times the strength. The Pangu art is prepared for you. Sword Spirit Paragon said coldly as his murderous aura surged. The Pangu art executed by 100 supreme beings was 10 times more powerful. What kind of terrifying power was that? Demon Soul Supreme frowned deeply and said coldly, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. This is truly shocking. Demon Soul Supremacy might not care about 1 or 2 Pangu arts that were 10 times stronger than normal. However, if 100 supreme beings were to condense 10 times the power of the Pengu technique, it would be a different story. It was no wonder that the 100 Supremes were so confident that they showed no fear even in the face of Supreme Demon Soul, who was almost at the peak of the Pengu realm. It turned out that he had a terrifying trump card. The tenfold increase didn't refer to the battle prowess of the 100 Supreme Beings, but to the tenfold increase in the Pengu technique. Old monster soul, let's fight to the death. Primeval Lord of the Origin shouted angrily. Then, he struck out with his palm, and the power of the Pengu incantation that was 10 times stronger than before suddenly burst out. Prepare to die. The sovereign demon emperor roared furiously, before waving his hand. Tai Lord of the Origin shouted angrily, have a taste of our Pengu incantation's tenfold increase in power. Swish. Swish. Swish, buzz. Buzz, the 100 supreme beings shouted one after another, and the tenfold increase in power of the Pengu incantation blasted toward Supreme Demon Soul mercilessly with destructive power. The destructive power had reached an indescribable level. The moment the 100 supreme beings attacked, the collapsed space of the 36 levels of heaven was instantly filled with countless cracks. This was the last defense to protect the 36 levels of heaven. Once it collapsed, the 36 levels of heaven would be completely destroyed. Buzz. Buzz, the dimensional space also started to shake violently, especially the first and second levels, which were on the verge of collapsing. Even the 7th level of space started to collapse at this moment. The experts of the Supreme Main Shrine and Pengu Shrine, including Yao Feng and Xianxia, were all greatly shocked. Can Grandpa withstand such terrifying power? Yao Feng was both shocked and worried. After all, it was the tenfold increase in power of the Pengu incantation from 100 supreme beings. With your current strength, you are qualified for me to use my full power. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme's face was solemn, and he started to release his original spirit divine power. He even took out the 9-star Pengu armor and the 9-star Pengu artifact. Buzz. Buzz, the most terrifying combat power of the Pengu world was unleashed, and the extremely powerful aura instantly spread across the entire 36 levels of heaven and the dimensional space of the 7th level. His terrifying combat power was far above that of the 100 supreme beings. None of the 100 supreme beings was a match for Supreme Demon Soul Supreme. The indescribable destructive aura made one feel deep despair and fear. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme did not dare to underestimate the tenfold increase in power of the Pengu incantation. Is this the real power of Supreme Demon Soul Supreme? Xianxia frowned, and a tinge of fear flashed across his eyes. What a terrifying divine power. It is beyond my imagination. Ancestor Xianxia was extremely terrified. This old monster is really powerful. The Time Emperor was also terrified. He is finally using his real power. Feng Wuchen frowned. Feng Wuchen wanted to know how powerful Supreme Demon Soul Supreme was. Old Demon Soul, let's see if your power is stronger or if the 100 supreme beings are stronger. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme roared crazily, and all the power in his body was unleashed. Ancient Pengu incantation. Pengu sky-splitting palm. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he quickly formed a seal with his hands. Then, with a loud roar, a destructive power was unleashed. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme struck out with his palm, which was hundreds of thousands of feet in size. It was even more powerful than the Pengu incantation of the 100 supreme beings. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Supreme Prime Beginning, Supreme Demon Soul Supreme, and the other experts were the first to strike. The tenfold increase in power of the Pengu incantation bombarded Supreme Demon Soul Supreme's energy palm. The deafening explosion resounded through the 36 levels of heaven, and the destructive power of the collision swept out wildly. Primeval Lord of Heaven and the rest of the experts were injured in the first clash. But they still resisted desperately. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the tenfold increase in power of the Pengu incantation was unleashed by the 100 supreme beings one after another, and the energy ripples that were unleashed were even more terrifying. Even though Supreme Demon Soul Supreme had unleashed his full power, his old face was still slightly distorted. When the 60th wave of Pengu incantation was unleashed, Supreme Demon Soul Supreme started to bleed, and his old face turned pale. Supreme Demon Soul Supreme had been injured. Supreme Demon Soul is injured. Tenfold increase in power of the Pangu incantation is indeed terrifying. Feng Wuchen instantly saw hope. Grandfather. Demon Soul Supreme's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Demon Soul Supreme, the four elders, and the rest were shocked. Supreme Demon Soul is injured. Our chance is here. Ancestor Xianxia, the Space Emperor, and the rest of the Supreme Beings shouted. Demon Soul Prime is injured. Xianxia was shocked when he saw the blood flowing out of Demon Soul Prime's mouth. The most powerful being in Pangu world was injured. Even when Demon Soul Sovereign had summoned his battle armor, it was still able to injure him. From this, one could see how terrifying this power was. Demon Soul Prime, how does it feel? We could injure you millions of years ago, and we can still injure you millions of years later. Primeval Lord sneered. Demon Soul Prime, this is only 60 strikes. You can't take it anymore? Martial Soul Prime said fiercely. Haha. Demon Soul Prime. Take my tenfold Panga technique. Demon Soul Prime laughed crazily as the terrifying power of Panga technique blasted out. The terrifying power of Panga technique continued to stack up, and the power became more and more terrifying. Demon Soul Supremacy's energy palm was already filled with cracks and looked like it could collapse at any moment. This is outrageous. I didn't expect them to have such a powerful move. Demon Soul Prime said angrily. He felt that he could not take it anymore. Puff, when the tenfold Panga technique of 100 primeval lords stacked up together, the destructive power caused Demon Soul Prime to spit out blood. The huge energy palm also began to shatter. As expected of 100 primeval lords. They can injure me. The tenfold Panga technique is really not simple. Demon Soul Prime's face became ferocious. Grandpa. Demon Warrior panicked. Lord Demon Soul Supreme. The elders and experts of the Supreme Main Divine Hall shouted in fear. The tenfold Panga technique of 100 primeval lords is very powerful. Demon Soul Prime's injuries have worsened. Xianxia frowned. He was very afraid. Demon Soul Prime can withstand the tenfold Panga technique of 100 primeval lords. Feng Wuchen was shocked again. 1 against 100, resisting 100 paragons tenfold Pangu incantation. That was 100 terrifying strands of power. From this, one could see how terrifying Paragon Demon Soul was. Primeval Lord stared at Demon Soul Prime and said coldly, Demon Soul Prime, this is the result of underestimating our power. You are destined to lose today's battle. Humph. You're dreaming if you think you can defeat me. Demon Soul Supremacy roared furiously. Terrifying divine power and killing intent erupted from his body. The old devil's injuries have worsened. Don't give him a chance. Tai Supremacy roared furiously as he frantically channeled his terrifying divine power. Supreme Longevity shouted angrily, Old Devil Soul, your time of death has come. Have a taste of the hatred and anger of millions of years. The Supreme Honorable roared fiercely. The 100 Supremes exerted their strength once again, channeling their godly energy endlessly. The 100 Panga scriptures' energy multiplied by 10 times became more and more terrifying, crazily suppressing Supreme Demon Soul's palm imprint. Buzz. The crazy impact caused the collapsing 36 layers of heaven to be torn apart by this immeasurably terrifying power. Countless cracks began to appear in the collapsing 36 layers of heaven. Death date? Demon Soul Supremacy's old face was extremely ferocious as he said fiercely, I'd like to see if you can withstand this power. Rumble. PFFF. PFFF. The power of both sides clashed crazily, and the power became more and more terrifying. In the end, it suddenly exploded. Demon Soul Supremacy and the 100 Supremes all spat out blood as they were sent flying by this unimaginable explosion. In front of this extremely terrifying power, even Demon Soul Supremacy could not withstand it and was severely injured. I didn't expect them to have the power to match me. Demon Soul Supremacy was shocked. Demon Soul Supremacy did not expect the power of the Panga scripture to be 10 times stronger. Of course, if even Demon Soul Supremacy could not withstand the power, the 100 Supremes would naturally not be able to withstand it. 520 The 100 Supremes were also severely injured, and their injuries were much more serious than Demon Soul Supremacy's. After all, this was a battle of life and death with all their strength. Feng Wuchen, be careful. The chaos mysterious fire beast immediately transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen's face turned green with fright when he saw the unimaginable destructive power that could destroy everything in its path. Wife, you have to be careful. Feng Wuchen immediately transmitted his voice to Ling Xiaoxiao. This was the first time Feng Wuchen had seen such destructive energy ripples. Everyone, be careful. Xiaoxiao shouted in horror. The destructive energy was rushing towards them from the 36 levels of heaven, and Xiaoxiao was so frightened that his heart jumped. Xiaoxiao could not care less. He immediately formed Black Demon to protect himself. What kind of power is this? Yao Feng and Yao Zhan were scared silly. We are doomed. How can we withstand such a terrifying power? The four elders were scared out of their wits, and their minds went blank. The elders and experts of the Panga Shrine were so frightened that they could not speak. Their pale faces were filled with fear and despair. Where could they hide from such a terrifying power? The first level of the dimensional space had already started to collapse. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the destructive energy did not give them any time. In the blink of an eye, it rushed towards them. With a loud explosion, the dimensional space was attacked mercilessly. However, when Xiaoxiao and the rest thought that they were going to die, they were shocked to find that there was a powerful energy protecting the dimensional space, blocking the destructive energy outside. This is the power of the dimensional space? Xiaoxiao and the rest were shocked and confused. At the same time, they were relieved. That moment was really too terrifying, at the same time. Supreme Winged Dragon, Patriarch Xianxia, and the others who were supporting the barrier saw the unimaginable ripples of destructive energy sweeping towards them like a tsunami. Everyone was flabbergasted. The experts of the various factions were also scared into vegetative states. Everyone's eyes were filled with intense despair and fear. Everyone thought that they were going to die. We can't block it at all. The Space Emperor was extremely frightened. The destructive energy ripple had completely suppressed his space power. Just as the terrifying energy rushed towards them, the Space Emperor and the Time Emperor suddenly disappeared into thin air. Boom, in the next second, the destructive energy hit the barrier. The bright light swallowed everyone. Just when Supreme Ming Long and the experts of the various factions thought that they were going to die, they realized that they were not hit by the destructive energy at all. The barrier that they were supporting was not destroyed at all. Did the barrier block it? We are still alive. The experts of the various factions were shocked and confused. They did not know what was going on at all. The barrier can't block this power at all. Patriarch Xianzhan frowned. Why are we at the 35th heaven? The Space Emperor and the Time Emperor were stunned. Did he do it? Supreme Ming Long immediately thought of the black shadow in the dimensional space. I was the one who saved the Space Emperor and the Time Emperor. I also wanted to block this power, but it was blocked by Feng Wuchen's wife. It seems to be a very powerful domain power. The black shadow's voice sounded. Feng Wuchen's wife? A powerful domain? Paragoning Long suddenly turned to look at Ling Xiaoxiao. That's right. When I strengthened the dimensional space and the 36 levels of heaven, I also strengthened your barrier. However, I was repelled by a force. The black figure transmitted his voice. What? Repelled your power? Supreme Ming Long's old face changed as his heart skipped a beat. I don't know what kind of domain power that is either. Although it's not strong, the domain is very scary. The black figure's voice sounded again. Supreme Ming Long was dumbfounded. Just what kind of terrifying domain could block the power of the black figure? Xiaoxiao, were you the one who stopped it? Long Shihun asked in shock. Everyone turned to look at Ling Xiaoxiao. It wasn't me. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, my husband gave it to me previously. I don't know what it is either. In a moment of desperation, I hurriedly activated it and hit the barrier. I didn't expect it to be able to block this power. Feng Wuchen? Honorable Master? Great Guardian? Everyone was shocked. They were shocked by what Feng Wuchen had given Ling Xiaoxiao. To think that it could block such a terrifying destructive power. If Feng Wuchen truly had such a terrifying power, why didn't he use Supreme Demon Soul? Yes. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded and said in her heart, thank you, my husband. Although I don't know what it is, the barrier has blocked the power completely. We can rest assured. Old Ancestor Xianxia said as his expression turned serious once again. Could it be Lord Primal Chaos? If it's Lord Primal Chaos, Old Demon Soul will definitely die. The Time Emperor guessed. To be able to block such a destructive power, the first thing that came to the mind of the Time Emperor was the Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast. The power that Ling Xiaoxiao struck out was of the Primal Chaos realm. It was directly added to the barrier. The Primal Chaos realm was the most terrifying domain in the world. Even if it was just Feng Wuchen's power, it was an existence that could not be destroyed. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen's Primal Chaos realm was supported by a mysterious power. It was a piece of cake to block such a destructive power. The destructive power lasted for a full hour before it gradually subsided and dissipated. Above the void, the severely injured Supreme Demon Soul stared fiercely at the 100 Supreme Masters in the distance. As the strongest existence in the Panga realm, it was a great humiliation for Demon Soul Sovereign to be severely injured by 100 Supremes. Although he was severely injured, he had not lost his ability to fight. His divine power and aura, how could he fall so easily after reaching the demonic soul supremacy realm? A fierce and cold murderous aura locked onto the 100 Supreme Martial Artists. The injuries of the 100 Supreme Martial Artists were indeed recovering rapidly. However, it wasn't Feng Wuchen's eternal realm power. Sovereign Peerless, thank you for your pill. Most of my injuries have healed. Primeval Origin smiled happily. A Panga realm alchemist is indeed powerful. This is the first time I've taken such a powerful elixir. It can heal my injuries and restore my spirit. As expected of Brother Wu Shuang, you're really amazing. Martial Soul Sovereign was surprised and happy at the same time. Emperor Peerless smiled. It's all thanks to my good disciple's 10-time space ring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time to refine it. Seniors, I can help you recover completely. It'll be easier to defeat that old devil, Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen, although the Eternal Realm can help us recover, it will exhaust your strength. With the help of Wu Shuang's elixir, half of our injuries have healed. It's enough to deal with that old thing. Primeval Origin smiled faintly. My good disciple, try the divine orb you taught me to refine. Emperor Peerless looked at Feng Wuchen with a smile. All right. Feng Wuchen nodded and immediately entered the divine ring. Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to improve his cultivation with the divine orb refined by Sovereign Peerless. The divine orb of a 10-grade emperor, its effects were absolutely terrifying. The ceiling formation is ready. That old devil is heavily injured. We can begin now. Pangashi said solemnly and took the lead. Pangashi didn't make a move just now. She was still at her peak. Attack! Primeval Origin roared. The 100 sovereigns shot out again and unleashed their terrifying divine power. Force him out of his domain. Martial Soul Sovereign roared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. Hundreds of Supreme Beings appeared around Supreme Being Demon Soul in a flash, and once again executed the Pangu art to launch a ferocious attack. Waves of terrifying Pangu art energy burst out, and the 36 heavens, which had just calmed down, shook violently once again. The 100 sovereigns have pills to help them recover. Grandfather is heavily injured. Can he still fight them? Yao Zhan was getting more and more worried. Yao Feng frowned. There was nothing he could do. In the entire Panga realm, only Emperor Peerless could refine Panga realm pills. Emperor Peerless was the only one who could refine such a monstrous pill. Sovereign Demon Soul's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't move at all, as if he couldn't see the 100 sovereigns' Pangu art. You old devil. You didn't expect this day to come, did you? Pangashi roared. Forefather Xianzhan. Bring me the axe. Forefather Xianzhan appeared and threw out the Panga divine axe. Forefather Xianzhan, aren't you going to do anything? That old devil is heavily injured. This is the best opportunity. The more Pangu art experts we have, the higher our chances of winning. Space Sovereign asked. This is between Pangashi and the 100 sovereigns. They should be the ones to do it. It's not appropriate for me to interfere. Forefather Xianxia shook his head slightly. This was a grudge between the 100 sovereigns and sovereign demon soul. It wasn't appropriate for Forefather Xianxia to interfere. Pangashi unleashed all his divine power while catching the divine axe. He roared, ancient Pangu art. Heaven-splitting divine axe. Swoosh, buzz. Buzz, Pangashi swung the divine axe down fiercely. The gigantic energy axe hacked down on sovereign demon soul with the power to split a mountain. The attack was fierce and domineering, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Pangashi, do you think you'll win just because I'm heavily injured? 10 times the power of Pangu art has already drained your divine power. What can you do to me with the recovery of divine power from the pills? I've only used half of my divine power. You'll be the ones to die in this battle. Sovereign demon soul said fiercely. The moment he finished speaking, a vast and overwhelming aura burst out from his body. Buzz buzz. Extremely domineering divine power of Yuan Ling erupted. Sovereign demon soul clenched his hand in the air and summoned a black sword. His fighting strength skyrocketed. The black sword was the 9 stars Panga sword. Ancient Pangu art. 8 desolation sky-destroying slash. Pouring his divine power into the Panga sword, sovereign demon soul snorted and swung the sword in all directions. Demon soul sovereign swept out again and again, shooting out a series of destructive energy slashes. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in a few blinks of an eye, Pangashi and the 100 Supremes Pangu arts were all destroyed by the tyrannical energy slashes, forcing them to retreat. Even though he was heavily injured, his divine power was still terrifying. Fortunately, grandfather is strong enough. Otherwise, he might have lost to the 100 Supremes. Demon warrior heaved a sigh of relief. The 100 Supremes are heavily injured and have consumed a lot of their divine power. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign still has a chance. Elder Shui Han and the others were overjoyed. He can still suppress 100 Supremes even though he is heavily injured. Demon Soul Sovereign, I have to say, your strength is indeed terrifying. Shueisha thought. This old thing still has such powerful strength. Primeval Origin gritted his teeth and said angrily. Martial Soul Sovereign said fiercely, Old Demon Soul Sovereign is heavily injured. He won't be able to hold on for long. We have Wushuang's pills, so his injuries and divine power are still recovering. Let's force him to use up his divine power. That's right. Let's use up his divine power. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Demon Emperor Sovereign shouted. The 100 Supreme Martial Artists shot out one after another and launched another ferocious attack. Old Demon Soul Sovereign, you are still far from being able to use your sword in front of me. Sword Soul Sovereign said fiercely. Tyrannical sword intent erupted, completely controlled by his will. Mo Luo said disdainfully, my sword Dao domain is also above yours. Although my sword Dao domain is not as good as yours, my strength is above yours. Demon Soul Sovereign said fiercely. He was not afraid at all. Among the 100 Supremes, Wushuang was Feng Wuchen's master. He was the first alchemist to comprehend the heaven-defying reincarnation since the creation of Pangu. His heavy injuries have no effect on Old Demon Soul Sovereign's battle strength? Ancestor Xianzhan frowned. No. Ying Long shook his head and said, Old Demon Soul Sovereign's aura has weakened a little. He is just ignoring his injuries. But this is also why he is so terrifying. Old Demon Soul Sovereign's body is also terrifying. I wonder if the 100 Supremes can withstand it. Space Emperor said. Even though Demon Soul Sovereign was heavily injured, Space Emperor was still worried. After all, the Demon Soul Sovereign was too terrifying. Don't worry. Today's Panga realm is no longer the Panga realm of the past. The era of Demon Soul supremacy is a thing of the past. The Time Emperor smiled faintly. Time Emperor, are you that confident? Patriarch Xianzhan looked at the Time Emperor in surprise. The Time Emperor smiled but didn't say anything. Boom boom boom. Buzz. An intense battle of life and death took place once again. Deafening explosions could be heard continuously. Supreme Beast Soul fought against 109 Heaven Supremes alone with his overwhelming god force. The experts of the various forces were dumbstruck by the intense and terrifying battle. They were all speechless. This was the most shocking and terrifying battle they had ever seen in their lives. Condensing 10 times the power of the Panga mantra, is that all you've got? Supremacy Demon Soul said in disdain. All the powerful attacks of the 100 supremacies were blocked by Supremacy Demon Soul. Don't get cocky too soon, you old bastard. How much longer can you last? Mo Luo roared angrily, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his domineering demonic sword intent. Primeval Origin said coldly, your injuries are worsening, old bastard. They'll eventually cause your fighting strength to decline. This seat can kill all of you before that happens. Emperor Peerless and Feng Wuchen won't be able to revive you before my divine power. Supremacy Demon Soul Sovereign said viciously. Peerless sneered, don't be so sure about that. Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. Demon Soul Sovereign swept a glance at Peerless and instantly sensed the domineering power that reigned supreme over all things. This seat will kill you first. Demon Soul Sovereign said viciously. He suddenly erupted with a domineering aura, forcing Primeval Origin and the others to retreat. Then, he charged viciously at Peerless. Demon Soul Sovereign was terrifyingly fast. He arrived in the blink of an eye. Thousand Illusions Art. Thousand Illusions Sovereign appeared out of nowhere and roared, Thousand Illusions Domain. A terrifying domain was unleashed, trapping Demon Soul Sovereign in countless illusions. The illusory space that stretched as far as the eye could see was constantly changing. Thousand Illusions, do you think your domain can trap this seat? Demon Soul Sovereign sneered disdainfully. Old bastard Demon Soul, how about my longevity domain? Sovereign Longevity roared and immediately unleashed his longevity domain. Me too. Primeval Origin roared, Primeval Domain. Sovereign Peerless sneered and clasped his hands together. Peerless Domain. Clap, Sovereign Tianji clasped his hands together and roared, Heavenly Tao Domain. Peerless Domain. Sovereign Peerless flashed over. Mara Domain. Myriad Beasts Domain. Sword Soul Domain. Myriad Poisons Domain. Ghost Weep Domain. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, lightning, 8 elemental domains. The 8 elemental supremes roared at the same time. 100 supremes unleashed their powerful domains one after another, trapping Demon Soul Sovereign within them. Primeval Origin, your domains couldn't trap me back then, and they still can't trap me now. I can easily break your 100 Emperor's domains. Do you still remember how you died back then? I broke your domains and caused you to be severely injured. That's why I killed you so easily. Demon Soul Sovereign said disdainfully. Primeval Origin said coldly, old bastard Demon Soul Sovereign, you don't have a chance. Old bastard Demon Soul Sovereign, I didn't do anything when you used the 10 times Panga technique. You should have guessed it, right? Sovereign Xianxia sneered as he gathered the 10 times sealing power. 10 times sealing power? Demon Soul Sovereign's face changed. 10 times sealing power? Demon Soul Sovereign was scared out of his wits. You guessed it right. Sovereign Xianxia sneered and roared, Ancient Sky Murder God Exterminating Formation. 10 times sealing power. 100,000 feet wide green sealing array enveloped the 100 Emperor's domain. The sealing array's power was 10 times stronger than the Ancient Sky Murder God Exterminating Formation. Sovereign Xianxia sneered, old bastard Demon Soul Sovereign, this is only the first seal. You've seen the real seal back then. Heaven destroying 10,000 soul seal? Demon Soul Sovereign's face changed again. At this moment, Pangashi had already opened the seal. 100 Supremes, get in position. Pangashi roared as he formed a seal with his hands and gathered his terrifying divine energy. 100 Supremes appeared around the 100 Emperor's domain and formed the same seal at the same time. The divine energy in their bodies burst out at full force. Heaven destroying 10,000 soul seal. Seal. Pangashi and the Supremes shouted at the same time. 1,000,000 feet wide golden sealing array instantly formed and sealed the heaven-killing God-exterminating formation and the 100 Emperor's domain. End of chapter. 100 layers of domain suppression, 1 layer of heaven-murdering God-vanquishing seal, 1 layer of heaven-destroying 10,000 soul seal activated by 100 Supremes, 3 layers to suppress Demon Soul Supreme. Grandfather is trapped. How can Grandfather escape from such a terrifying seal and domain? Yao Zhan started to panic. Lord Demon Soul Supreme. Elder Shui Han and the others were in despair. Did Demon Soul Supreme lose? I'm afraid even Demon Soul Supreme can't break the seal activated by 100 Supremes. Shueisha frowned. 100 layers of domain was already terrifying enough, not to mention Profound Truth Supreme's 10 times seal and the seal activated by 100 Supremes. No matter how powerful Demon Soul Supreme was, he couldn't break the seal and the domain, right? We did it. Pangashi was overjoyed and laughed excitedly. Demon Soul Supreme is heavily injured. If he uses the domain, it will consume a lot of his divine power. He can forget about coming out for the rest of his life. I've finally sealed that old thing away. Supreme Xianxia let out a sigh of relief with a smile on his face. Sealed. Sealed. Eternal Life Emperor laughed excitedly. Haha. Demon Soul Supreme. You didn't expect this day to come, did you? Just stay in the seal and wait for death. Desolate Flame Emperor laughed excitedly. Primeval Origin smiled and said regretfully, too bad we couldn't kill him. It's not impossible to kill Demon Soul Supreme with another 10 times Panga technique. Sword Soul Emperor said confidently. After all, their injuries and divine power had recovered by quite a bit. They could gather another 10 times Panga technique. Demon Soul Supreme, who was heavily injured, couldn't bear it. Demon Soul Supreme has been sealed. Xianxia and the other experts cheered excitedly. 100 Supremes are too powerful. Their battle is the most terrifying battle I've ever seen in my life. Lu Qingyang and the others were very excited. Space Emperor breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, if it weren't for the powerful seal, even 100 Supremes wouldn't be able to defeat Demon Soul Supreme. Did you successfully seal the Demon Soul? Feng Wuchen's figure appeared and looked at the huge and terrifying sealing matrix. Good disciple, how is it? How much has your cultivation improved? Autarch Peerless hurriedly asked when he saw Feng Wuchen. Thank you, Master, for the heaven-defying divine orb. My cultivation base has already broken through to 10 directions, Great Emperor, Feng Wuchen replied respectfully with cupped fists. 10 directions, Great Emperor? Haha. Not bad, not bad. Very good. As expected of my disciple. Supremacy Peerless instantly burst into laughter. Has he broken through to 10 directions, Great Emperor? Supreme Primeval Beginning looked at Huang Xiaolong in shock and disbelief. The heaven-defying divine orb of the 10 directions Great Monarch Realm actually raised your cultivation by a whole realm. 10 directions, Great Emperor? Pangashi and the 100 Supremes looked over in shock. Which of the 10 directions, Great Emperor? Realm experts did not spend millions of years to reach that level, but Feng Wuchen had successfully broken through with a single heaven-defying divine pearl. How perverted was this? Buzz. Just as the 100 Supreme Beings were looking at Feng Wuchen in shock, the peaceful 36 heavens suddenly shook violently once again. Old Monster Soul is attacking our domain. Pfft. Thousand Illusion Supremacy's face changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Thousand Illusion Supremacy's domain had been forcefully broken by Monster Soul, causing Thousand Illusion Supremacy to be severely injured. Old Monster Soul. The sudden scene caused the 100 Supremes' faces to change drastically. Oh no. Can't we suppress him? Space Emperor and Time Emperor were shocked. How is this possible? Supreme Yinglong said in shock, how can Old Monster Soul break through the 100 layers of domain and the powerful sealing array? Dragon Soul and the other experts' hearts were filled with fear once again. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply as he thought to himself in shock, the domain space of the 100 Supremes is being broken through layer by layer. Even such a terrifying domain and sealing array can't do anything to Old Monster Soul? What a terrifying divine power. Pangashi said in shock as she could already feel an extremely destructive and domineering divine power erupting. Isn't it too early for you to be happy? You think you can seal me with this little bit of power? Don't underestimate my strength. Demon Soul Supremacy's fierce and disdainful voice rang out. Grandfather. Yao Zhan was overjoyed. Yao Feng said excitedly, the 100 Supreme Martial Artists' domains are being broken through. As expected, it can't be suppressed. How terrifying. Emperor Tianyong and the others were filled with shock and fear. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign. Elder Shui Han and the others instantly cried out in alarm. That feeling was like returning to heaven from hell. As expected, Old Devil's soul won't fall so easily. Shueisha frowned deeply. Within the 100-layered domain and the two super-powerful sealing formations, Sovereign Demon Soul's tyrannical and terrifying divine power was madly attacking the domain of the 100 Supremes. PFFF. PFFF. The domains of the 100 Supremes were forcibly breached one after another. Supremes Mo Luo, and the others suffered heavy injuries one after another. Quickly suppress it. The Supreme Primeval Lord of the Origin hurriedly shouted. The 100 Supreme Primeval Lords who were not injured flashed above the huge seal formation at the same time. Buzz. Waves of tyrannical divine power were injected into the seal formation. The huge seal formation flashed with resplendent golden light and erupted with extremely tyrannical power. Primeval Lord of the Origin, Martial Soul, the two of you have just broken through to the Panga realm. Apart from the tenfold Panga technique, you are only slightly stronger than Patriarch Xianxia. With just your domains, you can't do anything to me. Demon Soul Supremacy's disdainful laughter rang out. PFFF. 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 Demon Soul Supremacy's tyrannical divine power crazily attacked the domains of the 100 Supremes, causing them to vomit blood and suffer heavy injuries. Their strength was simply unable to suppress Demon Soul Supremacy. Primeval Lord of the Origin was furious. Damn it. We can't suppress Old Devil Soul's divine power. Preposterous. This old devil still has such powerful divine power. Demon Emperor Supremacy gritted his teeth and said furiously. His old face was incomparably ferocious. We can't stop it. Dark Shadow Supremacy tried his best but to no avail. What's going on? Isn't Old Devil Soul heavily injured? How can he break through the domain so easily? Pangashi was angry and puzzled. Pangashi, injuries are not important to me. My divine power is not something you can imagine. Demon Soul Supremacy's bone-chilling voice rang out. Demon Soul Supremacy was a veteran Panga realm expert who had lived for millions of years. His divine power was enormous, far surpassing the 100 Supreme Primeval Lords. In less than 5 minutes, the domains of the 100 Supreme Primeval Lords, including Primeval Lord of the Origin, were all destroyed by Demon Soul Supremacy, causing them to suffer heavy injuries. Seeing this scene, the experts of the various major forces were dumbfounded. How monstrous was Demon Soul Supremacy? Can the power of 2 seals withstand my domains? Demon Soul Supremacy sneered and asked. His tyrannical divine power erupted again. Annihilation Domain. Demon Soul Supremacy roared furiously. Buzz. As the roar of the Demon Soul Sovereign rang out, an extremely terrifying domain was unleashed. An unimaginable amount of destructive godforce erupted forth. His aura towered up into the sky, shaking the souls of everyone present. Everyone was filled with fear and despair. The 2 powerful sealing arrays shook violently. A large crack even appeared on the array. It was as if it could not withstand a single blow. The sealing arrays activated by 100 Supremes and 10 times stronger than Supreme Xianxians were unable to suppress Demon Soul Sovereign's divine power. What a terrifying domain power. It's so much more terrifying than before. Pangashi's old face was shocked. He could not believe it. Even the sealing arrays can't withstand it? How is this possible? Supreme's Primeval Beginning and the others were also shocked. The sealing arrays are about to be broken. Sword Soul Sovereign struggled to hold on. His old face was already twisted. Pangashi and the 100 Supremes were giving it their all. Supreme's Wushuang was shocked. Demon Soul Sovereign used his blood essence energy. Isn't he worried about his injuries? What? Blood essence energy? Supreme's Primeval Beginning and the others were shocked. No wonder Demon Soul Sovereign suddenly burst out with such terrifying divine power. He used his blood essence. Demon Soul Sovereign was going to fight them to the death. Supreme's Monster Emperor roared, Demon Soul Sovereign. Do you want to fight us to the death? We'll fight you to the end. Let's use our blood essence energy. Demon Soul Sovereign. Come and fight us to the death. Supreme's Longevity roared and spat out blood essence without hesitation, causing his divine power to surge. Demon Soul Sovereign, we've already died once. Why should we be afraid of fighting you to the death? Supreme's Ice Soul shouted angrily. Buzz. Pangushi and the 100 Supremes spat out their blood essence energy. Waves of divine power surged and burst out of their bodies into the sealing arrays. Humph. Can the godly power raised by your blood essence withstand my godly power? Demon Soul Supremacy roared furiously. His aura and godly power were both extremely tyrannical and terrifying. Demon Soul Sovereign and the 100 Supremes began to fight with their lives on the line. Rumble. Buzz. Demon Soul Sovereign's domain power burst out. The two sealing arrays that were full of cracks suddenly exploded. The destructive domain power spread uncontrollably and instantly covered the 36 heavens. PFFF. PFFF. Pangushi spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The 100 Supreme Beings were also severely injured and were all sent flying. Before they could fully recover from their injuries, the 100 Supreme Martial Artists had already suffered even more severe injuries. The forceful destruction of their domains had already caused them to suffer heavy injuries. The destruction of the seal formation was undoubtedly one disaster after another for the 100 Supreme Martial Artists. He had completely lost the ability to fight. Master. Feng Wuchen was extremely worried. The power of Demon Soul Sovereign's domain was too terrifying. It was like a storm of death. Feng Wuchen couldn't even get close to it. This is impossible. How could he break the seal so easily? Pangushi was shocked, and his old face was filled with confusion. How could this be? Even with the power of our blood essence, we still can't suppress this old ghost. Are we destined to die in the hands of that old ghost Jiao Hun? Supreme Longevity Immortal couldn't accept this fact. He was extremely unwilling. Old Devil Demon Soul's strength has already reached its peak. It might even be stronger. Primeval Beginning was incomparably shocked. This power was too terrifying. It was completely beyond the limits of Pangushi and the 100 Supremes. The 100 layers of the domain and the double seal were completely destroyed. How is this possible? Supreme Yinglong and Patriarch Xianxia were dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that such a powerful domain and seal could be destroyed by Demon Soul Sovereign's super strength. Even the blood essence of 100 Supreme Martial Artists couldn't defeat Demon Soul Sovereign. Seeing this scene, Dragon Soul and the other powerhouses were completely petrified. They were like stone statues, and didn't move at all. Everyone's mind was blank. Fortunately, the barrier was strengthened by the Chaos Realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to withstand Demon Soul Sovereign's domain power, and everyone would have been reduced to ashes. No one dared to believe that Demon Soul Sovereign could turn this situation around. Something that shouldn't have happened had actually happened. That was the domain and the terrifying seal formation of 100 Supreme Martial Artists. Demon Soul Sovereign actually broke through all of them, and severely injured the 100 Supreme Martial Artists. Demon Soul Sovereign's domain power was indeed terrifying. However, he was also using the power of his blood essence to forcefully break through the domain and double seal. Under the frenzied attack, Demon Soul Sovereign's injuries worsened rapidly. His tyrannical and terrifying godly energy was almost exhausted. At this moment, Demon Soul Sovereign appeared extremely weak. However, he had also heavily injured Pangushi and the 100 Supreme Martial Artists. This was also Demon Soul Sovereign's goal. As long as he heavily injured Pangushi and the 100 Supreme Martial Artists, Demon Soul Sovereign would definitely win this battle. After the destructive energy ripples gradually dissipated, the heavily injured Demon Soul Sovereign and the 100 Supreme Martial Artists appeared in front of everyone. Grandfather's injuries are very serious. Yao Zhan was extremely worried. He immediately left. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign won. The 100 Supreme Martial Artists lost. Elder Shui Han and the others were completely relieved. The 100 Supreme Martial Artists were already powerless to continue fighting. Their injuries were very serious, and their floating bodies were tottering. Damn it! He still broke the seal. Pangushi gritted his teeth in anger. His old face was incomparably pale. Our strength has been exhausted. Our injuries are very serious. We have lost. Primeval Origin was extremely unwilling. He was filled with grief and indignation. We still lost? Sword Soul Emperor felt an indescribable pain in his heart. After waiting for several million years, we still can't defeat Old Demon Soul Sovereign. Emma Luo was extremely disappointed. Old Demon Soul Sovereign's injuries are very serious. We were just a little bit away. Why is it like this? I am unwilling. I am unwilling. Mystic Light Sovereign roared. The 100 supreme martial artists fought with everything they had, but they still couldn't defeat Demon Soul Sovereign. No matter how unwilling they were, there was nothing they could do. I said that I could kill you several million years ago, and I can still kill you several million years later. I am the god of Pangu world. In my eyes, you are just ants. Demon Soul Sovereign said fiercely. Grandfather, your injuries are very serious. Don't be too agitated. Yao Zhan hurriedly said. Demon Soul Sovereign, are you unable to recover from your injuries? Xianxia asked as he appeared. The experts of the Paragon Divine Palace and Pangu Divine Palace also appeared. Demon Soul Sovereign said coldly, I need some time to recover. These ants are not to be feared. Ants can injure you to this extent. You are just a slightly bigger ant. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He appeared and stared fiercely at Demon Soul Sovereign. Feng Wuchen, they still have my god force. You can't heal their injuries. Even if I am seriously injured, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Demon Soul Sovereign said fiercely as he looked at Feng Wuchen. Killing me will be as easy as flipping your hand? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His tyrannical bloodline power and eternal life realm strength erupted, and the mysterious power also erupted. Buzz. Buzz, with a thought, the Dragon God's sword, battle armor, and sun's eye appeared. They were all 9-star Pangu artifacts. Feng Wuchen's battle prowess rose from the early 10 Directions Great Emperor realm to the peak of the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. The domineering aura and terrifying battle prowess shook the entire 36 levels of the sky. Dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark void. Peak of the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. Feeling Feng Wuchen's sudden burst of battle prowess, everyone was shocked out of their wits. How is this possible? Sovereign Demon Soul's face was filled with shock and disbelief. This was the first time he felt that he couldn't understand. 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. When did you break through? Yao Feng also couldn't understand. Feng Wuchen, didn't you just break through to the ancient Great Emperor realm? How did you become a 10 Directions Great Emperor? Yao Zhan was so frightened that his voice was trembling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Emperor Tianyong and the others were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen didn't do anything. How did he break through to the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm? Did Wu Shuang help him? Xianxia was also shocked. Peak of the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. The Space Emperor and Time Emperor turned into stone statues on the spot. Is this brat joking? How did he suddenly become a 10 Directions Great Emperor realm? Sovereign Ning Long couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Husband's cultivation has reached the peak of the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. This can't be real, right? How did Sovereign Lord's strength suddenly become so terrifying? Emperor Yijun was scared out of his wits. Dragon Soul, Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Alchemy Shrine, and Divine Pill Pavilion's experts were all in a vegetative state. Pangashi and the 100 Supremes were also dumbfounded. This brat has just broken through to the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm, and he can already unleash the power of a peak 10 Directions Great Emperor realm? Primeval Origin was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to fall out. What a domineering battle prowess. This mysterious power feels like it's above all things creation. Sovereign Martial Soul was stunned. The Reincarnation Pagoda really didn't misjudge him. This kid is really terrifying. In the history of Pangu realm, Feng Wuchen is definitely the youngest great emperor of 10 Directions. Sword Soul Supremacy was both shocked and excited. The reason why the 100 Supreme Beings were so shocked was because they knew the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm very well. In the 10 Directions Great Monarch realm, even the difference between the early and middle stages was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not to mention the late stage and peak great emperors. However, Feng Wuchen had just broken through to early stage 10 directions Great Emperor realm, and his battle prowess had reached peak 10 directions Great Emperor realm. No one in the entire Panga realm could have such terrifying explosive power. Staring fiercely at Demon Soul Supremacy, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Do you still say that killing me is as easy as flipping your hand? You're severely injured now, and your divine power is almost exhausted. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Frankly speaking, if I want to kill you, it's really as easy as flipping my hand." Right now, what made Feng Wuchen the most worried was only Xianxia. Yao Feng was injured, and the Space Emperor and the others could deal with him if they worked together. However, Xiaxia's true strength was above Ancestor Xianzhan's. He was not easy to deal with. Demon Soul Supremacy said fiercely, "Feng Wuchen, you still haven't broken through to the Panga realm. You're just a mere peak 10 directions Great Emperor. Even if I'm severely injured and my divine power is almost exhausted, killing you is still more than enough. Feng Wuchen, don't forget that there's still me. Even if I'm injured, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant," Yao Feng said coldly, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. "Humph. Don't forget that there's still me," Ancestor Xianzhan said fiercely. He made a grabbing motion, and the Panga divine axe flew over. The Space Emperor, Time Emperor, Blood Qilin, and the other 10 directions Great Emperors came over in a flash. "Ying Long, are you going to interfere?" Demon Soul Supremacy glared at Supreme Ying Long 20-inch. "There's no need for me to interfere anymore." Supreme Ying Long shook his head slightly. He wanted to interfere, but it seemed like there was no need for that now. Xianxia sneered, "All the 10 directions Great Emperors are here. Xianxia, I'll leave Ancestor Xianzhan to you." "Yao Feng, kill them." Demon Soul Supremacy said coldly. "Of course I'll do it. I've been waiting for this day for too many years." Xianxia sneered coldly. An extremely terrifying and strange divine power suddenly gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The aura was surging and extremely violent, and it was mixed with a thick smell of blood. The smell of blood from the blood pool. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Buzz buzz. Xianxia's combat strength soared crazily, and a dazzling black light shot into the sky, forming a huge energy vortex that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. "What?" Feng Wuchen, Ancestor Xianzhan, and the others were shocked at the same time. Xianxia's terrifying combat strength was close to Demon Soul Supremacy's, far above Ancestor Xianzhan's. Xianxia had been hiding his terrifying strength all this time. Xianxia's strength is so powerful. Demon Soul Supremacy was shocked. He's been hiding such terrifying strength all this time? Demon Soul Supremacy widened his eyes, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. How is this possible? The severely injured Pan Gushi and the 100 Supremacies were also shocked, and they looked at Xianxia in disbelief. They could not believe that Xianxia's strength had surpassed Supreme Ying Long, who was the strongest after the 100 Emperors. "Shui Qianmu, Shui Mufeng, you can attack now." Xianxia smiled coldly, and a domineering aura spread out from his body. "Shui Qianmu. Blood Marquis Tribe." Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed. Because of the war, Feng Wuchen had almost forgotten about the Blood Marquis tribe. At the same time, a strange black substance appeared on the surface of Xianxia's body, and a terrifying aura locked onto Ancestor Xianzhan. He smiled coldly and said, "Ancestor Xianzhan, my strength is far above yours, and it's too easy to kill you. But do you know why I haven't killed you yet? Because of Feng Wuchen?" Ancestor Xianzhan guessed. After all, Feng Wuchen had the superpower to revive the dead. Swoosh swoosh. Xianxia smiled coldly, and with a thought, 2 strange black substances instantly shot out like black pythons, piercing through Demon Soul Supremacy and Demon Wind's bodies. "Xianxia. What are you doing?" Demon Soul Supremacy was shocked. It was so sudden that even Demon Soul Supremacy could not react in time. No one had expected that Xianxia would make Demon Soul Supremacy and Demon Wind attack. Demon Soul Supremacy, who was severely injured after being pierced by the black substance, was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Demon Soul Supremacy and Demon Wind were unable to break free from Xianxia's powerful strength. Xianxia smiled coldly, and the strange black substance instantly engulfed Demon Soul Supremacy and Demon Wind. "Grandfather!" Demon War was shocked. Demon soul supremacy. Elder Shui Han and the rest exclaimed in shock. Everything happened too suddenly. Feng Wuchen and the rest did not expect it either, and could not react in time. Oh no! Xianxia is engulfing demon soul supremacy and demon wind's divine power. Primeval Lord suddenly shouted. Absorbing godly power? Ancestor Xianxia and the others were shocked. Xianxia was devouring demon soul sovereign and Yaofeng's godly power. This black thing can devour godly power. Feng Wuchen frowned. Xianxia. How dare you devour my divine power? Demon soul supremacy's furious and panicked roar could be heard. Demon soul sovereign, your injuries are so serious. This is the best chance to devour Yuan Ling's godly power. How can I miss it? Xianxia sneered. Ah. Within the strange black substance, the demon soul sovereign let out a frenzied roar. Grandpa! Yao Zhan shouted. After a short while, the demon soul sovereign and the demon wind both lost their voices as their divine power was devoured by the blood fiend. Demon soul sovereign and Yao Feng's aura became very weak. Xianxia's battle power was also rising. Xianxia! You shameless bastard! Yao Zhan shot out like a madman. Boom! Pfft! Great Emperor Tianyong waved his hand, and a terrifying divine force blasted the demon warrior away, causing him to spit out blood. Xianxia said with disdain, Yao Zhan, your cultivation is too weak. I don't care about your godly power. Young master. Elder Shui Han and the others were terrified. Great Elder, kill them. There's no need for the Supreme Divine Palace to exist. Xianxia ordered arrogantly. Yes, Great Elder. Emperor Tianyong and the other elders answered respectfully and charged at Elder Shui Han and the others. What? Elder Shui Han and the other Supreme Divine Palace experts were in despair. They were injured and couldn't fight against Emperor Tianyong and the other 10 directions great emperors. In less than a minute, Elder Shui Han and the others were killed. Ancestor Xianxia, I didn't kill you because I was waiting for this opportunity. I didn't have much hope, but I didn't expect the 100 emperors to still be alive. This gave me hope, and now I've gotten what I wanted. Haha. Xianxia laughed crazily. This feeling was too wonderful. Stop Xianxia. We can't let him absorb any more divine power. Paragon Winged Dragon roared anxiously as he shot forward like a madman. Pangushi hurriedly shouted, Black War Forefather, what are you waiting for? Attack! Patriarch Xianxia roared. He immediately unleashed his full strength and shot out with the Pangu Divine Axe. Stop them? With just you guys? Xianxia sneered disdainfully, Feng Wuchen, you should take a look at your people first. Wife. Feng Wuchen's expression changed again, and he looked in the direction of the barrier. At this moment, the experts from the Dragon Soul, Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall, Divine Pill Pavilion, and other major forces were staring blankly at Huang Xiaolong. All the experts of the major forces were under his control. Feng Wuchen, do you still remember me? Xue Qianmu sneered and glanced at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Xue Qianmu's cultivation had already reached the peak of 10 Direction Great Emperor. The Great Elder of Xuemu Peak said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, I have never forgotten that you killed the Blood Marquis clan. Killing them can be considered as revenge for the Blood Marquis clan. Stop. Feng Wuchen roared. Feng Wuchen could see that Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were being controlled, Ying Long, Black War Forefather, and the others forced themselves to stop. Xianxia. You shameless old thing. Black War Forefather scolded. If I don't do this, how can I devour Supreme Demon Soul and Yaofeng's godly power? Xianxia sneered. His combat strength had become extremely terrifying, and he had already surpassed the peak of Supreme Demon Soul. Damn it! Damn it! Supreme Winged Dragon gnashed his teeth and said furiously. Feng Wuchen, I heard that you have been investigating the Blood Marquis clan and Pangu Shrine. Xianxia sneered and said, I will tell you today. The existence of the Blood Cave and the fact that it extends to every level of heaven and earth is to absorb the power of heaven and earth to strengthen the energy of the Blood Cave. The blood of the Blood Cave contains my black demon. Aside from increasing the cultivation of the Blood Marquis clan, the real purpose of the blood cave is to maintain my life and strengthen the black demon. The life in the black mountain of Panga Shrine is you? Feng Wuchen frowned and gasped. Oh? It seems that you have been to Panga Shrine. Xianxia was slightly surprised and smiled. Yes, it is me. I think you know about the teleportation formation in Black Demon Mountain? It is to transmit the power of the blood cave to me. What is the Black Demon? Feng Wuchen asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. Xianxia sneered proudly. The Black Demon is a demonic creature from the 7th level of the dimensional space. I found it by accident. As for what it is, I don't know. It can completely hide any aura and devour all kinds of divine power. It can even devour the power of heaven and earth. The reason why my cultivation can improve so quickly is all because of the Black Demon devouring the power of heaven and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia waved his hand and the Black Demon that enveloped Supreme Demon's soul and Yao Feng returned to his body. Supreme Demon's soul and Yao Feng no longer had any aura. The divine power of Yuan Ling had been completely sucked dry. It has finally been devoured clean. As expected of an existence second only to Panga's divine power. It is indeed very powerful. Xianxia laughed excitedly. With a wave of his hand, Supreme Demon Soul's 9-star Pangu artifact was forcefully sucked out. Buzz buzz. Xianxia suddenly shouted and erupted with a strange divine power and Yuan Ling divine power. He forcefully merged the two divine powers and the terrifying power skyrocketed. Haha. Did you see that? My strength has increased again. Xianxia laughed crazily. Xianxia has merged his divine power with Yuan Ling divine power. Pangashi frowned and became more and more worried. This is bad. Xianxia's strength is even more terrifying than old demon souls. Primeval Lord was worried. The faces of the 100 Supremes were filled with worry and solemnity. This old thing's strength has surpassed old demon souls. Blood Qilin said in horror and could not help but tremble. My lord, what should we do now? Emperor Yijun asked in a panic. Space Emperor, Time Emperor, I'll have to trouble you to save them. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice, his expression extremely solemn. Feng Wuchen, be careful. Xianxia is even more terrifying than old demon souls. Space Emperor transmitted his voice. Boom boom. Puff puff. However, just as Space Emperor and Time Emperor were about to save them, Xianxia suddenly waved his hand and a terrifying force instantly arrived and severely injured the two of them. None of your actions can escape this seat's arcane eyes, Xianxia said arrogantly. After more than 10 minutes, Xianxia had completely merged his divine power with Yuan Ling divine power. Yuan Ling divine power was strengthened and Xianxia's cultivation base was further improved. Haha. Peak Panga Realm. Xianxia laughed crazily. I am the first expert in Panga Realm to reach the peak of Archean Supreme. Buzz. The terrifying divine power and aura that surpassed Demon Soul Supreme burst out, causing the entire Panga Realm and the dimensional space to tremble. Demon Soul Supreme was already terrifying enough. Now, Xianxia's strength was even more terrifying than Demon Soul Supreme, reaching the pinnacle of the Panga Realm, the first pinnacle Panga Realm expert in the history of Panga Realm. Pinnacle Panga Realm. His cultivation has surpassed Demon Soul Supreme. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes looked at Xianxia solemnly, their hearts filled with worry. Do you see? This is such a perfect power. I'm really excited. My cultivation method and Panga technique may not be as powerful as Demon Soul Sovereign's, but my cultivation is already far above his. Xianxia said proudly. His aura of supremacy was even stronger and more domineering. Congratulations, Palace Master, for becoming the strongest Supremes in Panga Realm. Everyone in Panga Shrine knelt down respectfully, their faces filled with excitement. What a terrifying divine power, how do we deal with it? Elder Xiangang asked in horror. He could barely catch his breath, let alone fight. Xianxia's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Panga Realm, even more terrifying than Demon Soul Supreme. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes are already severely injured, we are no match for him. Ancestor Xianzhan said worriedly. Emperor, is there no way to deal with Xianxia? Ancient Xiongqi looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. The Kuamping beast and the other ancient beasts also looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen looked solemn and shook his head slightly, not saying a word. Shuaisha's strength had reached such a terrifying level that even if Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes recovered, they were no match for him. Not to mention the great emperors of 10 directions. No matter how many great emperors of 10 directions came, they would all die. The Blood Qilin said coldly, "We have no other choice but to fight to the death. We have no chance of winning at all." Emperor Yijun frowned deeply. According to the current situation, they indeed had no chance of winning. From now on, the Panga Divine Palace is the most powerful force in the Panga realm. If any force in the Panga realm refuses to submit, there is no need for it to exist. Shuaisha laughed arrogantly, as if he was invincible. His ferocious gaze swept over Feng Wuchen and the others. Shuaisha sneered and asked, "You guys won't object, right? The ancient god pavilion will never submit to you." Ancestor Xianxia shouted angrily. His old face became extremely ferocious. "Is that so?" Shuaisha's mouth curved into a dangerous arc, and his old eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sensing the intent of killing from Shuaisha's eyes, Panga Shi burst into a growl, "Be careful, Xianxia." Shuaisha sneered in disdain, "Is it useful to be careful?" Boom. Pooh. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuaisha suddenly attacked. With a boom, Ancestor Xianxia spat out blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. Shuaisha's speed was extremely terrifying. Patriarch Xianxia had no time to react at all. Even Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes did not react in time. They did not see Shuaisha's figure at all. Patriarch Xianxia. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Old Ancestor. Elder Shangang and the myriad Era Great Emperor shouted in panic. Old Ancestor's aura has disappeared. Supreme Ming Lan's expression changed drastically. Old Ancestor has been killed. The myriad Era Great Emperor and the others were scared silly. Weicheng Panga Shi gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Shuaisha, that bastard. How dare he kill Patriarch Xianxia?" Patriarch Xianxia's aura had indeed disappeared. Shuaisha's attack was extremely ruthless. It was a one-hit kill. Patriarch Xianxia did not even know how he died. Shuaisha. The myriad Era Great Emperor and the others were furious. They stared at Shuaisha as if they wanted to eat him alive. Supreme Ming Lang shouted angrily, "Shuaisha, is there a need to kill him?" Shuaisha sneered arrogantly, "Patriarch Xianxia killed me back then. I'm just taking revenge now. Letting him die so easily is already letting him off easy. Supreme Ming Lang, I have no enmity with you, and I don't want to kill you. I hope you won't interfere." "You." Supreme Ming Lang exploded in anger. Shuaisha did not put Supreme Ming Lang in his eyes at all. It was as if he could kill Supreme Ming Lang at any time. But it was really possible. Shuaisha looked at Feng Wuchen and the others again. He sneered and asked, "Is there anyone else who objects? If there is, please step forward. You're so powerful. Who dares to object?" Feng Wuchen said fiercely. His eyes were filled with endless anger and killing intent. Shuaisha looked at Feng Wuchen and sneered, "Since no one objects, the Panga realm will be controlled by the Panga Shrine. All forces will have to submit. Feng Wuchen, are you going to obediently hand over the mysterious power, or do you want me to do it myself? You want to seize my power too? Are you qualified?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. "Qualified?" Shuaisha was stunned at first. Then, he laughed and said, "Haha. I'm not qualified? Feng Wuchen, if Supreme Demon Soul can do it, so can I. Even if you have the ability to come back from the dead, with my divine power, you can forget about it. How dare you?" Feng Wuchen roared fiercely. Feng Wuchen knew that Shuaisha was referring to Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. "Whether I dare or not, you'll know soon enough." Shuaisha sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes. Without a sound, the speed was extremely fast. Not good. Feng Wuchen's face changed drastically. He immediately dashed out. "Feng Wuchen, you'd better not act rashly. The lives of your wife and the others are in my hands." Shuaisha sneered. He waved his hand and a terrifying aura forced Feng Wuchen to step back. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely gloomy. He was suppressing the anger in his heart. If Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were not controlled, Feng Wuchen would not be so aggrieved. Pangashi stared at Shueisha fiercely and said coldly, "What do you want?" "Pangashi, 100 Supremes, I have no enmity with you. I won't do anything to you." Shueisha smiled faintly and said, "But I heard that ascending to the Chaos World requires a very strong power." Chaos World? Pangashi and the 100 Supremes were shocked. "It seems that you all know about the Chaos World." Shueisha sneered and said, "Although I have become the strongest in Pangu world and my cultivation base has reached the peak of Pangu realm, I still need more power to ascend. So, I hope to obtain your power." "You still want to devour our power?" Pangashi was furious. Feng Wuchen and the others were also shocked. Wasn't Shueisha being too greedy? He had just devoured the divine power of Demon Soul Supreme and Yao Feng, and now he wanted to devour the divine power of Pangashi and the 100 Supremes. "I don't want to, I must devour your power. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm telling you that I want your divine power." Shueisha sneered arrogantly. Shueisha waved his hand and a terrifying divine power instantly enveloped Pangashi and the 100 Supremes. Pangashi and the 100 Supremes were trapped by the terrifying divine power. None of them could resist. Even at their peak, they couldn't resist Shueisha's divine power, let alone when they were severely injured. Shueisha devoured the divine power of Pangashi and the 100 Supremes. "How dare you devour our divine power?" Primeval Lord of Origin was furious. His face was hideous. He was the leader of the 100 Supremes, yet his divine power was being devoured by a shameless villain. How could Primeval Lord of Origin tolerate this? Unfortunately, Pangashi and the 100 Supremes were severely injured and couldn't do anything to Shueisha. "So what?" Shueisha sneered disdainfully. "Supremes, although you're from the time of Pangu's creation, it'll be a piece of cake for me to deal with you." "Master." Ancient Shaman Emperor and the others were terrified. "Shueisha. Stop." Feng Wuchen roared as he shot forward. "Feng Wuchen. Don't come over." Peerless Emperor shouted. Primeval Lord of Origin shouted, "Feng Wuchen, he'll devour your divine power as well. Don't come over." God-slaying sword. Feng Wuchen couldn't care less. He unleashed his full strength and formed a sword-intent energy sword that was tens of thousands of feet long. He shot it out like a bolt of lightning. Peerless Emperor was Feng Wuchen's master. Many of the 100 Supremes had passed on their legacies to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen couldn't just stand by and watch. "Shueisha. You bastard. Stop." Emperor Yi Jun roared madly and shot out without hesitation. Overbearing and terrifying sword intent condensed and rushed madly toward Shueisha. Sword Soul Emperor was Emperor Yi Jun's master. How could Emperor Yi Jun just watch a Sword Soul Emperor's divine power was devoured? "How dare you! Fight Shueisha to the death!" Blood Kirans roared. Murderous intent filled the sky. Then, they shot forward with all their might and used all kinds of powerful Pangu technique. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of terrifying Pangu technique energies rushed toward Shueisha with the force of a tsunami. Their attacks were extremely ferocious. More than a dozen 10-direction Great Emperors attacked furiously. Their power was quite terrifying. Shueisha swept a disdainful glance and sneered, "Looks like none of you have submitted to me. And Feng Wuchen, do you think that I don't dare to touch your people?" Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Shueisha waved his hand, and a scary power rolled out. The Pangu technique exploded, and Emperor Yi Jun, the Blood Kirin, and the others were sent flying. They coughed up blood, and they were sent flying away. In the next second, Shueisha had already appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. His terrifying and overbearing divine power forcefully suppressed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was unable to move. Boom. Pooh. Shueisha punched out, striking Feng Wuchen's abdomen. The domineering divine power shook Feng Wuchen until he vomited blood. "Feng Wuchen, since you want to die so much, I'll devour your mysterious power first. Since you have such a powerful body, I'll take over your body," Shueisha said coldly. Overbearing divine power condensed in his palm, and then he hit Feng Wuchen's head. Shui Qianmu, kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Shueisha ordered as he tried to devour Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. However, at this moment, Shueisha suddenly sensed something. His old face suddenly changed, and he immediately retreated. A figure suddenly appeared in the space to the right of Shueisha. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was not slower than Shueisha. An incomparably domineering and terrifying aura swept out madly with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 51, Aesthetic. This overbearing aura was not inferior to Shueisha's at all. Peak Panga Realm. Peak Panga Realm. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes were shocked. Peak Panga Realm. So fast. Is it that person? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He looked at the person who came, and the first thing he thought of was the soul essence he felt in the 7th level of the dimensional space. Other than that mysterious person, Feng Wuchen could not guess who it was. After all, Demon Soul Supreme did not detect the existence of that mysterious person at that time. It could be seen that the mysterious person's cultivation was above Demon Soul Supreme's. Feng Wuchen's guess was right. The mysterious person who attacked was the Black Shadow in the 7th level of the dimensional space. He finally made his move. Supreme Winged Dragon let out a sigh of relief. Feng Wuchen, go and save them. The mysterious person said, I can't attack for too long. Thank you, Senior. Feng Wuchen thanked him and immediately disappeared into the space. Who are you? Shueisha asked in a deep voice. He turned around and was extremely shocked. Shueisha also did not expect that there was a peak Panga Realm expert in Panga Realm. Shueisha looked at the person who came. He had never seen him before. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He had one hand behind his back and was extremely majestic and domineering. The man glanced at Shueisha and said indifferently, I am Supreme Eastern Emperor. The Guardian of Panga Realm. What? Supreme Eastern Emperor? You are Supreme Eastern Emperor? Shueisha's old face changed drastically. He said in disbelief, Supreme Eastern Emperor is still in Panga Realm. Supreme Eastern Emperor. It's really Supreme Eastern Emperor. When they saw the person who came, Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes exclaimed in unison. Their eyes were about to fly out. Panga Shi opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, I can't believe that Supreme Eastern Emperor is still in Panga Realm. Supreme Eastern Emperor? Feng Wuchen had never heard of it. However, Feng Wuchen could see that Supreme Eastern Emperor's strength was quite terrifying. Supreme Eastern Emperor. Great Emperor Wanshi and Kuan-Pung Beast exclaimed in shock. Supreme Eastern Emperor? Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were shocked and puzzled. They looked at Great Emperor Wanshi and the rest curiously. Great Emperor Wanshi said in surprise, Supreme Eastern Emperor is formed by Panga's essence. He is the guardian of Panga Realm. After so many years, I thought he had already ascended. I didn't expect him to still be in Panga Realm. Formed by Panga's essence? Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest gasped in shock. Formed by Panga's essence, he actually had such terrifying strength. Just how powerful was Supreme Pangu? Looking at the shocked Shueisha, Supreme Eastern Emperor said coldly, it's me, Shueisha. Even my demon soul wasn't as savage and ruthless as you. Supreme Eastern Emperor, you and I have no enmity. Why are you stopping me? Shueisha frowned and stared at Supreme Eastern Emperor fiercely. Supreme Eastern Emperor sneered, I am the guardian of Panga Realm. Shouldn't I stop you? Or do you think I can't stop you? As soon as he finished speaking, an immeasurably terrifying aura burst out. Super strong divine power erupted and suppressed Shueisha. Panga's divine power. Shueisha's face changed drastically. Under Supreme Eastern Emperor's terrifying divine power and suppression, cold sweat broke out on his back. The pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas actually made Blood Fiend somewhat unable to breathe. This was the true peak expert of Panga Realm. Supreme Dongwang's terrifying divine power and aura could suppress everything. Even if Shueisha raised his original spirit divine power, he couldn't withstand the suppression of Pangu's divine power. Damn it! Shueisha gritted his teeth, his old face as ferocious as a tiger. He never thought that there would be such a terrifying expert in Panga Realm. Supreme Dong Huang was at least a veteran at the peak of Panga realm for millions of years. Xianxia had just broken through to the peak of Panga realm. The difference in strength was too great. He was no match for Supreme Dong Huang at all. Supreme Dong Huang, kill Xianxia, this bastard. Supreme Yinglong roared. Supreme Dong Huang. Kill him. Panga Shi also roared. The 100 supreme beings also roared. Just now, their divine power was almost devoured by Xianxia. This was an insult to them. If they weren't seriously injured and exhausted, even if they couldn't defeat Xianxia, the 100 supreme beings would definitely go all out. Supreme Dong Huang ignored Supreme Yinglong and the others. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and said coldly, Xianxia, Supreme Panga turned into all things to cover Panga realm. His purpose was to protect Panga realm, but you are more ferocious and brutal than the demon soul. Xianxia stared at Supreme Dong Huang fiercely and said angrily, it's not up to you to say what I want to do. I will do whatever I want. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have Panga's divine power to suppress me. As his angry shout fell, Xianxia roared, and his terrifying divine power burst out without reservation. With a thought, Black Demon was summoned and instantly turned into countless black pythons, shooting towards Supreme Dong Huang. Supreme Dong Huang formed a sword finger with his right hand, and a vast and surging sword intent burst out. With a wave of his sword finger, countless overbearing sword chi swept out. Chi chi chi. In the blink of an eye, the black pythons were cut into pieces. The sword chi condensed with one hand easily defeated Xianxia's attack. It was extremely domineering. Come on. I want to see how powerful you are. Xianxia roared and shot out crazily. Feng Wuchen, I have to guard the dimensional space. I can't drag this on for too long. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. You have to hurry. Dong Huang transmitted his voice, not willing to be outdone. He faced the crazy Xianxia. Don't worry, Senior Dong Huang. I'll be able to end this battle very soon. Feng Wuchen replied telepathically. He had already unleashed the domineering power of a 10 Directions Great Emperor. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the 35th heaven. Shui Qianmu, if it weren't for Emperor Tianyong, your blood marquis tribe would have been annihilated. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. His cold-killing intent locked onto Shui Qianmu and Shui Mufeng. Feng Wuchen, you think you can deal with the two of us? You're courting death. Shui Qianmu roared, unleashing the full power of a great emperor of 10 directions. Shui Mufeng grabbed Ling Xiaoxiao's throat and said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, if you dare to make a move, I'll kill your wife first. You won't have a chance. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His killing intent suddenly multiplied, and his time divine power erupted. Thousand Illusions Technique. Feng Wuchen used his movement technique and instantly appeared behind Shui Qianmu and Shui Mufeng. His time divine power directly locked the two of them. What? Shui Qianmu and Shui Mufeng's faces changed. Shui Qianmu and Shui Mufeng had just noticed Feng Wuchen's appearance when they suddenly felt that their bodies couldn't move. Go to hell. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Tsk tisk. Feng Wuchen accurately struck with the Dragon God sword. Two sword shadows flashed, and Shui Qianmu and Shui Mufeng's throats were slit. How is this possible? Shui Qianmu and Shui Mufeng looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and despair. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen had such terrifying strength. Peng! Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of all fires, and with a wave of his hand, swallowed Shui Qianmu and Shui Mufeng. Turn into ashes! Feng Wuchen said fiercely. He then activated the blood sacrifice divine power, and forcibly removed the stench of blood qi in Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. After a while, everyone recovered. Three ancestors, my wife, are you all right? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. He finally felt relieved. After all, Feng Wuchen's heaven-defying reincarnation couldn't be resurrected in front of Xiaoxia's terrifying divine power. Otherwise, why would Feng Wuchen have to endure that humiliation? We're fine. Lan Shihun shook his head slightly. Ling Xiaoxiao blamed herself. It's all because we were too careless. When we noticed it, it was too late. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. It's not your fault. You can't fight against a 10 Directions Great Emperor. His strength is too great. Buzz buzz. At this moment, an extremely terrifying vibration suddenly spread. The intense vibration was completely different from the previous vibration in space. Because this was a violent vibration that spread from the dimensional space. Not good. Supreme Eastern Emperor's expression changed. He immediately unleashed his Panga divine power to push Xianxia back and disappeared. Xianxia frowned deeply. He looked in the direction of the dimensional space and frowned. What happened in the dimensional space? Why did Supreme Eastern Emperor suddenly leave? Feng Wuchen, I'll leave the rest to you. I have to rush back. Supreme Eastern Emperor's voice sounded. Thank you for your help, Senior Eastern Emperor. Feng Wuchen transmitted his thanks. Without the threat, Feng Wuchen could fight without worry. What's going on? Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes were puzzled. Husband, what happened? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. They also felt that something was wrong. I don't know either. This vibration came from the dimensional space. Feng Wuchen shook his head. My wife, all of you stay at the 35th heaven. I have to stop Xianxia. Brother Feng, stop Xianxia? Are you crazy? That old monster is even more terrifying than old demon soul. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes are seriously injured. How are you going to stop him? If you want to die, I won't agree. Lu Qingyang hurriedly grabbed Feng Wuchen and shouted. Teacher, your combat power has not stepped into the Panga realm. You are not a match for Xianxia. Zhang Junlan also said worriedly. Brother Feng, you have to think carefully. Xianxia's divine power can suppress your power. If you die, you might not be able to revive. Shan Tong continued. Alliance leader. Crimson Emperor, Chaos God, and the others also looked at Feng Wuchen worriedly. Feng Wuchen was extremely touched when he saw how worried everyone was. He smiled and said, to be honest, I don't have the slightest bit of confidence against Xianxia. However, Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes are all heavily injured. I'm the only one who can still fight. For my wives, my father, and the others, I must fight. After saying that, Feng Wuchen disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already back at the 36th heaven. Feng Wuchen, you came back to court death? Xianxia said fiercely. His overbearing divine power instantly locked onto Feng Wuchen. Sun Eye. 10 times. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. His overbearing divine power and mysterious power burst out. End of chapter. Sun's Eye. 10 times. Feng Wuchen roared, and the Sun's Eye unleashed 10 times its original power. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already unleashed his peak bloodline divine power, eternal life realm divine power, and mysterious power. With 3 9-star Pengu artifacts, his power had reached the peak of the 10 Directions Great Emperor. 10 times the power of the Sun Eye exploded. Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed. Buzz. Buzz, the 36 heavens shook violently, and a dazzling golden pillar of light shot into the sky, illuminating the dark void. A giant golden energy vortex formed in the void, and the domineering divine power and aura spread crazily. The entire 36 heavens was shrouded by Feng Wuchen's divine power and aura. Oh? 10 times? Xianxia looked surprised. 10 times? Feng Wuchen's power is increasing so fast. Supremacy Peerless exclaimed. What kind of Pengu artifact is that? It can unleash 10 times its original power. Supremacy Sword Soul was scared out of his wits. Feng Wuchen can unleash 10 times his original power. Panga Shi was also stunned. His power is about to break through the Panga realm. How is this possible? Emperor Huang Yan was dumbfounded, and he was petrified. The 100 supremacies were enraged. So powerful. 10 times his original power. Emperor Yi Jun's heart almost jumped out of his chest. What kind of artifact is that? It's terrifying. 10 times his original power. Emperor Huang is about to break through the Panga realm. Kuimping Beast and the others were also stunned. Big Brother Feng's power is soaring. 10 times his original power. Can a supremacy withstand the power of an early-stage 10 Directions Great Emperor? This can't be real, right? 10 times his original power. The dragon soul and the powerhouses of the major forces were all dumbfounded, their hearts trembling. At this moment, everyone's attention was on them. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the Eye of the Sun helped Feng Wuchen step into the Panga realm. His power broke through the Panga realm. Panga realm! Everyone exclaimed in unison. Shocking, it was too shocking. With a tenfold increase in fighting capacity, Feng Wuchen's fighting capacity had truly stepped into the Panga realm. This was definitely the most impossible thing that they had ever seen in their lives, but it had happened right in front of them, and they had seen it with their own eyes. How is this possible? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could really step into the Panga realm. What kind of terrifying magic treasure was this? This was the Panga realm. How could he break through just like that? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes wouldn't have believed it. Feng Wuchen was able to break into the Panga realm with his magical treasure. His battle prowess has indeed surpassed the Panga realm. 10 times the combat power is indeed formidable, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. His chances of victory had increased by a few notches. Of course, it was also because Feng Wuchen's physical body was strong enough that he could unleash 10 times the power. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was like a war god of the 9 heavens, his domineering aura soaring to the sky. Whether it was his domineering divine power or his terrifying aura, they were all super powerful existences. Feng Wuchen raised his head slightly, his fierce gaze sweeping towards Xianxia. Monstrous blood-red killing intent condensed into a storm of death that swept wildly. The heavy and cold killing intent was soul-stirring, making people feel intense despair and fear. Feng Wuchen pointed the dragon god sword at the void and said coldly, Xianxia, let's have a battle to the death. Not simple. Xianxia praised, Feng Wuchen, I have to admit that you are very outstanding. No matter in which aspect, there is no second person in the entire Panga realm who can surpass you. Although I don't know what kind of magical treasure you are using, with your little bit of battle prowess, it is not worth mentioning in front of me. Although Feng Wuchen's battle prowess had broken through the Panga realm, it was still inferior to ancestor Xianzhan. Xianxia naturally wouldn't take it seriously. Boom. Feng Wuchen didn't waste any more words. He suddenly stepped into the void, and with the dragon god sword in his hand, he shot out with a strong ear-piercing roar. 1000 Illusions Grand Technique. His body movement technique was executed, and the figure that shot out instantly disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next second, hundreds of thousands of afterimages flickered and lingered around Xianxia. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely fast. Feng Wuchen, your little tricks don't pose any threat to me, Xianxia said with a cold smile. He didn't take it seriously at all. Heaven-destroying roaring sword. Feng Wuchen roared fiercely, and hundreds of thousands of roars rang out. Afterimages could still roar out? This is not a doppelganger. It is an afterimage condensed by a terrifying speed. Pangashi said in shock. Supreme Primeval Lord said in shock, this kid is really not simple. Every afterimage has the same aura. This is simply a doppelganger. Does Feng Wuchen have such a huge amount of divine power to consume? Supreme Martial Spirit was also stunned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. Hundreds of thousands of overbearing and terrifying sword light actually burst out at the same time. The attack power was extremely overbearing and ferocious. Feng Wuchen relied on his terrifying speed to display the power of hundreds of thousands of sword light at the same time in an instant. The experts of the various major forces who were watching the battle were all scared into vegetative states. Perhaps only Feng Wuchen could display this, displaying the power of hundreds of thousands of sword light at the same time in an instant. How much divine power would this consume? Who could afford it? There is actually such a powerful move. Xianxia was also quite shocked, and immediately sneered, Feng Wuchen, the surprise you gave me is really not small. You can actually use so many Pangu arts at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of overbearing and terrifying sword light, the power was absolutely terrifying. Buzz buzz. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xianxia's old eyes, and a surging and violent aura burst out. The overbearing divine power then erupted and swept wildly in all directions. Xianxia planned to use the divine power to forcefully resist Feng Wuchen's hundreds of thousands of sword light. How confident was he? Feng Wuchen, this bit of power can't do anything to him. The chaotic mysterious fire beast's voice was heard. Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen then roared and took out the Reincarnation Pagoda, and the power of the Reincarnation Pagoda burst out. Feng Wuchen's fighting power was further enhanced, and he once again erupted with an even more terrifying power. Feng Wuchen, this bit of power is still not enough, Xianxia sneered. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Hundreds of thousands of overbearing and terrifying sword light burst out and collided with the divine power fluctuation that Xianxia burst out. The deafening explosion was endless, and the destructive energy ripple swept wildly with the power to destroy everything, as though it was going to swallow the entire 36 levels of heaven. It was a pity that the power of hundreds of thousands of sword light couldn't break through Xianxia's divine power fluctuation and was completely blocked outside. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, my attack is completely useless. Feng Wuchen, did you see that? This is the difference. No matter how strong your fighting power is, you are still not my match. Xianxia sneered in disdain. Hundreds of thousands of overbearing sword lights were completely blocked and could not get close to Xianxia at all. This was already Feng Wuchen's peak power. Furthermore, it was with the support of the Reincarnation Pagoda that he was able to unleash his peak strength. But even the peak power could not cause any waves in front of Xianxia. The peak of Panga realm was too powerful. Feng Wuchen, although your mysterious power can suppress Xianxia's divine power, his cultivation is much higher than yours. The mysterious power can't suppress him much. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast said. Feng Wuchen understood even without the Chaos Xian Fire Beast. The gap was too big, and the mysterious power could not make up for it. Feng Wuchen's attack has no effect. Panga she frowned. Feng Wuchen broke through the Panga technique by relying on a treasure. The gap is too big. No matter how much Feng Wuchen's Panga technique is and how powerful it can't hurt Xianxia. Primeval Lord frowned. Feng Wuchen's ancient Panga technique was definitely not weaker than Xianxia's Panga technique, but the gap was too big. It could not hurt Xianxia at all. Looking at Feng Wuchen with contempt, Xianxia sneered. Feng Wuchen, this is your strongest power, but it can't hurt me at all. What are you going to use to fight me? Before his voice died away, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Wuchen. His speed was too fast for Feng Wuchen to react. When Feng Wuchen noticed, Dragon God Sword swept out without hesitation, but Xianxia had already disappeared. Feng Wuchen did not even see Xianxia's shadow. You can't even keep up with my speed. How can you defeat me? Xianxia's scornful sneer came from behind Feng Wuchen again. Feng Wuchen immediately turned around and swept out with his sword. But Xianxia had disappeared again. Xianxia's speed was terrifying. Not to mention Feng Wuchen, even Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes could not react in time. Master, his speed is too fast. Long Xinjian transmitted. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought, the longevity celestial force can sense his soul essence, so can the ice spirit ancestor and wind spirit ancestor. But I can't keep up with his speed. Feng Wuchen, behind you. Panga Shi suddenly shouted. Boom. Pooh. Without waiting for Feng Wuchen to react, Xianxia's palm blasted out. The terrifying divine power shook Feng Wuchen on the spot, causing him to spit out blood. His figure flew out like a cannonball. What a terrifying power. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The moment he was hit, Feng Wuchen felt as if his body was going to be smashed to pieces. Even if he possessed an eternal life realm super strong physical body, Feng Wuchen was unable to withstand Xianxia's terrifying palm strike. Boom. Pooh. Before Feng Wuchen could stop flying, another explosion suddenly sounded out. Feng Wuchen spat out blood again, and his figure flew out again. Xianxia's two ferocious palm attacks directly caused Feng Wuchen to be seriously injured. Husband. Lord. Feng Wuchen. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with worry and panic. They could all see that Feng Wuchen was not Xianxia's match at all. He was completely crushed by Xianxia, however, Feng Wuchen's injuries quickly recovered. This seat's attack is enough to cause you to be seriously injured, but you can recover in such a short period of time. As expected of the strongest physical body. This seat likes your physical body more and more. Xianxia sneered slightly, a hint of greed flashed in his old eyes. Feng Wuchen, if this seat's divine power enters your body and suppresses your physical body's power, can you still recover? Xianxia asked with a cold smile, his old eyes flashing with ruthless killing intent. Yuan spirit divine power erupted, and Xianxia suddenly shot out. Thousand Illusions Grand Technique. Feng Wuchen immediately executed his movement technique to dodge. Xianxia sneered disdainfully, and his figure also disappeared strangely. Boom. Pooh. Feng Wuchen had just executed his movement technique to dodge when there was suddenly an explosion. Feng Wuchen spat out blood again, and his figure flew out. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao panicked to the extreme, tears falling down. Dragon Soul and the various major factions' powerhouses were all extremely worried, but they were powerless to do anything. No one could help. Feng Wuchen, you can't escape from the palm of this seat's hand. No matter how powerful your movement technique is, this seat's speed is also above yours. If this seat wants to kill you, it's simply as easy as squashing an ant. Xianxia sneered proudly and did not take Feng Wuchen seriously at all. Xianxia's palm had already injected domineering divine power into Feng Wuchen's body. Under the suppression of divine power, the power of the eternal realm was suppressed, and Feng Wuchen's injuries could not be healed. It seems that my divine power can indeed suppress your physical strength. Your injuries can't be healed. Let's see how long you can last. Xianxia sneered fiercely. Feng Wuchen's injuries can't be healed. Dragon Soul said in panic. Can't be healed? What should we do? Everyone, quickly think of a way. Lu Qingyang said anxiously, unable to calm down at all. Feng Wuchen's injuries can't be healed. His eternal realm is suppressed by the Yuan spirit divine power. This is troublesome. Supreme Primeval Beginning said with a face full of worry. Supreme Tai gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen's mysterious power is too weak. It can't suppress the Yuan spirit divine power. Xianxia, that bastard. Supreme Peerless exploded with anger, his pale old face incomparably ferocious. If his injuries could not be healed, Feng Wuchen could not hold on for long. Once he was heavily injured again, he would not be able to stand up. Staring fiercely at Xianxia, Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, Xianxia has devoured the Yuan spirit divine power. Other than the mysterious power, all other divine powers will be suppressed by him. In the end, it's still not strong enough. That's right, what Feng Wuchen needed was strong power. Unfortunately, Supreme Primeval Beginning and the others' divine powers would be suppressed. It would take time for them to merge their divine powers. Xianxia might not give Feng Wuchen a chance. Sun Eye. 15 times. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely, that was a look of desperation. Then, he roared angrily, a vast aura erupted. Master, you might not be able to withstand 15 times. The divine eye's worried voice came. Buzz. Feng Wuchen did not care so much. His domineering battle strength rose crazily again, the dazzling golden light shrouded the dark space, the vast aura also rose crazily. 15 times? Xianxia was shocked again. 15 times? Pangashi, the 100 primeval beings, and the experts of the major forces were all shocked. What kind of terrifying magical treasure was this? It could even unleash 15 times of battle strength. The domineering battle strength rose crazily, the terrifying aura had already surpassed Ancestor Xianzhan's. Monster Sword Intent erupted and spread crazily, instantly covering the entire 36 heavens. Sorrowful Soul Destroyer Sword. Feng Wuchen roared angrily, the domineering sword intent crazily condensed, forming a huge energy sword that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. End of chapter. War God Array. Open. Supreme Big Dipper Array. Wind Soul Array. Open. Myriad Fire returned to origin. Feng Wuchen yelled as he condensed a destructive sword intent energy sword. He quickly cast the 3 formations. Buzz. Buzz, under the support of the arrays, his terrifying combat strength was further enhanced. The terrifying increase in power once again struck the hearts of everyone present. Feng Wuchen was the only one in the entire Panga realm who could achieve such a terrifying enhancement. There would never be a second one, however, Feng Wuchen already felt that he had reached his limit after crazily increasing his combat power. Even an immortal realm physical body wouldn't allow Feng Wuchen to improve endlessly. His meridians and muscles were in great pain. Even the skin and flesh on the surface of his body began to tear. However, Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and endured the pain. "Master, there are cracks on the surface of your body." The armor was shocked. "Master! Stop it! Stop it!" Divine Eye roared. "Master, you have exceeded the limit of the eternal realm. Quickly stop." Long Xinjian hastily transmitted his voice and roared. After all, Feng Wuchen was only a 10 Directions great emperor. With the help of the eternal realm, he could withstand the combat strength of the Panga realm. If it were anyone else, they would have exploded and died. "Feng Wuchen, stop improving. Your body can't take it. If you continue to improve, your eternal realm body will be destroyed." The chaotic mysterious fire beast said. "I don't care so much. A 15-fold improvement. This is my limit. However, I know that I can't defeat Xianxia. I have to bet everything." Feng Wuchen said. In order to defeat Xianxia, Feng Wuchen had given up on himself. Feng Wuchen had bet everything. If he still could not defeat Xianxia, he would die without regrets. "Xianxia! Take this!" Feng Wuchen roared. Swoosh! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen fiercely swept out with his sword. He condensed an energy sword that was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and shot out with a destructive power. The sword intent energy sword with 15 times the combat power was extremely terrifying and domineering. Everyone looked at the sword intent energy sword with extreme fear. Glancing at the energy sword of destruction, then at Feng Wuchen, Xianxia frowned and said, "Feng Wuchen, you are so excellent that I don't want to kill you. You are the strongest great emperor of 10 Directions in Panga realm. You are so strong that even Panga realm warriors are not as strong as you. Such a genius is rarely seen in millions of years." Feng Wuchen being able to erupt with such destructive power clearly made Bloodfiend very shocked. The eyes of the Dragon Soul and the powerhouses of the various major forces were filled with endless fear, but most of them had tears in their eyes. They had clearly seen Feng Wuchen's desperate appearance. Feng Wuchen was fighting for them, fighting with his life on the line. Feng Wuchen can really erupt with 15 times the combat power. Pangashi was stunned, and his heart was in turmoil. I can't believe it. How is this possible?" Supreme Primeval Origin and the other Supreme Masters were completely stunned. Supreme Wushuang said in a trembling voice, "Disciple is fighting with his life on the line." They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen, a great emperor of 10 Directions, could erupt with such destructive power. Feng Wuchen's 15-fold combat power was on top of his original 10-fold combat power. His combat power had surpassed Panga Shi's, a great emperor of 10 Directions. Even if his physical body had reached the eternal realm, couldn't withstand such power. Of course, this was Feng Wuchen's limit. This kid is a monster. 15 times the combat power, this is definitely not a treasure of Panga realm. Xianxia was also shocked, and he couldn't believe what he saw. The power of Feng Wuchen's sword strike had already made Xianxia feel threatened. Edited by Miker. 15 times the combat power had already surpassed Panga Shi's. Coupled with Sword Spirit Supreme's strongest sword technique, its power was even stronger than the 10-fold Panga technique. Emo Luo Skysplitter. Feng Wuchen flashed to another location and roared. His domineering and terrifying power poured into the Dragon God sword. Once again, the sword swept out. Swoosh! Buzz buzz! Another terrifying sword ray that was hundreds of thousands of feet long shot out. Its momentum was like a rainbow, and it was filled with an invincible aura. Fury of 10,000 beasts. Primeval world destruction. Blood sacrifice 10,000 souls curse. Green lotus sky destroying sword. Soul subduing ghost weep. Feng Wuchen's figure flickered as he desperately performed the super powerful ancient Panga technique. Dozens of destructive energy rushed towards Xianxia. Buzz buzz. Xianxia's face turned solemn as a terrifying Yuan spirit divine force burst out, and a dazzling purple light burst out. Feng Wuchen, you are an expert worthy of respect. I take back my previous contempt for you. Xianxia said coldly as he formed a seal with both hands, and a vast aura burst out. Ancient Panga technique. 9 Dao soul-breaking slash. Xianxia roared as dozens of terrifying purple energy slashes condensed above his head. Each of them exuded an invincible aura. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's dozens of overbearing Panga technique forces collided with Xianxia's energy slashes. A deafening explosion resounded through the 36 levels of heaven. Waves of destructive energy ripples swept out unscrupulously, as though they were going to devour the entire 36 levels of heaven. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen and Xianxia were engulfed by the immeasurable energy ripples. But soon, they saw Feng Wuchen's figure flying out. Facing such destructive energy, Feng Wuchen could no longer withstand it, and his injuries had worsened. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao's tears kept falling as her heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Big brother Feng. Lu Qingyang and the rest were gritting their teeth as they clenched their fists. They were in extreme grief. Zhang Junlan and the rest secretly blamed themselves for being useless. They couldn't help at all. Feng Wuchen. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes couldn't help but shout. The 100 Supremes and the experts of the various major forces were on tenterhooks at this moment. They were extremely terrified. Feng Wuchen was their last hope. They didn't want Feng Wuchen to be defeated. My lord. Emperor. Emperor Yi Jun and the Kuanping beast couldn't help but shout. Lord Dragon Soul. Queen Wanhua and the experts of the various major forces also looked at Feng Wuchen in panic. In the void, Feng Wuchen forcibly stabilized his body. His shirt had been destroyed, revealing his upper body that was full of lacerations. Blood had flowed down his arm and onto the Dragon God sword. He looked extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared silly. He was simply courting death. This was the first time Ling Xiaoxiao and the others saw Feng Wuchen in such a terrifying state. They all guessed that this was Feng Wuchen's limit. Feng Wuchen, if you had broken through to the Panga realm, your attack just now would have definitely hurt me. Unfortunately, you have reached your limit. Xiaoxiao's voice came from the energy ripples. Feng Wuchen held the Dragon God sword and pointed it at the void. Even though he was severely injured, his eyes were still firm and fierce. He completely ignored the injuries and his eternal life realm physical body. At this moment, Feng Wuchen only wanted to defeat Xianxia, and he did not care about his own life. Is he not injured? Feng Wuchen thought to himself. His expression was extremely solemn as he stared at the energy whirlpool. Feng Wuchen, you are the most powerful junior I have ever seen. For millions of years, I have never seen a junior comparable to you. You are the youngest Panga Realm expert in the history of Panga Realm. I am willing to call you the strongest of the younger generation in Panga Realm. Xianxia walked out of the destructive energy ripples and spoke highly of Feng Wuchen. Master, Xianxia is injured. The Dragon God sword exclaimed. That's right. Xianxia was injured. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. This meant that Feng Wuchen's overbearing attack had injured Xianxia. No wonder Xianxia gave Feng Wuchen such a high evaluation. Feng Wuchen, this injury has no effect on him, and he did not use his full strength just now. The chaotic Xian fire beast said through telepathy. Feng Wuchen stared at Xianxia expressionlessly, neither happy nor sad. Although Xianxia is injured, his aura has not weakened at all. Panga Shi's old eyes flashed with a touch of complexity. Xianxia did not use his full strength. Prime Primeval frowned as he became more and more worried. Prime Martial Spirit said solemnly, Feng Wuchen's aura has weakened, and with his serious injuries, I am afraid. Feng Wuchen attacked with all his might and paid the price of being severely injured to injure Xianxia. Prime Primeval and the others did not know how long Feng Wuchen could last. After all, Feng Wuchen's crazy attack consumed a lot of his divine power. Feng Wuchen, do you have any more powerful moves? I respect you and will give you a chance to use them. Xianxia had completely regarded Feng Wuchen as a real opponent, and there was no contempt in his eyes. There are indeed more powerful ones. Feng Wuchen replied. Then show it to me. I will also use my true strength to fight against you. If I don't use my true strength, it will be an insult to you. You should be proud that you can make me use my full strength, said Xianxia. Overbearing and terrifying Yuan spirit divine force burst out. I don't have anything that I'm proud of, but I have many trustworthy brothers and friends, as well as seniors and masters who have helped me, and even my wife who has always silently supported me. Without them, Feng Wuchen, wouldn't be where I am today. They are the things that I want to protect the most, and I won't allow anyone to harm them. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, it's my honor to fight for them. I, Feng Wuchen, am willing to give up everything, including my soul. White flames began to burn on the surface of Feng Wuchen's body. A dazzling white light and a terrifying and domineering aura burst out. Buzz. Feng Wuchen's aura, which had been weakened by a lot, surged crazily again. His strength also soared crazily, surpassing his peak in an instant. Feng Wuchen is burning his soul body. Supreme Peerless exclaimed. Xianxia frowned deeply and said, his strength has increased. He is burning his soul body. What? Burning his soul body? Pangashi and the 100 Supreme Souls were scared away. Supreme Primeval Lord shouted in panic, Feng Wuchen. Stop it. If you burn your soul body, you will turn into ashes. You still don't have the perfect eternal realm body. If you burn your soul body, you won't be able to revive. Feng Wuchen's eternal realm body wasn't the perfect one. Because it still lacked chaotic spiritual energy. Unfortunately, chaotic spiritual energy didn't exist in Panga realm. What? Burning his soul body? The dragon soul and the experts of the major forces were all shocked. Husband, that's enough. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Ling Xiaoxiao could no longer suppress the grief and panic in her heart and cried out. Wife, we have no way out. I have to fight with all my strength. Please forgive me. Feng Wuchen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and revealed a gentle smile. Scale literature. Ling Xiaoxiao cried out in grief, husband, no. No. Stop. Big brother Feng. Young master. Alliance leader. Lord. Great guardian. Lord Dragon Soul. The major forces of the 35 heavens were extremely sad at this moment, and tears of grief flowed down their faces. Lord Dragon Soul, I won't take revenge anymore. You must survive. You must survive. Nie Qingshu said in grief. Lord Dragon Soul. I am willing to contribute my strength. I'll lend Lord Dragon Soul a hand. Queen Myriad Flower said. Lord Dragon Soul. We are also willing to contribute all our strength. We will help Lord Dragon Soul. The experts of the major forces shouted one after another. Thank you for your kind intentions. Feng Wuchen appreciates it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Buzz buzz. The ancestor of all fires burned more vigorously, and Feng Wuchen's strength increased even more. It had completely exceeded the limits of an eternal life stage body. Is this Feng Wuchen's strength? He can actually reach such a level. Feng Wuchen's soul is starting to disappear. On the 7th level of the dimensional space, Supreme Emperor was shocked. Feng Wuchen's flesh had already started to fall off. This scene caused everyone to be shocked and grieved. It was a ghastly sight. This was also the first time Feng Wuchen had risked his life to such an extent. When Feng Wuchen completely ignited his soul, his terrifying combat strength had already reached the level of Supreme Demon Soul. The terrifying energy and air waves carried a destructive aura that was 10 times stronger. Feng Wuchen's soul has disappeared. Supreme Emperor Peerless was extremely grieved. What? Pangashi and the 100 Supremes were shocked. Zhang Zhenlin's face was blank. Tears fell from his eyes as he said sorrowfully, Teacher's soul has disappeared. Dragon Soul and the others were completely dumbfounded. If the soul disappeared, wouldn't it be the same as what Supreme Primeval said? He couldn't be resurrected? Is the eternal life stage body destroyed? I can't feel it anymore. Feng Wuchen thought. But all of this didn't matter anymore. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the 13 Panga swords appeared. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the 13 Panga swords combined with the Dragon God Sword. Primal Chaos AO Sword Arts. Primal Chaos Heaven Splitting. Feng Wuchen injected all his strength into the Dragon God Sword and the 13 Panga swords. Then, he roared and burst out with an unimaginable aura. Very powerful. Shueisha's old face turned serious. Xianxia. This is my most powerful attack. Take this. Feng Wuchen shouted and swept out his sword. Whoosh. Buzz. A 1,000,000-feet-long golden sword light broke through the air. The dazzling golden light illuminated the dark void, and the entire Panga realm shook violently. Ancient Panga technique. 9 layers 8 desolation extinction seal. Xianxia formed a seal with his hands and roared. Instantly, a 1,000,000-feet-long purple energy seal was formed. This was Xianxia's peak strength. The power of the peak Panga realm was terrifying. Feng Wuchen, this is my peak power. Come on. Let me see the power of your soul burning. Xianxia shouted as he waved his hand and a huge energy seal came crashing down. Swoosh. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen controlled the sword light and rushed towards Xianxia's energy seal fearlessly. Run. Space Emperor shouted in fear and immediately used his divine power to bring Panga Shi, the 100 Supremes, and the 10 Direction Great Emperors away from the 36th heaven. The power of Feng Wuchen and Xianxia was beyond their tolerance. Even Panga Shi couldn't withstand it. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao cried out sorrowfully. She was already sobbing. Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to rush out, but the barrier was reinforced by the chaotic domain and they couldn't go to the 36th heaven. My lord. Lord Dragon Soul. The major forces looked at the destructive power of the 36th heaven through the barrier in fear. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the next moment, in front of everyone's terrified eyes, the sword aura collided with the energy seal. It was like Mars colliding with Earth. With a boom, incomprehensible and unimaginable energy ripples rolled out unscrupulously with the power to devour everything. The Panga realm and the dimensional space were shaking violently and collapsing. Puff, after a while, Feng Wuchen couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. How can this be? I can't even defeat such a powerful force? Is the power of the peak Panga realm really that strong? Feng Wuchen was disappointed and shocked by Xianxia's strength. Master. Dragon God Sword and Divine Eye Artifact Soul shouted in fear. Husband. Feng Wuchen. My lord. Lord Dragon Soul. Panga Shi, the 100 Supremes, and the experts of the major forces were scared out of their wits and screamed in extreme pain and panic. Xianxia's strength was too terrifying. Even with the terrifying power obtained by burning his soul body, it was difficult to resist the peak power of Xianxia at this moment. Feng Wuchen is truly terrifying. If I didn't possess the strength of the peak of the Panga realm, his strength alone and his overbearing Panga tactic would definitely be able to severely injure me. Xianxia was also extremely shocked. In the fierce head-on collision, Xianxia could clearly feel the domineering and terrifying power of Feng Wuchen's power. Feng Wuchen's combat strength had already reached the Demon Soul Supremacy realm. Coupled with the domineering ancient Panga technique, his terrifying strength was enough to threaten Xianxia. However, no matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, he was still no match for Blood Fiend, who was at the peak of the Panga realm. Buzz. The two destructive forces were madly clashing against each other. Feng Wuchen was desperately trying to hold on. His cracked face was incomparably distorted. Feng Wuchen, the power of burning your soul is indeed powerful. You didn't disappoint me. You are definitely the first existence in the history of the Panga realm to be able to contend with someone at the peak of the Panga realm. Xianxia shouted, the experts of the various forces in the Panga realm have all witnessed your strength. Feng Wuchen, your soul has already disappeared. You can no longer be resurrected. You can die in peace. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly roared. An even more terrifying power was injected into the energy seal. Buzz. The 1,000,000-foot-long energy seal exploded with dazzling purple light. The terrifying power skyrocketed. It directly caused cracks to appear on Feng Wuchen's sword light. Puff. An even more terrifying power swept over. The shock caused Feng Wuchen to vomit blood again. His injuries had completely worsened. Feng Wuchen had exhausted all his strength. He had already exceeded his limit. He could no longer hold on. Feng Wuchen's soul had already disappeared. He was completely relying on his strength to support himself. Now that his strength was exhausted, Feng Wuchen also, is it over? I can't feel anything. I can't see anything. Feng Wuchen's body began to fall. Master! Master! Dragon Xinjian and Divine I cried out in grief. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast. Why didn't you do anything? Why? Divine I roared. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast. Feng Wuchen wanted to see Ling Xiaoxiao for the last time, but he could no longer do so. His eyes had lost their light. He could no longer see anything. His thoughts and consciousness were also disappearing. Brother Feng's aura has disappeared. Miao Qingqing's tears kept falling. She was in heart-wrenching pain. Husband! Ling Xiaoxiao cried out in grief. Feng Wuchen! Lord! Everyone was in grief. No one wanted to see this scene. But Feng Wuchen was no match for Xianxia. He fought with his life for what he wanted to protect. In the end, he fought with his life. Boom boom boom. The million-foot-long sword light exploded layer by layer. It could no longer block Xiaoxia's energy seal. Feng Wuchen fell. The million-foot-long energy seal had already broken through the sword light and smashed down. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The million-foot-long energy seal pressed Feng Wuchen to the bottom of the mountain. With a loud boom, the immeasurable explosive energy created a million-foot-long crater on the ground of Panga realm. The energy ripples covered every corner of the 36 levels of heaven. Everything within 30 miles of the sky was destroyed. Husband! No! Ling Xiaoxiao cried out in grief. Her heart was bleeding. Lu Qingyang and Zhang Junlan couldn't help but cry. Feng Wuchen's aura has completely disappeared. Pangashi was stunned. His old eyes dimmed. It's over. It's all over. Primeval Lord and the others seemed to have lost their souls. Everyone looked at the destructive power in grief. They all knew that Feng Wuchen had been destroyed. Looking at the horrifying energy ripples below, Xianxia said, Feng Wuchen, Panga realm will remember you. I will remember you for the rest of my life. Your legend will surpass the hundreds of supremes. Your name will also be passed down in Panga realm for millions of years. In this battle, Xianxia used all his strength to defeat Feng Wuchen. Although Feng Wuchen was defeated, he was still respected by countless practitioners in Panga realm. Above the void, the illusory figure of the chaotic Xian Fire Beast appeared. In front of the chaotic Xian Fire Beast, there were Feng Wuchen's various Panga weapons. The weapon souls were also in a deep sleep because of the horrifying power. Feng Wuchen, I really admire you. To be honest, I have lived for tens of millions of years and have never been touched by anyone. But this time I am really touched by you. Looking at the horrifying energy ripples below, the chaotic Xian Fire Beast muttered to himself. Everyone you know, including the practitioners of Panga realm that you don't know, even the weapon souls, they have all given their hearts to you. You fought for them, risked your life for them, and even sacrificed your soul. With such a fearless spirit, you dare to touch everyone in Panga realm. I have lived for so many years, and you are the stupidest person I have ever seen. But I like it. Feng Wuchen, congratulations, you have passed the test. Feng Wuchen, sleep for a while. Let your shattered soul have a good rest. The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast looked at Feng Wuchen's Pangu artifact and smiled. You guys should rest as well. No one in Panga realm could sense the Chaos Mystical Fire Beast's existence. At this moment, all the experts in Panga realm were in despair. Feng Wuchen was defeated, burned his soul, and turned into ashes. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others couldn't accept such a tragic end. Husband! Ling Xiaoxiao was devastated. She looked like she had nothing left to live for. Big brother Feng, you can come back to life, right? Don't lie to me. Come back to life. Lu Qingyang wept in grief. Master! Zhang Junlan and the others were in despair. Senior Pangashi, is the Lord really dead? Emperor Afeng asked in disbelief. Master, can the Lord be saved? Emperor Yi Jun asked Sword Soul Supremacy. Primeval Lord and Sword Soul Supremacy sighed and shook their heads. Feng Wuchen's soul is gone. His immortal realm body is destroyed. He can't come back to life. Tears streamed down Supremacy Peerless' face. We don't want Feng Wuchen to die either. He's our hope, but I can't sense his soul essence. Feng Wuchen is already. Venerable Chongqing said sorrowfully. Senior Pangashi, Senior Primeval Lord, is there really no other way? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Pangashi and the others and asked with the last glimmer of hope. Sigh. Pangashi and Primeval Lord sighed and shook their heads. There was nothing they could do. Feng Wuchen burned his soul. Even if I use heaven-defying reincarnation, I can't condense Feng Wuchen's soul, Supremacy Peerless said in grief. Husband, are you really not coming back? Little Xiaoxiao is still waiting for you. How am I going to explain this to her? How am I going to explain this to father and mother? Ling Xiaoxiao said sorrowfully in her heart. Her tears kept falling. She was in complete despair. Following Feng Wuchen from the mortal world to the Pangu art was her most desperate moment. Ling Xiaoxiao could no longer feel the existence of Feng Wuchen. That feeling was too real. Ling Xiaoxiao, who was in despair, could not accept this heavy blow. Her vision turned black and she fainted. Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao. Miao Qingqing, Lan Yu, and the others were frightened again. After the great emperor of ancient sorcery examined her, he said, Don't worry. She's only unconscious for a while. In the 35th layer of heaven, the powerhouses of the various major forces were all immersed in grief, and even the space seemed to be weeping. Meanwhile, the 7th level of the dimensional space. Feng Wuchen's aura has completely disappeared. Is he dead? Supreme Donghuang looked in the direction of Panga realm, dumbfounded. Supreme Donghuang could no longer sense Feng Wuchen's existence. In the end, I still can't defeat Xianxia? It's my duty and I can't do anything. What a pity for such an amazing genius. Supreme Donghuang sighed and shook his head, blaming himself in his heart. As time passed, the destructive energy that permeated every corner of the 36th layer of heaven gradually calmed down. The collapsed space could no longer be restored. The 36th layer of heaven was destroyed. The 36th layer of heaven can no longer be restored, but it still exists. The barrier to the 35th layer of heaven is also not damaged. Seems like Supreme Donghuang secretly took action. Xianxia guessed in his heart. The vibration of the dimensional space is very unusual. Supreme Donghuang is very worried. There must be some secret in the dimensional space. He did not take action again. It must be related to the vibration just now, although I don't know what it is. Xianxia guessed. However, Xianxia did not think too much about it. Anyway, Supreme Donghuang could not threaten him now. I should quickly devour the divine power of Pangu Shi and the 100 Supremes to further improve my strength. Maybe I can reach the level of ascension. At that time even Supreme Donghuang can't do anything to me. Xianxia thought in his heart. Thinking of this, Xianxia's figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already at the 35th layer of heaven. Xianxia. You bastard. I'll fight it out with you. Everyone, fight it out with him. Take revenge for supremacy. The Alliance Master is dead. There's no meaning for us to live anymore. Kill. Lu Qingyang and the rest were not afraid of Xianxia's appearance. Instead, they were furious. They madly erupted with divine power and killing intent. They were all planning to fight with their lives. However, they were all blocked by the Space Emperor's spatial seal. Pangu Shi, Supreme Primeval, Feng Wuchen is already dead. There's no one to stop me. Do you still want to resist? Xianxia looked at Pangu Shi and the 100 Supremes and asked. Pangu Shi and the 100 Supremes glared at Xianxia fiercely. They couldn't wait to swallow Xianxia alive. Buzz. However, just as Xianxia was about to take action, the 36th layer of heaven suddenly vibrated. The sudden violent vibration ignited a glimmer of hope in everyone. Everyone's gaze immediately looked at the 36th layer of heaven. Was this the vibration of the dimensional space or the 36th layer of heaven? This vibration is the 36th layer of heaven. Pangu Shi and the 100 Supremes were very sure. Their hearts were also ignited. Was Feng Wuchen still alive? Xianxia, Pangu Shi, and the 100 Supremes all flashed toward the 36th layer of heaven. Emperor Yijun and the Kunpeng beast also flashed toward the 36th layer of heaven. Everyone wanted to know if Feng Wuchen was still alive. Above the void, the chaotic mystical fire beast slowly opened his eyes. The illusory figure became real. Ancestor of chaos, you finally awakened. The chaotic mystical fire beast said respectfully. An old figure appeared. The white-haired, wrinkled old man in a white robe was the ancestor of chaos. Looking at the 36th layer of heaven that was on the verge of collapse, the ancestor of chaos slowly stroked his white beard and smiled faintly. Chaotic mystical fire beast, how is it? My foresight isn't bad, right? Ancestor, I don't think you're asleep at all. The chaotic mystical fire beast rolled his eyes. Haha. The ancestor of chaos laughed happily and said, all in all, Feng Wuchen has passed the test and is qualified to become my successor. The ancestor of chaos formed a seal with one hand. His eyes shone with a dazzling light as he shouted, Chaos Divine Formula. Reincarnation. Buzz buzz. The 36th layer of heaven shook again. In the huge pit where Feng Wuchen was turned into ashes, a faint golden light suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed. In the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Feng Wuchen's body, which had been turned into ashes, was being reconstructed. Soon, it condensed into Feng Wuchen's appearance, and the surface of his body emitted a faint golden light. Feng Wuchen is going to be resurrected. Pangashi and the 100 Supremes cheered excitedly. Big Brother Feng is going to be resurrected. Haha. I knew Big Brother Feng was still alive. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. My lord is still alive. He's still alive. The Dragon Soul sect was ecstatic. At this moment, everyone experienced the happiness of returning to heaven from hell. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen's body has recovered. Shueisha's face was filled with shock as he stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Didn't they say that the eternal life realm's body was destroyed and could not be resurrected? But what was going on with Feng Wuchen? Although Feng Wuchen's body had been formed, it was still covered in cracks, and no life aura spread out. Because this was only the formation of the body. But after a while, the cracks on Feng Wuchen's body slowly disappeared, and a weak aura spread out. The aura was getting stronger and stronger. This meant that Feng Wuchen's soul had been reformed. Feng Wuchen had been resurrected. Big Brother Feng has been resurrected. Haha. He's been resurrected. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. Xiao, wake up. Big Brother Feng has been resurrected. Big Brother Feng has been resurrected. Miao Qingqing cried tears of joy as she kept calling out to Ling Xiao. As if hearing Miao Qingqing's call, the unconscious Ling Xiao slowly opened her eyes. Husband has been resurrected? Ling Xiao was stunned, and immediately looked at the 36 heavens. With one look, Ling Xiao's tears fell. She cried tears of joy and said, Husband has been resurrected. Husband is still alive. This is great. Lord has been resurrected. The Dragon Soul people cheered even more excitedly. Feng Wuchen's soul has been formed. Paragon Peerless was overjoyed. He really has been resurrected. This is unbelievable. His aura is rising. Paragon Primeval Beginning and the others were shocked and excited. It was simply unheard of and unheard of. The eternal life realm's body had been destroyed, and with his soul burning, Feng Wuchen could still be resurrected. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. The reincarnation of a primal chaos patriarch was truly terrifying. Patriarch, Feng Wuchen only needs the chaos spiritual chi to achieve a perfect body, the chaos mystical fire beast said to the primal chaos patriarch. I know. The primal chaos ancestor smiled faintly. Since Feng Wuchen has passed the test and is qualified to become my successor, I will naturally reward him with primal chaos spiritual chi to help Feng Wuchen achieve a perfect physical body. As he spoke, the primal chaos ancestor gently waved his hand, and a stream of primal chaos spiritual chi shot out. Swish, in the next second, a golden divine light suddenly swooped down from the sky as if it had come from outer space and instantly struck Feng Wuchen's head. The sudden appearance of the golden light caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. This golden light flashed and disappeared without anyone noticing. Buzz. The instant the chaos spiritual energy entered Feng Wuchen's body, Feng Wuchen slowly rose into the air. Golden light burst out from the surface of his body, and the aura exuding from his body multiplied. Feng Wuchen's physical body underwent a transformation after being baptized by the chaos spiritual energy. Not only did Feng Wuchen become younger and more handsome, but his physical body also received the most perfect strengthening, becoming more and more powerful. In a short while, the dazzling golden light spread out in all directions with Feng Wuchen as the center. Then, everyone saw an incomparably magical scene. Wherever the dazzling golden light passed, everything grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The completely destroyed 36 heavens also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the collapsed immortal mountains also recovered one after another. 36 heavens, it was simply rebirth. In just a few blinks of an eye, the 36 heavens were reborn, looking brand new and full of vitality. Shocking, too shocking, everyone present, including Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes, was dumbfounded by what they saw. The space was dead silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. Such a magical scene was unheard of. How is this possible? 36 heavens, restored. Growth of all things. Rebirth of all things. What a magical power. Can mountains be reborn? The powerhouses of the major forces were dumbfounded, and the dead silent space instantly exploded. Ancestor Panga's essence chi that turned into all things has been restored. Panga Shi was so shocked that his old eyes were about to fly out. What power is this? Feng Wuchen's mysterious power? Primeval Lord was stunned. It restored the 36 heavens in the blink of an eye. What was that golden light just now? Shueisha's old face also stiffened, and he was very sure that it had something to do with that mysterious golden light. The scene in front of them was too shocking, too magical. 36 heavens could be reborn, not because of Panga's essence chi, but because of the chaos spiritual energy. The chaos spiritual energy was the purest and most terrifying spiritual energy in the chaos realm. Buzz buzz. Just as everyone was shocked, an extremely domineering and terrifying power suddenly erupted from Feng Wuchen's body, and it was still rising crazily. Husband's cultivation base is rising. Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed, and looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Long Shuling said in shock, his cultivation base is rising so fast. Feng Wuchen's aura is completely different from before. This aura is very pure and powerful. What is this pure aura? Is it that golden light? Panga Shi was shocked again, and his heart beat wildly. His cultivation base has broken through to the mid-10 direction Great Emperor realm. Primeval Lord exclaimed in shock. Martial Soul Supremacy's face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? He broke through in the blink of an eye. Isn't this too fast? What's going on? Late-stage Great Emperor realm. Peerless Supremacy exclaimed. Lu Qingyang was dumbfounded. He broke through again, what's going on? How did the Lord's cultivation base increase so much? Emperor Yijun looked as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and horror, and they all held their breaths. This scene was no less shocking than the growth of all living things. Feng Wuchen's cultivation base didn't stop at all. The more everyone looked, the more shocked they became. Is he going to break through to the Panga realm? Everyone couldn't believe it, and they didn't even want to believe it. But the truth was right in front of them, and they had to believe it. Boom. Buzz. A loud noise suddenly came from the void, and extremely destructive energy erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. It was domineering and terrifying, and the energy shook the 36 layers of sky. Panga realm. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes exclaimed in unison. The shock and horror in their hearts were indescribable. Feng Wuchen had finally broken through to the Panga realm. The aura emitted from his body, in addition to giving people a feeling of invincibility, also gave people a feeling of being above all things. At this moment, the experts of the major forces felt 1,000,000 times the impact. That's right. Feng Wuchen's cultivation base was rising rapidly. In less than a few minutes, Feng Wuchen had broken through to the Panga realm. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Waves of anger rose in their hearts. Not only had Feng Wuchen been reborn, but his cultivation base had also broken through to the Panga realm. The terrifying power and aura that erupted from Feng Wuchen made everyone feel an overwhelming pressure. Feng Wuchen's cultivation base stopped rising after he broke through to the Panga realm. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Xianxia, and two terrifying beams of light shot out. End of chapter. The moment Feng Wuchen opened his eyes, an aura that seemed to be above everything in the world swept out like a tsunami. The surging and vast aura gave people the feeling that he was a god. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes all felt a huge pressure at this moment. Is this Feng Wuchen's power? What's going on? Supreme Donghuang appeared and stared at Feng Wuchen in shock and horror. Seeing the brand new 36 heavens, Supreme Donghuang's heart was in turmoil. Not only was Feng Wuchen resurrected, his cultivation base had also broken through to the Panga realm, and even the 36 heavens had been reborn. This had already exceeded everyone's understanding. Even Supreme Donghuang didn't know what had happened. Panga realm. He actually broke through to the Panga realm. Xianxia looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He couldn't believe it at all. Just a glance made Xianxia feel a strong sense of danger. Just because Feng Wuchen had broken through to the Panga realm, Feng Wuchen, who was in the early stage of the 10 Directions Great Emperor, already had the terrifying combat strength to enter Xianxia. Now that he had broken through to the Panga realm, no one knew how terrifying his strength was. But what was certain was that Feng Wuchen was definitely ridiculously strong. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists and felt the power of his body. He thought to himself, is this the most perfect eternal realm body? What a wonderful feeling, it's very comfortable. Feng Wuchen couldn't describe the strength of the eternal realm body, but he felt an unimaginable power. This was the most perfect and strongest body. Husband! Ling Xiaoxiao shouted happily. Qin Xian Turtle immediately brought Ling Xiaoxiao to the 36 heavens. Husband! Ling Xiaoxiao rushed to Feng Wuchen in ecstasy. She threw herself into Feng Wuchen's arms and cried, "My husband, you really scared me to death just now. I thought I would never see you again in this life. It's great that my husband has been resurrected. Wife, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm fine now, I can't bear to make you sad." Feng Wuchen said gently patting Ling Xiaoxiao's back, at the same time injecting a mysterious power. "Wife, this power can guarantee you eternal life," Feng Wuchen said with a gentle smile. "Thank you, husband." Ling Xiaoxiao thanked him happily. "Feng Wuchen, I have helped you recover the Pangu artifact souls, and they have all reached the level of 9 stars Pangu artifact." The chaotic mystical fire beast's voice was heard. "Many thanks," Feng Wuchen thanked him through voice transmission. Soon after, several rays of golden light appeared out of nowhere and rapidly entered Feng Wuchen's body. "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the Panga realm." The Dragon God Sword's excited voice was heard. "Master, with your current strength, you will have no problem dealing with Xianxia." The Divine Eye's excited voice was heard. Feng Wuchen smiled, his eyes full of confidence. At this moment, the world in Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly changed. It was a boundless world of stars. The sudden change of space gave Ling Xiaoxiao a fright. She thought that Xianxia had launched an attack. "Wife, don't be afraid," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. What appeared in front of Feng Wuchen was the ancestor of chaos and the chaotic mystical fire beast. Feng Wuchen glanced at the ancestor of chaos, then immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Junior Feng Wuchen pays respect to the ancestor of chaos. "Thank you for saving my life, primal chaos ancestor." Ancestor of chaos? Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned at first, then immediately cupped her fists and bowed. Junior Ling Xiaoxiao pays respect to the ancestor of chaos. Did the ancestor of chaos save my husband? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at the ancestor of chaos and the chaotic mystical fire beast in shock. She never expected that it was the white-haired old man in front of her who saved Feng Wuchen. Was it also this old man who helped Feng Wuchen break through to the Panga realm? How terrifying was this old man? "Haha. You really guessed it was me." The ancestor of chaos laughed happily. "Feng Wuchen, you have passed my test. From today onwards, you are my successor, and the chaotic mystical fire beast will listen to you completely." Successor? Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked. "Thank you, ancestor of chaos." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. The ancestor of chaos nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and smiled happily. "Ling Xiaoxiao, it is fate that we met. I will give you the Chaos Divine Pendant, which will help your cultivation in the future. Chaos Divine Pendant? The Chaos Mystical Flame Beast instantly opened its enormous eyes wide and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, quickly let your wife receive it. This is a Chaos Divine artifact that cultivates Chaos Divine energy. With the Chaos Divine Pendant, your wife's divine energy can be transformed into Chaos Divine energy. Chaos Divine Weapon? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Was the ancestor of chaos so terrifying? Ling Xiaoxiao first glanced at Feng Wuchen. Seeing Feng Wuchen nod, she took the pendant and thanked him. Thank you, ancestor of chaos. Alright, Feng Wuchen, take care of your business first. The ancestor of chaos smiled and waved his hand gently. As soon as he finished speaking, the world in Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes returned to the 36 heavens. My wife, retreat to where Senior Panga Shi and the others are. Feng Wuchen smiled gently. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded and said, then flashed to Panga Shi's side. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a white energy enveloped Ling Xiaoxiao and Panga Shi. Feng Wuchen, what's going on with your cultivation? How did you break through to the Panga realm in an instant? Xianxia stared at Feng Wuchen and could not help but ask. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Xianxia, let's continue our battle. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and the Dragon God sword appeared. An overbearing sword intent surged into the sky and spread across the 36 heavens in the blink of an eye. The terrifying sword intent aura made everyone feel suffocated. It was unimaginably terrifying. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes were shocked and petrified on the spot. Feng Wuchen's strength has indeed become very terrifying. Xianxia frowned deeply, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. The battle had not even begun, but Xianxia was already afraid. Buzz. Buzz, bloodline divine power, eternal life realm power, and mysterious power erupted at the same time, followed by the sun eye and battle armor. Feng Wuchen's combat strength was soaring at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's combat strength had soared to the peak of the Panga realm. The super strong pressure intimidated everyone present, the super overbearing power was soul-stirring. Hiss, seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying improvement, everyone gasped in shock. Peak of the Panga realm. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes exclaimed at the same time, their faces full of shock and horror. Early stage Panga realm can erupt with the peak power. Ying Long was so scared that he was in a vegetative state. Peak of the Panga realm. How is this possible? Xianxia was so scared that his whole body trembled. Feng Wuchen held the Dragon God sword and took a step forward. A bright golden halo shook from under his feet. The overbearing aura seemed to be able to suppress everything. Feng Wuchen merely took a step forward, and a destructive aura vibrated out. Wherever the destructive aura passed, everything was turned into powder. The feeling of destroying heaven and earth, but what was shocking was that the things that were destroyed quickly returned to their original state. What kind of aura is this? It directly caused a huge psychological shock. Xianxia was extremely shocked. He was completely unable to block Feng Wuchen's domineering aura and was forcefully suppressed until he was almost out of breath. It was not just Feng Wuchen's terrifying aura. Feng Wuchen's bloodline power, eternal realm power, and various divine powers had been greatly sublimated. The degree of terror had already surpassed Yuan's spirit divine power. Chaos spiritual energy was so terrifying. Xianxia, out of respect for you, I will also go all out. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. The terrifying aura had already locked onto Xianxia. Xia's old face was solemn to the extreme. The pressure that Feng Wuchen gave him was too terrifying. Boom, after Feng Wuchen took a few steps forward, he suddenly stepped on the void. With a loud boom, he shot out with the Dragon God sword in his hand. So fast. Xia's old face suddenly changed drastically. Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant. The Dragon God sword stabbed out fiercely without any fanciful moves. Xianxia instantly erupted with all his strength. His palm bent into a claw, condensing a terrifying power to meet the attack. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in an instant, the domineering sword strike sent Xianxia flying. What a domineering power. It actually dissolved my divine power in an instant. Feng Wuchen broke through to the Panga realm. His strength is indeed terrifying. Xianxia was greatly shocked. It was just a head-on collision, but Xianxia already felt powerless. With a thought, Xianxia took out the 9-star Pengu artifact. His combat strength skyrocketed. Boom, puff, Xianxia had just taken out the Pengu artifact. Before he could stabilize his body, there was a sudden explosion. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body shot out like a cannonball. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? He actually injured me with one palm. Furthermore, this seat actually didn't detect his attack at all. It is impossible for me not to sense the Thousand Illusions grand magic. Xianxia was greatly shocked. As a peak Panga realm expert, he actually failed to sense Feng Wuchen's attack. What a terrifying speed, even I almost couldn't see it clearly. Supreme Donghuang looked at Feng Wuchen in shock, not daring to believe it at all. Xianxia, this palm is for you, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Boom. Pooh. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence and before he could even react, there was another explosion. He spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. Xianxia still didn't sense anything. He couldn't sense Feng Wuchen's existence at all. Hall Master. Emperor Tianyong and the other experts of the Panga Shrine began to panic. This palm strike is also for you, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. With just 2 palm attacks, Xianxia was already severely injured. The overwhelming power shocked Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes. They were all speechless. The experts of the major forces in the Panga realm all widened their eyes and fell into intense shock and fear. Had Feng Wuchen's strength already reached such a terrifying level, Xianxia, who was at the peak Panga realm, had no power to fight back in front of Feng Wuchen. Number 3 Chinese Network Feng Wuchen, your cultivation has broken through the Panga realm, and your strength has indeed surpassed this seat. However, don't think that it is so easy to defeat this seat. Xianxia's old face was ferocious and incomparably fierce. Is that so? Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly sounded behind Xianxia. The speed was once again faster than Xianxia's reaction. Boom. Buzz buzz. After Xianxia reacted, he directly turned around and punched out. With a boom, the terrifying power hit Feng Wuchen's chest. What? As the punch landed, Xianxia's old face changed dramatically, and his face was full of disbelief. Xianxia's terrifying punch landed on Feng Wuchen's chest, but it was unable to push Feng Wuchen back even half a step. Feng Wuchen did not avoid the punch at all, and allowed Xianxia to attack freely. Was this the power of the most perfect immortal realm? Xianxia's power could not hurt Feng Wuchen at all. This? Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes were once again dumbfounded. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen? The horrified Xianxia immediately retreated, and said in horror in his heart, Feng Wuchen did not dodge at all. My power can't hurt him. Glancing at Xianxia indifferently, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, Xianxia, I will also give you a chance to perform your most powerful Panga technique. Consider it as returning it to you. Feng Wuchen, your power is indeed very strong, and your bloodline power has already surpassed the origin spirit divine power. Although I don't know what happened to you, I will soon let you know the consequences of underestimating me. Xianxia said angrily, and his old eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent. After saying that, Xianxia summoned Black Demon, and a strange black substance wrapped around him, and then he disappeared into thin air. Xianxia's terrifying aura also disappeared completely. In the next second, Black Demon silently appeared behind Feng Wuchen. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced at Feng Wuchen, instantly enveloping him. Feng Wuchen. Husband. Lord. Seeing this scene, Panga Shi and the others shouted in panic. Haha. Xianxia laughed arrogantly and said, Feng Wuchen, no matter how strong you are, you can't sense Black Demon's existence. Wait for me to devour your divine power, and then I will kill you again. This is bad. Xianxia wants to devour Feng Wuchen's divine power. Panga Shi and the others were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen had finally been resurrected and reborn, and finally broke through to the Panga realm, and finally had the power to crush Xianxia. If Xianxia were to devour his divine power, wouldn't he be angered to death? Devour my divine power? Feng Wuchen's cold laughter came from Black Demon. After Feng Wuchen said that, Black Demon that wrapped Feng Wuchen suddenly burned with white flames. black demon struggled violently, and wisps of black smoke spread out. Ancestor of all fires, after a while, Feng Wuchen appeared. Ling Xiaoxiao, Panga Shi, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Black demon. Xianxia was shocked, and wanted to recall Black Demon. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen didn't give him the chance. Black Demon was trapped by a powerful space, and was being burned by Ancestor of all fires. Feng Wuchen, stop. Xianxia shouted anxiously. If you want to use it to devour my divine power, I will make it disappear. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Not only did he not stop, Ancestor of all fires burned even more fiercely. In just a moment, Black Demon was completely devoured by Ancestor of all fires, and turned into ashes. Feng Wuchen. I will kill you. Xianxia was furious, and his face was as ferocious as a fierce tiger, with monstrous killing intent. Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the golden reincarnation pagoda floated in the void. Feng Wuchen said fiercely, Xianxia, I will use the reincarnation pagoda to seal your soul until it disappears. With the reincarnation pagoda, Feng Wuchen's combat power increased again. Feng Wuchen's combat power has increased again. Supreme Yinglong exclaimed. Feng Wuchen's mysterious power has become extremely powerful. Even my Panga divine power is greatly suppressed. Supreme Emperor Donghuang was shocked once again. He was extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen's current combat power had far surpassed the peak of the Panga realm. No one knew what level Feng Wuchen had reached. Primal Chaos Ancestor, what is the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body? Why is it above the Primal Chaos divine power? Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast asked curiously. Primal Chaos Ancestor smiled and said, Primal Chaos divine power is the strongest power born from the Primal Chaos. The Primal Chaos divine power also comes from the Primal Chaos divine power. The Primal Chaos blood I was also born from the Primal Chaos divine power. Primal Chaos divine power? Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast was shocked. Such a terrifying power like the Primal Chaos divine power actually came from the Primal Chaos divine power. No wonder Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast didn't know what kind of power it was. No wonder Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast's divine power was suppressed. The Primal Chaos divine power was simply terrifying. Primal Chaos Ancestor smiled faintly and said, the Primal Chaos divine power is above all other divine powers. Even I have no chance to obtain it, let alone cultivate it. Feng Wuchen's cultivation has broken through the Panga realm, but he can only use a small part of the Primal Chaos divine power. A small part? Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast was shocked again. A small part was already so terrifying. If Feng Wuchen could use all of it, how terrifying would it be? Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast couldn't imagine. Primal Chaos Ancestor smiled faintly and said, this is also the real reason why I chose Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's spirit space realm is a natural existence. Perhaps under some kind of coincidence or fate, Feng Wuchen obtained the Primal Chaos divine power. Primal Chaos Ancestor couldn't explain Feng Wuchen's Primal Chaos realm clearly. He could only say that Feng Wuchen obtained it by coincidence. The probability was so low that he doubted his life. Xianxia, do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His domineering divine power and aura suppressed Xianxia mercilessly. Feng Wuchen, do you think the reincarnation pagoda can seal me? Xianxia roared ferociously, if you can increase your combat strength, so can I, Pa. As his roar fell, Xianxia clasped his hands together and crazily condensed his original spirit divine power. A surging aura erupted. Buzz. Fear shook violently, and a purple array appeared under Blood Fiend's feet. This is a transmission array. Feng Wuchen could tell at a glance. That's right. Xianxia said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, don't you know about Blood Cave? Since the Blood Cave can provide life for me, it can also increase my power. Once the teleportation array was activated, the terrifying power of the Blood Cave was continuously transmitted over. Instantly, the array was filled with blood energy, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Supremacy Tai said coldly, so the blood fiends rely on blood to increase their cultivation? What kind of power is this? Pangashi frowned deeply. This power is filled with a bloodthirsty aura and is very violent, Supremacy Primeval Beginning said solemnly. Buzz. The enormous power of the blood cave was transmitted over, and Xianxia crazily absorbed it. At this moment, his terrifying combat strength was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Staring fiercely at Feng Wuchen, Xianxia shouted angrily, "Feng Wuchen, my strength is definitely not below yours. You want to seal me? Dream on." Xianxia's power has increased. Pangashi's old face darkened. What is the blood cave? It can actually help a peak Panga realm expert to increase his power by such a huge amount. Xianxia's aura has become very violent, completely different from before. His power is increasing rapidly. Xianxia's aura has already surpassed Feng Wuchen's. Supremacy Primeval Beginning and the other supremacies were all shocked, and all of them were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen, can you feel my power? It is already above yours. Xianxia roared fiercely, and surging airwaves with a destructive aura swept out. Your power is indeed above mine. Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxia expressionlessly, and did not stop him at all. Xianxia's increased power was still not enough to threaten Feng Wuchen. Seeing Feng Wuchen's nonchalant expression, Xianxia was even more furious. This was simply looking down on him. The furious Xianxia locked onto Feng Wuchen with a terrifying murderous aura. Ancient Panga Technique. Blood Spirit Soul Sealing Slash. Xianxia roared fiercely, and quickly condensed a huge energy slash. The destructive aura shrouded the entire 36th heaven, and the entire space collapsed and shattered again. After all, Xianxia's divine power was the divine power of the origin spirit, and one could imagine how domineering it was. Feng Wuchen. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Give me your life. Xianxia roared, and his old face was extremely fierce. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. Swoosh. Buzz. Xianxia waved his hand without hesitation, and the huge energy slash fiercely and mercilessly smashed towards Feng Wuchen with an invincible aura. The energy space that enveloped Ling Xiaoxiao, Pangashi, and the others also shook violently at this moment. Gulp, looking at the destructive energy slash, the dragon soul and the experts of the major forces were all scared out of their wits, and their faces turned pale. The terror of the energy slash was beyond everyone's imagination. Husband, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted worriedly. Feng Wuchen's body is very strong, and it is already the most perfect body. No one in the Panga domain can hurt him. Don't worry. Pangashi looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and smiled. My wife, you don't have to worry about me. Xianxia's power can't hurt me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, and really did not put Xianxia's energy slash in his eyes. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen burst out with the dragon god sword in his hand. The domineering ancient god power burst out and poured into the dragon god sword. The sword body flashed with bright golden light, and the sword radiance power was beyond imagination. Swoosh! When he was 1,000 meters away from the energy slash, Feng Wuchen swept out his sword. Swoosh! Feng Wuchen's sword swept out. There was no domineering sword radiance power, but there was a golden sword shadow that flashed by. The golden sword shadow cut through the huge energy slash. In the next second, an extremely shocking and horrifying scene appeared. Xianxia's huge energy slash suddenly split into two, that's right. Split into two. Feng Wuchen only used a golden sword shadow to split Xianxia's ancient Panga technique into two. The experts of the major forces were so terrified that they could not speak, and their minds were about to collapse. How is this possible? Xianxia's old eyes were about to fly out. Hiss. Pangashi and the 100 Supremes were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Supreme Donghuang and Supreme Yinglong were dumbfounded. After the increase in power, Xianxia's power had already surpassed Feng Wuchen's. Such a domineering god power used the ancient Panga technique, but it was defeated by Feng Wuchen's sword shadow. Xianxia's combat power has increased, but the ancient Panga technique is only this powerful. What a disappointment. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. What was that sword shadow just now? How is that possible? Xianxia was stunned on the spot. The shock in his heart was indescribable. The divine power that Xianxia unleashed had already surpassed the peak of the Panga realm. With such terrifying power, he could probably crush Demon Soul Prime to death with just a finger. But such terrifying power was split apart by Feng Wuchen's sword shadow. That was the ancient Panga technique. Even ghosts wouldn't believe it, let alone Xianxia. So powerful. Miao Qingqing and Mu Honglian were dumbfounded. Big brother Feng, what was that sword just now? Was it sword intent or sword qi? Lu Qingyang asked in shock. Emperor Yijun was dumbfounded. It's not sword qi, nor is it sword intent. No. I don't know what it is. A sword shadow defeated Xianxia's ancient Panga technique. That's terrifying. Shan Tong and Long Nidian gasped in shock. Their chests rose and fell violently. No one knew what Feng Wuchen's golden sword shadow was. Even Sword Soul Prime couldn't tell. Sword Soul Prime couldn't tell, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. Looking at the stunned Xianxia, Feng Wuchen sneered. Where's your confidence just now? Why did it disappear? You were so cool just now, but this bit of power can't kill me. Xianxia, if you can still increase your power, I won't stop you out of respect. Consider it a second chance. Xianxia's old face instantly turned red as he exploded in anger. Buzz. Buzz. His monstrous anger erupted. Xianxia activated the teleportation formation again and continued to increase his combat strength. Xianxia glared at Feng Wuchen and said, Feng Wuchen, don't regret it. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. I never take back what I say. Buzz buzz. The terrifying energy of the blood cave was sent over again, providing Xianxia with energy to absorb and increase his strength. Is Feng Wuchen that confident? Xianxia's power has already surpassed Feng Wuchen's. If he were to increase his power, would Feng Wuchen really be able to contend against him? Paragon Raindragon frowned deeply. He felt that Feng Wuchen was being overly confident. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Pangushi smiled and said, Feng Wuchen knows that Xianxia's body can't handle too much power. Even if Xianxia improves again, he won't be that strong. His power has already surpassed the peak of the Panga realm. Although I don't know what the blood cave is, it's almost impossible for Xianxia to increase his power. Not to mention that Xianxia is already injured. Primeval Origin shook his head. Feng Wuchen's eyes are filled with confidence. Since he gave Xianxia a chance to increase his fighting strength, it means that he is not worried at all. Don't forget that Feng Wuchen still has the terrifying magic treasure, the Eye of the Sun, the Eastern Emperor added. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced at the Eastern Emperor and thought to herself, my husband's Eye of the Sun is indeed terrifying. I wonder what kind of magic treasure it is. Feng Wuchen was indeed not worried. Feng Wuchen had already experienced the terror of the ancient divine power and the power of the perfect body. Soon, Xianxia's fighting strength had soared to a new height, becoming even stronger. Just as the Primeval Origin said, Xianxia's fighting strength did not increase much. The power that Xianxia withstood was already at his limit. Why did you stop? Can't you increase your power any further? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Staring at Feng Wuchen viciously, Xianxia roared angrily, it's enough to deal with you. Xianxia's power had already surpassed Feng Wuchen's by a lot. This old thing is really not simple. His fighting strength has increased so much, the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast said. No matter how much Xianxia increases his strength, in front of the ancient divine power and the perfect body, he can't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's true strength is far above Xianxia's. This kid just wants to give it a try, the Primal Chaos Ancestor said with a faint smile. The Primal Chaos Ancestor was right. The reason why Feng Wuchen gave Xianxia a chance was because he wanted to know how powerful he was. Quick glance book otherwise, the Eye of the Sun and the Reincarnation Pagoda would have cut through it long ago. Boom. Buzz buzz. Xianxia suddenly stepped on the void, his body turned into a purple lightning bolt and shot out. His surging aura shook the space. Xianxia's palm quickly condensed to terrifying power. The moment it approached Feng Wuchen, he roared, Ancient Panga Technique. 9 Dao Soul Breaking Slash. Swish. Buzz buzz. Another 1,000,000 feet huge energy slash fiercely slashed at Feng Wuchen. The 36 heavens and the dimensional space fell into destruction and collapse again. The scene of destruction was a ghastly sight. but fortunately, it recovered very quickly. The experts of the major forces were once again deeply shocked and frightened. Their minds were completely blank. Other than horror, there was only horror in their eyes. Feng Wuchen, can you still block it? Xianxia asked angrily. This energy slash was different from the previous ones. Other than being more terrifying, it was right in front of Feng Wuchen. The zero-distance attack didn't give Feng Wuchen any chance to react. At the same time, Xianxia put his palms together and his surging aura erupted again. He immediately shouted, "Blood Soul Territory." The terrifying Blood Soul Territory was displayed. Feng Wuchen instantly came to a hellish world. It was somewhat similar to Yao Zhan's God-slaying territory. Xianxia's Blood Soul Territory had no corpses, only blood. There was an endless sea of blood and nothing else. The sea of blood dyed the territory space red. Just looking at it made one feel terrified. Feng Wuchen, with the territory suppressing my combat strength, let's see how you block it. Xianxia's angry roar sounded. Territory? Feng Wuchen grinned and sneered. Ancient god force and bloodline power were injected into the dragon god sword. The sword body flashed with golden light and a domineering sword radiance spread out. Feng Wuchen waved the dragon god sword and immediately shouted, "Primal Chaos AO Sword Art. Primal Chaos Destruction." Swish. Buzz buzz. The sword swept out. 1,000,000 feet huge golden sword radiance burst out with the power to destroy everything. The aura was soul-stirring and made one feel powerless. What? Feng Wuchen's combat strength wasn't suppressed by the territory. How is this possible? Xianxia's old face changed. Boom. PFFF. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the energy slash and the sword radiance collided. There was a deafening explosion. An immeasurable amount of energy burst out, causing Xianxia to spit out blood. It instantly caused the sea of blood to churn up a huge blood wave. There were even countless blood tornadoes soaring into the sky. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Xianxia was frightened, aggrieved, and driven mad. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. This was already the second time he increased his combat strength. His strength surpassed Feng Wuchen. He used all his strength and even displayed his territory, but he was still injured by Feng Wuchen. Xianxia couldn't accept it. Feng Wuchen, your god force can't ignore my territory suppression. What is going on? Xianxia roared. That's simple. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, because I can ignore any domain. I can easily break any domain, just like this. With that, Feng Wuchen raised his left hand and pointed at the space with his index finger. Crack. Feng Wuchen pointed lightly, and an energy ripple spread out. Then, with a crack, the blood soul domain completely collapsed. This scene made Xianxia fall into a vegetative state. Xianxia's domain was broken. Everyone was shocked again. Was the domain of a peak Panga realm expert so easy to break? Feng Wuchen smiled brightly and said, how is it? Do you see it? Any domain is just a decoration in front of me. How can you suppress my power? Moreover, how can my divine power be suppressed by your trash domain? Feng Wuchen was deep in the center of the terrifying explosion energy, but he was not affected at all. It could be seen that Feng Wuchen's physical body had reached an unimaginable level. Xianxia was so frightened that he couldn't speak, and a sense of fear began to grow in his heart. That's right. Fear, this was the fear of Feng Wuchen. Only now did Xianxia truly realize how great the difference between him and Feng Wuchen was. Looking at Xianxia, who was so frightened that he couldn't speak, Feng Wuchen continued, Xianxia, it seems that this is your limit. Buzz buzz, as soon as he said that, the reincarnation pagoda suddenly erupted with terrifying power, and a dazzling golden light burst out. Xianxia, accept your fate. Feng Wuchen shouted, and then waved his hand, and the reincarnation pagoda suddenly suppressed down. The frightened Xianxia's slightly pale old face turned ferocious again. He gritted his teeth and roared, I will never accept my fate. Feng Wuchen. I haven't lost yet. Xianxia, give up. You're not a match for Feng Wuchen. Supreme Dong Huang said. Give up? Xianxia glared at Supreme Dong Huang and shouted angrily, I finally stepped into the peak Panga realm and have a chance to ascend to the chaotic realm. How can I give up? Feng Wuchen sneered, Xianxia, you can't win against me. Shut up. Xianxia roared ferociously. The god power in his body burst out crazily. He did not hold back. Buzz. The surging and berserk aura swept out wildly. The blood fiend divine power spread out without restraint, crazily destroying everything in the 36 layers of heaven. The resplendent purple light illuminated the dark space. Xianxia clasped his hands together and condensed an even larger teleportation array. Blood cave. Xianxia roared. The teleportation array flashed, and the incomparably huge blood cavern was teleported over. Blood cave? Heavenly Emperor Tianyong was extremely terrified. What is the Hall Master planning to do? Are you planning to perish together with Feng Wuchen? Blood cave. Feng Wuchen's expression changed slightly. Is this the blood cavern? Supreme Primeval and the others looked at the enormous blood cavern in shock. It was simply a sea of blood, the stench of blood permeated the blood cave. But at the same time, it also emanated an extremely terrifying and ruthless power. When the experts of the various major powers saw this enormous blood cave, they were scared out of their wits once again. They had never seen such a terrifying sea of blood. Feng Wuchen. Can you block the power of heaven and earth that the blood cave has absorbed for millions of years? You want to seal me? Dream on. Xianxia roared angrily and immediately controlled the terrifying power of the blood cave. Xianxia was already cornered. This was also his last chance. Xianxia had to take out his strongest trump card and risk his life. Buzz. Xianxia had already gone crazy. He actually controlled all the power of the blood cave. The 36 layers of heaven were instantly enveloped by the blood aura. Previously, they could still return to their original state, but now, they couldn't. Supreme Panga's essence has been covered. Pangashi was extremely terrified, and his old face was extremely pale. Supreme Yinglong said in shock, the 36 layers of heaven are all filled with the bloody aura of the blood cave. This terrifying power has already touched the barrier of the 7th level of the dimensional space. Supreme Eastern Emperor's expression changed greatly, and he immediately disappeared. The 1st to 6th levels of the dimensional space had already begun to collapse. Even with the protection of Supreme Eastern Emperor's power, they couldn't withstand the ruthless power that Xianxia controlled. What a terrifying power! This has already exceeded the limit of the 36 layers of heaven. Supreme Eastern Emperor's power is also beginning to be unable to withstand it. Chaos Xian Fire Beast frowned and said, I didn't expect Xianxia to be able to control the power of the entire blood cave. Primal Chaos Ancestor frowned deeply and said coldly, this Xianxia, how many people did he kill to create the blood cave? This person can't make up for his sins even if he dies 10,000 times. Feng Wuchen, kill him. Primal Chaos Ancestor's fierce voice sounded. All right. Feng Wuchen's voice sounded. Primordial god power erupted and poured into the reincarnation pagoda. The power that burst out of the reincarnation pagoda became more and more terrifying, forcefully suppressing Xianxia's divine power. Unfortunately, the power of the blood cave that Xianxia controlled had already reached an indescribable level. Even with the suppression of the primordial god power, it was still very terrifying. Feng Wuchen, be careful. This power is very terrifying. Supreme Wuxuang roared worriedly. Feng Wuchen. Go to hell. Xianxia roared crazily. All the power of the blood cave condensed into a terrifying huge blood beast that ferociously charged towards the reincarnation pagoda. Boom. Pft. Buzz buzz. The fierce collision and extremely terrifying power shook Feng Wuchen until he spat out blood. The reincarnation pagoda and the primordial god power combined, but they couldn't suppress the power of the blood cave. The reincarnation pagoda was suppressed. What a terrifying power. I can't even block it with all my strength. The mysterious power and the reincarnation pagoda's power were instantly defeated. Feng Wuchen was shocked. In the fierce collision, Feng Wuchen was seriously injured on the spot. Fortunately, the perfect eternal realm instantly healed Feng Wuchen's injuries. Husband! Ling Xiaoxiao screamed in fright. Feng Wuchen! The 100 Supremes were shocked. They all held their breaths and their souls trembled. Brother Feng. Lord Dragon Soul. The experts of the various factions cried out in fear. At this time, nothing must happen to Feng Wuchen. As expected, Feng Wuchen can't block this power. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said. The Chaos Ancestor said coldly, this power has already reached the level of ascension. Feng Wuchen and the rest can't block it. Sun Eye. 10 times. Feng Wuchen immediately shouted, and the Sun Eye erupted with power. Feng Wuchen's combat power rose by 10 times at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pfft. The fierce impact made Feng Wuchen spit out blood again. However, the reincarnation pagoda still couldn't block the blood fiend's attack. Xianxia sneered proudly, Feng Wuchen, it's too late for you to regret now. You're the first to force me to this extent. Die. 15 times. Feng Wuchen shouted again, and his combat power soared again. The 15 times combat power reversed and suppressed the blood fiends. However, it was still 50-50. Huh. Xianxia shouted angrily and desperately released his divine power to suppress the blood fiends again. Feng Wuchen's face twisted, and his eyes flashed fiercely. He gritted his teeth and roared, 20 times. What? 20 times? Hearing Feng Wuchen's roar, Xianxia's old face changed drastically. 20 times. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes exclaimed at the same time, their eyes popping out. 20 times. Ling Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded, and she said in horror, Husband's son, I can unleash 20 times the combat power? The experts of the various factions were dumbfounded, like stone statues. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen roared 20 times, and the Sun Eye really did unleash 20 times the combat power. Boom. Puff. Buzz buzz. The reincarnation pagoda suddenly became 10,000 feet tall after receiving 20 times the power. The unimaginable power instantly destroyed the blood fiends, and Xianxia spat out blood. 20 times the combat power, how is this possible? Xianxia was completely frightened, and his body trembled violently. Even Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes were greatly intimidated by this terrifying scene. The reincarnation pagoda's 20 times the power was already beyond their imagination. The 10,000 feet tall reincarnation pagoda smashed down mercilessly like Mount Tai. Boom. Puff. The terrifying suppression once again caused Xianxia to spit out blood, and Xianxia was smashed into the mountain range below. Hall Master. Emperor Tianyong and the other experts of the Panga Shrine shouted in horror. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The 10,000 feet tall mountain range was smashed into pieces by the reincarnation pagoda. Gulp, the hearts of the experts of the various factions suffered 1,000,000 times the damage, and their faces were as pale as the dead. Huff. Feng Wuchen exhaled deeply, and his face was pale. Clearly, he had used up too much of his divine power. Master, are you all right? Sun Eye asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine, I just used too much of my divine power. My injuries have already healed. Husband won. Ling Xiaoxiao cheered happily. Big brother Feng won. 20 times the combat power defeated Xianxia. Haha. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. Everyone in Dragon Soul cheered excitedly, bursting out all the excitement in their hearts. Feng Wuchen. Good job. Panga Shi shouted excitedly. Xianxia has lost. His aura is very weak. Supreme Primeval Beginning was very excited. The martial spirit sovereign was both shocked and excited, 20 times the combat strength, too shocking, too exciting, this kid Feng Wuchen is really amazing. The Eye of the Sun shouldn't be a magic treasure from the Panga realm. 20 times the combat power is simply unimaginable. The Demon Emperor was still shocked. At this moment, the mountain range below had been completely reduced to ashes, unable to withstand the destructive power at all. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and retracted the reincarnation pagoda. The heavily injured Xianxia was covered in blood. He was smashed into a bloody pulp by the reincarnation pagoda and could no longer move. Feng Wuchen flashed down and looked at Xianxia with an icy gaze. He said coldly, any last words? I'll give you a quick death. Feng Wuchen, Do you know how I know about the Chaos Realm? Xianxia asked weakly. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and did not speak. Other than Demon Soul Sovereign and Panga Shi, no one in the Panga realm knew about the existence of the Chaos Realm. I was able to break through to the Panga realm, not by myself, but with the help of the experts from the Chaos Realm. Xianxia said weakly. What? Experts from the Chaos Realm? Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes also heard Xianxia's weak voice and were all stunned. Chaos Realm? The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast frowned and looked at the Chaos Ancestor. The Chaos Ancestor's old face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with ferocity and murderous intent. The experts from the Chaos Realm dared to come to the lower realm secretly. Who is the Chaos Realm? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. Xianxia smiled weakly and said, You'll know soon. He's already here, can't you feel it? Feng Wuchen was shocked and immediately turned to look at the void. Kid, where are you looking? I'm here. Behind Feng Wuchen, a proud voice suddenly sounded. The moment the voice sounded, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. The terrifying aura was beyond imagination, and other than Feng Wuchen, no one had felt it before. Feng Wuchen's expression changed again, and he thought to himself, the feeling just now was intentional, he really came to the Chaos Realm. Feng Wuchen immediately turned to look. A hand instantly grabbed Feng Wuchen's throat and lifted him up, and Feng Wuchen did not notice it at all. It's him. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast recognized the person at a glance. Who are you? Feng Wuchen asked with difficulty. He could not use his ancient god power at all, and all the strength in his body was suppressed. At this moment, Feng Wuchen felt that he was an ordinary person. The person who came was a tall and thin man, and his face was full of arrogance and disdain. Who am I? You are not qualified to know, and you don't deserve to know. I only know that you want to be my enemy. The tall and thin man said coldly, and the terrifying divine power almost tore Feng Wuchen apart. Feng Wuchen, you didn't expect this, did you? Xianxia sneered weakly. Husband. Feng Wuchen. Lord. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be unable to react in time. Panga Shi and the others could not believe that the experts from the Chaos Realm had come to the Panga Realm. Chaos Ancestor, can experts from the Chaos Realm come to the Panga Realm at will? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. The Chaos Ancestor did not answer, and his old face was extremely gloomy. Ancestor, do you want me to do it? Coming to the lower realm without permission is a capital offense. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast asked, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Kill. The Chaos Ancestor ordered fiercely. The tall and thin man kept increasing his strength, and Feng Wuchen could not even speak, as if he was going to slowly crush Feng Wuchen like this. Feng Wuchen felt that his body was going to shatter. He had never had such a terrible feeling before. Kid, you are indeed strong in the Panga realm, but in my eyes, you are just an ant. The tall and thin man said arrogantly. In my eyes, you are also an ant. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast's voice suddenly sounded in the 36th heaven. In the void, the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast's noble and arrogant figure appeared, and his monstrous aura was enough to scare people to death. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes looked at the void in horror at the same time. The moment they saw the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of beast was this? Chaos Celestial Fire Beast. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Who is it? The tall and thin man shouted angrily, and suddenly looked at the void. He did not know if he did not see it, but when he saw it, he was so scared that he wet himself. The tall and thin man's expression changed from gloominess to shock, from shock to fear, and from fear to stupidity. End of chapter. Chaos. Chaos Xian Fire Beast. The lanky man looked at the Chaos Xian Fire Beast with extreme fear. His body trembled violently and his heart was about to jump out. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but the more he looked, the more similar it was. That's right. It's definitely the Chaos Xian Fire Beast. It can't be wrong. The lanky man was very sure that he was not mistaken. But why was the Chaos Xian Fire Beast in Panga Field, the lanky man had never thought that he could meet an ancient beast from the Chaos Realm in the Panga Realm. The fear in his heart could no longer be described with words. The Chaos Xian fire beast walked over step by step and stared at the lanky man. With every step the Chaos Xian fire beast took, the lanky man's heart trembled violently and his blood began to flow backward. Everyone saw Reverend Jiao Feng's fearful expression. Especially Xianxia, who thought that there was hope for survival when Reverend Jiao Feng appeared. But Xianxia did not expect that this was despair. The experts in Panga Field were so afraid of the Chaos Xian fire beast. Who could save him? Reverend Jiao Feng, how dare you come to Panga Field in private? The Chaos Xian fire beast said majestically. Boom, Reverend Jiao Feng's head suddenly exploded. He immediately let go of Feng Wuchen and knelt down in the void. Lord Chaos Xian fire beast, I know I was wrong. I will leave immediately. Xianxia was stunned when Reverend Jiao Feng knelt down. Pangashi, the 100 supreme experts, and Supreme Yinglong were extremely shocked. They looked at the Chaos Xian fire beast in astonishment. The terrifying expert from the Chaos Realm knelt down in front of the Chaos Xian fire beast and even called it Lord. What was the identity of the Chaos Xian fire beast? Except for Feng Wuchen and Reverend Jiao Feng, only the Emperor of Time knew the identity of the Chaos Xian fire beast. Reverend Jiao Feng wanted to leave Panga Field. But he suddenly found that he could not move. His heart thumped and a strong sense of despair surged in his heart. Reverend Jiao Feng realized that he was going to die. Lord Chaos Xian fire beast, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Reverend Jiao Feng knelt down and begged in extreme fear. Feng Wuchen, didn't you want to know my strength? Now I have the chance to show it to you. The chaotic mysterious fire beast looked at Feng Wuchen and asked with a smile. As soon as the primal chaos mystical fire beast said this, the expressions of everyone present changed greatly. They could tell that Feng Wuchen had known the chaos mysterious fire beast for a long time. Feng Wuchen smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Lord Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast, please spare my life. This lowly one has only come once. There definitely won't be a next time. Taoist Master Nine Peak Soul turned green as he kowed out and begged for mercy. You want a next time? Trespassing into the lower realm without permission is a capital offense. Committing a crime knowingly is an additional crime. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said coldly. Adept Nine Peaks was in complete despair as he begged for mercy. Chaos, roar. The Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast suddenly roared at Taoist Master Nine Peaks. An unimaginably terrifying aura erupted. Under everyone's terrified gazes, Taoist Master Nine Peaks was burned into ashes. Even Taoist Nine Peaks' magic treasure was reduced to dust. Reduced to ashes, the Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast said coldly, you don't have the qualifications to beg for mercy. Feng Wuchen was currently the successor of the Primal Chaos Ancestor. His status was transcendent. Taoist Master Nine Peaks actually wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Simply courting death, forget about Taoist Master Nine Peaks, even if an even more terrifying powerhouse came, they would also die. Hot topic. Just a roar and a Primal Chaos Realm powerhouse was annihilated. How terrifying was this? The Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast's wave of actions scared everyone present out of their wits. Their guts were torn apart, and their scalps tingled. Even Feng Wuchen was deeply shocked too. Feng Wuchen always knew that the Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast's strength was very terrifying. But he did not expect it to be terrifying to this extent. Looking at the shocked Feng Wuchen, the Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast smiled smugly and said, no need to be so shocked. This is just this seat's breath. Dealing with this trash, I don't need to use power. Just a breath, a brief 5 words intimidated everyone present once again. Looking at the proud Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, you are indeed terrifying. More powerful than I imagined. Feng Wuchen, kill Xianxia. The Primal Chaos Ancestor's voice was heard. Feng Wuchen looked at the severely injured and desperate Xianxia. A domineering and terrifying sword essence burst out. Feng Wuchen formed a sword finger with one hand and condensed a sword essence energy sword. Xianxia, there shouldn't be anyone coming to save you, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Then, he waved his sword finger and the sword essence energy sword shot down fiercely. Feng Wuchen. No. Stop. Xianxia shouted in horror. He had never felt so desperate before. Feng Wuchen said coldly, Xianxia, you should have known this day would come. Boom. Buzz buzz. The domineering and terrifying sword essence energy sword stabbed down mercilessly. With a loud explosion, the severely injured Xianxia was blown into a cloud of blood mist. Xianxia was turned into ashes. Hall Master. Emperor Tianyong and the other Pengu experts were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. Xianxia was killed by High Lord. Xianxia is dead. Turned into ashes. Great. Lord Dragon Soul, well done. Dragon Soul and the experts of the various major forces instantly exploded and cheered wildly. Feng Wuchen looked at Emperor Tianyong with a fierce gaze and said coldly, Xianxia, if you didn't stop me, the Blood Marquis tribe would have been destroyed by me. The Blood Marquis tribe touched my wife and friends, so they are destined to die. If you didn't save Xue Qianmu and Xue Mufeng, they wouldn't have threatened my people just now. Don't you think so? Emperor Tianyong was so frightened that he couldn't speak. He was so scared that his heart was about to explode. Whoosh, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Emperor Tianyong in the blink of an eye, and the latter involuntarily took a few steps back in fear. Feng Wuchen let out a heavy snort and turned Emperor Tianyong into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Destroy the Pengu Shrine. Feng Wuchen ordered. Understood. Emperor Yijun and the Kuanping beast respectfully accepted the order. The great emperors of the 10 directions immediately attacked. The Pengu Shrine was in extreme fear and despair and had already given up resisting. Feng Wuchen could turn Emperor Tianyong into ashes with a single snort. How could they resist? In just a few minutes, the elders and experts of the Pengu Shrine were all killed mercilessly. Pengu Shi and the 100 Supremes no longer cared about the life and death of Xianxia and the people of the Pengu Shrine. Their eyes were fixed on the primal chaos mysterious fire beast. This was a terrifying beast from the primal chaos realm. They had never seen it before, especially Supreme Demon Emperor, Supreme Yinglong, and the Kuanping beast. As beasts, they could feel the terror of the primal chaos mysterious fire beast. Feng Wuchen, well done. The primal chaos ancestor's faint laughter rang out as his figure appeared in the void. When the primal chaos ancestor appeared, the 36 heavens instantly returned to its original state. The appearance of the primal chaos ancestor revived everything. The 36th heaven was filled with a powerful aura. The dimensional space was also restored instantly. The injuries of Pengu Shi and the 100 Supremes were healed in the blink of an eye. Shocking, incomparably shocking, however, this was not the most shocking thing. Pengu Shi, the 100 Supremes, and Supreme Yinglong's cultivation base soared rapidly to the peak of the Pengu realm, that's right. Peak of the Pengu realm, Pengu Shi and the 100 Supremes were dumbfounded. Ancestor Xianxia, who had been reduced to ashes, was resurrected, and his cultivation base soared to the peak of the Pengu realm. Space Emperor and Time Emperor broke through to the Pengu realm. Emperor Yijun, Kuanping, and the other 10 directions great emperors broke through to the Pengu realm. Emperor Wanshi, Emperor Gu Wu, and the others broke through to the 10 directions great emperors. This scene was so unbelievable that it felt like a dream. Everyone turned to look at the primal chaos ancestor in shock. Who was this white-haired old man? The aura emitted from the primal chaos ancestor was even more terrifying than the primal chaos Xian fire beast. It was so terrifying that it was unimaginable and incomprehensible. Pengu Shi and the others' hearts suffered tens of millions of times the damage. It was too shocking. Senior Pengu Shi, the 100 Supremes, this is the primal chaos ancestor from the primal chaos realm. Feng Wuchen introduced to everyone. Greetings, primal chaos ancestor. Pengu Shi, the 100 Supremes, and Emperor Yijun bowed respectfully. The primal chaos ancestor from the primal chaos realm was definitely a terrifying identity. The primal chaos ancestor nodded with satisfaction and smiled faintly. The world created by Pengu did not disappoint me. You fought for the Pengu realm, and even after being sealed for millions of years, you were still willing to fight for the Pengu realm. This is the reward that I give you. Thank you, primal chaos ancestor. Pengu Shi and the others knelt down and thanked him. Everyone from the Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Alchemy Shrine, and Divine Pill Pavilion fought for the Panga realm without fear of death. I am very pleased. The Primal Chaos Ancestor smiled. The cultivators of the three forces appeared in the 36th heaven out of nowhere and had a breakthrough. Thank you, Primal Chaos Ancestor. The powerhouses of the three forces knelt down to express their gratitude. Dragon Soul. Ancestor of Primal Chaos smiled faintly and said, the Dragon Soul fought from the first sky to the 36th sky. Fearless of death, fearless of strong enemies, and destroyed many evil forces in the Panga realm. I am very satisfied. With that, Dragon Soul and the others appeared in the 36th heaven. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang's cultivation had reached the Great Emperor realm in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor realm. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others exclaimed in disbelief. The Dragon Soul Battle God had broken through to the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. The War God had broken through to the ancient Great Emperor realm. The Profound Soul War God had broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Fantastic, thank you, Primal Chaos Ancestor. The members of Dragon Soul expressed their gratitude. One could imagine how excited they were. The experts of the various major forces were extremely envious and regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. If they had helped at that time, they would have been rewarded by Primal Chaos Ancestor. Feng Wuchen, your cultivation is strong enough, and your physical body is perfect. I will not reward you. Whether you can reach the peak of the Panga realm depends on your own cultivation. Primal Chaos Ancestor smiled faintly. I know. Thank you, Primal Chaos Ancestor. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. I will leave the Panga realm to you. Cultivate well and ascend to the Primal Chaos realm as soon as possible. Primal Chaos Ancestor smiled happily and then disappeared. Feng Wuchen, we will meet again in the Primal Chaos Celestial Fire Beast. Primal Chaos Celestial Fire Beast also disappeared. Farewell, Primal Chaos Ancestor. The crowd said respectfully. After Primal Chaos Ancestor and Primal Chaos Celestial Fire Beast left, the crowd finally could not suppress the ecstasy and excitement in their hearts and cheered loudly. Even Panga Shi and the 100 Supreme Beings did not care about their image. Without Primal Chaos Ancestor's help, Panga Shi and the 100 Supreme Beings would have to spend many years to reach the peak of the Panga realm. Brother Feng, what did you see? We have all broken through the Great Emperor realm. Haha. Lu Qingyang shouted excitedly. I can't believe it. I was a blue-titled ancient god before. Qiu Tian and Jian Chou were extremely excited. Miao Qingqing smiled happily and said, Primal Chaos Ancestor has helped us to improve so much. Peak of the Panga realm. I can't believe it. Primal Chaos Ancestor was shocked and excited. The terrifying improvement of everyone's cultivation was definitely the most shocking in the history of the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen, I forgot to tell you that the mysterious power in your body is the Primal Chaos Divine Power, the strongest divine power that was born at the beginning of the chaos. Primal Chaos Ancestor's voice sounded. Primal Chaos Divine Power? The divine power that was born at the beginning of the chaos? Feng Wuchen was shocked. No wonder it was so terrifying. Make good use of the Primal Chaos Divine Power. I will wait for you in the Primal Chaos realm. It won't take long for you to reach the Primal Chaos realm. Primal Chaos Ancestor's faint laughter sounded again. Don't worry, Primal Chaos Ancestor. I will go to the Primal Chaos realm as soon as possible. The identity of the inheritor will not be so smooth. Feng Wuchen respectfully transmitted his voice, secretly grateful to Primal Chaos Ancestor. Not only did Primal Chaos Ancestor save him, but he also helped everyone to improve their cultivation. Wife, we can go back and see Xiaoxiao, and father and mother. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. After the battle, his body and mind were extremely relaxed. He also missed Xiaoxiao very much. Husband, Xiaoxiao must miss us. We will go back immediately. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily, her face full of eagerness. Jian Chou, I will leave the Dragon Soul to you. My wife and I will go back and see our baby daughter. Feng Wuchen looked at Jian Chou and smiled. Lord, let's leave the Dragon Soul aside for now. I also want to go back and take a look. Jian Chou replied. Feng Wuchen smiled happily, then let's go back. Senior Pangu, Senior Primal Beginning, Master, you haven't seen each other for millions of years. Have a good chat. Feng Wuchen smiled happily, then disappeared with Ling Xiaoxiao. Daughter? Supremacy Wushuang was shocked. He quickly said, I am Feng Wuchen's master, Feng Wuchen's daughter, shouldn't she call me Grandmaster? I will go and take a look. Feng Wuchen, this brat, after having a daughter, he forgot about us. Haha. Supremacy Primal Beginning laughed happily. Big brother Feng. Wait for me. I want to go back too. Lu Qingyang shouted excitedly, then pulled Miao Qingqing and disappeared in a flash. Zhang Junlan laughed excitedly, Master. We want to go back too. Let's go back together. Long Shihun smiled happily. He indeed missed the Dragon God Temple. Dragon Soul and the others disappeared in a flash. After the battle, the Supreme Celestial Palace and Pangu Celestial Palace were destroyed, and Yao Hun and Shueisha were dead. The order of the world was undoubtedly in the hands of Feng Wuchen. In the entire Pangu world, Feng Wuchen had the final say. After killing Shueisha, Feng Wuchen had become the strongest existence in Pangu realm. Even if Pangu Shi and the 100 Supremes had reached the peak of Pangu realm, they were still no match for Feng Wuchen. They had seen the terror of the ancient divine power and the eye of the sun. Everyone, the 36 levels of heaven has been restored. Please come to the ancient god pavilion. Ancestor Xianzhan smiled happily. Pangu Shi smiled happily, I haven't been to the ancient god pavilion for millions of years. After the battle ended, the major forces left one after another. Pangu realm regained its peace. The news of the battle at the peak of Pangu realm also began to spread. On the 7th level of the dimensional space. Is the battle over? What happened just now? Why can't I peek into the 36 levels of heaven? Supreme Donghuang was puzzled. The appearance of the Chaos Xian fire beast had been sealed by a powerful barrier, so it was normal that Supreme Donghuang couldn't peek into it. Supreme Donghuang didn't know about the existence of the Chaos Xian fire beast. He didn't even know about the existence of the Chaos Ancestor. If Supreme Donghuang didn't have something very important to do, he wouldn't have missed the Chaos Ancestor and the Chaos Xian fire beast. The 36 levels of heaven has been restored, and Shueisha's aura has disappeared. Feng Wuchen's strength is indeed terrifying. Supreme Donghuang muttered to himself. Supreme Donghuang, the battle in Pangu realm has hit Pangu's seal many times. Now it's getting weaker and weaker. Your dimensional power can't suppress us for long. With the divine power of the primordial supremes, we can break the seal soon. An old voice sounded. Supreme Donghuang frowned and said coldly, even if I die, I won't let you out. Don't forget that Pangu realm has already produced an expert who is stronger than me. Aren't we all stronger than you? Can the strongest expert of Pangu realm compete with us 13 ancient gods? Another old and disdainful voice sounded. As long as I'm alive, don't even think about coming out. Supreme Donghuang said fiercely. His domineering dimensional divine power was constantly injected into the seal. Haha. With your measly divine power, you want to restore Pangu's sealing power? You're nothing more than a manifestation of Pangu's essence energy. You've cultivated for tens of millions of years to reach your current level of cultivation. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant, another primordial god said disdainfully. Supreme Donghuang, our physical bodies have almost recovered. Not to mention your strength, even Pangu's strength can't stop us. Our strength has already surpassed Pangu's. We are the true masters of the myriad realms. Another primordial god sneered. Little brat Donghuang, if you let us out now, we might spare your life. Otherwise, when we break the seal, the first one we kill will be you. Another ancient god shouted angrily. Supreme Donghuang shouted angrily, shut up, all of you. If you want to kill me, wait until you come out. Supreme Pangu's seal has already suffered a strong impact, causing the seal's power to weaken significantly. My divine power is no longer able to restore the seal's power, Supreme Donghuang thought to himself. Supreme Eastern Emperor was extremely worried. Inside the seal were the 13 primordial gods from before Pangu created the world. The strength of each primordial god was close to Supreme Pangu's existence. They were extremely terrifying. The strength of the primordial gods was definitely not something that demon souls and blood demons could compare to. The strength of Pangu's creation made the 13 primordial gods already at the peak of Pangu realm. Back then, when they competed with Supreme Pangu to create a world, they all wanted to become the master of the myriad realms. Unfortunately, their strength was not as strong as Supreme Pangu's back then. After being injured in the battle, they were sealed by Supreme Pangu in the 7th level of the dimensional space. One seal lasted for tens of millions of years. In tens of millions of years, one could imagine how terrifying the strength of the 13 primordial gods had reached. Little brat Dong Huang, I've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. And primordial god sneered, Pangu's seal is no longer a threat to us. We can already forcefully break the seal. What? Supreme Dong Huang's expression changed drastically. Once the 13 primordial gods really broke the seal, Pangu realm would definitely be in a terrible situation and completely destroyed, because this was the world created by Supreme Pangu. The 13 primordial gods would definitely not agree. They would only destroy Pangu realm and create a world of their own. Destroying and creating a world was not difficult for them. Buzz buzz. The dimensional space suddenly shook violently. In the dark space, a bright golden light suddenly burst out. It was a huge ceiling formation that was 1,000,000 feet in size. Pangu's seal, the bright light of the ceiling formation enveloped the entire 7th level of the dimensional space. An extremely terrifying ceiling power erupted. In addition to the ceiling formation, there were 13 more terrifying and overbearing divine powers that spread out. The divine powers of 13 primordial gods. This is bad. They are forcefully breaking the seal. Supreme Dong Huang's expression changed drastically again. He immediately used his dimensional divine powers to suppress it. Little brat Dong Huang, can you block it? And primordial god sneered disdainfully. Dimensional storm. Supreme Dong Huang put his palms together and roared fiercely. The terrifying divine powers instantly condensed into 1,000,000 feet huge storm, directly enveloping the ceiling formation and constantly strengthening it. Little brat Dong Huang, your dimensional storm can't do anything to us, and primordial god said disdainfully. Buzz buzz. The divine powers of the 13 primordial gods crazily attacked. Supreme Dong Huang's dimensional storm could no longer be suppressed. The power of the Pangu's seal continued to weaken. This is bad. I'm afraid the ceiling formation won't last for half a month. Supreme Dong Huang was shocked. In just a moment, Supreme Dong Huang's dimensional storm disappeared. Supreme Dong Huang roared and crazily condensed the dimensional power of the dimensional space, continuously injecting it into the ceiling formation, crazily increasing the power of the ceiling formation. But what made Supreme Dong Huang unable to believe was that the power injected was quickly consumed. You want to use your dimensional divine power to fight against our primordial gods? And primordial god laughed sinisterly. Wait until we break the seal, I will kill you first. Their divine powers have actually become so powerful. I'm afraid they won't even last for half a month. Supreme Dong Huang was even more shocked. Buzz buzz. Pfft, the power of the 13 primordial gods crazily attacked. The destructive divine powers had already spread out from the ceiling formation without restraint, mercilessly destroying the 7th level of the dimensional space. As for Supreme Dong Huang, he was unable to resist and was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Supreme Dong Huang clenched his teeth and held on. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not let them break the seal. Another primordial god laughed excitedly. Haha. Pangu. Did you see that? Your ceiling formation can't trap us. We, the 13 primordial gods, are about to break your seal. Pangu. You created the Pangu realm. There's no need for it to exist anymore. And primordial god roared crazily, venting the anger in his heart for thousands of years. Haha. Pangu. How great would it be if you were still alive? You must be furious to see the world you created being destroyed by us, right? An ancient god laughed maniacally. It's been millions of years. We ancient gods can finally see the light of day again. Pangu, you will definitely see the anger of millions of years. An ancient god shouted angrily. Supreme Dong Huang roared, do you know the consequences if you go to Pangu realm? We only care about the destruction. As for the consequences, we don't care. What we care about is opening up a new world. Haha. An ancient god laughed excitedly. Once Panga realm is destroyed, you won't be able to ascend to the primal chaos realm. Supreme Dong Huang shouted angrily. Little brat Dong Huang, destroying Panga realm won't affect the dimensional space at all. Do you really think we are 3-year-old children? An ancient god shouted angrily. Supreme Dong Huang was speechless. An expert has appeared in Panga realm. I'm curious how strong he is. An ancient god sneered as a strong battle intent burst out. Buzz. The power of the Panga seal was being consumed rapidly. Supreme Dong Huang didn't know how long the seal could last. Ancient God Pavilion. The vibration from the 7th level of the dimensional space had already alarmed Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes. Panga Shi frowned and said solemnly, "What happened? What a terrifying power. It's an extremely ancient power that's above us." Supreme Primeval Origin frowned. This terrifying power comes from the 7th level of the dimensional space. Supreme Dong Huang's dimensional power and the ancient god's power. Supreme Yinglong said solemnly. Ancient god? Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes looked at Supreme Yinglong in shock. Supreme Primeval Origin asked, Yinglong, do you know something? I went to the 7th level of the dimensional space in the past. Although I didn't stay for long, I could sense an unusual aura. I went to the 7th level of the dimensional space to cultivate these years. I vaguely sensed it, but I didn't take it to heart. Ancestor Xianxia said solemnly. Supreme Yinglong nodded slightly and said solemnly, 13 ancient gods are sealed in the 7th level of the dimensional space. 13 ancient gods are sealed? Everyone was shocked. Their old eyes were about to fly out. Supreme Yinglong continued, that's right. It was sealed by Supreme Panga during the Great War. The reason why Supreme Dong Huang didn't do anything was to suppress the ancient gods in the sealing matrix and prevent the power of Panga realm from attacking the matrix. But now, it seems that the seal has been attacked, causing its power to weaken. 13 ancient gods are attacking the seal. The existence of the primordial god was also told to me by the Eastern Emperor. Back then, I wanted to tell you seniors, but you were fighting with the demon souls. Panga Shi frowned deeply and said, I can't believe that an even more terrifying war took place back then. The strength of the primordial god must have surpassed that of Prime Pangu. Prime of Primordial Beginning frowned. Seniors, let's attack together. We can't let the 13 ancient gods break the seal. Otherwise, not only us, but the entire Panga realm will be destroyed, Supreme Yinglong said solemnly. Destroyed? Everyone was shocked again. The 13 ancient gods and Supreme Pangu are fighting to open up a new world. They will definitely destroy Panga realm and open up a new world. Supreme Yinglong's face was full of worry as he disappeared. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes also rushed to the 7th level of the dimensional space. With their current cultivation, they could resist the 7th level in an instant. As soon as Panga Shi and the rest appeared, they saw the bright golden world and truly felt the destructive power of the ancient gods. At this moment, Supreme Dong Huang's divine power was about to be exhausted and he was seriously injured. Supreme Dong Huang. Supreme Yinglong was shocked and quickly rushed out. Come and help. Strengthen the power of the sealing matrix. Supreme Dong Huang gritted his teeth and roared. Suppress them with all your strength. Panga Shi shouted, and the 100 Supremes attacked with all their strength. Oh? Peak Panga realm? I didn't expect that the world opened up by Panga would have 100 peak Panga realm experts. It's really not simple. An ancient god's surprised voice sounded. Haha. Come. Come. The more, the better. I haven't been so excited for thousands of years. An ancient god laughed wildly. Buzz. The 100 peak Panga realm experts all unleashed their full strength and injected their overbearing divine power into the huge sealing matrix. Very good. Your divine power seems to be a rare and powerful divine power. This must be formed by the essence of Supreme Pangu. Haha. An ancient god laughed. The power of the 100 peak Panga realm experts instantly strengthened the sealing matrix and suppressed the divine power of the 13 ancient gods. Supreme Donghuang heaved a sigh of relief. Supreme Donghuang, why didn't you tell us about such a big matter earlier? Pangushi looked at Supreme Donghuang and asked. I didn't know that their divine power had become so powerful. After all, for thousands of years, the sealing matrix didn't have any movement. It was only in the previous battle that there was movement. Supreme Donghuang shook his head slightly. In the battle between Feng Wuchen and Xianxia, their power had already impacted the sealing matrix, causing its power to weaken. Hey, don't just focus on chatting. Do you really think you can suppress us? An ancient god sneered contemptuously. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the 13 ancient gods attacked with all their might. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying divine power erupted and crazily attacked the sealing matrix. The huge sealing matrix shook violently, and many cracks began to appear on its surface. What? Feeling the divine power of the 13 ancient gods, Pangushi and the others were all shocked and frightened. Supreme Donghuang said in horror, how is this possible? This terrifying divine power had already made them feel a strong sense of danger. Puff. Puff, under the crazy impact, Pangushi and the 100 Supremes vomited blood at the same time. The 100-peak Panga realm experts couldn't match the power of 13 ancient gods. Haha. Is this all the 100-peak Panga realm experts can do? You've really disappointed me. An ancient god laughed loudly. Pangushi shouted angrily, don't look down on us. Supreme Donghuang, how long can the sealing matrix last? Supreme Primeval Beginning gritted his teeth and asked. No more than 7 days. Supreme Donghuang said. What? No more than 7 days? Everyone's expression changed drastically. After being sealed for thousands of years, it could only last for 7 days. 7 days? An ancient god said disdainfully, little brat Donghuang, are you looking down on us 13 ancient gods too much? Within 3 days, we will break the seal and come out. No one can stop us. Even if Pangu is resurrected, it's impossible. Xuanzhen Supreme, quickly cast the seal. Xianxia Supreme roared anxiously, his old face pale and distorted. The divine power of the 13 primordial gods was too domineering and terrifying. It was far above his own divine power. The divine power of the 13 primordial gods was born before the creation of heaven and earth. It was on the same level as Pangu's divine power. Primordial heaven-killing god-destroying seal. 10 times. Primordial war god array. Open. Supreme celestial dipper array. Open. Xuanzhen Supreme formed seals with both hands, constantly changing the seals as he cast the array. Buzz. Buzz, the combat strength of the 100-peak Panga realm experts soared crazily. The suppression of the seal, coupled with the enhancement of the strength of the 100-peak Panga realm experts, suppressed the divine power of the primordial gods to a certain extent. And primordial gods sneered mockingly, our primordial gods are suppressed. 10 times the power of the seal? It can even increase combat strength and defense. It's really not simple. And primordial gods sneered in surprise. Are there any more powerful seals? Show it to us, another primordial god said in a cold and arrogant manner. Even if the divine power of the 13 primordial gods was suppressed, they were still full of confidence. Primordial myriad layers soul sealing barrier. Xuanzhen Supreme roared, casting powerful barriers one after another, forcibly reinforcing the seal. Get ready to seal. Pangushi shouted. The 100-peak Panga realm experts immediately flashed to different parts of the Panga sealing array and unleashed their divine power. Heaven-destroying myriad souls seal. The 100-peak Panga realm experts formed seals and roared at the same time, casting a more powerful seal that enveloped the Panga sealing array. The heaven-destroying myriad souls seal cast by the 100-peak Panga realm experts was definitely more terrifying than the one used to seal demon soul supremacy. The terrifying power of the seal erupted, directly suppressing the divine power of the 13 primordial gods. Supreme Donghuang and Pangushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a powerful seal. It's really powerful. I'm getting more and more excited. And primordial god laughed wildly. It's been thousands of years, I finally feel the joy, haha. Another primordial god laughed loudly. Supreme Dong Huang shouted angrily, "Stay in the seal and never come out." Little brat Dong Huang, although the sealing formation is powerful, it's a pity that your divine powers are too weak. It can only suppress us temporarily. Another ancient god sneered. The primordial god's divine power is suppressing our power. My seals and barriers are weakening. I'm afraid they won't last much longer, Profound Truth Prime said with a frown. Xianxia said gloomily, with our strength, this is all we can do. Now that we can suppress their divine power, we can go find Feng Wuchen. With his power, we can definitely suppress them. Leave this to me. My spatial divine power can immediately inform Feng Wuchen, the sovereign of space said solemnly. Feng Wuchen knew nothing about what happened in the dimensional space. Feng Wuchen was now taking Ling Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao to various worlds for sightseeing. To be precise, the playful Xiaoxiao was taking Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao to various worlds for sightseeing. Xiaoxiao was much more familiar with the fun places in various worlds than Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. It was like her own backyard. Come and read. Did you guys misunderstand? I'm talking about temporary. It's not that your power can really suppress us, but it depends on when we want to defeat your power. The primordial god sneered. What? Pangashi and the others' faces changed drastically. He said it as if they could destroy the sealing formation cast by 100 peak Panga realm experts at any time. You juniors don't seem to know how powerful the primordial gods are. If it wasn't for the Panga sealing formation suppressing our divine power, do you think you can suppress us with your little power? What a joke. And primordial god sneered disdainfully. Buzz. The primordial god power suddenly burst out, and the sealing formation burst out with dazzling light. The terrifying primordial god power attacked the Panga sealing formation and the 100 peak Panga realm experts at the same time. How is this possible? Supreme Dong Huang and Pangashi were shocked. Supreme Xianxia said in horror, the sealing formation and the barrier can't hold on anymore. No. The sealing formation and the barrier's power have disappeared. Crack. Supreme Xianxin's sealing formation and the barrier shattered one after another. They can devour our divine power. Supreme Yuancher said in horror, feeling that his power was quickly draining away. The sealing formation's power has also been absorbed by them. Supreme Yinglong shouted in horror. Not good. Supreme Dong Huang hurriedly shouted, they are using our power to break the seal. Only now did you realize it? It's too late. Haha. And Primordial God laughed wildly. And Primordial God sneered, Pangu's divine power targets our Primordial God power. Your power is so powerful, it's most suitable to break the Panga sealing formation. Supreme Dong Huang roared, do your best. Supreme Space, quickly informed Feng Wuchen and Supreme Wushuang. Supreme Yuancher roared. You have no chance. And Primordial God sneered. An even more terrifying primordial god power and the sealing formation's power erupted. Puff. Puff, Supreme Dong Huang, Pangashi, and the other 100 peak Panga realm experts vomited blood again and were seriously injured. Supreme Space didn't have time to inform Feng Wuchen. The Panga sealing formation suffered a violent impact, and its power was rapidly weakening. A large number of cracks had already begun to spread out on the huge sealing formation. The sealing formation can't hold on any longer. Supreme Martial Soul gritted his teeth and said angrily. Damn it. These old monsters are using our power to break the seal. Supreme Tai was furious, and his old face was terrifying. Supreme Dong Huang gritted his teeth and said angrily, it's my fault for underestimating their divine power. Supreme Dong Huang also didn't expect that the primordial god's divine power could devour their power. Now, the 100 peak Panga realm experts' divine power was almost exhausted, and they were no longer able to suppress it. We have been sealed for thousands of years, and now we can't wait to break the seal. Your power has helped us a lot. Don't worry, for the sake of your power, when we break the seal, we won't kill you first. Instead, we will let you see how the world created by Pangu will be destroyed in our hands. And Primordial God sneered. Buzz. Crack. Terrifying power kept attacking the sealing formation, and the Panga sealing formation was already full of cracks. In the end, it couldn't hold on and fell apart. The terrifying divine power swept out unscrupulously, sending the 100-peak Panga realm experts flying. The 7th level of the dimensional space began to collapse. The Panga ceiling formation was broken. The 7th level of the dimensional space was completely covered by the ancient godly power. The 100-peak Panga realm experts were severely injured and had lost their ability to fight. The Panga seal had collapsed, and the 13 ancient gods had come out, but they were nowhere to be seen. Why can't I sense their presence? Ancestor Xianxia was puzzled. Apart from the energy ripples in the space, he couldn't sense the ancient god's presence at all. Supreme Primeval Beginning looked around solemnly and asked doubtfully, can they completely hide their presence? Supreme Donghuang frowned and said, they are all experts before the creation of the world. Their godly power is comparable to Pangu's godly power, and their cultivation is far above ours. We can't sense their presence. Little brat Donghuang, you're quite knowledgeable. An illusory sneer suddenly came from the space. The sudden voice caused Supreme Donghuang and Panga Shi's expressions to change drastically. They've completely merged into the space. Supreme Space's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Merged into the space? Supreme Donghuang and Panga Shi were shocked again. No wonder they couldn't sense the 13 ancient gods' presence, and couldn't sense their presence. It turned out that they had merged into the 7th level of the dimensional space. The dimensional space didn't collapse, but our power is supporting it. An ancient god's arrogant voice sounded. Not long after, 13 ancient gods appeared one after another. The 13 ancient gods were all old monsters that had lived for tens of millions of years, and each of them looked ferocious. Panga Shi and the 100 Supremes were sizing up the 13 ancient gods. The 13 ancient gods all exuded an unimaginable aura that could shake one's soul. It was a feeling of endless despair. Supreme Donghuang and Panga Shi were greatly shocked, and their hearts were beating wildly. Supreme Donghuang, do you know them? Panga Shi frowned and asked. She felt that she couldn't breathe. Supreme Donghuang said gloomily, the leader is Supreme Xingtian, on the right are Supreme Six Paths, Supreme Xian Kong, Supreme Tianqing, Supreme Jiangchen, Supreme Devil Star, and Supreme Extreme Yin. On the left are Supreme Qingshu, Supreme Qixue, Supreme Nine Heavens, Supreme Pishio, Supreme Swani, and Supreme Dragon Ancestor. Supreme Qixue, Supreme Pishio, Supreme Swani, and Supreme Dragon Ancestor are ancient beasts before the creation of the world. Black Dragon Sovereign? Panga Shi and Supreme Primeval Beginning were shocked. Supreme Yinglong shook his head, don't overthink it. Black dragons are an evil race. Ancient gods, Supreme Xingtian glanced at Supreme Donghuang, and said coldly, you're strong, but in my eyes, you're still ants. Before I kill you all, take a good look. I'll let you all experience the power of an ancient god Clear Void proudly said. To be seen. To be seen, to be destroyed, to be seen to destroy to the world. Supreme Extreme Yin to be seen to be seen to be seen to be seen to be seen. Us. To be seen to be seen to be seen to be seen to be enemies to be seen to be seen to be seen to be seen to be seen. To be. The words of the ancient gods were undoubtedly telling Supreme Donghuang that they had the support of the primeval beginning, otherwise, they would never have dared to be enemies with Pangu, who was recognized by the primeval beginning. Enough. Enough nonsense. I'll let you live a little longer. I'll destroy the 36-layered heavens, one by one, until the entire Panga realm disappears. Ancient God Black Dragon said fiercely, and then he unleashed an unimaginable amount of divine power, his terrifying aura locking onto the 36-layered heavens. No. Supreme Donghuang roared. In the study room. Stop. Panga Shi, Supreme Primeval Beginning, and the others roared. The 36-layered heavens had been restored, and the various major powers had most likely returned to the 36-layered heavens. Once the 36-layered heavens were destroyed, everyone would die. Asterisk rumble. Buzz. Asterisk Ancient God Black Dragon really did destroy the 36-layered heavens, and the space there completely disappeared. The various major powers of the 36-layered heavens. as well as countless cultivators and living beings, were instantly annihilated. The 36-layered heavens were truly destroyed. The destruction of the 36-layered heavens did not affect the 35-layered heavens, and no one noticed. What kind of terrifying ancient divine power was this? The 36-layered heavens were destroyed just like that. Supreme Dong Huang, Panga Shi, and the others were all dumbfounded. Everyone in the ancient god pavilion is dead. Patriarch Xianxia was stupefied as he stared blankly at the vanishing 36-layered heavens. The 36-layered heavens had disappeared, turning into darkness. Ancient god Black Dragon laughed maniacally. Haha. Pangu. Did you see that? I've destroyed the 36-layered heavens. Black Dragon, it's my turn. Leave the 35-layered heavens for me to destroy. Ancient god Pishio said fiercely, his eyes bursting with terrifying killing intent. Stop. Supreme Primeval Beginning and the others roared madly. Asterisk boom. Buzz. Asterisk Ancient god Pishio waved his hand, and with a boom, the 35-layered heavens disappeared. The various major powers of the 35-layered heavens, along with countless cultivators and living beings, were all reduced to ashes, turning into a dark space. The countless cultivators and living beings who had died had no idea what was going on. Supreme Dong Huang, Panga Shi, and the others were once again dumbfounded, their hearts burning with rage. Unfortunately, they were too heavily injured to do anything. All they could do was watch. If it's the 34-layered heavens, then let me do it. I haven't killed anyone in tens of thousands of years, and I feel uncomfortable all over, Ancient God Devilstar said fiercely. Supreme Space, hurry and tell Feng Wuchen to come over. The 35-layered heavens has a dragon soul faction. Feng Wuchen will definitely come. Pangashi roared in grief and indignation. Feng Wuchen? Is this kid very strong? If he's stronger than all of you, then I'm looking forward to it, Xingtian said to Pangashi. You'll know when he comes. Supreme Primeval Beginning roared. Then let him come, Ancient God Xingtian sneered as he stopped Ancient God Devilstar from attacking. Ancient God Devilstar sneered. If he comes, then I'll attack first. Supreme Space forcibly used his spatial divine power to send a message to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Xiaoxiao had already returned to the God world, and a voice suddenly rang out in their minds. Feng Wuchen, hurry and come to the 7th level of the dimensional space. The 13 ancient gods have already broken out of their seals. The 36-layered heavens and 35-layered heavens have been destroyed, and everyone has been reduced to ashes. We can't stop them. What? The 36-layered heavens and 35-layered heavens have been destroyed? Feng Wuchen's expression changed. The 36th and 35th layers of heaven were destroyed? Sovereign Peerless' expression changed drastically. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. How could this happen? Ling Xiaoxiao and Qiu Tian were also shocked. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Did something happen? Long Tianqiu frowned. Something big happened. Jianqiu was scared out of his wits. The 36th and 35th layers of heaven were destroyed? How terrifying was that, but Sovereign Monster Soul and Shui Sha were already dead. Who could have such power? Didn't Panga Shi and 100 other sovereigns live in the 36th layer of heaven? How could they have been destroyed? Could there be even more terrifying experts in Panga realm? Chen what happened? Feng Jingxiong frowned. Disciple, run. They're in danger. Sovereign Peerless immediately disappeared. I don't have time to explain. I have to go back right away. You all stay here. Feng Wuchen said and disappeared. Father. Xiaoxiao called out reluctantly, tears streaming down her face. Be careful, Sovereign. Emperor Yijun and the others shouted. Feng Wuchen was so worried that he didn't have time to comfort Xiaoxiao. The 36th and 35th layers of heaven were destroyed. Feng Wuchen didn't even dare to think about it. Who were these ancient gods? Space Sovereign, what exactly happened? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. Sovereign of Space told Feng Wuchen what had happened. Only then did Feng Wuchen learn of the existence of the 13 ancient gods. The 35th layer of heaven was destroyed too? Senior Qingxian Turtle, the Kuanping Beast, and the Dragon's Soul. Feng Wuchen grew angrier and angrier. He couldn't control his murderous intent. Terrifying ancient divine power. They're very strong. Disciple, be careful. Sovereign Peerless warned. The moment he stepped into Panga realm, he sensed the terrifying ancient divine power spreading from the dimensional space. Feng Wuchen also sensed it and said with a frown, their divine power is even more terrifying than Yuan Ling divine power, comparable to Panga divine power. They're here, ancient god Xianxia sneered. Early Panga realm? Ancient god Qing Su's old face sank as he angrily shouted at Panga Shi's group, how dare you play tricks on us? Dragon race? An extremely powerful bloodline. Ancient god Black Dragon was quite surprised. Swish. Swish, before long, Feng Wuchen and Autarch Peerless appeared. Who is Feng Wuchen? Xing Tian asked directly as he glared at Feng Wuchen and Supremacy Peerless. I am. Feng Wuchen coldly said, his icy gaze sizing up the 13 ancient gods. Xing Tian and the others were also sizing up Feng Wuchen. Kid, to be able to break through to the Panga realm at such a young age, you really aren't simple, ancient god Xianxia praised. Ancient god Black Dragon looked at Feng Wuchen and sneered, I didn't think that I would encounter a member of the dragon race. Too bad he's not my descendant. Feng Wuchen, he's a member of the Black Dragon race, an evil race. Autarch Winged Dragon messaged. Feng Wuchen, you must be careful. They're even stronger than Pangu. Autarch Dong Huang warned. Book Nest Kid, I heard them say that you're very strong. Hurry up and show it to me, Ancient God Devil sneered. Ancient God Demon Star sneered as he walked toward Feng Wuchen, not taking him seriously at all. Feng Wuchen glanced at Ancient God Devil Star. With a thought, he activated the power of the Eternal Realm and instantly healed Panga Shi and the others. This is the strongest physical body. Ancient God Xing Tian was stunned. He could tell at a glance. Truly not simple. To be able to cultivate the strongest physical body at such a young age. The other ancient gods were also shocked. Brat, I wonder if your strongest physical body can withstand this god's divine power. Ancient God Devil Star sneered mockingly, an intense fighting intent erupting from his body. Buzz buzz, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with ferocity. His bloodline divine power, eternal realm divine power, and primordial divine power erupted at the same time. The Dragon God Sword, Battle Armor, and Sun Eye were all activated. His battle prowess instantly soared to the peak of the Panga realm, and the entire subdimension shook violently. The overbearing and terrifying shockwave swept through the entire 7th level of the dimensional space with the power of a tsunami. Oh? You can actually reach the peak of the Panga realm? No wonder they said that you're very strong. It seems that it's true. The 13 ancient gods were shocked once more. This divine power is extremely tyrannical, even more terrifying than our divine power. It can even suppress our ancient divine power. What kind of power is this? Ancient god Xing Tian was shocked. A brat from the Panga realm actually has a powerful divine power that can suppress our ancient divine power. Ancient god Qing Su was also shocked and somewhat in disbelief. Haha. Very good. Very good. Let this god see just how strong you are. Ancient God Devil Star became even more excited and immediately shot forward. Feng Wuchen's expression was extremely grave. Each of the ancient gods before him was much stronger than Xianxia. Bang! Buzz buzz! Ancient God Demon Star arrived in an instant, as if to test Feng Wuchen's strength. He threw a punch, and Feng Wuchen, not to be outdone, countered it. There was a loud boom as their domineering divine powers collided. Feng Wuchen immediately transformed into a black streak and was sent flying. The difference in strength was immense. These old monsters are ridiculously strong. Feng Wuchen inwardly said in shock. He felt like his arm was about to be crippled. However, the sharp pain instantly disappeared. His eternal life realm physical body had recovered. Sun Eye. 20-fold. Feng Wuchen furiously roared. Buzz buzz. Buzz. The 20-fold increase in fighting power instantly caused Feng Wuchen's strength to soar. It can even increase strength. Xing Tian was stunned once more. 20-fold? His strength has increased by a frightening amount. He's already surpassed the Donghuang brat, ancient god Heaven Blue said in shock. What a powerful treasure. This god has never seen it before. Ancient god Nine Heavens and the others stared in disbelief at Feng Wuchen. Bang, Feng Wuchen stepped into the void. With a loud rumble, he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and shot out. Overbearing divine power condensed in his palm and punched out fiercely. Kid, your strength instantly increased by so much. Ancient god Devil Star became even more excited, his ancient divine power erupting as he met the attack with a palm. Bang! Buzz buzz! Bzzz! The two palms collided, and the collision of divine power sent ancient god Devil Star flying several hundred meters. Ancient god Xing Tian and the others were once more stunned by Feng Wuchen's strength. He suppressed my divine power. Ancient god Devil Star was alarmed. God-slaying proud sword. Feng Wuchen furiously roared, his tyrannical sword intent soaring into the sky, condensing into a massive sword intent energy sword that slashed at ancient god Devil Star. Ancient god Devil Star excitedly said, Kid, to be able to push back this god, you truly are very strong, but this god didn't use his full strength. Although Feng Wuchen's 20-fold fighting power had pushed back ancient god Devil Star, he had not been injured at all. He had only been pushed back. And ancient god Devil Star was saying that he hadn't used his full strength. If he used his full strength, not even Feng Wuchen at his peak would be able to beat him. Feng Wuchen used his full strength, but he was only able to push him back. Just how frightening is their strength? Primeval beginning shuddered in fear. Supreme Martial Soul gravely said, whether or not we can defeat them will depend on Feng Wuchen. We can't help him with our strength. Their strength has already surpassed that of Supreme Pangu. Feng Wuchen alone probably won't be able to defeat them, Supreme Eastern Sovereign coldly said. After all, the difference in strength was simply too great. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. Ancient god Devil Star erupted with even more terrifying primordial divine power, a dazzling azure light engulfing the entire dimension. This god hasn't encountered an expert in 10 million years. I'm so excited that I can't even begin to describe it. I want to express it through battle. Ancient god Devil Star excitedly said, his desire to do battle reaching its peak. Bang, with these words, ancient god Devil Star suddenly shot forward, his speed even more frightening than before. Bang, bzzz, a bolt of azure lightning instantly pierced through Feng Wuchen's sword intent energy sword. It was easily destroyed. They're also at the peak Panga realm, but they're so strong that they probably already reached the ascendant level, or perhaps they've already reached it but are suppressing it, Feng Wuchen guessed. Otherwise, they couldn't have been so powerful. After all, these 13 primordial gods were old monsters who had lived for 10 million years. Feng Wuchen's greatest advantage was his eternal life realm body, which gave him an absolute advantage in a battle of attrition. But there were 13 primordial gods, so there was no way he could fight them. Fortunately, my primordial divine power can suppress their primordial divine power. The other divine power in my body has also been greatly strengthened, Feng Wuchen said to himself. With this, Feng Wuchen no longer feared the 13 primordial gods. Brat, I will use my full strength. Be careful. Ancient god Devil Star sneered mockingly, and then he shot forward ferociously. Humph. Feng Wuchen harumphed coldly, his primordial god force erupted madly, forcibly suppressing the Devil Star's primordial god force. This mountain-toppling pressure caused ancient god Devil Star's face to twist. The ancient divine power was also mercilessly suppressed, forcibly suppressing ancient god Demon Star's power and aura. Too powerful. Devil Star Supreme's power is suppressed. Watching this, Pan Gushi and the others felt their blood boiling. They were excited, frightened, and nervous. What a terrifying divine power. My ancient godly power is being suppressed. Ancient god Devil Star was greatly shocked. The ancient god of 6 paths fiercely said, Mo Xing's power has been suppressed, and his aura has weakened a lot. We have to end this quickly, or we might be defeated by this brat. Ancient god Black Dragon deeply frowned and savagely said, this mysterious divine power, just by spreading out, can mercilessly suppress our divine power. Where did this kid get this kind of power? The world created by Pangu can never have such a divine power. I'm afraid this is not the divine power of the Panga realm, but the divine power of the Chaos Realm. Ancient God Tien guessed with a frown. Primal Chaos World's divine power? The ancient gods were all shocked. Yes. This was the only explanation that made sense. Bang, Feng Wuchen swept his sword through the air, and with a boom, a tyrannical sword energy strangely appeared to the right of ancient god Demon Star. Space divine power. Ancient god Demon Star was stunned. Space divine power is also this powerful. It's much stronger than that old brat's space divine power. Xingtian was stunned once more. This brat also has space divine power. Ancient god Clear Void's old face turned nasty. Ancient god Scarlet Blood savagely said, "Don't underestimate this brat. His bloodline divine power is even stronger than ours, even stronger than the Black Dragon bloodline. I didn't think that there would be another dragon race bloodline in this world that's stronger than the Black Dragon race bloodline." Ancient god Black Dragon gloomily said. He would not permit an existence stronger than the Black Dragon race bloodline. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. The dragon god sword repeatedly slashed and slashed. Tyrannical and terrifying sword energy, under the control of space divine power, bombarded ancient god Demon Star from all directions. Destructive ripples of energy madly devoured the surrounding dimensions. Primal divine power protection. Ancient god Demon Star roared as he condensed a powerful energy barrier. Under the suppression of my divine power, you won't be able to use your full strength, Feng Wuchen savagely said, his cold and bloodthirsty killing intent suddenly multiplying. Wind divine power erupted, and under Feng Wuchen's control, it condensed into a storm 1,000,000 feet tall that trapped ancient god Demon Star within. The storm condensed into wind blades that madly cut at the energy barrier. Ancient god Demon Star angrily roared, "Foul brat, don't underestimate this god's divine power." Pung, with a thought, the myriad flames ancestor appeared. Feng Wuchen formed a finger sword and slashed it across the blade, causing white flames to ignite on the dragon god sword as tyrannical divine power madly poured into it. Feng Wuchen's myriad flames. Ancestor is much stronger than this god's. What terrifying power! Supreme Wild Flame called out in alarm. Supreme Primeval Beginning said in shock, all of Feng Wuchen's divine power has become extremely frightening. Supreme Sword Soul said in shock, the divine power has fused. Ancient God Heaven Punisher deeply frowned. The divine power of fire has fused with the sword art and his divine power, increasing his strength even further. This sword is extremely powerful. I didn't think that this brat would be this powerful. Shock flashed through Ancient God Profound Kong's eyes. Ancient Pengu art. Heaven severing and God executing. The ancient god Devil Star furiously roared, his divine power erupting from his body. Broom. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. The massive storm of death was instantly obliterated by divine power, and ancient god Demon Star charged out. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Feng Wuchen coldly said. Primal Chaos AO Sword Art. Primal Chaos split the heavens. Feng Wuchen roared and swung his sword fiercely without any hesitation. Bish. Buzz buzz. A massive golden sword light shot out, carrying with it the power to destroy everything as it shot toward ancient god Devil Star. The domineering pressure caused ancient god Devil Star's heart to shudder. How could this brat condense such a powerful sword light? Ancient god Demon Star's eyes widened. Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen roared as he took out the supreme Panga divine artifact of Panga realm, causing his fighting power to soar. Feng Wuchen poured ancient divine power into the reincarnation pagoda to suppress ancient god Demon Star and greatly weaken him. Ancient god, is it? Let's see if you can block this sword of mine. Feng Wuchen savagely said. End of this part. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. A massive golden sword of light slashed down, its terrifying and tyrannical energy destroying the seventh level of the dimensional dimension. The sword of light was extremely oppressive and intimidating. A young junior can actually make this god feel such immense pressure. This kid truly isn't simple, ancient god Devil Star said with a grave expression. With his primordial divine power suppressed, he could already sense an intense danger from Feng Wuchen's sword of light. And it wasn't just ancient god Devil Star. Even the leader of the ancient gods, Xingtian, sensed danger. Ancient God Black Dragon and the others all had extremely grave expressions on their faces. The power of Feng Wuchen's Sword of Light was truly frightening. Primordial Pengu Art. Demon God Sword. Ancient God Demon Star took out a primordial divine artifact and forcibly increased his strength under the suppression of Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power. He then formed a seal with both hands, and with a final roar, he quickly condensed a 1,000,000-foot-long azure energy sword. Bish, bzzz, bzzz. Ancient God Devil Star waved his hand, and the energy sword shot forward with a surging energy that struck fear into everyone. If not for the suppression of Feng Wuchen's mysterious energy, not even Feng Wuchen would have been able to block this attack of Sovereign Devil Stars. Supreme Donghuang said in shock, his eyes brimming with fear. Ancestor Xianxia gravely said, "Not fear, but absolutely not. The strength of an ancient god is simply absurd." Supreme Long said in fear, his back drenched in cold sweat. Pangashi and Paragon Primeval Beginning stared in fear at the energy sword. They could clearly sense the terrifying power of this energy sword. "Master, our chance has come. If we use our full strength, we can definitely heavily injure him," Long Xinjian messaged. Myriad flames returned to Yuan. Ancient War God Formation. Open. Buzz buzz. Buzz. Feng Wuchen formed a hand seal and roared, his fighting power soaring as he instantly increased the tyrannical power of the Sword of Light. As his fighting power soared, the suppression of primordial divine power on ancient God Devil Star became even stronger. The desolate Flame Emperor cried out in alarm, this god's myriad flames returned to Yuan. What a terrifying power. I'm afraid it's close to the level of an ancient god. Feng Wuchen didn't use the God of War formation during his battle with Xianxia. Xuanzhen Prime was shocked. Pangushi looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and said, "It should be close. It can also increase one's fighting power." Ancient God Devil Star grimaced as he vaguely sensed a threat. He also knows a formation that can increase one's battle prowess. Xing Tian furrowed his brows and said with a serious expression, "The power of the sword projection has already surpassed the power of the demonic star. How is this possible? This brat is a freak." Ancient God Black Dragon and the others were stunned. Rumble. Pooh. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the tyrannical golden sword light collided with the energy sword and exploded upon impact. An unimaginable destructive energy erupted, and Fiend Star's primordial god force was crazily suppressed, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In the face of such terrifying power, Feng Wuchen was injured even though he had an eternal realm physical body. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen and ancient God Devil Star were swallowed up. Terrifying ripples of energy swept out with unstoppable momentum, instantly covering the entire 7th level of the dimension. Even though Paragon Donghuang and Pangashi had retreated far away, they were still sent flying by the shockwaves. Damn. To think that he could heavily injure this god. Ancient God Devil Star was both shocked and furious. As an ancient god whose strength surpassed Paragon Pangu's, he had been heavily injured by a junior from the Panga realm. This was an utter humiliation. Devil Star was actually heavily injured. Ancient God Clear Void said in shock. This sword truly is terrifying. Not even this god could block it. Ancient God Jiangchen said in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. Divine power suppression, instantly increasing the power by several times. Just what kind of divine power is this? Ancient God Xing Tian's old face was extremely gloomy, and the primordial divine power in his body was trembling. Sovereign Devil Star was heavily injured by Feng Wuchen. Paragon Donghuang cried out in shock. Paragon Primeval Beginning's eyes widened in fear. Is this sword really that powerful? Devil Star's divine power was forcefully suppressed, causing him to be much weaker. That's why Feng Wuchen was able to heavily injure him. Paragon Sword's soul was inwardly shocked by the tyrannical power of primordial divine power. In terms of strength, Feng Wuchen was naturally no match for ancient God Devil Star. But under the merciless suppression of primordial divine power, it was a different story. Bish, a little while later, ancient God Devil Star emerged from the center of the explosion, his face pale and his body covered in blood. His injuries were extremely severe. Ancient God Devil Star was about to explode, his old eyes flashing with vicious killing intent as he gnashed his teeth. Damn brat. You actually suppressed this god's divine power. If his divine power hadn't been mercilessly suppressed, how could ancient god Devil Star have been in such a sorry state? Your strength is above mine. If I don't suppress your divine power, how can I kill you? Feng Wuchen's bone-chilling voice rang out as he appeared. Feng Wuchen had an eternal realm body, so his injuries had already healed. Feng Wuchen had not consumed much of his divine power, and it was still rapidly recovering. Ancient god Devil Star viciously glared at Feng Wuchen and savagely said, "Kill this god? Stinking brat, you think you can kill this god just because you have powerful divine power? Not even Pangu had this ability back then, so who do you think you are?" Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a sneer. "I don't think I'm much, but I feel that if I want to kill you right now, it would be no different from crushing an ant. You're heavily injured, so how much trouble can you cause?" Ancient god Devil Star was already heavily injured. Even if he had only consumed a little of his divine power, Feng Wuchen could still kill him as easily as turning over his hand. "Stinking brat, are you treating us like air?" Ancient god Six Paths coldly said, his old face as savage as a tiger's. Feng Wuchen viciously glanced at ancient god Six Paths and sneered. "You're right. I'm treating you like air. So what? Preposterous. Stinking brat. You're seeking death." Ancient god Black Dragon was enraged, his killing intent soaring. Ancient god Pisho crazily roared, "Stinking brat. This god will tear you to pieces. Stinking brat. You dare to insult our ancient gods? You're tired of living." Ancient god Azure crazily roared, wanting nothing more than to swallow Feng Wuchen whole. Feng Wuchen pointed the dragon god sword at the air and disdainfully sneered. "Insult? You think you're worthy? Calling yourselves ancient gods is an insult to the gods. You're just a few stinking bugs, not qualified to call yourselves gods." Boom, the 13 ancient gods were instantly enraged, their heads exploding with rage. Even ancient god Xianxia's face darkened. Feng Wuchen actually called them stinking bugs. Ancient god Devil Star savagely roared, "Stinking brat. For insulting our ancient gods, no matter who comes today, they won't be able to save you." "I don't need it," Feng Wuchen coldly said. End of this chapter. Arrogant to the extreme. Ancient god Black Dragon angrily roared. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at ancient god Black Dragon and disdainfully said, "It's just killing a few smelly bugs. It's nothing." Feng Wuchen's arrogant words left Paragon Eastern Emperor and Pangu Shi dumbfounded. Wasn't Feng Wuchen being a little too arrogant? He had only managed to heavily injure ancient god Devil Star after going all out, so did he need to be so arrogant? There were still 12 ancient gods. With these words, domineering bloodline power erupted, locking onto ancient god Black Dragon, ancient god Pishio, ancient god Swani, and ancient god Scarlet Blood, viciously suppressing their bloodlines. Feng Wuchen's dragon god's bloodline had already been refined to a higher level, and it was completely capable of suppressing the bloodlines of ancient god Black Dragon and the others. Bloodline suppression. Ancient god Black Dragon and the others grimaced, their bodies fiercely trembling. A terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas made it hard for them to breathe. Bloodline suppression. Ancient god Xing Tian and the others turned even gloomier. They glared at Feng Wuchen, their eyes brimming with killing intent. Feng Wuchen sneered. "Your bloodlines are being suppressed by my bloodline, and so is your divine power. If you're not smelly bugs in front of me, what are you? Do you still think I'm arrogant? You." Ancient god Black Dragon gnashed his teeth in anger. His desire to kill had never been so intense. Preposterous. Ancient god Pishio went mad with rage, veins bulging on his face. Blood was about to burst out of his veins, but there was nothing he could do. Under the dual suppression of bloodline and divine power, ancient god Black Dragon and the others turned ghastly pale, their bloodline and divine power seemingly going out of control. If not for the fact that their bloodlines were sufficiently powerful, they would have never been able to last so long. But at this moment, ancient god Xing Tian suddenly sensed a domineering sword intent, and his face paled. "Devil Star, watch your back." Xing Tian hurriedly roared. "What?" Ancient god Devil Star grimaced as he sensed the intense energy of death. Terrified, the ancient god of Devil Star instinctively turned his head. A domineering and terrifying sword-intent energy sword suddenly appeared to the right of ancient god Demon Star and viciously slammed towards him. But the moment ancient god Devil Star looked over, the sword-intent energy sword suddenly disappeared. He disappeared. Ancient god Devil Star's face changed yet again. It's already too late, Feng Wuchen's icy voice rang out in ancient god Devil Star's ears. Chi. The moment ancient god Devil Star turned his head to look at the energy sword, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in front of him, the dragon god sword mercilessly piercing through his heart. The domineering power of the sword beam directly destroyed ancient god Devil Star's primordial spirit. Mo Xing. Xing Tian, ancient god Qing Su, and the others turned pale in fright, their eyes going wide. Even ancient god Xing Tian did not expect the attack of the sword-intent energy sword to be a feint. Feng Wuchen sneered. Suppressing ancient god Black Dragon and the others with your bloodline was just to distract you, as well as them, so that they wouldn't interfere. The sword-intent attack was to make you panic and not lose your judgment. You're heavily injured, and killing you means that we have one less powerful enemy. With that, Feng Wuchen unsheathed the dragon god sword. You. Ancient god Devil Star stared at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Ancient god Devil Star fell, his life force quickly fading away. To think that this god would die at the hands of a junior, how could this be? Ancient god Devil Star had never imagined that a mighty ancient god would die to Feng Wuchen's sword. Ancient god Devil Star was extremely unwilling, but it was all too late. Devil Star's aura has disappeared. Ancient god Xianxia said in a daze, not daring to believe it. Ancient god Taiyin said in a daze, Devil Star has been killed. This, ancient god Xing Tian's old face turned to stone. Devil Star was an ancient god, how could he be killed by a junior from Panga realm? Supreme Devil Star has been killed. Paragon Dong Huang, Panga Shi, and the others were all flabbergasted. Ancient god Devil Star's aura had completely vanished. It's just killing a stinking bug. Is there a need to be so shocked? Feng Wuchen sneered at the shocked expressions of ancient god Xing Tian and the others. Bang! Feng Wuchen's words caused ancient god Xing Tian and the others to explode with rage. Buzz. Buzz, the ancient gods' rage soared to the heavens, their eyes spitting fire as they unleashed destructive divine power and terrifying killing intent. Stinking brat. You humiliated us again and again, and you even dared to kill an ancient god. Today, this god will grind your bones to dust. Ancient god Jianshan roared, his ancient god power erupting. Feng Wuchen. I won't kill you. This god swears not to be human. Ancient god Tianqing gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Ancient god Taiyin roared, attack together and kill this stinking brat. Buzz. Buzz, waves of terrifying divine power erupted, and the extremely terrifying and violent aura almost broke through the 7th level of the dimensional space. The most terrifying of all was ancient god Xing Tian. Paragon Dong Huang, Panga Shi, and the others were intimidated by this tyrannical aura, feeling like a planet was pressing down on them. Ancient god Xing Tian reached out and grabbed at the air, bringing out a giant axe. Feng Wuchen, I must say that your divine power is extremely powerful and can suppress ours. However, the difference in power is not something your divine power can make up for. Attack! Ancient god Black Dragon roared. Even though his bloodline and divine power were suppressed, he showed no fear. Ancient god Xing Tian took the lead and shot forward, followed by ancient god Clear Void and the others. How dare you bully a junior with your numbers? Do you old bastards have any shame? Paragon Peerless was about to explode with rage. Patriarch Xianxia endured the terrifying pressure and cursed, what dogs had ancient gods. All you know is to bully with numbers. This ancestor looks down on you. Shut up. Ancient god Pisho roared. All together? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a sneer. That's fine. In any case, I have quite a few helpers. Helpers? Just these pieces of trash? Ancient god Profound Kong roared, not taking Paragon Donghuang's group seriously at all. Killing a few stinking bugs like you doesn't require my master's help, Feng Wuchen sneered, his eyes flashing with vicious killing intent. Thwish thwish thwish, the moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, hundreds of black shadows suddenly appeared. Each of the black shadows exuded a terrifying and domineering divine power. Each of these figures had a terrifying divine power that was only slightly weaker than Feng Wuchen's. Ancient god Xianxia and the others were stunned and incredulous by these several hundred black figures. These several hundred people all had strength that surpassed the peak Panga realm. This is a golem. Ancient god Xianxia blurted out in shock. That's right. Puppets, there were 300 puppets, and each puppet's combat power was close to Feng Wuchen's. Especially Long Zun. If one didn't carefully sense him, his strength was about the same as Feng Wuchen's. This was Feng Wuchen's most terrifying trump card. 300 puppets. The ancient god of the 9 heavens stared with wide eyes. The Pisho ancient god said in disbelief, "Where did this kid get so many puppets? Their strength is about the same, and the one in the lead is the closest to Feng Wuchen." Even the primordial gods couldn't help but be stunned by the 300 puppets. Most importantly, the strength of the 300 puppets was close to Feng Wuchen's. They were very powerful. 300 puppets was a terrifying lineup. Supreme Grand Emperor and Supreme Yinglong almost pissed their pants. Feng Wuchen has 300 puppets. They're all stronger than us. How is this possible? Patriarch Xianzhan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. Feng Wuchen actually has such a terrifying trump card. Autarch Martial Soul was scared silly. Autarch Tai said in a daze, why didn't he use these puppets against Bloodfiend? 300 of these terrifying puppets could have wiped out Bloodfiend with a single punch each, right? Autarch Martial Soul and the others hadn't unsealed the divine ring, so they didn't know about the puppets' existence. Only Primeval Supreme and the others who had been unsealed knew about the existence of the puppets. However, they didn't know that Feng Wuchen's puppets were stronger than them. The puppets in the divine ring have become so terrifying? Autarch Primeval was stupefied. Emperor Desolate Flame said in shock, Feng Wuchen's puppets don't need to cultivate. They're at whatever level Feng Wuchen is at. They can unleash whatever power Feng Wuchen can unleash. They're just a bit weaker than Feng Wuchen. Autarch Peerless and Autarch Sword Soul were stupefied as well. I know how to bully others with numbers too. Feng Wuchen coldly chuckled as he pointed the Dragon God sword at ancient god Xianxia and sneered, Supreme Xianxia, you are the strongest amongst all of you. Come and fight me with your full strength. Finishing his words, Feng Wuchen infused the 300 puppets with his immortal power. Under his control, the 300 puppets activated their armors and Pangu swords, rushing at the ancient gods with all their strength. With dozens of puppets against an ancient god, the puppet's godly power could also suppress the ancient god's godly power. After all, it was Feng Wuchen's godly power, even if they were not as strong as the ancient gods, the puppets had the power of the eternal realm, so a battle of attrition would not be a problem. Don't underestimate these golems. Attack! Ancient god Clear Void furiously roared. Without hesitation, he took out his divine tool and charged forward. Buzz! The ancient gods took out their ancient divine artifacts and fought with all their might. The 7th level of the dimensional space shook violently and was on the verge of destruction. Boom boom boom. Buzz! The 300 puppets and the 11 ancient gods engaged in a fierce battle of life and death. Unimaginable ripples of energy swept out, wantonly destroying the dimensional space. Let's attack as well. Pangashi shouted. Since we can't trap them, let's kill them. Attack! Supreme Eastern Emperor furiously roared, his terrifying killing intent erupting. 100 peak Panga realm experts attacked one after another, erupting with all their godly power without holding back. These 100 peak Panga realm experts were definitely not just for show, their strength was not to be underestimated. Supreme Xingtian, make your move. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. Boom! Ancient god Xingtian coldly snorted as his blood-red eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. Then, he abruptly took a step forward, and with a loud boom, he ferociously shot forward while erupting with all his godly power. As expected of the leader of the ancient gods. Even though he's being suppressed by my godly power, his strength is still extremely frightening. He's much stronger than Supreme Devil Star, Feng Wuchen said to himself, his expression grave. Ancient god Xingtian was terrifyingly fast. He arrived in the blink of an eye, his tyrannical aura pressing down as he ruthlessly swung his giant axe at Feng Wuchen's head. Feng Wuchen viciously swung his sword to meet the attack. Ding. Buzz. The energy ripples that erupted from the collision instantly spread throughout the dimensional space, and Feng Wuchen was sent flying. What a heavy attack. Even my arm is numb. This old monster's physical body is rather powerful, Feng Wuchen said to himself. The combination of tyrannical godly power and powerful physical strength was absolutely terrifying. Feng Wuchen was keenly aware of this. If not for the fact that Feng Wuchen had an eternal realm body, he would have been heavily injured in this clash. Xianxia was the leader of the ancient gods. Even though he was being suppressed by Feng Wuchen's godly power, he was still stronger than Devil Star. Feng Wuchen, you're only at the initial Panga realm. Even if your godly power is suppressing this god's godly power, you can forget about fighting this god. Ancient god Xianxia angrily roared as he once more charged forward. That's not necessarily true, Feng Wuchen sneered. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Feng Wuchen was not panicked in the slightest. Ding. Bzzz. Ancient god Xianxia arrived in a flash and swung his axe down. With a clang, Feng Wuchen was sent flying once more. The power this time was even more frightening, causing Feng Wuchen's blood to churn. However, Feng Wuchen had an eternal realm body, so he was not afraid of clashing with ancient god Xianxia. Bzzz. As Feng Wuchen flew back, he activated his 8-element divine power and fused it with his ancient divine power. An even more tyrannical and terrifying energy erupted from him. Dazzling golden light soared into the heavens, condensing into an energy vortex that was 1,000,000 feet wide. Divine power fusion. Just how many types of divine power does he have in his body? Ancient god Xianxia deeply frowned as he thought to himself, this kid has the strongest body and can endure enormous amounts of power, but is he really that confident in fusing so many divine powers? Feng Wuchen's fighting power has increased again. Paragon Primordial Beginning cried out in alarm as he turned to look. 8-element divine power has fused with his mysterious energy. This kid is truly crazy. Supreme Desolate Flame said in shock, a dumbfounded look on his face. Fusing 9 types of divine power? Has Feng Wuchen gone mad? Ancestor Black War was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. How can Feng Wuchen have so much divine power? Ancient god Clear Void was also dumbfounded. His fighting power has increased again? How? How is this possible? Ancient god Black Dragon and the others were also dumbfounded, and they all looked in shock at Feng Wuchen. A few moments later, Feng Wuchen had successfully fused his 8-element divine power with the ancient divine power. The reason it had gone so smoothly was because of the ancient divine power. Feng Wuchen's fighting power had already reached ancient god Xianxia's level. Pangashi cried out in alarm, the fusion succeeded. So simple? Ancient god Xianxia's eyes went wide in shock. Feng Wuchen's fighting power has surpassed ours, ancient god Taiying cried out in alarm. End of this chapter. Whoosh, Feng Wuchen exhaled as he thought to himself, as expected of the strongest physical body to be able to endure such immense power. As expected of the ancient divine power birthed by the primal chaos. It truly is tyrannical. Fusing with divine power is as easy as flipping over one's hand. Feng Wuchen gently waved the dragon god sword, and a golden sword chi swept out. It was breathtaking. Ancient god Xianxia deeply frowned as he said to himself, Feng Wuchen's fighting power is already this god's fighting power after being suppressed. I can't underestimate him. Supreme Xianxia, come and fight. Feng Wuchen was brimming with confidence, his body erupting with fighting intent. Bang, with that, Feng Wuchen shot out with the dragon god sword in his hand. With a sharp, ear-piercing rumble, his speed was unimaginably terrifying. Humph. Ancient god Xianxia coldly snorted as he shot forward, unwilling to be outdone. Clang. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. Sword and axe clashed, sending sparks flying as the tyrannical energy of the collision unbridled. Feng Wuchen wasn't at a disadvantage in this head-on clash. Feng Wuchen, your fighting power truly has gotten much stronger, but this god's primordial divine artifact can suppress your 9-star Pengu artifact. Ancient god Xianxia savagely said. The suppression of weapons has no effect on me, Feng Wuchen sneered as he began to fiercely attack. Ding ding ding, bzzz, an intense battle ensued. Feng Wuchen's various sword moves had reached perfection. Every move was ruthless. Waves of unimaginable destructive energy rippled out continuously. At the same time, the Primal Chaos Profound Flame Beast and the Primal Chaos Ancestor appeared on the 7th level of the dimensional space. However, Feng Wuchen's group could not see them. Ancestor, do you want me to take action? Xianxia and the others shouldn't be dealt with by Feng Wuchen. Their cultivations have already reached the ascendant level, and they're also old monsters from 10 million years ago, the Primal Chaos Profound Flame Beast asked. No need. The Primal Chaos Ancestor shook his head and smiled faintly. Set up a barrier to seal off the dimensional space and let them fight. This will be of great help to Feng Wuchen's cultivation and breakthrough. It will also allow him to better control the primordial divine power and unleash greater power. Feng Wuchen's primordial god power had already been strengthened, and he needed to go through endless battles to achieve perfect control. If you take action, how am I supposed to lure out the person behind them? All these years, I've never been able to find out who has been secretly opposing me. The Primal Chaos Ancestor continued. Ancestor, trash like Xianxia and the others are simply unworthy of the person behind them making a move. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone come to save them after so many years? The chaotic mysterious flame beast shook its head. Because they are still alive, and Pangu is dead. In the eyes of the people behind them, Panga realm is under their control, said Ancestor Primal Chaos. Control? The chaotic mysterious fire beast asked confusedly, Ancestor, the people behind them want Panga realm? But why did Xianxia and the others destroy it? If they wanted to control Panga realm, they didn't need to destroy the 36th heaven and the 35th heaven. Were Xianxia and the others not rebelling? The Primal Chaos Ancestor said indifferently. The reason why I agreed to Panga's request to open Panga realm back then was because the space where Panga realm is located is sealed with the Great Path Divine Power. The people behind Xianxia and the others should be aiming for the Great Path Divine Power. If Xianxia and the others are dead, and if my guess is correct, someone will definitely appear. They will not let Panga realm fall into the hands of others. Sealed with the Great Path Divine Power? I see. The chaotic mysterious fire beast nodded. Primal Chaos Boundary. The chaotic mysterious fire beast immediately set up a powerful boundary that enveloped the entire dimension. No matter how terrifying the power that erupted from the battle was, it would not destroy the dimension. In a fierce battle, just as the Primal Chaos Ancestor had said, Feng Wuchen's control of the primordial god power continued to improve, and the power that he could erupt with grew stronger and stronger. The new world, the stronger the primordial god power, the stronger the suppression on ancient god Xianxia. This kid is simply a monster. His divine power is getting stronger and stronger. The more ancient god Xianxia fought, the more alarmed he became. Ancient god Xianxia could clearly sense that his divine power was being suppressed, and the divine power that he could erupt with was getting weaker and weaker. In just a few minutes of close combat, ancient god Xianxia was gradually at a disadvantage. His speed and strength could no longer keep up with Feng Wuchen. It wasn't just ancient god Xianxia. Ancient god Clear Void, ancient god Black Dragon, and the others could clearly sense that the divine power of the golems was getting stronger and stronger, and that the suppression on them was getting stronger and stronger. In the face of several dozen powerful golems, even the ancient gods found it difficult to use all their strength. Thousand Illusions Art. Ancient god Xianxia was gradually at a disadvantage, and Feng Wuchen immediately used his movement technique, unleashing a tyrannical sword intent. This was a supreme sword technique, and sword intent was everywhere. Under Feng Wuchen's control, a large number of terrifying sword intent energy swords formed and launched a series of fierce attacks. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. The sword intent energy swords were like countless swords as they madly bombarded ancient god Xianxia, their tyrannical power forcing him back. Thwish thwish thwish, Feng Wuchen used his movement technique to launch a vicious assault, his body constantly flickering as sword images filled the sky. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, Feng Wuchen's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, the sword intent energy swords working together with sword techniques to launch a 360-degree assault that left no blind spot. Ancient god Xianxia was pushed back again and again, sword wounds appearing all over his body. Supreme Xianxia, it seems like you're at your limit, Feng Wuchen jeered. He could also sense that his primordial divine power was getting stronger and stronger. What Feng Wuchen did not know was that the primordial divine power he was erupting with was only a small portion of his true strength. Given Feng Wuchen's current cultivation level, he could only control this small portion. This brat has the strongest physical body. I have to end this battle quickly. If I heavily injure him, I can't give him a chance to recover, ancient god Xianxia said to himself. Huh! Ancient god Xianxia angrily roared, his massive axe unleashing a destructive wave of energy. Dazzling bloody light flashed as it sent Feng Wuchen and the many-sword intent energy swords flying. Feng Wuchen sneered. Are you using your true strength now? I've been waiting for this for a long time. Primordial Pengu art. Heaven cleaving. Ancient god Xianxia furiously roared as he swung his axe. Thish, bzzz, bzzz. The massive blood-colored energy axe exploded forward, carrying with it the power to destroy all things and exuding an invincible aura. Primordial Pengu art. Grieving soul-destroying sword. Feng Wuchen roared, his tyrannical energy erupting as he swept his sword forward. A massive golden sword projection that was over 1,000,000 feet in length shot forth with the power to annihilate all realms in an intimidating manner. Ancient god Xianxia's eyes narrowed, flashing with vicious killing intent. He formed a seal with one hand and coldly shouted, Primordial Pengu art. Endless devouring. Devour? Feng Wuchen furrowed his brows and thought to himself, devouring my power? There was no question that ancient god Xianxia wanted to devour Feng Wuchen's energy, and it was the energy of the sword light. As ancient god Xianxia roared, a terrifying devouring energy instantly engulfed Feng Wuchen's sword light and began to devour it. As expected, Feng Wuchen frowned once more as he sensed that the sword light's energy was rapidly fading away. Feng Wuchen was keenly aware that if too much of the sword light's energy was devoured, the moment the two energies clashed, he would be heavily injured. Master, think of something. The sword light's energy has been greatly weakened. Dragon God Sword urgently said. Black flame. Feng Wuchen hurriedly shouted. He immediately unleashed his black flames. The overbearing black flames crazily spread out. Black flame had also become extremely domineering and powerful. Feng Wuchen's black flame has become this powerful? Ancestor, is this related to primal chaos spiritual energy? Just breaking through to the Penga realm shouldn't have been this powerful, the primal chaos profound flame beast asked. That's right. The primal chaos ancestor nodded and chuckled. Primal chaos spiritual energy helped Feng Wuchen form a perfect body, and it also helped Feng Wuchen strengthen the various divine powers and flames in his body, making them extremely powerful. The battle between Feng Wuchen and Heaven Punishing will definitely give his cultivation a massive boost. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already formed his most powerful black flame. Ancient god Xianxia could devour energy, and so could Feng Wuchen's black flame. Feng Wuchen activated his space divine power and then waved his hand. A large expanse of black flame was transferred to the energy axe and began to devour its energy. This black flame can also devour energy. This god's energy axe can't disperse it. Ancient god Xianxia was shocked. He did not expect Feng Wuchen to have another terrifying flame. Ancient god Xianxia, let's see whose devouring speed is faster. Feng Wuchen sneered. The black flames completely engulfed the energy axe, devouring it at a speed even faster than ancient god Xianxia. Ancient god Xianxia's energy axe was much weaker than Feng Wuchen's sword energy. The two destruction energies were so fast that it was already too late for ancient god Xianxia to speed up his devouring. Ancient god Xianxia had originally wanted to devour Feng Wuchen's sword light and heavily injure him, but it was no longer possible. Rumble. Buzz. The energy axe and the sword aura clashed violently, exploding upon impact. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the dimensional space. Destructive energy ripples swept out madly with the power to devour everything. Feng Wuchen and ancient god Xianxia were both sent flying. In this fierce clash, ancient god Xianxia and the others all had extremely powerful bodies, but they were still injured, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Feng Wuchen was unscathed and had a slight advantage. If not for the fact that both sides' Pangu art energies had been devoured, ancient god Xianxia's injuries would have been even more severe. Ancient god Xianxia, in a head-on clash, you'll suffer, Feng Wuchen jeered as he once more gathered up his divine power. Ancient Pangu art. Devil sky murdering devil. Feng Wuchen roared as he swept out with his sword. Feng Wuchen wanted to use the advantage of his perfect physical body while also pursuing his opponent. A head-on clash was extremely advantageous to Feng Wuchen. He could injure ancient god Xianxia while also consuming his divine power. Bish. Buzz buzz. A massive golden energy sword over 1,000,000 feet in length shot forth with the force of a tsunami. It was extremely ferocious and gave off a sense of invincibility. Ancient Pangu art. Howling wind god executes. Ancient god Xianxia savagely roared as he swung his axe, seemingly unafraid of clashing with Feng Wuchen. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. In the blink of an eye, the two destructive energies clashed once more, the destructive energy ripples engulfing both Feng Wuchen and ancient god Xianxia. As expected of an ancient god. Even injured, he can still erupt with such terrifying energy, Feng Wuchen inwardly sighed in amazement. Ancient golden body. Ancient god Xianxia roared, and an extremely powerful golden barrier of energy appeared around his body, completely blocking the destructive ripples of energy outside his body. Bang! After forming his golden body, ancient god Xianxia shot forward, traveling through the energy ripples with frightening speed. What? He can actually ignore this terrifying energy. Feng Wuchen, who sensed this, was slightly shocked. In the blink of an eye, ancient god heaven punishing ancient god shot forward, his two hands gripping his massive axe. The axe was suffused with destruction divine power as he swung it down at Feng Wuchen's head. Bang, plush, the terrifying giant axe exploded with power at zero distance. With a boom, Feng Wuchen spat out blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. I was too careless, Feng Wuchen said to himself. He had not expected ancient god Xianxia to ignore this terrifying energy. An excellent chance. Ancient god Xianxia said to himself as he unleashed all his divine power. He threw the axe into the air and began to form the Pangu god artifact true body. Thwish thwish thwish, boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. At the same time, ancient god Xianxia gathered divine power in his hands and unleashed it with terrifying energy. Tens of thousands of terrifying bolts of energy bombarded Feng Wuchen, and unimaginable destructive energy rippled through the area. Feng Wuchen was already injured, so ancient god Xianxia would not give Feng Wuchen a chance to recover. How could ancient god Xianxia miss out on such a good opportunity? Terrifying energy continued to bombard Feng Wuchen, and in just a few seconds, hundreds of thousands of bolts of energy bombarded his body. Even though Feng Wuchen had an eternal life realm body, he was still injured, and his injuries were worsening. His recovery speed simply could not keep up. Primordial Pangu art. Divine axe true body. Heaven punishing divine axe. Ancient god Xianxia furiously roared, his invincible energy erupting. The massive axe that had formed the divine axe true body suddenly exploded with incalculable energy. The godly axe true body condensed a 1,000,000-foot-long energy axe and slashed at Feng Wuchen. This barrage of attacks left Feng Wuchen powerless to fight back. Master, be careful. Supreme Xianxia's attack is even stronger than before, Divine I messaged. Feng Wuchen, who was heavily injured, immediately felt a strong sense of danger. Primal Chaos Blood Eye, Feng Wuchen called out, his eyes exploding with bloody light as he saw the destructive energy axe coming at him. Now that he saw it, he was given a fright. His divine axe has become so large. Feng Wuchen said in shock. Feng Wuchen could clearly sense the destructive energy of this energy axe. This was the divine axe true body, coupled with the massive energy axe. The power of this attack could destroy the world. Feng Wuchen, you still haven't fully recovered from your injuries. Let's see how you block this. Ancient god Xianxia roared. Clearly, he was filled with confidence in the terrifying power of this axe. As expected of an ancient god. When you're fierce, your attack power is terrifying. Feng Wuchen was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. The powerful pressure made Feng Wuchen feel like his face was being torn apart. There was no time for Feng Wuchen to think. He suddenly waved his hand, and the 13 Panga swords appeared, floating in front of Feng Wuchen. The fused divine power was fully activated, and a dazzling golden pillar of energy soared into the sky. Enveloped by the golden light, one could see millions of enormous cloud tornadoes condensing in the air. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the tyrannical divine power of destruction poured into the 13 Panga swords and the Dragon God sword. Buzz! Buzz! The 14 swords simultaneously erupted with tyrannical sword light, their momentum overwhelming and invincible. At the same time, a tyrannical sword intent erupted and condensed on one of the swords. Ancient Panga Mantra. Proud sword executes gods. Ancient Panga Mantra. Azure Lotus Heaven Burning Sword. Ancient Panga Mantra. Primeval World Destroying Sword. Ancient Panga Mantra. Ice Sealing 10,000 Miles Sword. Ancient Panga Mantra. Feng Wuchen roared one after another as each of his swords used a Panga Mantra in a frenzied fashion. Hearing Feng Wuchen's roars, Paragon Dong Huang, Panga Shi, and the others all looked at him in shock. Ancient God Black Dragon and the others were also dumbfounded. How much divine power was being consumed to use the powerful Panga Mantra in succession? Even Ancient God Xianxia was stupefied by Feng Wuchen's frenzied consumption of divine power. After all, Feng Wuchen's injuries were severe, and he was still recovering. It was simply impossible for him to exert his peak strength. Of course, Ancient God Xianxia was naturally happy to see Feng Wuchen fight head-on. Feng Wuchen, this brat, is really ruthless. He relies on his powerful physical body to crazily consume his divine power, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast said with a smile. If you had the strongest physical body, you might be even crazier. The primal chaos ancestor smiled faintly. If he had the capital to be arrogant, why wouldn't he be arrogant? Swish. Swish. Buzz. Feng Wuchen stared at Ancient God Heaven Punisher, and then he controlled the 14 swords to shoot out, transforming into 14 golden streams of light that viciously slammed against the energy axe. Feng Wuchen, with your Panga Mantra, do you think you can contend against the power of my godly axe true body? You overestimate yourself. Ancient God Xianxia shouted angrily. Boom boom boom. Buzz. PFFF. PFFF. 14 powerful and domineering Panga tactics bombarded the energy axe one after another, but they were all shattered in an instant. The violent and terrifying energy ripples shook Feng Wuchen to the point of vomiting blood. Master. The Dragon God Sword, Divine Eye, and the other items' souls were alarmed. The 14 Panga Mantra were only able to stop the energy axe for a few moments, not Ancient God Heaven Punisher's energy axe. Feng Wuchen's injuries worsened, and his aura weakened by more than half. The power of the godly axe true body was truly terrifying. Feng Wuchen, even if you have powerful divine power, you are still no match for this god. Without the suppression of divine power, this god can easily defeat you. Ancient God Heaven Punisher angrily roared as he accelerated the energy axe toward Feng Wuchen. The energy axe mercilessly swung at Feng Wuchen. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen coldly replied as he wiped the blood from his lips. Broom. Bzzz. In the next second, the terrifying energy axe landed on Feng Wuchen's body. There was an earth-shattering explosion as destructive energy ripples engulfed Feng Wuchen. Ancient God Heaven Punisher smugly sneered. Feng Wuchen, do you see? No matter how powerful your divine power is, you are still no match for this god. Feng Wuchen. Panga Shi and Ancestor Xianzhan both anxiously roared. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen already has the most perfect body. Even if Supreme Heaven Punisher can heavily injure Feng Wuchen, he can't kill Feng Wuchen, Paragon Primordial Origin said without the slightest worry. Primordial Origin is right. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's injuries will quickly recover. Supreme Heaven Punisher is just wasting his divine power for nothing, Paragon Peerless sneered, completely confident in Feng Wuchen. Ancient God Heaven Punisher truly had used up a lot of divine power, and his old face was somewhat pale. In all of Panga world, no one who could kill Feng Wuchen had yet to be born. Can't kill Feng Wuchen? Ancient God Heaven Punisher sneered. When did this god say that I wanted to kill him? This god wants to keep such a powerful body and divine power for himself. What? Paragon Dong Huang and the others grimaced. Ancient God Heaven Punisher was planning to refine Feng Wuchen and forcefully take his eternal realm body. Given how terrifying Feng Wuchen's divine power was, how could Ancient God Heaven Punisher not want it? The best way to deal with an undying body is to refine him while he's heavily injured, Ancient God Clear Void sneered. Haha. Once I refine Feng Wuchen, these golems will be useless. Ancient God Bayan madly laughed. Heaven Punisher, hurry and attack. Don't let Feng Wuchen recover. Ancient God Black Dragon roared. One could say that he hated Feng Wuchen to the bone, but at the same time, he also feared him. Ancient God Heaven Punisher sneered. Feng Wuchen is definitely heavily injured. Even if he has the strongest body, it's impossible for him to recover in a short amount of time. Oh? Is that so? At this moment, Feng Wuchen's cold laughter rang out. How do you know that I'm heavily injured? And how do you know that I haven't fully recovered? You think you can refine me? Do you have the right? Upon hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Ancient God Heaven Punisher's face instantly contorted in disbelief. What? Ancient God Heaven Punisher knew better than anyone just how terrifying the power of the Divine Axe True Body and the Pengu art was. There was no way Feng Wuchen could not have been heavily injured. Absolutely not. Feng Wuchen. Ancient God Lunar and the others were alarmed. Heaven Punisher. Hurry and attack. Ancient God Scarlet Blood roared. Ancient God Heaven Punisher did not dare to hesitate. He immediately gripped his divine axe and shot forward. After all, he had already consumed a significant amount of his divine power. If Feng Wuchen fully recovered, he would definitely be defeated. Feng Wuchen, don't even think about recovering. Ancient God Heaven Punisher angrily roared as he swung his axe at the terrifying ripples of energy. Ancient God Heaven Punisher, you've already consumed a significant amount of your divine power, but my divine power is inexhaustible. Feng Wuchen roared. Primal Chaos AO Sword Art. Primal Chaos splitting the heavens. Feng Wuchen roared as he swept out his sword, unleashing an extremely tyrannical sword beam. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. Destructive energy clashed once more, and the energy axe instantly shattered. Ancient God Heaven Punisher's blood roiled, and he no longer had the strength to resist Feng Wuchen's tyrannical sword beam. How could this be? Is his divine power truly inexhaustible? Ancient God Heaven Punisher's expression changed drastically. End of this part. Bish. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. The tyrannical sword light obliterated the energy axe and continued to charge at Ancient God Xianxia. Ancient God Xianxia would probably not be able to block such a terrifying sword light. Xianxia Domain. Ancient God Xianxia's face darkened as he furiously roared. He unleashed his terrifying domain, instantly creating a domain dimension that sealed Feng Wuchen within. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. On the contrary, he sneered and said, Supreme Xianxia, can I understand that you've reached your limit by using your domain? You've already consumed much of your divine power, and your aura is much weaker. You have no chance of defeating me. Feng Wuchen, don't celebrate too early. This god's domain cannot be suppressed by your divine power, but your divine power will be suppressed by this god's domain. Ancient God Xianxia angrily roared. Are you sure that your domain can suppress my divine power? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Could it be suppressed? Impossible. The Xianxia domain had already been unleashed, so why was Feng Wuchen's aura not suppressed in the slightest? How could this be? Ancient God Xianxia was stunned once more, not daring to believe it. The Xianxia domain was second only to the Pengu domain, but even such a powerful domain could not suppress Feng Wuchen's power. Supreme Xianxia, your domain isn't good enough. It's too trashy. I'll show you what a powerful domain is. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly as if victory was already in his grasp. Primal Chaos Psychic Domain. Feng Wuchen roared as he unleashed his domain. Bang, plush. Crack. The moment the Primal Chaos Psychic Domain appeared, a domineering divine power exploded out, causing Ancient God Xianxia to vomit blood and shatter the Xianxia domain. This is impossible. What sort of domain is this? This god's divine power was instantly scattered. Ancient god Xianxia was dumbfounded. What sort of terrifying domain was this? Feng Wuchen had only just unleashed it, but it had already obliterated his domain, leaving nothing behind. Ancient god Xianxia had lived for 10 million years, but he had never seen such a tyrannical and terrifying domain. With the domain shattered, ancient god Xianxia's injuries instantly worsened, his old face turning ghastly pale. The primal chaos spiritual domain was a boundless starry space. It was dazzling and mysterious. The entire primal chaos spiritual domain was filled with the aura of primordial god power. The domineering suppression of the domain almost suffocated ancient god Xianxia. What terrified ancient god Xianxia even more was that he couldn't use his divine power at all. The ancient godly power was completely suppressed by the ancient godly power. Ancient god Xianxia could not use his divine power, so how could he contend against Feng Wuchen? Wouldn't they be at the mercy of Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen, what is this domain? How did you instantly break through my domain? Ancient god Xianxia asked in horror. He did not believe that Feng Wuchen possessed such a terrifying domain. You stacks, you don't have the right to know. Feng Wuchen's bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out from behind ancient god Xianxia. The dragon god sword was resting on ancient god Xianxia's shoulder. As long as Feng Wuchen lightly slit it, he would be able to slit his throat. You! Ancient god Xianxia was so angry that his organs were roiling. Supreme Xianxia, you've lost. Feng Wuchen coldly stared at ancient god Xianxia, and with a thought, he removed the primal chaos spiritual domain. He instantly returned to the 7th floor of the dimensional space. Xianxia's domain was broken. How could this be? Ancient god Black Dragon was flabbergasted, his pale face instantly petrified. Xianxia is heavily injured. Ancient god Clear Void cried out in alarm, an intense unease surging in his heart. Xianxia's domain was broken so easily? How could Feng Wuchen have this kind of power? Ancient god Profound Void was flabbergasted, looking like he had seen a ghost. Supreme Eastern Emperor, Panga Shi, and the 100 Supremes were all flabbergasted. Feng Wuchen, see if you can draw out the people from the primal chaos realm, the primal chaos ancestor suddenly said. Primal chaos ancestor, although I don't know what happened back then, I feel that it definitely has something to do with the primal chaos realm, and it's no small matter, Feng Wuchen messaged. You're right. This ancestor will slowly explain everything to you later, the primal chaos ancestor messaged. I understand. Feng Wuchen messaged. If not for the primal chaos ancestor's voice, Feng Wuchen would have really wanted to immediately kill ancient god Xianxia. Supreme Xianxia, you no longer have the strength to fight. You destroyed the 36th heaven and the 35th heaven, causing the people of my dragon's soul to die miserable deaths. None of you should even think about living, Feng Wuchen coldly said, his words cold and bone-chilling, devoid of any human emotion. This god has nothing to say about being defeated by you. If you want to kill me, then kill me, ancient god Xianxia savagely said, appearing unafraid of death. Ancient god Xianxia was heavily injured, so he didn't have the ability to resist. Supreme Xianxia, be at ease. I will definitely kill you. Even if you have the support of the experts of the primal chaos realm, you will still die today. But first, I'll let you see how they die, Feng Wuchen coldly said. Ancient god Xianxia's pale face was extremely sinister and savage. He wanted nothing more than to eat Feng Wuchen alive and grind his bones to dust. 13 ancient gods had destroyed the 36th heaven and the 35th heaven. Feng Wuchen could ignore the other factions, but the ancient god pavilion, the ancient pill god hall, the divine pill pavilion, the dragon soul, and the many ancient beasts had all died. How could Feng Wuchen let them go? Feng Wuchen glanced at ancient god Black Dragon and the others. After that battle of life and death, the 11 ancient gods had all suffered varying degrees of injuries and had consumed enormous amounts of divine power. They definitely wouldn't be able to last for much longer. Supreme Donghuang and Panga Shi had also suffered significant injuries. If not for the 300 automatons, they would not have been able to contend against the ancient gods. Work together to kill Supreme Clear Void's group of 7. Leave the Black Dragon Sovereign and the other 4 beasts to me. Feng Wuchen coldly said, his tyrannical bloodline erupting as he forcibly suppressed the 4 beasts. The 4 beasts were already injured and had consumed enormous amounts of divine power. They were completely powerless to resist the bloodline suppression. With Feng Wuchen's order, the automatons madly charged at ancient god Clear Void's group. Each of them was dealing with several dozen automatons, and with the addition of Supreme Dong Huang and the others, they were already under immense pressure. With the addition of more than 100 automatons, even the ancient gods could not endure the indiscriminate bombardment of the automatons and 100 peak Panga realm experts. Once their injuries were severe and their divine power was greatly consumed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Boom boom boom, bzzz, the automatons and 100 peak Panga realm experts used the tyrannical Pangu art to clash with the ancient gods, forcing them to consume their divine power. Terrifying energies madly clashed, and the injuries of ancient god Clear Void's group gradually worsened. In the end, they no longer had the strength to resist. Feng Wuchen. You bastard! Ancient god Pisho furiously cursed. Kill them. Leave none alive. Feng Wuchen coldly ordered. Of the 11 ancient gods, 7 were heavily injured and almost out of divine power. The 4 beasts were being suppressed by Feng Wuchen's bloodline. In this situation, the 11 ancient gods were powerless to resist. The 300 automatons were still at their peak strength, and killing ancient gods was no longer a problem. Feng Wuchen, hold it. Since you know that we have experts from the primal chaos realm behind us, you still dare to kill us? Are you tired of living? Ancient god Xianxia savagely asked, his murderous gaze fixed on Feng Wuchen. This is the Pangu world. The Pangu world has the laws of heaven and earth, but does the primal chaos realm not? In addition, didn't I already kill one? You destroyed the 36th heaven and the 35th heaven, so why can't I kill all of you? Feng Wuchen coldly replied. The laws of heaven and earth? A hint of disdain appeared on ancient god Xianxia's old face. Upon seeing ancient god Xianxia's disdainful expression, Feng Wuchen disdainfully sneered. I don't believe that the cultivators of the primal chaos realm dare to ignore the laws of heaven and earth. I'd like to see if they really dare to come. Kill them all. The 300 automatons attacked without hesitation, madly charging at the 11 ancient gods. Feng Wuchen. You dare. Ancient god Extremine roared in both fear and anger. Feng Wuchen. We are ancient gods. If you kill us, you won't be able to live either. Ancient god Tianqin roared in fear. Ancient god Black Dragon roared, Feng Wuchen, if you kill us, you'll definitely regret it. The Pangu world will definitely be destroyed. Upon seeing the 11 ancient gods roaring in fear and anger, Feng Wuchen sneered. Monsters that have lived for 10 million years are actually so afraid of death. Supreme Xianxia wasn't as afraid as you were. In the blink of an eye, Long Zun and the several dozen automatons charged forward, terrifying energy gathering around them. At this moment, a white fissure appeared in the pitch-black space of the 7th level of the dimension, and an incomparably terrifying energy began to spread out. Boom boom boom, in the blink of an eye, just as Long Zun's vicious attacks were about to land on the 11 ancient gods, they were all sent flying by a terrifying force. They're here. Ancient god Qing Su and the others were overjoyed, feeling as if they had returned from hell to heaven. When they saw the white crack, they guessed that the experts from the Chaos Realm had come to save them. What a terrifying aura. Supreme Donghuang frowned deeply. The aura of the Chaos Realm. Primeval Lord said solemnly, the Chaos Realm is really here. Sure enough, it has been lured out. Feng Wuchen frowned and waved his hand. Long Zun's 300 puppets all returned to the divine ring. Feng Wuchen, Panga Shi, and the others all looked at the white light in the sky. Feng Wuchen, your time of death has come. Go ahead and think about how you're going to die, ancient god Xianxia sneered mockingly. Feng Wuchen glanced at ancient god Xianxia and coldly said, you seem to know that the experts of the Chaos Realm will definitely come to save you. This god doesn't know, but since we haven't completed our mission, the people behind us naturally won't abandon us, ancient god Xianxia sneered. Mission? Feng Wuchen frowned once more, wondering what this mission ancient god Xianxia was talking about was. A little while later, a figure walked out of the white crack. This newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in black brocade. His surging energy and terrifying aura were far stronger than Adept Nine Peaks. 1 foot stepped into the air, causing dimensional space to fiercely tremble. With just a light step, he almost caused dimensional space to collapse. An unimaginable wave of destruction swept out, brimming with an intense pressure that caused Feng Wuchen and Supreme Dongwang's blood to boil and caused them to vomit blood. Audiobook. Strong. Ridiculously strong, the middle-aged man's face was filled with arrogance, as if all things were ants in his eyes. A domineering aura of supremacy was unleashed without restraint. If this person got drunk, the entire chaos realm would be his. So it was him. That damned bastard, the primal chaos Xian fire beast savagely said, his massive eyes flickering with bloodthirsty killing intent. The primal chaos ancestor deeply frowned and asked in confusion, how could it be God Lord Ancient Emperor? Ancestor, I'll go kill him right now, the primal chaos Xian fire beast angrily said through clenched teeth. The primal chaos ancestor hurriedly stopped him and sighed. There's no rush. Let's wait and see. The primal chaos ancestor didn't seem willing to believe that the person he had lured out was God Lord Ancient Emperor. Your subordinate pays respects. God Lord Ancient Emperor. Ancient God Xianxia and the others respectfully got down on their knees. The man called God Lord Ancient Emperor coldly glanced at Ancient God Xianxia and expressionlessly said, all of you have disappointed this God Lord too much. You couldn't even destroy a puny Panga realm after 10 million years. This God Lord doesn't even know what use you have. Ancient Sovereign, please calm your anger. Ancient God Xianxia anxiously reported, back then, we were sealed by Pangu. Now that we have broken out of the seal, we have the absolute strength to destroy Panga realm. However, this person possesses an extremely terrifying divine power that can suppress our ancient divine power. This subordinate does not know what kind of divine power it is. Furthermore, he has cultivated the strongest physical body and has an undying body. Oh? The strongest body? It can even suppress your divine power? God Lord Ancient Emperor's arrogant face revealed a look of surprise. God Lord Ancient Emperor, it's absolutely true. That brat is also a member of the dragon race, Ancient God Black Dragon respectfully replied, then angrily pointed at Feng Wuchen. Ancient Emperor God's cold gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen, and he frowned, as expected, it is the strongest corporeal body. The aura of the divine power is extremely powerful, but this God Lord can't tell what divine power it is. Kid, who are you? Where did the divine power come from? How did you manage to cultivate the strongest body? Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, why should I tell you? Do I know you that well? Feng Wuchen. You dare to be disrespectful to a God Lord. Ancient God Black Dragon angrily roared. Ancient God Xianxia and the others all glared at Feng Wuchen, but inwardly, they were overjoyed. By infuriating God Lord Ancient Emperor, Feng Wuchen was doomed. He's your God Lord, not mine, so why should I be respectful to him? So what if I'm disrespectful to him? Does the Chaos Realm not have the laws of heaven and earth? Feng Wuchen fearlessly asked. The moment Feng Wuchen spoke, God Lord Ancient Emperor stealthily appeared to Feng Wuchen's right. Kid, you're very arrogant, but since you were able to defeat these pieces of trash, you do have the right to be arrogant, God Lord Ancient Emperor coldly said. But perhaps you don't know this God Lord's strength. Let me put it this way, this God Lord, before God Lord Ancient Emperor could finish speaking, Feng Wuchen interrupted him. Enough, enough. You don't need to say it, and you don't need to show off in front of me. I don't want to know. Ancient God Xianxia and the others were stupefied. Feng Wuchen dared to speak to God Lord Ancient Emperor in such a manner, not giving him any face at all. He was simply not putting God Lord Ancient Emperor in his eyes. God Lord Ancient Emperor was also stupefied. Was Feng Wuchen a fool? Did he not know that he came from the Chaos Realm? Did he not know that he was a terrifying expert? End of chapter 38-41. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.